Chapter 1. Welcome to the Realms. The Emperor of Humanity, you have been defeated. Beneath the cerulean moon, a regal figure clad in white, the Empress, gazed down upon a man struggling to rise from ground. A flicker of compassion crossed her eyes, and after a brief hesitation, her voice rang out, cold and resolute. Out of respect for our past, Zhozhua, retreat with your kin back to Muxing. I can still spare you as the last remnant of the human race. Huh. Hearing the Empress's words, Zhozhua, drenched in blood and missing his right arm, let out a laugh, coughing up a mouthful of blood as he lifted his head, revealing a strikingly handsome visage. Return to Muxing? Muxingyun, that is my home planet. Earth is not a pasture cultivated by you deities. Strike me down. Upon hearing Zhozhua's declaration, Muxingyun's hand trembled slightly around the Starfall sword, her delicate brows furrowing. You know I act to protect you. For the sake of your so-called national dignity, you would choose to sacrifice your life? Protect me? Cough, cough. As Zhozhua felt the flicker of life within him extinguish, his expression gradually softened, and the light in his eyes began to fade. No need. My fate lies with me, not with. Ding. Emergency alert from the game, The Realms. Ding. Player Tian Daoxing has perished. Their kin are commencing to collapse and die. Ding. The total count of deceased kin is Jumping Worms x 3 trillion, Thunderbeasts x 600 billion, Leviathan x 80 billion. Ding. Your kin share a profound bond with you and have awarded you a unique item heart of the swarm. Ding. The human race has been annihilated. Earth is officially renamed to Muxing. Heavens. Zhozhua abruptly opened his eyes, finding himself at the end of a long queue. What the hell? What's wrong, old Zhou? You scared me. Why are you calling me? At that moment, the boy behind Zhozhua clapped him on the shoulder, teasingly inquiring, What's up? Today's the official class point competition. Are you scared? It's nothing to fear. It's just about collecting a worm egg and entering the realms. Just think of it as opening a blind box. After the point competition, let's team up and carve a bloody path in the realms. Hearing this familiar voice, Zhozhua turned with some stiffness to see a familiar facia boy whose features resembled that of a garlic-headed turtle. Gao Tian? Upon recognizing this old friend, Zhozhua reached out, grasping his arms tightly. Incredulity etched across his face. Weren't you blown to bits? Shut it. Gao Tian, initially startled by Zhozhua's exclamation, retorted after hearing the latter's concluding remark. Old Zhou, you little rascal. Now you've taken a mocking me? You were the one who got reduced to bits. I'm quite resilient. Zhozhua gazed at Gao Tian, the very friend who had once shielded him from fiery explosion and had now returned and scathed before him. What on earth was happening? Quickly, Zhozhua glanced behind him at the main teaching building of the school, where a Siphi-inspired clock floated. Y year, 2121 M month, 9D day, for H hour, 7 M minute, 48 S second, 26. Staring at the time displayed on the building, Zhozhua's pupils widened in disbelief. Had he been reborn, and was on the very day 20 years ago when he entered the realms? Just then, a familiar voice, laced with irritation, snapped him back to reality. Zhozhua Gao Wangba, do you know what occasion this is? Still playing around. At that moment, a tall girl with a single ponytail, holding a notepad and wearing a name badge that read Lin Yuru, approached them, her expression dark as she fixed her gaze on Zhozhua. As the vice class leader, you must set an example. Keep quiet, understood? Her brows furrowed, clearly displeased with their antics in the inappropriate setting. Understood, class leader. Zhozhua, suppressing his shock at her familiar face, replied. Gao Tian nodded vigorously, hands clasped in mock supplication. Understood, Lin class leader, we will quiet down. Lin Yuru tucked the electronic display under her arm and turned to the two. I'm going ahead to distribute the worm eggs. Today marks our grade's first entry into the Realms instance, and the points will affect our class's work-study status. With teachers observing, be mindful. With that, Lin Yuru walked toward the front of the queue. After Lin left, Gao Tian couldn't help but exclaim, Lin Yuru truly embodies the Lin family. Her presence is formidable. Listening to his good friend's words, Zhozhua's heart gradually calmed. He had truly been reborn. Sighing softly, Zhozhua placed a hand on Gao Tian's shoulder, hinting at a deeper truth. Don't think too much after all. She is from the Lin family, the guardians of Lu City, destined to dedicate her life to its defense. As long as the city stands, so do its people. If the city falls, Zhou vividly recalled that during this year's New Year's Eve, amidst the harsh winter, Lu City was selected as the main city randomly projected into the realms by the Huaxian nation. Ultimately, due to Lu City's lack of resources and being targeted by the main cities of other nations, it was utterly destroyed in the realms. With the city in ruins, monstrous beasts invaded. Millions, including Zhou, were left homeless in the bitter winter, and only a fraction of the survivors remained. Afterward, the Lin family, the city's guardians, paid the price with their lives. Thereafter, amidst perilous circumstances, Zhou never saw Lin Yuru again. Upon hearing Zhou's words, Gao Tian turned to him, scrutinizing. Old Zhou, what's going on? Something feels off. Weren't you trying to marry into the Lin family yesterday? Compared to marrying in, one's own strength holds greater significance. Zhou shook his head, continuing. Relying solely on the favor granted by the Zerg race, our human race will never ascend to the 10,000 races record. Without entry into the 10,000 races record, our human race lacks the qualifications to confront the myriad races, forced to languish on Earth. If in the future the Zerg race withdraws their support, our human race will become expendable. Having spoken, Zhou fell silent, refraining from further words. Gao Tan, momentarily taken aback, his playful demeanor turned serious, clenched his fists, then smiled earnestly. Never forget the humiliation of humanity. It is our duty. The human race shall never be enslaved. Upon hearing this, Zhou nodded, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes as he affirmed through clenched teeth. The human race shall never be enslaved. The queue advanced swiftly, and soon it was Zhou's turn. Lin Yuru approached, presenting him with a translucent green worm egg, nearly half a meter in height, placing it in Zhou's hands. Zhou, hey, raise your egg. Carry it carefully and proceed. Thank you, class leader. Taking the worm egg from Lin Yuru's hands, Zhou smiled gently and walked towards the machine ahead, resembling a portal. This machine serves as the terminal linking Earth to the myriad realms. By traversing the portal terminal, one can enter these realms, nurturing the eggs of creatures and awakening latent talents, thereby contributing one's strength to humanity amidst the boundless cosmos. Zhou instinctively tightened his grip on the egg, his eyes brimming with resolve. Within the infinite expanse of the universe, countless races vie for supremacy. The frail bodies of humankind and their rudimentary technology render them nearly insignificant, teetering on the brink of extinction. Fortuitously, the leader of the Zerg race, ranked 9,999th among the myriad, known as the Sovereign, bestowed compassion upon Earth a century ago, granting it a chance for evolution. Thus, humanity found its refuge, spared from annihilation. With a firm grip on the egg, Zhou cast a determined gaze and stepped through the portal to the realms. Now, let me see what species I can hatch and what talents I may acquire to continue my battles in these realms. In this life, I must grow stronger, leading all of humanity to ascend to greater heights. Ding. Connecting to the mainframe ding. Connection established. Welcome to the myriad realms. Chapter 2. The evolution template of the jumping bug, beep. Your biological sequence is, under the myriad realms, Milky Way, Orion Arm, Solar System, Earth, Xiaji 8 date. Beep. You have been granted beginner equipment, spatial device, 10 by 10 by 10. As the two prompts from the mainframe echoed, Zhou found himself in a pristine white chamber. The interior was devoid of any furnishings, lacking doors and windows, resembling a colossal cube. Upon entering the myriad realms, this small box would become my eternal abode. Observing the familiar 10 by 10 by 10 room, Zhou couldn't help but marvel. Once within the myriad realms, beings automatically acquired a storage space of 1,000 cubic meters. This singular advancement in free storage technology was light years ahead of Earth. This space served not only as a portable storage unit, but also provided a sanctuary for the user during their explorations, allowing for the inclusion of their larvae and dependents within its confines. After placing the larva on the ground, the voice of the mainframe resounded in Zhou's mind. Beep. Please name your second life in the myriad realms. Seated cross-legged on the floor, one hand resting upon the larva, Zhou reminisced about his past life. Recalling the honorific title bestowed upon him after leading the human race into the spiritual origin realm, solitary shadow treads the sky, crossing fiery trials alone. In the vast universe, who could rival such a feat? Who in the world did not recognize you? With a gentle sigh, Zhou's eyes reignited with determination as he chose a name distinct from his previous life. Calm Thunder Crossing Fire. Once, I strove wholeheartedly for my race to forge its own path, adopting the name Path of the Heavens. Now, I choose Calm Thunder Crossing Fire, seeking only to remain true to my original intentions. Beep. Player Calm Thunder Crossing Fire has been successfully named. Commencing talent assessment. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Zhou took a deep breath and murmured, once again referred to as a player, he chuckled. In the eyes of the creator of the myriad realms, my noble human race is but a trivial player in this grand game. Zhou clenched his fists, his resolve intensifying. In this new life, I shall plant the banner of my people across the 72 heavens of the myriad realms. Exhaling with fervor, Joshua cast his gaze upon the larva beside him. Beep. Commencing larva assessment. As Joshua placed his hand on the larva, the mainframe began its examination. Just as his friend Gautian had remarked, hatching a larva resembled unboxing a mystery gift. Aside from certain larvae that had fixed gene sequences post-assessment, the majority contained unknown genetic compositions. Prior to hatching these larvae, no one could ascertain which type of alien insect's genetic sequence lay within. The Zerg's genetic sequences comprised 4 distinct classes: Guardian, Marksman, Sorcerer, and Specialist. The Guardian class included jumping bugs, mutants, and thunder beasts. The Marksman class encompassed cockroaches, stingers, and alien dragons. The Sorcerer class consisted of insect queens, flying snakes, and infectors. The sequence of special classes includes the explosive insect, the nest lord, and the swarm host. If all goes as expected, the genes within this egg can only possess 2 possibilities, either a worker bee or a jumper. Gazing at this egg, Joshua found himself devoid of significant thoughts. Among the eggs dispatched by the Zerg to Earth, the vast majority consist of the genetic sequences for worker bees and jumpers. This is not without reason. The genetic structure of these 2 units is exceedingly simple, allowing for mass production with relative ease. In simpler terms, they serve as cannon fodder. Worker bees represent the most fundamental agricultural unit of the Zerg, possessing alarmingly low combat capabilities, primarily tasked with resource gathering. Jumpers, on the other hand, are the most basic combat unit, endowed with rudimentary fighting abilities, but with limited potential. In Joshua's previous life, he had acquired a worker bee egg, enduring a prolonged period where he could only earn minimal points through mundane logistical tasks like resource gathering, which was quite arduous. Only a select few families could obtain higher-tier eggs and advanced genetic sequences. The rest were left to chance. Ding. Detecting that the genetic sequence within your egg corresponds to the elite class jumper. Ding. Congratulations on acquiring the jumper genetic sequence. The initial incubation of the egg is free. You may commence hatching at your convenience. Not bad. This is an improvement over my previous life, as jumpers possessed superior combat capabilities. Feeling a sense of relief, Joshua casually opened the attribute panel of the jumper egg to examine its details. Species. Jumper description. Requires 50-star minerals. Takes 5 minutes to cultivate. Can hatch 2 jumpers. Attack. 5 defense. 0 health. 30. Regenerates 1 per minute. Attack speed. 1s movement speed. 10s the familiar jumper template, the most rudimentary form. Is astonishingly simplistic. Of course, this represents the unevolved initial attributes of the jumper. The Zerg's name has been etched into the annals of countless races because they have mastered the art of evolution, enabling them to undergo higher levels of transformation. As Joshua squinted, the voice of the mainframe echoed in his mind. Ding. Detecting current Earth technology, possessing genetic evolution templates for the jumper, including the leaping insect and fission insect. Please choose one evolution method for your jumper from the genetic evolution templates. Ding. Please note, this evolution is irreversible. Once selected, your jumper's genetic template will be fixed to one of the options. Upon receiving this message from the mainframe, Joshua swiftly opened the 2 evolution templates for the jumper. Leaping insect grade. White ordinary description. Attack increases to 2, a boost of 40. Terrain is negligible. Capable of traversing mountains and valleys. Combat effectiveness is enhanced. Fission insect grade. White ordinary description. Cost increases to 60-star minerals. Incubation time reduced by 99, from 300 seconds to 3 seconds. Capable of simultaneously hatching 3 jumpers. Combat power remains unchanged. The 2 options for the white ordinary grade evolution methods unfolded before Joshua on the panel. As long as Joshua selects one of the available templates, he can submit a request to the central brain of Earth and subsequently download the chosen genetic sequence, enabling the evolution of the jump worms contained within this egg. In my previous life, I opted for the leaping worm, although it boasted a stronger combat capability. Its scarcity proved to be a significant drawback when confronted with the countless monstrous hordes from various realms, often numbering in the millions or even billions. Despite the potential for combat power evolution, the numerical disadvantage severely hindered my developmental progress. I have ample avenues for enhancing offensive capabilities. Thus, in this life, I shall select the more abundant fission worms and employ a swarm tactic. This strategy will ensure a smooth transition during the early to mid stages. As for methods to harness high-end combat power in the later stages, I am far more acquainted with those. With firm resolve, Joshua decided to choose the fission worm. Opting for the evolution of fission worms would elevate the cost of each egg to 60-star minerals, translating to a cost of 20-star minerals per jump worm when averaged across the 3 that would hatch. In comparison to the ordinary jump worms, which cost 50-star minerals for 2, this option is approximately 20 minerals more economical. After examining the evolution panels for both the leaping worm and the fission worm, Joshua did not immediately proceed with the evolution. It was prudent to awaken his talent first, since he had yet to select a talent. Only upon choosing one would the mutated creatures hatching from the egg inherit the attributes conferred by the player's talent. Subsequently, Joshua turned his attention to a square instrument that appeared beside him. This device was the talent detector. The talent detector would convert a specific strength or advantage of a human into a talent, subsequently adjusting the minimum tier of talents on the talent wheel according to the tier of this talent. The higher the player's talent tier, the more advanced the options available on the talent wheel. If the extracted talent was of E tier, it would indicate that the lowest tier of talents on the wheel would also be E tier. Should the player be dissatisfied with the talent drawn, they could choose to take their extracted talent into the various realms. Generally speaking, one's own strengths tend to be more manageable and effective when utilized in the realms, often exceeding the capabilities of the talent tier. Thus, many players from various races believe that drawing talents is merely for amusement. When it comes to actual gameplay, reliance on one's innate abilities is paramount. In his previous life, Zhou had extracted a special talent ability of D tier, known as reproductive enhancement, the source of which remained a mystery. As his thoughts meandered, the central brain completed its scanning and announced, "Ding! Detection complete. Ding! Exceptional reproductive ability detected. Extracting D tier talent reproductive enhancement." Zhou sighed in exasperation upon hearing the central brain's announcement. Is this truly my only strength? Talent, reproductive enhancement tier, D effect, reduces the mutation time for your eggs by 6, endowing offspring with enhanced constitution by 6. The incubation time shall remain unmentioned for now. The conversion of physique and life value stands at 11, bestowing an additional 6 life points to all subordinates. Should Zhou choose to forego the roulette and instead embrace this breeding enhancement as his innate talent to traverse various realms, the life value of his jumping insects would ascend from 30 to 36, an increase of 20, which is indeed a significant enhancement. The potency of a D-level talent is not to be underestimated. Nevertheless, the cards must still be drawn. One can never know when fortune may smile upon them. As he spoke, a colossal disc materialized before Zhou. This disc was the talent roulette, adorned with an array of talents, all intermingled. Due to Zhou's D-level talent, even the lowest tier of talents on the disc had been elevated to D-level. Within these realms, players' talent levels are classified from highest to lowest across 9 tiers: SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E, F. As a player's talent level ascends, the experience required for leveling up in dungeons increases proportionally. An F-level talent demands a 1x experience requirement, while an E-level talent requires 2x, and a D-level talent necessitates 3x, and so forth. Of course, the high-tier talents, with their exponentially greater experience requirements, yield commensurately greater rewards once met. Most somewhat ordinary individuals, even without specialized training, typically awaken with an F-level talent, while E-level talents are exceedingly rare. In Zhou's recollection, the highest record of self-awakened talents among humans stands at a mere C level. To acquire talents of superior quality, one must rely on the act of drawing. Upon issuing the command, Zhou beheld the grand talent roulette commence its rotation. Shortly thereafter, it came to a halt, the pointer landing on a talent with which Zhou was quite familiar. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the D-level talent breeding enhancement. Gazing at the message on the disc, Zhou couldn't help but rub his forehead. Drawing his specialty in 2 lifetimes might, in some sense, be a stroke of good fortune. At that moment, however, a sharp alert from the mainframe echoed in Zhou's mind. Ding! The mainframe has detected that you possess an unparalleled item from the Zerg race. Commencing scan. Startled by the voice, Zhou watched as the talent scanner initiated a second examination of him. This time, he observed a heart-like object, entirely of a pink crystalline essence, emerging from his chest, drawn forth by the mainframe. What is this? Ding! Detection reveals you possess the unparalleled item Swarm Heart. Your talent has undergone a transformation, now locked as a fixed talent. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the SSS level talent Swarm Heart. Talent, Swarm Heart tier, SSS effect 1. As the embodiment of the Zerg race's faith, you may disregard the options of the Zerg's mainframe, achieving perfection. Effect 2. As the embodiment of the Zerg race's faith, you gain insight into the attributes of all Zerg aberrations, discerning all. Effect 3. As the embodiment of the Zerg race's faith, the affection of your underlings, the aberrant creatures, is permanently locked at 100, ensuring absolute loyalty. Effect 4. Unlocked. Zhou gazed in astonishment at the heart of the swarm, which had instantaneously ascended to an SSS level talent. He momentarily found himself at a loss for words. In the span of over a century since humanity ventured into various realms, only 3 individuals had emerged with S-level talents. And as for those possessing SSS level abilities, I alone stand unique. After swallowing hard, Zhou turned his attention to the effect description of the heart of the swarm. Effect 1 allows one to disregard the options provided by the mainframe. This means I need not make any choices. At that moment, Zhou noticed the dual selection panels displayed above the egg, previously symbolizing the leap bug and the fission bug, which had now fused into an evolution option he had never encountered. Leap bug variant. Humus leap bug species. Humus leap bug rank. Green excellent description. Requires 60 star, or, with a 3-second incubation period, capable of hatching 3 humus leap bugs that can ignore terrain. Attack, 7, originally 5, defense, 0 health, 30, regenerates in 1 minute, attack speed, 1 second movement speed, 10 seconds to spend 60 star, or, and hatch 3 extraordinarily powerful leap bugs within a mere 3 seconds. The previously ordinary white templates of the leap bug and fission bug, under the fusion of the SSS level talent of the heart of the swarm, had transcended to a green excellent tier. All known genetic fragments and evolutionary sequence templates of aberrant creatures are categorized into 5 tiers: white ordinary, green excellent, blue rare, purple epic, and golden legendary. Thus far, humanity has only had access to the white ordinary templates of the leap bug and fission bug. However, Zhou, under the influence of the heart of the swarm, had directly acquired a green excellent genetic evolution template, placing him ahead of all humanity. Is this talent of the heart of the swarm simply too formidable? Ding! Selection completed, incubation begins. As Zhou's leap bug evolution panel fused into a humus leap bug, the mainframe promptly issued commands. initiating the hatching of Zhouju's egg. The egg before him began to spin violently, the liquid within swirling as if the unknown creature inside had rapidly absorbed all its nutrients, shattering the shell in an instant. Ding! Hatching completed. In just 3 short seconds, the egg before Zhou had cracked open, releasing 3 evolved humus leap bugs. These 3 humus leap bugs were petite, about half a human's height, sporting fierce tusks and robust legs, which left no doubt as to their swift mobility. 2 sharp, jointed bone blades adorned their backs, gleaming like a mantis's dual daggers. Despite their fearsome appearance, the humus leap bugs now crouched obediently, nuzzling against Zhouju's pants like playful puppies. Thus, the leap bugs are also affectionately referred to as puppies. Gazing at the 3 hatchlings, which obediently wagged their tails before him, Zhou could not help but exclaim, "Though my talent bears no additional attributes, I feel invincible." His unique humus leap insects possess the agility and offensive power of a leaping insect, combined with the sheer numbers of a fishing insect. When it came to one-on-one duels, Zhou could hardly conceive a reason for defeat. At that moment, a notification from his mainframe arrived. "Zhou, if you are finished, please step out. The class points competition is about to commence, and I have some items for you." Lin Yuru. Upon reading the message from the class leader, Zhou decided to leave the 3 humus leap insects in his space and stood up to adjust his attire. After all, prior to completing the novice dungeon, players could not take any items or creatures out of their space. However, resources such as star ore were an exception. With a thought, Zhou departed from his small box. Chapter 4. Funds from bug payment received buzz. As the buzzing sound resonated, Zhou found himself in a larger white box. Upon entering, he observed a harmonious coexistence of people and their insect companions. This colossal box, measuring 100 by 100 by 100, represented the spatial facility of Lucheng No. 2 High School. Here, it resembled Earth, yet was not entirely Earth. This space served as a minuscule projection of the myriad realms of the game, functioning as one of the countless conduits linking Earth to these realms. Not long after Zhou arrived, as he sought his class's location, he heard the voice of his close friend, Gao Tian. "Old Zhou, over here." Turning towards the sound, Zhou spotted Gao Tian, whose ID, Tian Xingjian, hovered above his head, waving at him. "I'm coming." Zhou responded and made his way toward his classmates. During his high school years, Zhou was a member of Class F, notorious throughout the school as the collective of complete fools. The high school classes were rated A, B, C, D, and E, with no Class F. Class F was a motley crew of students from various backgrounds, so unique that the school had not even assigned them a homeroom teacher. The students in Class F were not only abandoned by the school, but many had also been forsaken by their own families. Were it not for Lin Yuru, the class leader, advocating fiercely for them and securing a work-study program, Class F would have long since disbanded. However, as a work-study class, they were required to contribute 3 star ores to the school each month to maintain their status and ensure their education. As Zhou surveyed the room, he recognized familiar IDs: Xiaoyin, Di Huahua, Tian Jia, Qi Xiao Shanzhong, Mu Shun Jiren Lao Qin, Tian Sheng Zhong Yo Xiao Yu, Tian Shai Ma Ling Shu, and Dio Qiao Sida. Compared to this group of overly dramatic classmates, Zhou felt that his own ID, Ping Lei Duhua, sounded far more melodious. "Zhou, you've arrived." Upon noticing Zhou's arrival, class leader Lin Yuru positioned herself at the nearest vice class leader's spot, nodding and smiling as she spoke. "The vice class leader has arrived. Now that everyone is here, I shall begin." Standing atop the platform, Lin Yuru cleared her throat before addressing her classmates. "This marks our first official class points competition since entering our senior year. It is an opportunity to showcase our strength. Should our class accumulate a certain number of points during the competition, we will secure our regular class seating, thus relieving us from the monthly obligation of providing 3 star or resources to the school. In a moment, each of us will be transported into a unique instance, where we must strive to survive for 3 days, complete our tasks, and earn points. I have consulted with other teachers, and upon entering the instance, we will each receive a starting fund of 200 fragmentary star ore. However, some classmates may have chosen to employ fission worms, which necessitate 60 fragmentary star ore for production and incubation within the instance. Therefore, I will distribute 100 fragmentary star ore to each of you, bringing the total to 300, ensuring that everyone begins with a fully equipped army." Upon concluding her remarks, a system notification rang in each student's mind. "Ding. Your worm wallet has received 100 fragmentary star ore. Please utilize it in the upcoming instance, otherwise it will become invalid." Hearing this announcement, the classmates erupted in cheers, chanting the class leader's name, "Class leader Lin Yuru. I was worried about my fission worms. With our class of 30, that amounts to 3,000 fragmentary star ore, equivalent to 3 star ores. This represents our class's work-study funds for a month. Quite a substantial sum. Hooray, liftoff. Long live class leader Lin." Listening to their cheers, a genuine smile graced Lin Yuru's face. The class leader is indeed generous. At that moment, Gao Tian nudged Zhou with his elbow, marveling. Typically, people exchange small for large, trading the less valuable fragmentary star or in the instance for the more valuable star, or in reality, who would spend a significant amount of real currency for a trivial advantage in the instance. Zhou nodded in agreement and continued. "The exchange rate for star or to fragmentary star or is set at 11,000. Knowing it's a ripoff yet still opting to exchange, only she would do that. Zhou's deepest impression of Lin Yuru was her equitable treatment of classmates from busy families like his own, as well as those from affluent backgrounds like Gao Tian's. Maintaining a level playing field in an environment dominated by meritocracy is indeed a rarity.
Furthermore, Joshua found himself in dire need of those 100 fragmentary star ore. Accumulating 300 in the instance would allow him to directly hatch 15 humic jumping worms. With an additional 3 humic jumping worms, his army's combat power would surge by 25. In the realm of swarm tactics, an increase of 25 troops could significantly influence the outcome of a battle. Isn't that my fourth sister? Just then, a frivolous figure appeared behind the crowd, brandishing a paper fan, accompanied by several well-dressed individuals. As they approached the gathering point of Class F, Lin Yuru's smile faltered as she spotted the owner of the frivolous voice. With a tone tinged with hostility, she addressed him, Lin Yuan. Why so distant? I am your third brother, Lin Yuan retorted, crossing his arms and retracting his paper fan. He surveyed the crowd in Class F before fixing his gaze on Joshua, who stood a head taller than him, and mockingly inquired, Surely, you are not here to participate in the class points competition? As Lin Yuan's sardonic words echoed, several young men behind him chimed in. The work-study class doesn't even have a teacher. They must have never gained any experience, right? They have awakened their talents, yet still remain at level 1. What abysmal foundational attributes must their familiars possess to be in such a state? Our Class A, benefiting from classroom experience, boasts at least level 3. Even I, with my F-level talent, possess 3 points of foundational attributes to allocate to my familiar. Frankly, I wouldn't dare claim to survive 3 days against the bravado of Class F. The students of Class F clenched their fists, unable to voice a retort. The truth was undeniable, and they found themselves at a loss. Come on, we're all classmates. There's no need for such harsh words. Let's head back and dominate the rankings. Lin Yuan interjected again, scolding his classmates before preparing to lead the students of Class A away. Oh, I almost forgot to mention. Lin Yuan suddenly recalled as he was about to depart. As members of the Lin family, we must always strive to be leaders. To ensure my dear fourth sister continues her role as the class leader of the work-study program, I have generously distributed varying amounts of star fragments, 40 or 50 each, to every student from Class B to Class E. My intention in doing this is not solely to expand our Lin family's connections. At this juncture, Lin Yuan's gaze fixed on Lin Yuru, concern evident in his eyes as he continued. It is also to guarantee that my beloved fourth sister remains steadfastly as the leader of Class F. Having said this, Lin Yuan turned and led his Class A peers away, their laughter echoing as they walked, his spirits soaring high. Lin Yuru's expression grew icy, a profound sense of injustice stirring within her. She raised her eyes to the retreating figure of Lin Yuan, noting the presence of numerous students from Classes B, C, D, and E nearby. Their gazes toward her were cold, laced with mockery, and some even bore a pity that she found hard to accept. Yet, amidst the derision, a warm voice broke through, far more comforting than the earlier jabs. Class leader, the competition has begun. When are we going in? Don't be dazed, class leader. Activate the dungeon access. Let us show those Class A fellows what we're made of. Lin Yuru gazed at her 29 classmates, each sporting a radiant smile filled with determination. In that moment, warmth surged through her heart, and her eyes slightly misted. Joshua glanced at Lin Yuru, then turned his attention to his former classmates, a smile gracing his lips as he raised his arm and called out, Classmates, let's charge forward. Let's defeat these guys. Onward. Chapter 5. Yunlanworm Valley. Let us give it our all. After the classmates of Class F encouraged each other, accompanied by the appearance of streaks of white light, they were all transported into the instance. Come on, Lao Zhou, you must hold on for 3 days. Good brother Gao Tian, before departing, took a moment to bolster his own spirits. You too. After bidding farewell to Gao Tian, Joshua waved at the class leader, Lin Yuru, and pressed the start button. Ding. Randomly matching instance, please wait. Ding. Welcome player Ping Lei Du Hua to the novice instance, Yunlan Insect Valley. In a flash of white light, Joshua found himself in a blank world that underwent a remarkable transformation. He stood on a small elevation, surrounded by an insect race incubation site encircled by 5 worker bees, while distant clusters of stellar minerals were scattered about. The class point competition would select the same map for all students, and having randomly arrived at the familiar Yunlan Insect Valley, Joshua wore a smile as the system prompted him again. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained Star Fragment or X300, temporary. Ding. Current instance difficulty is G1 level, with a reward of 1 X points upon settlement. You may adjust the difficulty at any time in the novice instance, Yunlan Insect Valley. Ding. G1 level, 1 X points. G2 level, 2 X points. G3 level, 3 X points. G4 unlocked. Without a moment's hesitation, Joshua chose the G3 difficulty. Opting for G3 was not only to obtain a higher multiplier of points, but also, with some effort, he might unlock the new G4 difficulty. Watching the dissipating difficulty selection panel, Joshua narrowed his eyes, having his own calculations in mind. The Myriad Realms resembled an immense roguelike game. After selecting an instance, the map would undergo slight modifications. The game process was irreversible, with non-linear single-line choices. Each time a player completed an instance challenge, they would receive points corresponding to their performance. These points served as the universal currency within the realms. By spending points, one could enhance oneself, strengthen their subordinates, or purchase items, thereby facilitating greater rewards in future instance entries. Once Joshua maximized the difficulty, he could distinctly feel changes occurring around his body. The terrain shifted. The elevation decreased, allowing Joshua to see more clearly the vast territories of monstrous insects below. The enemies grew stronger. The hostile insect nests in the distance had evidently increased in number, with their forms becoming more robust. Truly, G3 level was formidable. The number of enemies stationed at the nearest hostile encampment had increased by at least 50%. If a swarm of insects were to arrive, the enemy count would triple compared to G1 difficulty. After expressing his astonishment, Zhozhua turned his gaze to the incubation site beside him, towering at over 10 meters high. The insect race structure was rooted in the ground, its 5 enormous spikes intermingled with chaotic muscle tissue, rhythmically pulsating as if it were breathing. It was evident that this structure was alive. The Zerg architecture consists of living, alien organisms that possess their own vitality and can gradually recover from injuries. As Zhozhua's gaze shifted, the attribute panel of the hatchery materialized before his eyes. Hatchery description: a fundamental building unit of the Zerg. The hatchery serves as the core structure for incubating Zerg units. It can automatically produce one larva after a set period, which acquires genetic sequences and resources, allowing it to mutate into an alien creature. In novice mode, the number of larvae is limitless. Defense: 0 health, 1500, recovery, 1 minute, larvae, infinite genetic sequences, worker B. Jumper. Upon examining the hatchery's attribute panel, Zhozhua smiled subtly. In novice mode, the infinite supply of larvae means that as long as I have sufficient resources, I can amass an inexhaustible army. Moreover, in novice mode, the hatchery automatically unlocks the worker bee and jumper genetic sequences. Players like me, who naturally possess the jumper gene, can utilize the worker bee gene free of charge and hatch them, which is certainly a boon for beginners. After expressing his amazement, Zhozhua couldn't help but muse. Class leader Lin from the Lin family possesses ancestral genes of the queen, allowing him to access 3 types of alien genes in novice mode, making it far more convenient than my situation. If little Tian were to encounter similar fortunes as in the past life, she would also unlock the special gene of the stinger snake, starting with 3 genetic sequences as well. Comparatively, my situation seems quite ordinary. Once he dismissed the hatchery panel, Zhozhua turned his attention to the 5 worker bees surrounding it. Species: worker bee description: requires 50 shattered star ore and takes 4 minutes to cultivate 1 worker bee, which can gather resources and construct buildings. Attack: 5 defense, 0 health, 30 recovery, 1 minute, attack speed 0, 7s movement speed, 8s skills, gather, construct, sealed. As he watched the resources transform from star or to familiar shattered star ore, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Zhozhua's eyes, and a smile graced his lips. In reality, hatching subordinates requires expensive star ore, but within the confines of the instance, such limitations dissipate, allowing for the easy generation of units with the consumption of this low-tier resource. However, while subordinates can be produced, buildings cannot. Under the restrictions of a novice instance, all worker bees have had their construction abilities sealed, rendering them incapable of erecting structures. This implies that if the hatchery comes under siege and the camp is destroyed, it signifies a failure in defense, halting the accumulation of points and necessitating an exit from the cloud mist bug valley. After issuing a command for the 5 worker bees to gather resources, they gracefully floated toward the nearby cluster of star ore. Shattered star ore, 1 shattered star ore, 1 shattered star ore, 1 as resources were collected. A task panel concerning the novice instance of Cloud Mist Bug Valley emerged before Zhozhua. Task 1. Protect the hatchery for 72 hours. If the hatchery is destroyed, the novice instance Cloud Mist Bug Valley concludes, and points will be calculated prematurely. Task 2. Collect star ore every 10,000 points of shattered star ore can be exchanged for 1 star ore in reality, redeemable for 10 points, with no upper limit. Task 3. Eliminate enemy tribes and their aberrant insects to earn points. For every 2 worker bees exterminated, 1 point is awarded, capped at 100 points. After eliminating 200 worker bees, 1 point is earned for every 4 worker bees, with no upper limit. For each jumper insect eradicated, 1 point is accrued, capped at 100 points. After dispatching 100 jumper insects, 1 point is granted for every 2, with no limit. For each insect exterminated, 5 points are rewarded, capped at 100 points. After eliminating 20 insects, 5 points are earned for every 2 thereafter, with no ceiling. Additionally, for every 100 points of building health consumed, 1 point is granted, capped at 100 points. After depleting 10,000 health points, 1 point is earned for every 200 points consumed, again with no limit. Upon reviewing the task panel, Zhozhua clenched his fists, his heart brimming with determination. The more enemy units he vanquished, the higher his points would soar. This was the principal source of points in the class competition. As for the star or collection in task 2, Zhozhua dismissed it from his thoughts. The exchange rate of 10,000 shards of star or for a single star or in reality seemed rather steep, yet it was to be expected. Conversely, in reality, 1 star or could only be traded for 1,000 shards of star or in the dungeon, a staggering ratio indeed. What a vast sum to amass in this realm. Zhozhua's current advantage lay in his formidable combat prowess. A good blade must be wielded wisely, and thus he would not squander his energy contemplating mining. Eliminating those hostile insects was paramount for scoring points. With resolve, Zhozhua cast all his resources into the hatchery. With the 100 shards of star ore provided by Lin Yuru, his total reached 300, allowing him to directly hatch 15 infested leaf bugs. Having made his decision, he placed his hand on the head of the larva in the hatchery, specifically on the lone glowing icon of the jumper insect. The Zerg race requires only 2 elements for reproduction, genes and larvae. With a sufficiently complete genetic sequence, the larva can analyze the genes and mutate into the corresponding aberrant insect. Thus, genetic sequences are of utmost importance to the Zerg. 3 seconds later, 15 fearsome infested leap bugs materialized beside Joshua. He gently stroked the head of the closest bug and remarked, "Though I cannot bring you beyond these realms, I can certainly ensure you wreak havoc in them." Joshua commanded the worker bees to gather resources automatically and programmed the directive. Sufficient resources automatically produce worker bees. Each cluster of star mines can only accommodate a limited number of worker bees simultaneously. If the number of worker bees collecting stellar minerals reaches a sufficient quantity, I can gather approximately 300 shards of star ore every hour. After a simple calculation, Joshua concluded that after 1 hour, the number of worker bees would reach saturation, at which point the efficiency of star ore collection would peak at 300. If all the shards of star ore were converted into combat power, it would be equivalent to hatching around 15 corrosive leap bugs every hour. Subsequently, Joshua led his 15 corrosive leap bugs down from the high ground, charging towards the nearest insect nest. If the students from other classes were to witness Joshua's bold action, they would undoubtedly be struck with terror. In the novice dungeon of Yunlan Insect Valley, the primary objective is to survive for 3 days. Almost all the students are fortifying their homes, preparing to defend against the onslaught of hostile insect forces to secure their points. As for the option to deplete the life points of enemy structures for points, that is akin to tempting fate, an unthinkable endeavor. From the very beginning, such a strategy was not within their realm of consideration. Of course, there are a few daring players who possess the audacity to tempt such fate. Chapter 6, Surrender? 10 minutes later, Joshua arrived at a nearby insect nest. He surveyed the scene, observing a group of vigilant leap bugs, just as he was about to send a corrosive leap bug to test the enemy's combat prowess. Information about the opposing leap bugs suddenly appeared before his eyes. Species, leap bug, fission bug variant. Rank, white common description, hostile leap bugs from the enemy nest. Evolved into fission bugs under the G3 difficulty, with significant attribute enhancements. Attack, 6 defense, 0 health, 39, regenerates in 1 minute, attack speed, 1's movement speed, 10's. This must be the effect of the swarm heart, allowing one to directly view the attribute panels of all Zerg creatures. In my previous life, every time I faced an unknown enemy, I had to expend a certain number of suicide squads to probe the enemy's attributes. But now, with the swarm heart, Joshua's control and calculations in battle would be far more precise. With the attributes of the hostile units laid bare before him, Joshua took a moment to assess. On the genetic evolution template of the white common rank, several attributes had been augmented. As a fission bug variant, the base number of enemy leap bugs had increased by 50. Their attack power rose from the foundational 5 to 6, an increase of 20. Their health improved from 30 to 39 points, a notable enhancement indeed. However, since they are not the type of fission bugs with a substantial boost in combat power, I shall unleash a torrent of destruction. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Joshua opened his own attribute panel. After all, as a possessor of an SSS level talent, he had yet to allocate the free attribute points gained from his level. My army is just beginning to take shape. Each human can acquire experience points by studying the knowledge of the Zerg or engaging in specialized combat. These experience points will manifest in the experience bar once players awaken their talents across various realms. Leveling up an F-grade talent requires a single unit of experience, granting 1 free attribute point with each level gained. An E-grade talent demands double the experience, bestowing 2 free attribute points per level. This pattern continues onward. In his past life, Joshua, as a D-grade talent holder, required triple the experience and received 3 free attribute points for each level gained. Now, however, Joshua possesses the talent of Swarm Heart, classified as an SSS grade. The experience requirement has surged to a staggering 9-fold, granting him 9 free attribute points with each level. This marks the inception of my invincibility. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Joshua opened his character panel. Name, Joshua level, 1 experience, 036000, attributes, 9 unallocated point strength, 0, each point of strength enhances a minion's attack power by 1, agility, 0, each point of agility increases a minion's movement speed by 1 and attack speed by 0. 1, intelligence, 0, each point of intelligence augments a minion's magic value by 1, spirit, 0, each point of spirit boosts a minion's magic recovery per minute by 1, constitution, 0, each point of constitution enhances a minion's life value by 1, blood chi, 0, each point of blood chi improves a minion's life recovery per minute by 1, resilience, 0, each point of resilience elevates a minion's defense by 1. Ordinary players require only 4,000 experience points to ascend from level 1 to level 2, yet I need a staggering 9-fold experience, 36,000 points, to level up. Gazing at the vast experience requirement, Joshua deliberated briefly before allocating 3 of his 9 free attribute points to strength, elevating the attack power of his decaying leap insect to 10, enabling it to dispatch a jumping insect with 39 life points in just 4 strikes. The remaining 6 points were entirely invested in resilience, causing the armor of his decaying leap insect to soar from 0 to 6. Thus, the opposing jumping insect S attacks could not breach the defense of his decaying leap insect, inflicting merely 1 point of force damage. Meanwhile, his decaying leap insect could eliminate an enemy jumping insect every 4 strikes. After this calculation, a broader smile graced Joshua's face. The formula for victory had been inscribed. The odds of triumph in this war stood at an astonishing 1,000. With a decisive wave of his hand, Joshua commanded, "Charge, my minions." In an instant, the 15 decaying leap insects at Joshua's command sprang into action, bursting forth from the underbrush like wild stallions. racing toward the enemy nest. A low, guttural roar emanated from the mouths of the decaying leap insects, a mass of them surging forward. In the distance, this particular alien insect nest, being the closest to the high ground, boasted the weakest forces. Joshua surveyed the scene, noting that the enemy consisted of 36 jumping insects and 8 worker bees. Their structures mirrored his base, featuring only a single hatchery. Is this truly the simplest opposing nest within the G3 difficulty? Joshua vividly recalled his entrance into the novice instance, the Cloud Mist Insect Valley, 2 decades prior. The nearest lair to the high ground harbored merely 14 jump insects and 3 worker bees. Every 6 hours, hostile insect lairs from afar dispatched their jump insects and worker bees to converge upon this location, forming a small wave of troops intent on breaching the high ground. The combat effectiveness of such forces was predictably poor, and their density remained sparse. As long as the newcomers prioritized defense, they could hold their ground for a day or two. However, successfully enduring for 3 days posed a significant challenge. After all, the enemy's numbers and combat strength would inevitably escalate over time. Even the possibility of sustaining for 2 days hinged on the preservation of 1's troops. Should any of their ranks suffer fatal damage during the defense, leading to casualties, they might find themselves unable to withstand the second or third wave of the insect tide, thus departing the instance prematurely. Yet, emboldened by his capabilities, Joshua had taken the initiative to strike at this enemy lair within mere minutes of entering the Cloud Mist Insect Valley. He commanded 11 of his Humus Leap insects to engage the enemy's main forces, while the remaining 4 entered harvesting mode. However, the sheer number of enemy insects proved overwhelming. The 11 jump insects dispatched to hold the enemy at bay were swiftly encircled and began to endure substantial damage. Nevertheless, Joshua's forces, numbering over a third of the enemies, shared the damage among themselves, causing the decline in the Humus Leap insect's health to be rather gradual. Fortuitously, with the 100 points of Stardust or granted by the squad leader, Joshua's army had increased by 25. Otherwise, his troops might have faced dire consequences. Under the barrage of 10 attacks, Joshua's 4 Humus Leap insects claimed the life of a jump insect each second. Amidst the throng of hostile jump insects, Joshua's Humus Leap insects wreaked havoc, akin to a tiger among wolves. Even if the jump insects valiantly resisted, they posed no tangible threat to Joshua's forces. Witnessing his Humus Leap insects slaughtering the enemy with abandon while his own troops sustained minimal damage filled Joshua with joy. Even when under siege, his Humus Leap insects would gradually replenish their health over time. As Joshua's Humus Leap insects continued their relentless assault, his mainframe incessantly relayed notifications. Ding. Experience 48. Points 1, Stardust, or 1 ding. Experience 51. Points 1, Stardust, or 2 ding. The one-sided slaughter persisted for a brief 2 minutes, culminating in the total annihilation of the enemy forces at this insect lair, leaving behind a solitary incubation chamber. After eliminating all viable threats from this encampment, Joshua reaped significant rewards. Experience X 2122, points X 40, Stardust, or X 50. Had he possessed a standard F-grade talent, the experience garnered would have sufficed for half of his requirements. With a surplus to spare, with his spoils in mind, Joshua promptly closed the rewards panel and turned his gaze toward the solitary incubation chamber. As Joshua raised his hand, poised to command his decomposed leaping insects to obliterate the opponent's hatchery with its 1,500 health points, an unexpected message from his mainframe echoed in his mind. Ding. The opposing faction has extended a gesture of goodwill and surrender. Would you care to accept? Ding. Upon accepting the surrender, this alien insect nest will transform into your subordinate camp, granting you a resource bonus of 100 Shattered Star Ore per hour and an additional military strength enhancement of 1 leaping insect egg every 2 hours. Ding. Should you decline their surrender, this alien insect nest will be annihilated, and you will receive 500 experience points, 1,000 Shattered Star Ore, and 5 leaping insect eggs. Chapter 7. Relinquishing the kill. Is this truly a surrender? Joshua gazed at the option presented before him, contemplating the acceptance of their capitulation, a faint smile gracing his lips. By accepting their surrender, the opposing camp would begin to offer tributes to his own. In essence, he would acquire a camp capable of autonomously generating resources. This particular aspect of the multiverse's design greatly appealed to Joshua. Of course, the opposing faction retained the option to rebel. Should they deem their amassed strength sufficient to overthrow their overlord, they would not hesitate to raise the banner of insurrection. Joshua was acutely aware of this dynamic. Ultimately, power reigned supreme. Fortuitously, Joshua brimmed with confidence in his own capabilities. Accepted. However, just as he consented to their surrender, an unexpected voice resonated from the mainframe. Ding. The opposing faction has sensed your heart of the swarm, raising their loyalty to 100. Ding. Congratulations, you have received a resource bonus of 200 Shattered Star Ore per hour, along with an enhancement of 1 leaping insect egg per hour in military strength. What? Upon receiving this information, Joshua was momentarily taken aback, but his smile widened even further. Could the effects of the heart of the swarm be utilized in such a manner? Splendid. After this camp became his subordinate, it sensed his heart of the swarm, and not only did their loyalty soar to 100, but even the bonuses in resources and military strength doubled, with a resource bonus of 200 Shattered Star Ore per hour, and anticipating that his own camp would reach saturation in 3 hours, yielding a total of 300 Shattered Star Ore per hour. That amounts to an impressive 500 Shattered Star Ore per hour. Converting this Shattered Star Ore to Earth currency would yield a significant sum. Joshua contemplated this figure, a smile illuminating his face. The Shattered Star, or a currency within the multiverse, had completely superseded any form of currency in reality. Following the invasion of the multiverse a century ago, Earth united to create a universal currency known as the Alliance Coin. The purchasing power of the Alliance Coin far exceeded that of any former currency. Yet, despite this, the exchange rate between the Alliance Coin and the Shattered Star or barely reached 101, meaning 10 Alliance Coins could convert to a single Shattered Star Oregon. A typical family, with the labor capacity of 3 individuals, could scarcely earn 3,000 Alliance Coins for a month's work mining Shattered Star, or equating to a mere 300 Shattered Star, or in value. It is evident that Lin Yuru, the head of the class, who effortlessly spent 3 units of Star, or valued at 30,000 Alliance Coins, possesses considerable wealth. Furthermore, her brother Lin Yuan, in a bid to make things difficult for her, generously distributed fragments of Star, or to all members of classes other than Class F. The amount he spent rivals, if not surpasses, that of Lin Yuru. Naturally, given that the Lin family serves as a prominent guardian family in Zay City, such trifling sums are of little consequence to them. If I were to convert the 500 fragments of Star, or I could harvest in an hour into combat power equivalent to that of the Humus Leap Bugs, coupled with the automatic supply of Leap Bug eggs from the camp, I could acquire 9 Leap Bug eggs each hour. This would equate to the potential hatching of at least 27 Leap Bugs every hour. After a moment of contemplation, Joshua found himself in even higher spirits. Although the dozens of Humus Leap Bugs generated each hour would be but a drop in the ocean amidst the countless swarms in the Yunlon Insect Valley, the rate at which Joshua's army was growing far surpassed that of competitors from other classes by numerous folds. Even if faced with a tide of insects, I shall embody Moses, parting the sea of bugs. Having gathered a comprehensive view of his gains, Joshua set his sights on the direction of a nearby camp. Continuing his advance, just a single, minimal, and weak camp could provide him with such a wealth of resources. Imagine the riches if he were to conquer multiple camps. With a gleeful grin, Joshua led his 15 Humus Leap Bugs toward the distant camp. Along the way, he dispatched several small Leap Bug squads, yet he couldn't shake the feeling of loss. If only he had just begun to learn skills, he would have undoubtedly chosen one for taming. Those solitary Leap Bugs were too wasteful to let slip from his grasp. These wild creatures, lacking the capacity for reproduction found in hatcheries, were also considerably weaker in combat strength compared to the Leap Bugs residing in camps. Such wild creatures serve as a primary means for ordinary players to accumulate points through battling. After all, players like Joshua, who charge headlong into enemy camps with a large army right from the start, are exceedingly rare. In over a century since the invasion of Earth by various realms, such occurrences have been nearly non-existent. 20 minutes later, Joshua arrived at the lair of the hostile insect swarm with his legion. Within this camp resided 18 Leap Bugs and 12 worker bees. In Joshua's recollection, this camp initially contained only 8 Leap Bugs and 6 worker bees. In terms of sheer numbers, the military presence in this lair was significantly inferior to that of the first lair he had encountered. However, the primary combat units, the Leap Bugs, were evidently distinct from those he had just vanquished. The Leap Bugs here boasted sturdier hind legs and 2 pairs of mantis-like wings on their backs. While the size of these wings suggested they were not intended for flight, they certainly appeared more agile. Joshua examined closely, and the attributes panel of the opponent materialized before his eyes. Species: jumping insect, variant of leaping insect. Rank: common white. Description: hostile nest jumping insect. Having evolved into a leaping insect under the influence of G3 difficulty, showcasing a significant enhancement in attributes. Attack: 9 defense, 0 health. 30, regenerates in 1 minute. Attack speed: 18 seconds. Movement speed: 18 seconds. It appeared that the fewer the basic jumping insects in the alien insects lair, the greater the probability of mutation into the leaping insect variant. A glance at the jumping insects in the adversary's nest made Joshua acutely aware of the terrifying aspects of G3 difficulty. The base attack power of 5 had been boosted by 2 points due to the leaping insect variant, effectively increasing it by 40 to 7 points, and subsequently doubling to reach 9. The attack speed was raised from 1 second to 15 seconds, an increase of 50, while the movement speed escalated from 10 seconds to 15 seconds, also a 50 rise. If other players were to encounter an army of G3 difficulty leaping insect variants, they might very well surrender immediately. However, Joshua gazed at the distant swarm of jumping insects with an unwavering smile. Reflecting softly, this is the variant of the leaping insect under G3 difficulty, indeed formidable. With an attack power of 9, it could effortlessly breach the 6 points of defense of Joshua's decaying leap insects, inflicting 3 points of damage with each strike. Coupled with an attack speed of 18 and a movement speed of 18 seconds, once Joshua's troops were ensnared, escape would be impossible. Yet, my decaying leap insects possess a fortified toughness attribute of 6 points. With a sweeping gesture, Joshua commanded his 15 decaying leap insects to surge forth, grouped in threes, as they viciously lunged at the adversarial jumping insects. Bolstered by the 6 points of toughness, the opponent's jumping insects could only inflict 3 points of damage per attack on Joshua's decaying leap insects. Meanwhile, Joshua's decaying leap insects, with a damage output of 10 points, required merely 3 strikes to obliterate a single jumping insect. Even if the opposing jumping insects boasted an attack speed of 18, they would need a full 6 seconds to completely annihilate one of Joshua's. Under circumstances of comparable troop numbers, Joshua would not afford the enemy such ample time to attack. Victory in this battle was assured. Immediately, Joshua raised his hand and commanded, "Release the onslaught." Chapter 8. Tripling the army under Zhou's effective control, a coordinated assault from 3 decaying leap insects could outright eliminate a single jumping insect. Furthermore, it would only require a brief moment of 1 second, resulting in the instantaneous demise of 5 jumping insects from the enemy's ranks. Such as efficiency, taking into account the time spent maneuvering the jumping insects to encircle others. It took less than half a minute for another unclaimed territory to fall under Zhou's dominion. As for the fate of the previous landowner, that remains unknown. Post-battle, Zhou tallied the rewards acquired from annihilating this encampment. Experience points, 1982, score, 39, star shards, 48. The number of jumping worms at this camp is significantly lower compared to the previous one that Zhou had subdued. However, due to the superior combat prowess and exceptional quality of these jumping worms, the experience points, scores, and stardust mines awarded to Zhou have seen an enhancement. Nevertheless, in terms of total rewards, the bounty for annihilating this camp is somewhat diminished. Ding. The opposing side has extended a gesture of goodwill and surrender. Do you accept? Ding. Acceptance grants 120 stardust mines per hour and 2 jumping worm eggs in 2 hours. Ding. Refusal yields 480 experience points, 900 stardust mines, and 5 jumping worm eggs. Zhou chose to accept the surrender, adhering to his usual practice. Upon acceptance, the previously encountered panel reappeared before him. Ding. The opposing side senses that you possess the loyalty of the swarm heart at 100. Ding. Resource output at 100, egg output at 100. As of now, Zhou has been outside the camp for an hour. His own camp has reached maximum production, generating 300 stardust mines per hour. With this camp added to his holdings, Zhou effectively commands 3 bases, accumulating a total hourly yield of 700 stardust mines and 2 jumping worm eggs. Just 1 hour into the game, the profits are so bountiful that Zhou feels as though he could awaken from sleep with a smile. However, the forthcoming rewards are poised to be even more staggering. Engaging the camp of the leap worms, in terms of battle losses and rewards, proves to be less advantageous than vanquishing the fission worms. The fission worm camps require a longer duration for assault, incur lower losses, and yield higher rewards. Conversely, the leap worm camps demand less time, result in greater losses, and offer slightly lower returns. Given the brief 3-day window for score accumulation, it would be wiser to target the fission worm camps for optimal rewards. Rubbing his chin in contemplation, Zhou resolved to recall the terrain of the Cloud Mist Worm Valley. He remembered that in his past life, after unifying the Zerg, a human descendant awakened a unique royal worm, thoroughly surveying the entirety of the Cloud Mist Worm Valley and uploading the map to the mainframe. Fortunately, his memory served him well, allowing him to retain the details. After spending several minutes, Zhou formed a rough mental map of the Cloud Mist Worm Valley. Since he is currently participating in the G3 difficulty level, the terrain may have undergone some alterations, so being overly precise is not necessarily advantageous. With a map in mind, Zhou set forth towards the next camp, known for its high population of jumping worms. According to previous patterns, if a camp boasts a significant number of jumping worms at normal difficulty, it is plausible that, under the G3 difficulty enhancement, these worms may mutate into a more numerous but weaker variant of fission worms. The acquisition of stardust mines and experience points would be substantial, albeit with diminished combat effectiveness. Such a promising target is too enticing to ignore. Before reaching level 2, with only a 9-point attribute enhancement, it is prudent to exploit the fission worm camps a bit more. Only by maximizing profits can one accelerate their growth to the fullest extent. Once I reach level 2 and acquire an additional 9 attribute points, I shall initiate the relentless advancement mode. At that juncture, regardless of the mutations of these insects, I shall sweep them all away with a singular F2A strategy. Having made this resolve, Zhou deftly maneuvered the central brain to control his hatchery, which was situated high upon the plateau. An hour had elapsed, and his hatchery was now at full production capacity, ready to commence the generation of an army. The subordinate camps Zhou had conquered would automatically send resources and insect eggs to his hatchery every hour within the dungeon. Even if a camp surrendered at the 59th minute, it would still contribute resources when the hour mark was reached. Thus, the earlier I occupy more camps, the quicker my army expands, and the faster my strength grows. With a slight smile, Zhou glanced at the balance of his hatchery. Stardust, or 612 jumping insect eggs. To his main base had only just begun production and was still rather impoverished. Yet the 400 stardust or tax collected from the 2 subordinate camps had been received, coupled with the scattered alien insects Zhou had vanquished along the way. His own stardust or had exceeded the 600 mark. This indicated that I could now hatch 10 additional humus jumpers. The mere thought of this figure ignited a spark in Zhou's eyes. Without hesitation, he cast the 600 stardust ore into the maw of the hatchery and selected the icon for the jumping insect. In an instant, 10 larvae transformed into luminescent green eggs. These 10 eggs, along with the 2 that had been contributed by the camps, began to rhythmically pulsate, analyzing the genetic sequences of the humus jumpers within a mere 3 seconds. Copy, integrate, split, mutate, crack. 3 seconds later, with a series of crisp sounds, all 12 eggs simultaneously hatched into a swarm of jumping insects. Behold, a total of 36 humus jumpers emerged, stretching their wings and emitting thunderous roars, brimming with vitality. Eager to join the fray, Zhou's initial army of 15 humus jumpers had now tripled in number to 51. Now, this is what one would call an army. However, these newly hatched humus jumpers were still within the camps atop the plateau. It would take some time for them to rendezvous with Zhou's main force. After issuing commands for the newly hatched humus jumpers to advance toward a specific camp, Joshua began to strategize. Once my army swells further, I can start dividing forces to subdue other camps. At that point, the efficiency of capturing additional camps would double. With a subtle smile, Joshua led his army in the direction of the designated enemy camp, ready to commence the suppression. The operation had begun. Chapter 9, Insect Queen. As boss Joshua led his troops to the next camp teeming with jump insects, the team of decomposed leap bugs, summoned by the command from the main hive, arrived ahead of him, converging at the entrance of the hostile encampment. Indeed, prior to enhancing my physique through genetic modification, my marching speed hindered my subordinates. After all, the base movement speed of the leap bugs is 10 seconds, effortlessly accelerating to 10 meters per second within a mere second. Conversely, humans can only sustain a speed of 10 meters per second with rigorous training, and once fatigued, require extensive rest to recuperate. This exemplifies the terrifying aspect of the insect race. Gazing at the decomposed leap bugs that had reached the target camp long before him, Joshua let out a resigned sigh. The decomposed leap bugs possess the ability to traverse terrain with ease, while being human necessitates sacrificing movement speed when navigating mountains and valleys. In terms of physical capacity, Joshua undeniably lags behind his subordinates. However, this is merely a temporary state. Once Joshua acquires the ability to replicate genetic fragments from within his subordinates' bodies, he will be able to enhance his physical prowess. Nonetheless, such considerations were unnecessary at present. Regaining his focus, Joshua turned his attention to the hostile insect hive before him. This particular camp was deliberately selected, characterized by a higher than average number of leap insects at a standard difficulty level. Now, as Joshua surveyed the scene, he confirmed that all the leap insects had indeed mutated into fission variants, their numbers alarmingly high, an astonishing total of 56 leap insects. This count surpassed the combined totals of leap insects from the 2 previous camps he had encountered. Of course, this camp housed more than just leap insects. In addition to the 16 worker bees responsible for resource gathering, there was also a large insect resembling a half-human, half-scorpion creature, standing nearly 2 meters tall. Its back was adorned with 2 massive spikes akin to arms, capable of striking 2 targets simultaneously or attacking the same target twice in succession. Its upper torso was slender, with a head resembling a radar, featuring large membranes and exoskeletons that seemed capable of receiving signals. Covered in a hard shell, its posterior boasted a luminescent green abdomen. The entire creature resembled a scorpion queen with a humanoid upper body, and judging by its 5 pairs of formidable legs, it also possessed remarkable mobility. This insect unit was the Insect Queen. Species: Insect Queen. Description: the Insect Queen of the hostile hive only appears in normal nests under G3 difficulty. Attack: 8x2 defense, 2 health, 300, regenerates in 2 minutes, attack speed, 1 second movement speed, 10 seconds. This Insect Queen did not display a rank, indicating it had not evolved, merely possessing some basic attributes in addition to the fundamental Insect Queen panel. Observing the panel of this Insect Queen, Joshua could not help but smile, exclaiming in wonder, in addition to the usual fare, there are indeed some substantial dishes. It seems my long journey here was not in vain. With an attack power of up to 8 points, and the ability to inflict damage twice with each strike, the DPS, damage per second, reaches an impressive 16 points. When targeting a standard jumping bug, it takes merely 2 seconds to utterly dismantle one. Coupled with its inherent defense of 2 points, the jumping bug's 5 points of attack are mitigated by 40, resulting in only 3 points of damage taken. Furthermore, with a staggering 300 health points, one must concede that this creature, even when confronted by 4 or 5 ordinary jumping bugs, could very well emerge victorious. Such attributes can only be likened to that of a boss. Faced with such a formidable adversary, Joshua furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating the time it would take to vanquish this foe. The imposing creature in the distance had evidently sensed Joshua's presence. With a fierce roar, it turned to face him, its luminescent green eyes emanating an ominous glow, brimming with malice and threat. The swarm of jumping bugs behind it, as if commanded, charged towards Joshua. Observing the mass of bugs rushing towards him, Joshua lifted his hand and summoned his 51 decaying leap bugs to engage the enemy. Ding. Experience 49.1, star shard 1. Ding. Experience 52.1, star shard 2. 40 seconds later. Ding. The enemy has offered a gesture of surrender. Would you like to accept? Accept. Ding. The enemy senses your heart of the swarm loyalty at 100. Ding. Resource yield 100. Egg yield 100. Gazing at the multitude of corpses strewn about, Joshua dusted off his hands, a smile creeping onto his face. All done. Just a minor boss accompanied by a horde of weaklings. It hardly required a grand effort. This boss was only a true challenge for ordinary players facing the jumping bugs. Yet, each of his decaying leap bugs could easily be regarded as a small boss in its own right. With the formidable strength and sheer numbers of his decaying leap bugs, how could the boss hope to survive a direct onslaught? As for the jumping bugs, whose numbers were nearly equal to his own forces, what use were they? Their damage was insufficient to even scratch his decaying leap bugs. This boss, despite boasting 8 points of attack, was inconsequential. His decaying leap bugs possessed a defense of 6 points. Thus, even at full damage, the boss could inflict only 4 points of damage. Given the imposing size of the boss, Joshua commanded his decaying leap bugs to surround it, allowing 8 to engage simultaneously. With an attack power of 10 points, the decaying leap bugs could easily breach the boss's meager 2 points of defense, inflicting a staggering 8 points of damage. Each second, the surrounding decaying leap bugs would whittle away 64 points of the boss's health. Could this mere creature, With only 300 health points, possibly survive for even 5 seconds? Slightly smirking, Joshua proceeded to tally his rewards, routinely accepting double the tribute before leading his forces triumphantly towards the next target encampment. With the expansion of his forces, Joshua's efficiency in clearing the battlefield reached unprecedented heights. While he adeptly commanded the humus leap bugs to conduct a thorough cleansing, his hands were not idle either. Each time he obliterated the alien insects, he accrued a staggering 60 star shards, sufficient to procure additional humus leap bugs. Joshua would then access the incubation panel of his camp through the mainframe, allocating the star shards to the larvae, initiating the hatching of more humus leap bugs, thereby further augmenting his army. As time progressed, the number of territories Joshua conquered steadily increased, 5, 8, 10. With the escalation in territories, the bounty of star shards and leap bug eggs he garnered also surged dramatically. The ranks of Joshua's humus leap bug army began to multiply rapidly, 80, 200, 500. As time flowed inexorably onward, the illuminated regions on the map of Cloud Mist Insect Valley expanded remarkably. Chapter 10. The insect tide approaches. Time raced forward. Unbeknownst to him, Joshua had engaged in combat within the novice dungeon for a full 5 hours. Only 1 hour remained before he would face a hostile insect siege in the upcoming 6th hour. During these 5 hours, Joshua, leading his forces, had successfully breached 14 enemy insect camps. His hourly resource acquisition soared to an impressive 300 star shards and 16 leap bug eggs. The strength of Joshua's humus leap bug army swelled from 51 4 hours prior to an astonishing 902, tantalizingly close to the 4-digit mark. This was the true essence of an unstoppable swarm. Gazing at the increasingly illuminated map, Joshua found himself enamored with the sensation of commanding everything with precision. It was the outcome of his decision to prioritize efficiency, pushing forward relentlessly once he deemed his leap bug numbers adequate. Otherwise, his army would have been even larger. Every 100 leap bugs were organized into a squad. Each squad swept across the map in different directions, leaving no trace in their wake, effortlessly overcoming any small camps they encountered. With the humus leap bug army dispersed and Joshua no longer a hindrance to their marching speed, their mobility reached its zenith. The full potential of their speed was unleashed, significantly reducing travel time. Previously, Joshua could only conquer 2 alien insect camps per hour as his subordinate camps. However, after liberating the humus leap bugs from their constraints, he surged to seize 14 camps within the subsequent 4 hours. A resounding victory. As Joshua surveyed the map continuously illuminated by the mainframe, he marveled. Compared to the size of the humus leap bug army, my resources are but a trifling matter. Star shards, 13. Joshua possessed a mere 13 units of star shards. Although collecting star shards could be exchanged for real-world currency, he remained undeterred in his preparations to expand his army. The greater the number of troops, the stronger his might. In the realm of the Shattered Star Mine and the Star Mine, akin to the Alliance coins in reality, one can find abundant dungeons to acquire them. Numerous dungeons are endowed with high-energy star body mines, among which the energy content of the Shattered Star Mine allows its ratio to the star mine to reach an astonishing 50,001 at times. Such dungeons exist solely for the purpose of farming star mines. The Novice Dungeon, Cloudstorm Worm Valley, primarily yields resources in the form of points, which are garnered chiefly through combat. The most fundamental unit of combat is the army, which is why Joshua unconditionally opts for overwhelming force. The concept of overwhelming force is inexhaustible. The battles between aberrant insects hinge on sheer numbers, a truth well understood by Joshua. Before entering the myriad realms upon graduating high school, humanity's principal adversary was the aberrant insects, numbering in the tens of thousands, all belonging to the Zerg species, still in their primitive tribal state. Under the aegis of the Zerg, humanity is also obliged to fulfill its duties, entering the various dungeons affiliated with the Zerg. To subdue those tribes still in their barbaric era is a responsibility humanity must uphold. This obligation is often referred to as tribute. Although the Zerg disdain all resources, technology, and advancements possessed by humanity, they highly regard one particular asset, cunning. The Zerg perceive humanity's only utility as providing them with a modicum of assistance through guile. Thus, the Zerg are willing to relinquish some of their inferior genetic material, unenhanced insect eggs, and unrefined genetic sequences to humanity. In turn, humanity often manages to unlock potentials from these seemingly worthless offerings that far surpass their intrinsic value. Humanity's task is to harness its unique strengths and venture into the various barbaric tribes within the Zerg, planting the banners of the legitimate Zerg royal lineage across the star domains. This is the benevolence of the Zerg, their kindness, and humanity's duty, its tribute. Joshua inhaled deeply, sensing the inadequacy of his army's numbers, and reminisced. It was fortunate that in my previous life, I seized the right moment to dismantle and unify the Zerg from within, thus sparing humanity from becoming cannon fodder on the front lines. Alas, Joshua sighed deeply. Unfortunately, in the end, it was still due to insufficient strength that I perished in the myriad realms, failing to safeguard humanity. Before formally entering the myriad realms, the tactic of insect swarms was the most advantageous and convenient strategy in warfare. However, upon entering these realms, individual strength became paramount. Joshua could never forget the moment when the white-clad Empress Mu Qingyun unleashed her sword to shatter the Starry River. Just as he ascended the myriad clans list and settled at the tail end of the 72nd Celestial Spirit Realm, preparing to advance against the 71st Heavenly Will has descended. For this divine decree, the white-clad Empress Mu Qingyun wielded the shattered sword of the Starry River against herself. Mu Qingyun, O Mu Qingyun, The realms conspire to slay me. How shall you protect me? If you do not vanquish me, your own spirit origin realm shall be lost as well. After taking several deep breaths and dispelling the distractions in his mind, Joshua glanced at the time and concluded, if my calculations are correct, the hostile alien insects in the Yunlan Insect Valley are likely preparing to launch their first siege. No sooner had Joshua spoken than the mainframe delivered an alert. Ding. The primary nest in the Yunlan Insect Valley has detected your presence and is currently assembling an insect tide. The first siege will commence in 1 hour. Ding. Please be vigilant in defending your camp and strategically organize your troops. Wishing you well. With the sound of these two system alerts, Joshua noticed that numerous red dots had appeared on his map in areas yet to be illuminated. These red dots undoubtedly represented the hostile alien insects poised to assault his camp. At that moment, the red dots seemed to have received a command, transforming into streams flowing towards a specific direction, converging. After committing the location of the red dots, shrouded in the dark fog of war, to memory, Joshua closed his eyes, unfurling the mental map in his mind to begin estimating the types of enemy units. At difficulty level G3, the first wave of the insect tide involved the forces of 9 alien insect nests, 6 large nests, and 3 small ones. If my calculations are accurate, this equates to the combined strength of 6 fish and bug variant jump nests and 3 leaping bug variant jump nests. As for the deployment of the insect leader, I shall conservatively estimate it to be 9. Considering the direction of the insect swarm, Joshua opened his eyes and gazed approximately 2 kilometers ahead. There lay a camp, the destination where the red streams on the map converged. It was the closest hostile alien insect camp to Joshua's own. In 1 hour, once the alien insects had assembled, they would prioritize attacking the camp occupied by the players. To prevent the enemy from reclaiming these camps, I must first act decisively. It is best to annihilate the gathered forces. Resolute in his determination, Joshua began to rally his troops and charge towards the gathering forces. Chapter 11. Hidden Talents in the Yunlan Insect Valley. The player Tian Xingjian exclaimed, "Wow, the first wave of the insect tide has gathered." Atop an incubation chamber, a boy with a pot-shaped head, resembling a garlic-headed turtle, sat with a startled expression as he raised an eyebrow. Observing the red dots on the map, which had converged from 6 distant camps, he thought to himself, even though I have chosen difficulty level G2, this first wave of the insect tide should not pose much difficulty. Leaping from the top of the incubation chamber, he was caught by a half-human, half-snake alien insect and landed safely. This stinging serpent stood 2 meters tall, with an upper body shaped like an inverted triangle, sporting scythe-like arms reminiscent of a mantis. Clearly exhibiting formidable power, the lower body resembled that of a serpent, moving with a silent grace and remarkable speed. Beneath the immense bony plate of the spiked serpent's head lay a pinhole, as thick as a pencil. This aperture, akin to a cannon's barrel, remained in an expanded state during movement, seemingly poised for a spine dart launch at any moment. Once the garlic tortoise landed steadily, he cast a glance behind him at the 3 towering spiked serpents, each standing nearly 2 meters tall. The smile faded from his face, giving way to concern for his good brother, as he remarked, "In just 40 minutes, the wave of insects will be fully assembled. I wonder how old Joe is faring. I sincerely hope he hasn't drawn the worker bee's larvae. Defending against that would prove quite troublesome. However, if he knew I had drawn the Archer series spiked serpent gene, he would likely turn green with envy." With that, Gao Tian stretched his body and led the 3 spiked serpents along with a dozen jumping insects toward the distance. Once the insect wave assembled, it would prioritize an assault on my outer camps. The 2 camps I had painstakingly captured provided a total of 100 shards of star, or in 50 units of diluted gas per hour. Such resources cannot be relinquished so easily. Sharing the same sentiment as Joshua, Gao Tian rolled his shoulders and steered his forces toward the gathering site of the alien insects. This time, let me be the final front for Class F. Player Lin Jiaye's patrol, Yuru, in the Cloud Valley of Insects. 20 minutes remain. Standing upon a patch of gray, muddy terrain, Lin Yuru gazed at the nearest enemy camp. The mycelium carpets between the 6 subsidiary camps had been laid, enabling swift support for my troops. Thus, regardless of which camp the wave of insects chose to attack first, I could minimize losses. As long as I can hold the line, I can expand once more, extending the mycelium carpets over a greater distance. Lin Yuru sighed deeply, turning to look at the 5 busy insect queens behind her, diligently deploying mycelium tumors. The Lin family's insect queen units possessed the innate skill of mycelium tumor, allowing them to plant a living biomass tumor upon the ground. This tumor siphons the vitality of the soil, growing until it bursts forth as a mycelium carpet. The mycelium carpet is an essential battlefield environment for the Zerg swarm. Whenever the Zerg stand upon the mycelium, they can absorb its nutrients, gaining an array of buffs such as enhanced movement speed, increased attack speed, and health regeneration, among others. Of course, these attributes can only be accessed with the support of Zerg technology. My Lin family's sorceress class insect queen possesses low combat capability, leaning towards support. The mycelium carpets she lays only provide the most basic movement speed buff, ideal for defense. The first wave of siege, with only 3 opposing camps gathering forces, is fundamentally a standard G1 difficulty, quite manageable. Defending for 3 days poses no problem. My jumping insects possess low combat prowess, and the insect queen loses 80 of her movement speed once away from the mycelium, making defense the most suitable strategy for me. What I must endeavor to achieve within the extended time frame of 3 days is to diligently acquire a greater abundance of resources. Lin Yuru gazed into the distance, where a swarm of insects was gradually amassing, and the brilliance in her eyes sparkled even more bringing a smile to her face. Under the G1 difficulty level, the 6 camps I've occupied can collectively provide me with 150 shards of star, or in 2 jumping insect eggs, every hour. The longer I maintain my position, the more bountiful my resources and rewards will be. Since I have chosen the simplest G1 difficulty, I must maximize my strengths, steadfastly hold my ground, and advance cautiously. Perhaps in the final scoring tally, I may not receive any score bonuses, but I shall gather resources at double or even triple the rate. My score must not falter. I am determined to secure a high score. The player Lin Jia's vast green meadow, the valley of cloud lawn insects. Cursed be it. Do not touch my camp. I fought hard to seize it. Hurry, insect queen. Are you unable to move without your fungal carpet? Block them, jumping insects. Do not let them wipe us out. Come back to me quickly. Class A's leader, Lin Yuan, observed his recently captured camp, which was unexpectedly reclaimed by hostile jumping insects. Ding. Your affiliated camp has sensed reinforcements, and its loyalty has dropped to 0. Ding. You have lost an affiliated camp. You receive a resource bonus, 50 shards of star, or for 50 hours. Lin Yuan, witnessing the swarm snatch away his only affiliated camp, was incensed and erupted in curses. Why is loyalty so low? I have eliminated all your living forces. Why can't you raise your loyalty to 100? It is merely a G2 difficulty, just the second level. Why are there so many aberrant insects? Yet, despite his wrath, Lin Yuan endeavored to maintain his composure. Fall back. All units, retreat. All jumping insects, return to me. Stand upon the fungal carpet and wear them down with speed. Lin Yuan fervently issued commands, maneuvering his army to withdraw. The jumping insects, swift as they were, had already descended from the battlefield. However, the 2 insect queens, having left the fungal carpet, moved at an agonizingly slow pace and had yet to return to higher ground. At that moment, the remaining 46 hostile jumping insects, having reclaimed the camp, transformed back into a swarm, encircling the insect queens. Seeing this, Lin Yuan grew increasingly anxious. He pressed the F2 key in his heart and charged ahead. Go. Everyone, attack. Do not harm my queens. Do not kill my queens. In an instant, the worker bees, currently gathering resources atop the high ground, and the returning jumping insects, still recuperating, received the command to charge forward. Lin Yuan's battle situation was exceedingly precarious. Nevertheless, as the leader of Class A, with a level reaching 3 and a talent of E grade, the 6 attribute points he brought forth still provided his army with commendable boosts. After suffering the loss of more than half of his jumping insects and worker bees, Lin Yuan finally managed to safeguard the last 2 remaining insect queens. Gazing at the 2 wounded insects, one barely alive with half its vitality and the other with a crimson hue, Lin Yuan exhaled a long breath of relief. As long as it's alive, it's good, it's good. Fortunately, my hidden E-tier talent has granted me an additional 4 points of defense. Otherwise, the insect queen might have been reduced to ashes. As long as the queen remains intact, I can continue to lay down my fungal tumors. If I can stabilize my development from here on, there is still a chance for a comeback. Frustrated, Lin Yuan resolved to refrain from reckless actions and focus on steady growth. To lift his spirits, he found amusement in his choice of talent, derived from himself, reaffirming its efficacy. Yet, he pondered the source of this concealed prowess. Chapter 12. Ascension Challenge of the Instance. Is this it? Zhozhua surveyed the ground littered with the corpses of insects, his expression one of dissatisfaction. 160 mutated fission insects, 60 mutated leap insects, and 6 insect queens, hardly enough to satisfy. Over half an hour ago, Zhozhua had arrived at this gathering of insect hordes. After spending 2 minutes decimating 90% of the camp, he settled in to wait for his quarry. If he were to annihilate this camp entirely, the insect tide would bypass the assembly phase and launch aimless attacks. Thus, it was far better to let the insect tide approach him with purpose. A dozen leap insects arrived, gone in an instant. An insect queen appeared, vanished just as quickly. This cycle continued. Meanwhile, feeling somewhat bored with the onslaught of aberrant insects, Zhozhua dispatched 70% of his forces to sweep through the Yunlan insect valley. After eliminating the last leap insect, he claimed the camp as his own, turning it into an emotionless ATM. Following the extermination of these aberrant insects, Zhozhua's points surged to a staggering figure. Resources were scarce, as the shattered star ore was used to bolster his forces. After overcoming the initial insect tide, his count of leap insects had risen from 1115 to 1136, growing ever more numerous. Zhozhua felt as if his humus leap insects possessed a breeding capability. The more he killed, the more they multiplied. It was only moments ago that the sacrificial behavior of the aberrant insect tide came to an end. Just after this conclusion, a notification echoed in Zhozhua's mind. Ding. Congratulations on surviving the first insect tide. Cherish this opportunity and continue your development. Rather than dismissing the interface, Zhozhua kept his gaze fixed upon it, seemingly awaiting something. Soon, a new message appeared on the interface. Ding. Given that the difficulty level you have challenged is the highest tier, level 3, of the Yunlan Insect Valley, the Ascension Challenge of Yunlan Insect Valley has been initiated. With this system prompt, a futuristic panel materialized before Zhozhua. Challenge in the Cloud Mist Insect Valley. Challenge description. You have selected the highest difficulty level for the current instance. If you can successfully survive 12 waves of insect tides, the G4 difficulty will be unlocked. Exercise caution, as the damage you inflict upon the tribes of the Cloud Mist Insect Valley will be retaliated upon by the remaining tribes. However, should you manage to eliminate the aberrant insects within the Cloud Mist Insect Valley before the 12th wave, you shall be rewarded more generously. Challenge objective. Survive 12 waves of insect tides. Eliminate the aberrant insect tribes in the G3 Cloud Mist Insect Valley before the 12th wave. Current wave of insects, 1. Remaining tribes, 998. Current tribe attribute bonus, 02. Challenge reward. Unleash G4 difficulty in the Cloud Mist Insect Valley for humanity. Unknown. Receiving these prompts from the mainframe, Joshua smiled slightly, everything unfolding as he had anticipated. Joshua chose the G3 difficulty of the Cloud Mist Insect Valley not merely for the allure of a threefold increase in points. Rather, the maximum difficulty of beginner instances is capped at G3. The higher the upper limit of the beginner instance's difficulty, the less constrained other fortunate prodigies among humanity will be, unlike myself, who is bound by a lower tier of difficulty. If the difficulty of the instance remains sealed, then let me shatter that confinement with my own hands. Joshua clenched his fists, his fighting spirit ignited. After all, raising the upper limits of instance difficulty is not a novel endeavor for me from my previous life. To the side of the challenge panel, there were two lists resembling leaderboards, displaying cold, hard characters, Cloud Mist Insect Valley G3 Progress. NO1 Green Radiant Serpent Clan 100, NO2 Spirit Flame Fox Clan 100, NO3 Iron Tooth Crocodile Clan 100, NO4 to NO15 Silver Crystal Butterfly Clan 100, NO16 Mist Frost Spider Clan 86, NO17 Humanity 673, NO18 Slime Clan 12. This leaderboard reflects the progress of the races under the aegis of the Zerg Insect Clan in conquering the G3 difficulty of the Cloud Mist Insect Valley. The 18 races are neatly arranged. Among these, those that have reached 100 in progress are ordered by the sequence of their completion, while those yet to achieve 100 are arranged by their progress in the instance. This leaderboard, in a sense, also serves as a ranking of the strength of the races under the Zerg Insect Clan. The longer these races have belonged to the Zerg Insect Clan, the stronger their abilities derived from it, the higher their insect eggs, and the more refined their genetic sequences. These races also pose the greatest obstacle for humanity's ascent. Those not of our kind must have different hearts. This saying holds true for every race. In my previous life, it took me 4 years to subdue these miscellaneous races, followed by another 4 years to unify all the Zerg Insect Clan. After concealing the leaderboard, Joshua smiled faintly, his eyes brimming with confidence. In this life, let me set a modest goal, to unify the Zerg Insect Clan within 2 years. He regarded these insignificant races with disdain. As for the second ranking, it pertains to the human race led by Joshua, specifically the strategy leaderboard for the G3 difficulty of the Cloud Mist Insect Valley. The progress in the Cloud Mist Insect Valley G3 human race is as follows. 1. Number 1. Ember Emperor, alias 673-2. No. 2. Unyielding Flame, alias 568-3. Number 3. The Day Still Remains, alias 532, deceased. 4. No. 4. White-Clad Dreamer, alias 496. The individuals occupying this leaderboard are all familiar to Joshua. Most of them are his seniors, with the exception of number 4. White-Clad Dreamer, who is of the same generation as Joshua. In his previous life, when Joshua aspired to achieve great things, it was these seniors with whom he strategized, and together they rallied to suppress the 16 races that had trampled upon humanity within a mere 4 years. In this life, once he attains strength, he shall pay visits to each of these esteemed figures. After collecting both leaderboards, Joshua let out a deep sigh. For no matter how grand the visions of the future may be, before him lie but 4 words. The weight of responsibility is heavy, and the road ahead is long. Among the countless dungeons derived from the Zerg insect race, there exist numerous such leaderboards. The human race, to some extent, holds a place on these boards, yet it is nearly always at the bottom. In the higher tiers of challenging dungeons, the name of the human race is entirely absent. What Joshua aims to accomplish is to replicate his actions from his previous life. He intends to imprint the name of humanity onto every leaderboard, ensuring it occupies the pinnacle of each. Standing atop the camp, he gazed towards the Cloud Mist Insect Valley, still shrouded in darkness and fog. And his resolve was reignited. Having been reborn, he must achieve even greater accomplishments than in his past life. He shall lead humanity to a new era of glory. Chapter 13. A perfect score is an insult to me to once again attain the achievements of his previous life. The most crucial element is combat strength. With a focused gaze, Joshua waved his hand, casting all the star shard ore he had obtained into the incubation facility, initiating a vigorous breeding of the corrupted jumping worms. To unlock higher difficulties of the dungeons, a larger and more formidable army is required. Joshua does not need to worry about the quantity of his forces. As time progresses, the affiliated camps will consistently provide him with star shard ore and jumping worm eggs. As for the issue of combat strength, Joshua turned his attention to the experience bar on his attribute panel. Experience 3, 598, 736, 000. With just 13 more experience points, Joshua could ascend to level 2. Given the SSS grade talent of his Swarm Heart, upon reaching level 2, he would once again receive the following notifications. Ding. Congratulations on your level up, current level 2. Ding. Your talent has been detected as SSS grade. You have gained 9 free attribute points. Please allocate them as needed. Note: character levels and free attribute points cannot be taken out of the dungeon. Please allocate freely. Before Joshua could finish his words, an opportunistic corrupted jumping worm had eliminated an enemy, granting him the crucial experience needed to reach level 2. Immediately, Joshua opened his attribute panel to take a look. Name: Joshua. Level 2. Experience 9, 672, 000. Attributes: Strength 3, Agility 0, Intelligence 0, Spirit 0, Constitution 0. Bloodchi 0, Resilience 6 Technology. Currently contributed 9 points of technology, gazing at the experience requirement that had directly doubled. Joshua couldn't help but sigh. To ascend from level 2 to level 3, 8,000 points of experience are required. Under the demanding SSS grade talent of the Heart of the Swarm, I must expend 9 times the experience, a total of 72,000 points, to level up once more. However, the high experience requirement brings with it a tangible boon of freely allocable attribute points. Once again, Joshua found himself with 9 additional free attribute points to distribute. What should he allocate them to? Given that Joshua had embarked on the current difficulties promotion challenge, each wave of insects would see the enemy's attributes enhanced by a percentage, dictated by the number of tribes already vanquished in the Cloud Mist Insect Valley. Thus, Joshua believed that his allocation of points must be calculated with utmost caution. Without hesitation, Joshua decisively allocated all his free attribute points to Strength. Strength 312. Damage maximized. In my previous life, I was overly meticulous due to a lack of power. In this life, with my prowess, winning is a foregone conclusion. Why waste energy on trifles? Upon completing the distribution of attribute points, the characteristics of Joshua's Humus Jumping Insect underwent a remarkable transformation. Species, Humus Jumping Insect Rarity, Blue Rare Attack, 19 Defense, 6 Health, 30, Regeneration 1 minute, Attack Speed, 1 second Movement Speed, 10 seconds. The base attack power of the Jumping Insect is 5 points. With the combat power enhancement from the variant Jumping Insect, Joshua's Humus Jumping Insect now boasts an attack power of 7 points. Coupled with Joshua's total of 12 points in strength, the attack power surged to a striking 19 points. How much health could those jumping insects in the Cloud Mist Insect Valley possibly possess? 40 points? 50 points? With the astounding attack power of Joshua's Humus Jumping Insect and an overwhelming number of troops, every battle would be a matter of sheer quantity and combat prowess. As long as 3 Humus Jumping Insects surrounded a single enemy jumping insect, whether it be a variant of the leaping insect or the fishing insect, Joshua's Humus Jumping Insect could achieve a swift kill. This is the essence of high combat power and overwhelming numbers. As Joshua finalized the allocation of these 9 points, he could distinctly observe that the advance of his Humus Jumping Insect army on the map had accelerated by at least twofold. Initially, Joshua's meager forces could barely conquer 2 affiliated camps within the first hour. Yet, after his army swelled and took shape, his Humus Jumping Insect troops could now seize 9 camps within an hour. With the recent surge in attack power, Joshua could capture at least 30 camps every hour. At this moment, less than an hour has elapsed since the recent insect tide, and Joshua has dispatched nearly 70% of his forces. Yet he has already reclaimed 26 camps. Should he commit the remaining 30% of his troops to the battlefield, the resultant gains would undoubtedly fill his coffers to overflowing. Furthermore, due to the formidable combat prowess of his Humic jump insects, each skirmish typically results in them sustaining only minor injuries, with life points diminished by less than 5. During the journey to the next camp, which spans at least 10 minutes, the basic life recovery rate of the Humic jump insects allows them to regain 1 life point per minute. By the time they reach the next battlefield, their health will be nearly restored, ready to unleash their full fighting potential once more. Approximately every 2 minutes, a notification from the mainframe pops up, informing him of yet another subordinate camp reclaimed, with the yield of star shards and jump insect eggs increasing significantly. Seated comfortably upon a rock adjacent to this camp, Joshua patiently observes the continuous expansion of his dominion. It is well known that the realms function as an idle gaming experience. Listening to the ceaseless stream of accolades from the mainframe, a smile broadens on Joshua's face, deepening with each passing moment. This sense of assured victory is a sensation he has not felt in quite some time. After all, in his previous life, upon ascending to the 72nd Celestial Spirit Realm, he seldom encountered triumphs. The sweetness of this long-awaited taste of victory is particularly gratifying. The remaining tribes and territories within the Cloud Mist Insect Valley are gradually diminished and compressed with the proliferation and expansion of the Humic jump insect forces. As the relentless advance of the Humic jump insects continues, the number of defeated enemies escalates, causing Joshua's points to soar. For instance, the calculation that grants 1 point for every 2 worker bees eliminated, eventually evolving to require 4 for a single point after reaching 100 points. Similarly, 1 point is earned for each jump insect vanquished, but after accumulating 100 points, 2 jump insects must be eradicated for a single point. The reward mechanism for eliminating 1 insect yields 5 points, but after reaching 100, it necessitates the eradication of 2 insects for 5 points. Joshua has thoroughly maximized these early-stage reward mechanisms. Typically, the Insect Queen unit is only encountered during the Insect Tide. In G1 difficulty, it may appear in the final wave, while in G2 difficulty, it emerges from the very beginning of the Insect Tide. Only in G3 difficulty does the Insect Queen appear in many tribal camps, providing essential ranged fire support. The points amassed from eliminating these units have far exceeded expectations. Each dungeon, upon completion, is rated by the points earned, yet the sheer volume of Joshua's points feels as though a perfect score would be an affront to him. With a deep sigh, he gazes at his impressive 5-digit score, lost in profound contemplation. Chapter 14. Chuanyu Pavilion. The star rating for the Yunnan Insect Valley dungeon is graded on a scale of 10 stars. 1 star equates to 1 to 100 points. 2 stars to 101 to 200 points. 3 stars to 201 to 300 points. 4 stars to 301 to 400 points. And 10 stars to 901, 1000 points. Beyond 1000 points. The maximum star rating achievable remains capped at 10 stars. Currently, Josua's score stands at an astounding 10,346. This figure is calculated without the triple points from G3 difficulty, surpassing the star rating assessment significantly. Of course, obtaining a 10-star rating is not particularly extraordinary. As long as one perseveres well, gathers resources diligently, or casually defeats hundreds of jumping insects, a commendable score is almost guaranteed. Even in his previous life, Joshua awakened as a worker bee, and despite the absence of any recorded evolution template for worker bees on Earth, he managed to achieve a score of 908, earning a 10-star rating. This feat astonished even his peers who had also received 10-star ratings. However, the situation is different now. A smirk crept across Joshua's face as he remarked, "Others achieve a 10-star rating because that is all they can attain. I earn a 10-star rating because this novice dungeon only offers a 10-star evaluation. Points accrued upon completing dungeons can be exchanged in the interdimensional shop for items that enhance one's strength, an essential currency. Compared to star mines, points hold greater significance for me." After closing his points panel, Joshua chose not to dwell on it further, acknowledging that he still had a considerable distance to cover before acquiring what he desired. Simultaneously soaring alongside his points was his experience value. It was incrementing ceaselessly by the second. Initially, reaching level 2 from level 1 required 36,000 experience points, which Joshua accomplished in 6 hours. Now, advancing from level 2 to level 3 necessitates 72,000 experience points. In less than an hour, Joshua was on the verge of reaching maximum experience once again. Ding. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 3. Ding. Your talent has been detected as SSS grade, granting you 9 free attribute points. Please allocate them wisely according to your needs. Note, the character level and free attribute points within the dungeon cannot be carried outside. Feel free to allocate as you wish. With the sound of 2 crisp notifications, Joshua leveled up once more, receiving an additional 9 points to his vitality. This time, he allocated 4 points to his resilience attribute, elevating the defense of his humus jumping insect to an impressive 10 points. With such defense, Joshua's humus jumping insect truly became a formidable boss. Ultimately, he assigned the remaining 5 points to agility. With this enhancement, the attack speed of his humus jumping insect surged from 1 second to 1.5 seconds, equivalent to a 50 increase in attack speed. Furthermore, its movement speed escalated from 10 seconds to 15 seconds, enhancing mobility by 50. Not only did this bolster its combat prowess, but it also significantly improved its maneuverability. The humus jumper boasts an impressive attack power of 19 and a defense power of 10, especially when compared to the ordinary jumping bug, which has a mere attack power of 5 and no defense at all. Joshua's humus jumper is virtually unbeatable among its peers, akin to a formidable boss. Observing the 100 humus jumpers surrounding him as guardians, Joshua couldn't help but marvel at the benefits of a higher talent level. The greater the talent level, the less experience is required to acquire free attribute points. This is indeed the advantage of possessing a high talent level. For a player with an F-grade talent, obtaining 9 free attribute points necessitates reaching level 9, which requires a total of 260,000 experience points. In contrast, Joshua, endowed with an SSS grade talent, can gain 9 free attribute points by simply advancing 1 level, needing only an experience cost equivalent to 9 times the amount required to progress from level 1 to level 2. A mere 36,000 experience points, when juxtaposed with 260,000, clearly illustrates how vastly superior SSS grade talents are compared to F-grade talents. While the experience gained in dungeons cannot be carried out once one exits, which is somewhat regrettable, it serves as a unique form of protection for humanity. All players' free attribute points accrued from leveling up within dungeons cannot be transferred outside, nor can they be inherited into the next dungeon like in idle games. Instead, these points will contribute to the 7 Luminaries technology tree of the player's race upon their exit from the dungeon. Indeed, the 7 Luminaries technology tree corresponds to the 7 primary attributes: strength, thunder, agility, wind, intelligence, ice, spirit, water, constitution, fire, vitality, grass, and resilience, rock. For instance, if Joshua allocates 12 points to strength, 5 to agility, and 10 to resilience upon leaving the dungeon, he will enhance the 7 Luminaries technology tree for humanity by a total of 27 points. Once any attribute on the tree reaches its maximum value, it will grant bonuses to humanity's dependents, ensuring that players' dependent attributes are not unduly low when they enter new dungeons. Furthermore, upon officially stepping into the myriad realms and acquiring essential skills, certain attributes of the dependents can reflect back onto the players. This is the evolutionary path that the Zerg species offers to humanity. Thus, within dungeons, there is no risk of misallocating attribute points, regardless of which attribute is added. All will be reflected on the 7 Luminaries technology tree upon exiting the dungeon. After all, each foray into a dungeon begins anew. As for the experience points accumulated prior to the dungeon's opening, they are akin to the stardust distributed by the class monitor, Lin, before a competition, usable only in the subsequent dungeon. Due to the lower experience requirements for high-tier talent players when contributing attribute points to humanity, the likelihood of their contributions is significantly greater. Consequently, each high-tier talent player has the option to register their information in the records of humanity. Within the human race, there exists a dedicated faction established to safeguard individuals endowed with high-tier talents. This faction provides a measure of assistance to players who require discrete protection and resource allocation. It is a force dedicated wholeheartedly to the prosperity and advancement of humanity. Each leader and member within this faction comprises the elite of humankind. Their talents and accounts are transparent. Apart from personal confidential information, they selflessly dedicate everything to the service of humanity. In the presence of these morally upright individuals, no one can ascend to a moral high ground to criticize them, for they themselves epitomize the very essence of virtue. As the stars gather in the night, this faction is aptly named the Jade Pavilion. Since its establishment, a saying has circulated: as a human being, you may harbor doubts and vigilance towards everything, as this is an obligation necessary for your survival. However, when it comes to the Jade Pavilion, you may cast aside all your defenses, for it is a right you earn after enduring the trials of existence. Within the Jade Pavilion congregate the elites of various human clans. Those who have not achieved a score of 10 stars in the novice dungeon might feel a sense of shame in entering the pavilion. Reflecting on the Jade Pavilion brings a smile to Zhou Zhua's lips. My wife is assigned by this esteemed organization. Chapter 15. The God of Death. By Qiming, time spent in leisure passes swiftly, and the sun quietly retreats behind the valley. After all, the class point competition commenced at 8 a.m. Following the first wave of insects, it is now already 4 p.m. Thus, Zhou Zhua has not had much time to fish before nightfall descends. Yet, beneath the darkening sky, the Cloud Lian Insect Valley remains engulfed in relentless warfare. Countless monstrous insects engage in a savage struggle, and from an observer's perspective, it appears to be a complete massacre, with one side utterly overpowered. In the safest rear, Zhou Zhua sits upon a stone platform, leisurely stroking the head of the humus-leaping insect resting beside him, feeling quite content. Although the flames of battle are fierce, seizing control of the entire Cloud Lian Insect Valley will require considerable time. While surviving 12 waves of insects unlocks the G4 difficulty level of the valley, Zhou Zhua's intentions extend beyond merely unlocking this challenge. He remains intrigued by the hidden rewards of the Cloud Lian Insect Valley. In his previous life, nearly every predecessor, upon unlocking a new difficulty in a dungeon, conservatively chose to survive the waves of insects. The notion of annihilating the entire enemy force within the dungeon was rarely accomplished. In Zhou Zhua's recollection, within the century since Earth was drawn into the interdimensional projection, only one person has succeeded in eliminating all enemy forces to unlock a higher difficulty and secure hidden rewards. That individual still lives today. He is the current master of the Jade Pavilion, Bai Qiming, the esteemed elder. 10 years ago, Bai Qiming, unbeknownst to the reason behind his provocation by a foreign tribe, unleashed his wrath by amassing a formidable army, intent on annihilating the alien beings inhabiting a high-difficulty dungeon. Indeed, the multiverse is akin to a game. Even in the event of death within its bounds, no substantial harm would befall the individual. However, emerging from a failed dungeon run signifies the complete forfeiture of all the points and resources invested prior to entry. Engaging in high-stakes challenges demands a considerable investment, and failure brings consequences that cannot be underestimated. Thus, in their trepidation, the foreign tribe, reluctant to abandon the dungeon prematurely, opted for surrender. Yet, Bai Qiming, having been provoked to his core, refused to accept their capitulation and, in a brutal display, slaughtered hundreds of thousands of aliens. Following that battle, he earned the moniker by the God of Slaughter, gaining renown far and wide. Among the 17 subordinate races of the Zerg, aside from humanity, Bai Qiming's name stands as one of the two most formidable weapons against infantile cries. The other, Zhou Zhao, humbly refrains from claiming such a title. The prowess of the God of Slaughter is, in part, attributed to his extraordinary fortune. He drew the gene of the Thunder Beast from the initial egg, a pinnacle unit among the Zerg's ground forces, within the ranks of the Royal Guard. Standing 5 meters tall, with robust limbs and massive, bony sides flanking its head, it can effortlessly shatter the bones of creatures with lesser calcium content. Zhou Zhao can never forget the time in his past life when he commanded an army against the iron-toothed crocodiles, where the battle reached a stalemate. It was by the God of Slaughter who, with a mere gesture, commanded his thunder beasts to breach the impenetrable steel line of the iron-toothed crocodiles, tearing open a gaping hole that ultimately provided Zhou Zhao the opportunity to seize victory in that war. Reflecting on his myriad experiences and reminiscing about the days spent drinking and conversing with by the God of Slaughter, Zhou Zhao nodded with satisfaction. Although the human race ranks at the bottom of the Zerg's hierarchy in terms of combat capability, Bai's reputation holds tremendous deterrent power against other alien species. Zhou Zhao's familiarity with by the God of Slaughter stems from a singular reason. The wife he received from the Chuanyu Pavilion bears the surname Bai. As for the hidden rewards gained from obliterating all aliens within a dungeon, Zhou Zhao gleaned a general understanding from Bai. To utterly eradicate all foreign entities in a dungeon grants the opportunity to encounter a free selection interface for genetic fragments. These genetic fragments are exceedingly precious and elusive. A player typically must clear a dungeon 10 times to even glimpse one on the point settlement panel, and the cost of these fragments is exorbitantly high, far beyond the means of ordinary players reliant on points accrued from dungeon runs. Thus, the act of completely annihilating all foreign beings in a dungeon in exchange for a free genetic fragment is not one that just anyone could achieve. The number of genetic fragments is limited, yet each possesses the potential to enhance the progeny of the aberrant insects. These fragments cannot facilitate the evolution of all offspring, but they can enable a larva to merge these genetic shards, thus triggering evolution. Bai Shashan acquired a genetic fragment known as the Break Army Beast within a dungeon. After one of Bai Shashan's thunderous beasts fused with the genetic fragment and evolved into the Break Army Beast, it emerged with 2 pairs of bony scythes, effectively doubling its attack speed. This transformation solidified Bai Shashan's status as a guardian of humanity and a nightmare for foreign entities. In my previous life, I managed to collect a few genetic fragments, yet I never unlocked the full evolutionary panel for the insect race. Once genetic fragments are retrieved from the dungeon, they are recorded on the race's genetic evolution panel. When the quantity of a specific aberrant insect's genetic fragments reaches the required threshold, it will culminate in a complete genetic sequence, providing a template for every player capable of selecting this aberrant insect for dungeon exploration. At that juncture, players can purchase the template using points for the evolution of their own progeny. The jump insects, leap insect, and fission insect evolutionary templates are the only directions painstakingly gathered by predecessors over the past century. Currently, no other aberrant insect species have a systematic evolutionary plan with established genetic sequences. Glancing down at the humus leap insect beside him, Joshua couldn't help but sigh. I possess the heart of the swarm, disregarding evolutionary choices, allowing my jump insects to embody the characteristics of both the leap insect and the fission insect. However, the collection of these jump insect genetic fragments is reliant on the cumulative efforts of every predecessor. Rising from the stone platform, Joshua cast his gaze toward the distant humus leap insects, which were still engaged in battle, a surge of fighting spirits swelling within him. In this lifetime, let my progeny carve out a new destiny for humanity. Chapter 16. Not enough to see even in my previous life. I only dared to challenge the highest difficulty of low complexity levels once the 7 Luminaries technology tree had reached a certain stage, and I opted for the survival mode of the dungeon to unlock a new level of challenge. Reflecting on the arduous trials of my past, Joshua couldn't help but let out a sigh, turning his attention back to the humus leap insect beside him. The novice dungeon is indeed a novice dungeon. There are no limitations on larvae, population, or resources. Aside from the initial discomfort, everything else is quite pleasant. As the night deepened, Joshua glanced at the system time, 1858. It was nearly 7 p.m., having entered the cloud mist insect valley at 8 a.m. He realized he had been inside for almost 11 hours, with only 1 hour left until the second wave of insect tide arrived. The second wave of the insect tide is imminent. A smile graced Joshua's face, and soon the familiar notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 5. Ding. SSS level talent detected. You have gained 9 free attribute points. Please allocate them wisely according to your needs. Before the arrival of the second wave of insect tides, Joshua's level has swiftly reached level 5, once again earning him a set of distributable attribute points. For someone with my SSS level talent, ascending from level 3 to level 4 requires 108,000 experience, and from level 4 to level 5 demands 144,000 experience. Observing his experience bar filled once more, Joshua could not help but smile, remarking on the unparalleled speed of his level progression. His swarm was truly formidable, facilitating his automatic ascension. Indeed, under the relentless assault of Joshua's vast army of decay-bursting insects, the aberrations of the cloud mist insect valley were utterly incapable of withstanding his forces prior to their enhancement. Originally, Joshua's troops could easily handle 10 foes at once, and now their numbers were tenfold that of the enemy. This overwhelming military might brought a smile to Joshua's face with his current snowballing power. As long as he was granted ample resources at the start, he could likely contend even in G7 or G8 difficulty dungeons. Upon reaching level 4, the decay-bursting insects received another enhancement of 5 points in agility and 4 points in strength, raising their attack power to a staggering 23. Their attack speed reached 2 seconds, while their movement speed soared to 20 seconds. With this remarkable surge in attributes, each subsequent battle for the decay-bursting insects became increasingly brief, even reducing the time taken to travel to the next encampment. Now, as Joshua attained level 5 and was once again bestowed with 9 attribute points, he found himself at a loss regarding which attribute to enhance. Ultimately, he allocated all 9 points to agility, for in the realm of martial prowess, speed is paramount. His attack speed escalated to 29 seconds, and movement speed also surged to 29 seconds. At present, Joshua's decay-bursting insects possessed attack and movement speeds nearly 3 times that of ordinary jumping insects, with their attack power exceeding that of typical jumping insects by over 4-fold. The sheer output was nothing short of terrifying. As the decay-bursting insects continued their advance, the system clock struck 7 p.m., and Joshua's mind was met with the familiar notifications from the mainframe. Ding! The main nest of the Cloud Mist Insect Valley is assembling an insect tide. It will launch a second siege against you in 1 hour. Ding! Please ensure the defense of your encampment and strategically manage your forces. Wishing you well-being. With the sound of these 2 well-known notifications echoing in his mind, Joshua observed the map before him, shrouded in nearly 90 war fog, revealing a multitude of ominous red dots. Indeed, on the map visible to Joshua, the war fog still obscured more than 90 of the area. The Cloud Mist Insect Valley was expansive. This G3 level Cloud Mist Insect Valley was among the smaller maps within the numerous dungeons. Future dungeons, with increasing complexity and difficulty, would undoubtedly feature even larger maps. Were these 18 hostile insect encampments the source of his concern? It was far from sufficient. Gazing at the sudden emergence of these 18 red dots within the war fog, Joshua disdainfully closed the map. He recalled vividly, as the G1 level difficulty commenced. The initial wave of the insect tide encompassed 3 camps, followed by the second wave involving 6 camps, and so forth. The anticipated wave that would engage 18 camps should logically have been the 6th wave at the G1 difficulty level. However, now, at the G3 difficulty, With the enemy forces tripled, Joshua found the prospect of facing this army of 18 insect tides rather dull. He promptly issued a command: accelerate the pace. All humus jumpers, heed my orders, F2, and proceed directly to obliterate these 18 camps, A, along the red markers on the map. The humus jumpers, currently in transit, responded to Joshua's command with enthusiastic roars, swiftly turning towards his mental guidance, marching directly towards the designated targets. At this moment, during the tide, the 18 camps responsible for troop deployment housed an overwhelming number of aberrant insects compared to other nests, particularly influenced by the main nest of the Yunlan Insect Valley. These 18 camps not only maintained their original troop numbers, but also produced an additional force for deployment, at least double the usual count. Yet for them, it was unfortunate that what Joshua feared least was the sheer number of insects. The armies dispatched from these 18 camps acted like 18 fuses. The humus jumpers, following these fuses, surged forth to detonate these 18 bombs. With nearly triple their usual speed, Joshua's humus jumpers swiftly converged, annihilating the meeting point of the 18 camps, leaving behind a single trembling worker bee, paralyzed with fear. Next, the assembled humus jumpers followed the red markers northward. At the junction of the red markers, they nearly simultaneously divided into 18 battalions, charging towards the 18 camps. The embattled insect camps, despite possessing 2 to 3 times the military strength of other camps, found their resistance exceedingly feeble. The additional forces were but a drop in the bucket against Joshua's humus jumpers, utterly ineffective. One down, then another, all dealt with. Joshua then claimed the camp that served as their meeting point, watching as the 18 camps on the map lit up almost simultaneously. He raised his hand, terminating the quaking worker bee, thus acquiring another subordinate camp. Once Joshua had thoroughly cleansed these camps, the mainframe sent a notification. Beep. Congratulations on surviving the second wave of the insect tide. Cherish this opportunity and continue to develop. Beep. In light of your initiation of the Yunlan Insect Valley Advancement Challenge, the main nest of Yunlan Insect Valley has begun self-inspection. Chapter 17. Advancement complete. Beep. Self-inspection complete. Current wave count, 2. Current tribal remnants, 932. Current tribal attribute bonus, 68. There remain 932 nests to be cleared. As Joshua gazed at the statistics provided by the mainframe, a wider smile spread across his face. Although 2 waves of the insect tide had already passed, only 60 hours of novice dungeon time remained for Joshua. However, Joshua was exceedingly pleased with his efficiency in clearing. Prior to the first wave of insects, he had only managed to clear 02, but by the second wave, he had successfully cleared 68. Calculating purely in terms of efficiency, that represented an astounding 34-fold increase. After closing the panel following the self-inspection of the Cloud Mist Insect Valley, Joshua dispatched the humus leap insects to continue seizing the camp. Currently, the aberrant insects within the Cloud Mist Insect Valley had all experienced an enhancement of 68 in their attributes. While modest, it nonetheless signified a rather concerning trend. The attribute boost of 68 did not markedly enhance the combat attributes such as attack and defense, but it did yield a significant improvement in movement speed and vitality. The most basic leap insect unit had a health pool of 30 points. With the 68 attribute enhancement, it would gain an additional 204 health points. Thus, even the most fundamental leap insect would receive a health boost equivalent to an increase of 2 points in its constitution. Moreover, under the G3 difficulty, the leap insects, having acquired mutated gene enhancements, would receive even more supplementary attributes. As for the insect lord, even the most basic variant boasted a health pool of 300 points, tenfold that of a leap insect. The potential health increase for the insect lord amounted to 204 points, which effectively added 20 points to its constitution. This was not merely the case for individual units. Rather, all the remaining aberrant insects in the Cloud Mist Insect Valley would enjoy such attribute enhancements. This implies that if I do not accelerate my invasion, by the later stages of the insect wave, the final units I confront may possess attributes nearly double my own. Having made this determination, Joshua paused momentarily. It seemed less daunting than anticipated. His spirits lifted. Joshua waved his hand grandly. 100,000 leap insects surged forth like a swarm of locusts, commencing the consumption of the remaining 90% of the tribe within the Cloud Mist Insect Valley. The 100 loyalty boost bestowed by the heart of the swarm proved exceedingly advantageous. Joshua maneuvered the humus leap insects with remarkable fluidity. In his previous life, controlling multiple units necessitated the assistance of the royal insect and the insect lord to strengthen command signals. He had even nurtured several hero units among the royal insect and the insect lord to facilitate his control. However, now, with the heart of the swarm, Joshua effortlessly commanded over 100,000 units. His thoughts seamlessly translated into action. Next, it was time to accelerate. With a slight smile, Joshua commenced a more vigorous production of troops. With an endless supply of larvae, each 60 points of star fragment or fed into the hatchery would transform into an insect egg. After a brief incubation period of 3 seconds, the egg would then yield 3 humus leap insects, embarking on their protracted journey toward the front lines. Every hour, Joshua would receive at least 150,000 star fragment ores due to the contributions from the affiliated camps. These star fragment ores, when delivered to the hatchery, would convert into leap insect eggs. Combined with the tributes from the affiliated camps, there would be nearly 3,000 eggs. This signifies that Joshua would be able to procure at least 9,000 humus leap insects every hour. Now, that is truly a formidable army. With newfound strength, one need not concern oneself with the issue of star fragments. earning 150,000 star fragments per hour, even if retained. Translates to the acquisition of 15 star ores each hour. The profits from just this single hour are sufficient for an ordinary family of 3 to lead a life of abundance for 6 months. However, when calculating military strength, this remains woefully inadequate. As the smile faded from Josua's face, he began to issue commands with greater urgency. Let us accelerate further. Made in heaven. With each precise order from Josua, the legion of the corporeal jumping worms surged forward, continuing their relentless advance through the cloud mist bug valley. Notification. Congratulations on leveling up, current level 6. Notification. Congratulations on leveling up, current level 7. Notification. Congratulations on leveling up, current level 8. Meanwhile, the remaining tribes and forces within the cloud mist bug valley rapidly dwindled. With each wave of the insect tide, the corporeal jumping worms illuminated one section of the map after another for Josua. Current wave of insect tide 3. Current remaining tribes 833. Current tribal attribute bonus 167. Current wave of insect tide 4. Current remaining tribes 662. Current tribal attribute bonus 338. Current wave of insect tide 5. Current remaining tribes 456. Current tribal attribute bonus 544. At last. Was it merely this last fragment of tribes that remained? Standing atop a high vantage point, Josua gazed down upon the final encampment situated at the heart of the sea of corporeal jumping worms, and could not help but sigh. I initially believed I would be able to finish before the 9th wave of the insect tide. Yet it seems the clearing of the cloud mist bug valley's aberrant insects has only been achieved just in time for the 9th wave. Current wave of insect tide 9. Current remaining tribes 001. Current tribal attribute bonus 999. After dismissing the interface of the cloud mist bug valley that the mainframe had projected, Josua took a deep breath. I have spent quite a number of days within the cloud mist bug valley. It is time to step outside for some fresh air. He waved his hand and commanded, let us resolve this. In response to Josua's order, the corporeal jumping worms let out excited roars and surged forth, tearing the last aberrant insect nest into shreds. Exploration of cloud mist bug valley 100. As the final area on Josua's map was illuminated, he felt the surrounding world tremble, and the vast multitude of corporeal jumping worms transformed into motes of light, scattering in all directions. The brilliance grew increasingly radiant, and when Josua closed his eyes and reopened them, he found himself no longer in the cloud mist bug valley, but rather within the familiar confines of a small box. At that moment, the mainframe's concluding voice resonated in his mind. Notification. Congratulations on completing the G3 difficulty cloud mist bug valley. Time taken, 54 hours, 02 minutes, 12 seconds. Notification. The quantity of star fragments acquired in the cloud mist bug valley amounts to 202,000, convertible to 20 star ores. The remaining 2,000 star fragments will be calculated at double points and added to your score. In the Cloud Lawn Insect Valley, you have amassed a total of 162,624 points. Due to your chosen difficulty level being G3, your final score has been multiplied by 3, resulting in a grand total of 3,487,872 points. A notification chimes, indicating that since your score exceeds 1,000 points, your final star rating is a remarkable 10 stars. With a slight smirk, Josua collected the rather mundane 10-star rating and eagerly anticipated the forthcoming prompts from the mainframe. A notification. It has been detected that you have advanced to level 12 within the Cloud Lawn Insect Valley instance, and you have been allocated 108 free attribute points. Another notification. Your level and experience have been reset. A total of 32 points in strength, lightning, 20 points in agility, wind, 30 points in constitution, fire, 11 points in vitality, grass, and 15 points in resilience, rock, have been added to the 7 luminaries tech tree. The human race appreciates your contribution. Congratulations. You have successfully completed the Ascension Challenge in the Cloud Lawn Insect Valley, unlocking the G4 difficulty level for your race. A final notification. The mainframe has detected that you have increased the exploration level of the Cloud Lawn Insect Valley to 100. Congratulations, you have received a hidden reward. As the mainframe's voice resonated, 2 technological panels adorned with a double helix of genes manifested before Josua's eyes. Chapter 18. By Manga at the pinnacle of the Jade Pavilion, within the grand hall of the Yujing platform, a colossal thunder beast lay sprawled on the ground, snoring heartily. With each breath, its 2 pairs of bony sides quivered slightly, leaving a pool of drool beneath. Behind the immense creature stood a robust elder clad in white, his stern visage marred by a furrowed brow as he meticulously reviewed the new batch of declarations for the Jade Pavilion. Every September, during the onset of the academic season, numerous impassioned youths reluctant to enter university seek to contribute to the human race by presenting their declarations to the Jade Pavilion. However, the elder grumbled to himself. This is not a military office. If you wish to contribute, why not enlist as a guardian in the military? Why is it that the first choice for high school graduates is always directed towards me? It's akin to the likes of Qing University and Beihua, where all manner of oddities come to apply, year after year, and those hoping to leverage family connections? How infuriating, having dealt with paperwork all day. The elder's temper was understandably frayed, his irate mutterings startling the colossal thunder beast awake. Yet, upon turning its massive head to witness the elder grumbling at the documents, the beast merely yawned and returned to its slumber. Such was the routine. It had grown accustomed to the elder's foul temperament, knowing that each time he reviewed the scrolls, He was driven to the brink of wanting to unleash chaos within an instance. After a few moments of huffing and puffing in frustration, the elder resumed his diligence, carefully reading through the identity documents before he solemnly stamped them with a disapproving mark. With meticulous strokes, he inscribed on the receipt, "A strong youth signifies a strong human race. Focus on your studies, trust in the Jade Pavilion, and I await your next visit." After completing yet another receipt, the elderly man in white rose from his seat and approached the slumbering thunder beast. He stretched his waist and sighed deeply, lamenting, "Alas, I am truly aging. My breath can barely manage to assess 2,000 or so scrolls. Although I can empathize with these youngsters who wish to contribute to the human race, they are still but children. The human race has not yet reached such dire straits. We old-timers are still alive. Why should these kids, who have yet to attend university, be expected to serve as the backbone of our kind? I must speak to Old Tang and promptly remove the Jade Pavilion from the list of first choices." Just as the elderly man was grumbling, a voice from the mainframe suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, the human race has unlocked the G4 difficulty of the Cloud Fog Insect Valley. Taken aback, the elderly man struggled to believe that someone had completed the tier-up challenge of the instance. He quickly summoned the mainframe to verify the message, and once he confirmed its accuracy, he erupted into hearty laughter, joyfully slapping the rear of the Thunder Beast. The Thunder Beast, deep in a delightful dream of a female counterpart, was startled awake by the unexpected slap, feeling utterly disoriented. Upon realizing it was the elderly man in white, who was unable to contain his elation, the Thunder Beast erupted in a fit of indignation, barking furiously, "Howl, meow, gur." Hearing such language, the elderly man's smile faltered, replaced by a frown as he questioned, "Hey, who taught you such words? No meowing. That is foul language. You must not say that." Before he could finish admonishing his Thunder Beast, a series of knocks echoed from the entrance of the Jade Pavilion. Knock, knock, knock. Upon hearing the sound, the elderly man swiftly summoned the massive Thunder Beast into a small box with a wave of his hand, hurriedly returned to his desk, straightened his attire, and called out, "Enter." With his consent, the doors of the Jade Pavilion creaked open. A girl clad in pure white, standing at approximately 1.6 meters tall, with shoulder-length hair and bright, expressive eyes, walked in with an impassive expression. "Oh, Mingyu, what brings you to visit your grandfather?" The elderly man, upon seeing her, instantly softened his demeanor, rising from his seat to invite the short-haired girl to sit. However, the girl, known as Mingyu, showed no change in her expression at his warm welcome. Taking a few steps forward, she swiftly transmitted the data compiled by the mainframe to the elderly man, stating, "Master Bai. Here is the list of students who recently participated in the G3 level of the Cloud Fog Insect Valley. This instance serves as the assessment for this year's senior students. Over the past 4 days, a total of 10.82 million students have participated, with 8.72 million already concluding their trials. Among those who have completed their trials, 230,000 have achieved a 10-star rating. It is presumed that the student has obtained triple points for the G3 difficulty level. Thus, the world is currently engaged in tallying the scores of all students. Should that individual wish to reveal their identity, we can narrow down our search area through the score rankings." Sighing at the bureaucratic demeanor of his granddaughter, the elderly man in white let out a deep breath and retrieved the quota of 230,000 individuals from the mainframe, securing it for future reference. After accepting the quota, he turned his gaze toward Bai Mingyu and inquired with a hint of anticipation, "Is there anything else?" "Indeed," Bai Mingyu replied, standing upright and casting a sidelong glance at the pool of transparent liquid on the ground. "The Chuanyu Pavilion serves as an office. I kindly request that you refrain from summoning the Thunder Beast, Master Bai. Recently, it has pilfered from the Chuanyu Pavilion's inventory once more, and I have had to cover the compensation with your pension, an amount quite considerable. Please take heed." After delivering her message, Bai Mingyu bowed and exited the Yujing Hall. The elderly man in white stood there, staring blankly at her retreating figure, rendered speechless for a prolonged moment. Once the door had closed behind Bai Mingyu, the hall erupted with the old man's furious voice, "Thunder Beast, you have stolen again. Today, I shall make you feel the consequences." Listening to the spirited outburst behind her, Bai Mingyu's cold demeanor softened, akin to ice melting in the warmth of spring, revealing a faint smile. However, she quickly composed herself, resuming her stride toward the distance. "To accomplish the G4 Ascension Challenge in the Cloud Mist Insect Valley, surpassing both myself and my father, surely warrants a special admission to the Chuanyu Pavilion." With this thought in mind, Bai Mingyu felt a flicker of anticipation. What kind of egg had awakened within this individual capable of overcoming the G4 challenge? What innate talents had enabled them to withstand 12 waves of insect tide? If this person were to be nurtured with ample resources, perhaps they could provide our human race with a rare genetic fragment. With such hopeful musings, Bai Mingyu ventured further away. In contrast to the expectations held by others, Zhou's mood was akin to the discomfort of constipation, his expression mirroring the heaviness of a recent meal. Gazing at the 2 gene fragment selection interfaces before him, he fell into deep contemplation. Should I consider my luck fortunate or unfortunate? Chapter 19, Night on the Azure Clouds. Daydreams Gene Fragment, Cloud Healing Insect Matriarch, Grade, Green. Excellent description. Upon use, this fragment enables a sorcerer sequence egg to evolve into a Cloud Healing Insect Matriarch. Additionally, within your race, the evolutionary template for insect matriarchs is the Cloud Healing Insect Matriarch Fragment 1. Effect, acquires the special skill Rapid Nourishment. Rapid Nourishment, consuming 50 points of magical energy, it restores 2x magical energy consumed, health points to allied units, including structures. Gene Fragment, Bitter Gale Serpent, grade, green, excellent description. Upon use, this fragment allows a marksman sequence egg to evolve into a Bitter Gale Serpent, and within your race. The evolutionary template for Thorn Serpents is the Bitter Gale Serpent Fragment 1. Effect, acquires the special skill Multiple Spines. Multiple Spines, each attack can launch 2 spines. After observing the 2 genetic fragments, Joshua gently pressed his forehead, realizing that the characters Yun and Lan in the Yulon Insect Valley were embodied in the hidden genetic fragments obtainable in this quest. Although he grasped this concept, the question of which gene to select plunged him into deep contemplation. What on earth are these? One can facilitate the evolution of the queen insect, while the other can enhance the thorn serpent. Undoubtedly, these 2 genetic fragments offer excellent evolutionary pathways for the aberrant insects, the backbone of the Zerg race. However, these fragments are of no use to me. I currently possess only the jumping insect. Whom shall I evolve? With a sorrowful grimace, Joshua was suddenly interrupted by the prompt from the mainframe. Ding. Please select the desired genetic fragment within 10 seconds. Upon hearing the notification, Joshua lifted his head, preparing to choose the thorn serpent gene fragment. After all, it wouldn't be of any use to me. And if Xiao Tian's luck mirrors that of his past life, he might draw the thorn serpent gene. Then, this thorn serpent genetic fragment would be his for the taking. Just as Joshua was about to make his choice, another prompt from the mainframe echoed. Ding. Detection of the heart of the swarm allows you to disregard the current selection. As this notification resonated, the 2 segments of genetic sequences transformed into a stream of light and entered Joshua's body. More precisely, they entered the small compartment within Joshua. Gazing at the 2 vials of luminescent green liquid resting safely side by side in his internal compartment, Joshua couldn't help but smile. Why even choose? I shall take them all. The heart of the swarm, eternally divine. With the heart of the swarm, Joshua felt that his life lay ahead like a smooth road. The thorn serpent genetic fragment could be given to Xiao Tian, while the gene fragment of the cloud healing mother could be entrusted to Lin Yuru. After securing both genetic fragments, Joshua began to ponder the allocation. Once he acquires the cloud healing mother, class leader Lin will possess enhanced healing abilities, significantly boosting their combat strength in this winter's city defense. However, overthinking was futile. Joshua simply shook his head and closed the genetic fragment selection interface. Just as he accepted both genetic fragments, the mainframe displayed another system notification. Ding. You have contributed to humanity and ascended the rankings. For your safety, please choose a pseudonym. After receiving this message, Joshua deliberated carefully before declaring, Night Ascending, Azure Clouds, Daydream. Ding. Recording complete. Upon receiving another prompt from the system, Joshua began to examine the 2 leaderboards for the G3 difficulty of the Cloud Ridge Insect Valley. Cloud Ridge Insect Valley, G3 Progress. NO1 Green Glimmer Serpent Clan, 100 NO2 Spirit Flame Fox Clan, 100 NO3 NO16 Human Clan, 100 NO17 Mist Frost Spider Clan, 87 NO18 Slime Clan, 17 Cloud Ridge Insect Valley G3 Progress. Human Clan NO1 Night Above the Azure Clouds Dream, alias 100 NO2 Beneath the Fiery Emperor, alias 673 NO3 Unyielding Fire Below, alias 568 NO4 Daylight remains the same, alias 532 Deceased, NO5 White Garb Speaks of Dreams 496 I recalled this alias from my past life. At last, I have the opportunity in this one. Joshua smiled slightly and closed the alias interface. Do not inquire about the meaning of azure clouds, nor the essence of dreams. Those who understand do so implicitly. Ding. It has been detected that you have exited the dungeon. The universal shop interface has been activated for you. Please select the items you wish to exchange. Accompanied by this notification from the mainframe, a vast screen appeared before Joshua, displaying a myriad of sections. New player discounts, dungeon exclusives, gene sequences, affinity equipment, building blueprints, hero units, and much more. Joshua bypassed the new player discounts at the top and directly focused on the second section, dungeon exclusives. May fortune smile upon me once more, granting me a glimpse of gene fragments within the dungeon exclusives. For every player in this realm, the first action after clearing a dungeon is to open the dungeon exclusives and hope for good fortune in spending points to acquire valuable items. After all, the potential drops from dungeons are exceedingly vast. In the context of a pay-to-win mobile game, it would be akin to an overly extensive gacha pool, much like the pools in Genshin Impact, which contain not only characters and equipment but also food, furnishings for the Serenitia pot, ascension materials, mora, and so forth. Here in this realm, gene sequences, one-time resources, affinity equipment, and building blueprints can all be found within the dungeon exclusives. However, upon each departure from the dungeon, one may not necessarily find what they desire within the dungeon exclusives. If an item is absent from the dungeon exclusives, it will not appear in any other settlement shop interface. Thus, if one wishes to acquire a coveted item, they must either venture into the dungeon once more or pay a premium to procure it from another player. Every time Joshua perused the available rare items in the dungeon exclusives, it was a psychological torment. The agony of seeing something desirable yet unattainable was akin to a torment in the realm of fantasy. Upon opening the dungeon exclusives, Joshua instinctively felt his heart race, and his fingers swiftly scrolled downwards in search of desired items. Spirit Pearl Blood, Chi Pearl Mushroom, Tumor Blueprint. As each item passed by, Joshua quickly dragged the progress bar to the bottom. There, 3 gene structure cards with 3 spirals lay gracefully displayed at the very bottom. Excellent. They have appeared. Upon seeing these cards, Joshua immediately broke into an excited smile. In front of him lay 2 cards inscribed with names familiar to Joshua: Gene Fragment, Cloud Healing Worm Mother, and Gene Fragment, bitter gale serpent. These 2 gene fragments were the rewards Joshua had received for completing a challenge. Now, they had resurfaced in the exclusive dungeon. Clearly marked with their prices: gene fragment, cloud healing worm mother, rank, green, excellent price, 1,000,000 description, upon use. Gene fragment, bitter gale serpent, rank, green, excellent price, 1,200,000 description, upon use. It must be said, the prices of these gene fragments were truly staggering. Although in the later stages of the realms these prices might not seem exorbitant, for novice players, accumulating 1,000 points and achieving a 10-star rating was no small feat. Only I possess such surplus points. With a faint smile, Joshua did not intend to purchase these 2 gene fragments. Instead, his gaze shifted to the 3rd gene fragment nestled in the far corner. Chapter 20 Gene Fragment, Swift Gale Hunter, Gene Fragment, Swift Gale Hunter, rank, blue, rare price, 3,000,000 description. Upon use, it allows a warrior class jumpworm egg to evolve into a Swift Gale Hunter. Additionally, within your race, the evolution template for the Swift Gale Hunter requires 1 Swift Gale Hunter fragment. Effect, passive increase of 5 points in movement speed, acquires the special skill charge. Charge, instantly bursts forth with a movement speed of 300 towards a target, inflicting 1 instance of damage and causing a 0.1 second stun, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. Indeed, I have found this gene fragment. Gazing at the high-ranking blue rare gene fragment, Joshua could hardly contain his joy. In my previous life, I had fortuitously encountered this gene fragment in the C4 level Cloud Gale Worm Valley dungeon, but back then, I was preoccupied with fending off foreign invaders and lacked sufficient points to purchase it. However, now Joshua regarded his point balance, 3,487,872. Having earned over 3 million points in the novice dungeon, there was no one else who could match that, right? With a slight smile, Joshua directly pressed the purchase button. If any classmates were to witness Joshua's impulsive buying behavior, they would likely be alarmed and hastily advise him to consult a teacher. After all, decisions regarding what a student should purchase should ideally be made by teachers following a thorough analysis of the student's strengths, in collaboration with parents. It would be akin to suddenly granting a student a substantial sum of money, inevitably raising concerns about reckless spending and misallocation of funds. Yet, with 20 years of experience from his previous life, Joshua was most aware of his own capabilities. Thus, he bypassed the step of consulting a teacher. Moreover, with such an abundance of points, if a leaderboard were to be announced upon exiting, it might be quite daunting. It would be wise to spend a bit more. Having made this resolution, Joshua also heard the notification from the mainframe. Ding! Purchase successful. With that chime, gold flowed in abundance. As the mainframe emitted this prompt, Joshua's points instantaneously diminished by 3 million. Yet, Joshua felt no pang of regret. Rather, he was filled with anticipation. Good steel should be utilized on the cutting edge. Furthermore, if my swarm heart still holds efficacy, ding! The swarm heart has detected a new evolution sequence fragment for the jumping insect and is commencing analysis. Ding! Your jumping insect has successfully fused with the genetic fragment, Swift Gale Hunter insect, completing the genetic sequence repair. Your humus jumping insect has evolved into the humus hunter insect. I admit there was an element of gamble, but I won. Following the successive system prompts, Joshua turned his gaze to the 3 humus hunter insects beside him. Originally, the humus jumping insect possessed robust hind limbs and 2 pairs of wings on its back, making its movements appear somewhat erratic. However now, with the aid of the swarm heart, the humus jumping insect absorbed the genetic fragment of the Swift Gale Hunter insect and evolved into the humus hunter insect. The 2 pairs of wings on its back now fit more snugly against its body, rendering its form more streamlined, with the musculature of its hind limbs appearing more compact and less cumbersome, while its limbs looked more coordinated, undoubtedly facilitating movement. Indeed, it looks more impressive. I like it. As Joshua reached out to caress the evolved humus hunter insect, the attributes panel of the creature materialized before his eyes. Species: jumping insect, humus hunter insect variant, rank, blue rare description, costs 60 star, or requires 3 seconds for cultivation. Can hatch 3 humus hunter insects. Attack, 7 defense, 0 health, 30, regenerates in 1 minute, attack speed, 1 second movement speed, 15 seconds skill, ambush, instantly accelerates to a movement speed of 300, charging towards the target, delivering 1 strike that stuns the enemy for 0.1 seconds, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. Nice. Another fusion, with the newly fused genetic fragment. My humus hunter insect is stronger than other blue rare variant jumping insects. Besides passively enhancing its movement speed by 5 points, it has also acquired an additional skill, ambush. With this skill, my humus hunter insect can maneuver with greater agility. Although the stun duration is brief, it is perfect for interrupting an enemy's actions. With proper control, I can achieve an infinite stun duration. After absorbing the panel of the humus hunter insect into his mind, Joshua closed the dungeon exclusive interface without any hesitation. Having obtained the desired genetic fragment, it was time to purchase something more practical. After shutting the dungeon exclusive interface, Joshua seamlessly opened the novice recommendation interface at the top. 10 discount. Prominently displayed on the novice recommendation interface was a large announcement of a 10 discount. This was indeed a boon for newcomers. Beneath the discount announcement, at the forefront of the redeemable items, was the equipment gene for the basic combat unit of the Zerg, the jumping insect. The equipment gene is a special genetic injection for the exclusive insect egg. By injecting the equipment gene into the egg, it can be equipped with a set of gear upon hatching. The reason why the equipment genes rank so highly is quite simple. They are non-binding genes. In other words, when a follower possessing equipment genes perishes, the next follower who lacks these genes will automatically acquire the set of equipment genes and retain the enhancement effects that were previously bestowed upon them. If one possesses 10 sets of equipment genes and then enters a dungeon, as long as the number of troops remains constant at 10, the owner of the equipment genes will perpetually maintain this figure. This ensures a stable combat power, effectively raising the baseline strength of the entire army. Moreover, equipment genes are classified as permanent items. Irrespective of the number of dungeons a player traverses, the equipment genes will endure indefinitely. This is the reason why equipment genes are highly recommended for novices. Joshua opened the equipment genes of the jumping worm and, upon expanding the selection menu, discovered a total of 10 sets. These 10 sets bore identical names, but were ranked from 1 star to 10 stars. The star rating acquired in the Yunlin Worm Valley determined the quality of the equipment genes available for purchase. The star level displayed for the equipment genes also indicated the maximum enhancement level attainable. A 1-star equipment gene has a maximum level of 1. A 2-star equipment gene can be enhanced to level 2, and so forth, with a 10-star equipment gene capable of reaching level 10. Having achieved a 10-star rating in the Yunlin Worm Valley, Joshua was thus able to procure all 10 of these rated pieces. Naturally, he aimed to acquire only the finest. Joshua distinctly recalled that in his previous life, many players spent substantial amounts of real-world currency to purchase 10-star equipment due to failing to attain such a rating at the outset. After all, for novices, the enhancement to a follower's combat prowess offered by 10-star equipment is immensely significant. Previously, with only over 900 points, he could afford a single set. However, in this life, he was ready to indulge. Without hesitation, Joshua accessed the panel for the 10-star equipment genes. Jumping Worm Equipment Gene Set. 5 pieces rating. 10 stars price. 900 points. Original price. 1,000 points. Per set description. Upon use, it allows one of your Jumping Worm eggs to acquire the selected equipment's genes. Set contents. Strength Thunder Seal. Provides a 1-point attack power bonus to the user. Max 10. Agility Wind Seal. Grants a 1-point attack speed bonus. Max 1. And a 1-point movement speed bonus. Max 10. Constitution Fire Seal. Offers a 5-point health bonus. Max 50. Vitality Grass Seal. Provides a 5-point health recovery bonus, max 5. Resilience Rock Seal. Grants a 1-point defense bonus, max 10. Set effect. 55 Double Strike. Double Strike. Every 5 attacks from the Jumping Worm triggers a double strike effect, allowing for an additional attack. The second attack inflicts damage equal to 50 of the Jumping Worm's attack power. Indeed, as equipment genes that augment the attributes of aberrant insects, they ultimately represent the core product of the 7 Celestial Technology Tree. In the initial phase, my primary forces consisted solely of jump bugs. Thus, the acquisition of equipment genes was paramount. After careful consideration, Joshua decisively increased the purchase quantity. Let us acquire 500 sets. Ding. Purchase successful. In an instant, Joshua expended a staggering 450,000 points to procure a complete set of 500 jump bug equipment genes. Following this transaction, his point balance dwindled to a meager 37,852 points. Gazing at the 5-digit total, Joshua couldn't help but exclaim. Earning points feels like capturing phantoms, yet spending them is akin to a deluge. These points scarcely suffice. However, for other players, this sum exceeded 30,000 points, which was indeed a substantial fortune. Chapter 21. Contributing to humanity. Initially, the attributes conferred by the equipment genes were modest, but their potency grew significantly when fully upgraded. Observing the small box he inhabited, which now brimmed with an additional 500 equipment gene potions, Joshua opted to utilize them immediately. Ding. Your jump bug has successfully fused with a 10-star equipment gene. Ding. Your jump bug has successfully fused with a 10-star equipment gene. Nearly 5 minutes elapsed before all 500 potions were consumed. When Joshua next entered a dungeon, he would be able to directly hatch a Humus Hunter imbued with these equipment genes. With the acquisition of the equipment genes, even the appearance of my Humus Hunters underwent subtle transformations. Lowering his gaze, Joshua activated the special observation ability of the Swarm Heart. Admiring his Humus Hunter as he spoke earnestly, there is indeed a change. Under the unique vision afforded by the Swarm Heart, the Humus Hunter accompanying Joshua displayed an array of distinct colors. The roots of its 2 claws, used for attack, glimmered with a faint purple power mark. Its limbs radiated a subtle azure agility mark. Its body was adorned with a light red physical strength mark and a pale green vitality mark, while its exoskeleton exhibited a gentle yellow resilience mark. Yet, upon closing the Swarm Heart's specific vision, these intertwined colors vanished, as if concealed within the Humus Hunter's form. With the set acquired, my Humus Hunter also gained a set skill known as Double Strike, significantly amplifying its damage potential. Joshua's smile grew increasingly radiant. Now, his forces had received a comprehensive enhancement, and he could hardly wait to dive into the next dungeon to showcase their might. Having secured the equipment genes, the subsequent step was to contemplate acquiring materials to upgrade them. Joshua had already devised his next plan. However, regrettably, he was still a high school senior, and his pacing into dungeons had to align with his academic commitments. After stretching lazily, Joshua gently patted the head of his Humus Hunter and stepped out of his small box, emerging into the larger arena of Lu City No. 2 High School. Upon his arrival, he noticed his classmates, each brimming with joy, though he remained unaware of the cause of their elation. Xiao Tian and the class monitor had yet to emerge, suggesting they were still observing the 3-day waiting period. After surveying the surroundings, Joshua did not spot his 2 friends, which prompted him to nod in appreciation for their presence. In a defensive mode, It is better to prolong the defense as long as possible, unlike himself, who had finished early and found himself with nothing to do. Stretching, Zhou Zhuo approached an unremarkable bald man and inquired, Shanzhong, what brings you joy? This bald-headed individual was Tang Shanzhong, a kind-hearted classmate from the Tang family, with a relationship with Zhou Zhuo that was neither particularly close nor distant. In his past life, Zhou Zhuo had been exceedingly sociable, possessing an innate charm that endeared him to his entire class. Old Zhou, Tang Shanzhong chuckled, rubbing his bald head. Upon seeing Zhou Zhuo, he grinned and asked, haven't you heard the news? Someone from our human tribe has unlocked the G4 difficulty of the Yulan Insect Valley. Upon hearing Tang Shanzhang's excited words, Zhou Zhuo smiled lightly in response. Oh, so someone has completed the G3 difficulty of the Yulan Insect Valley? Exactly. That's the G3 difficulty we're talking about. At this moment, another enthusiastic voice interjected into their conversation. I chose the G1 difficulty, and just defending my own base is an arduous task, let alone the G3 difficulty. The speaker, with a head of tousled hair and a handsome, sunlit face, bore the ID of Xiao Huohua, exuding a playful demeanor. He grinned widely, saying, I've heard from my brother that for each level increase in difficulty, the number of insect swarms doubles during defense. At G3 difficulty, that means 3 times the number of swarms compared to G1. Listening to Xiao Huohua's starry-eyed enthusiasm, Zhou Zhuo couldn't help but chuckle. Is that so? That's impressive. Absolutely. In the novice dungeon, the new difficulty level has been unlocked for the entire human race, which is a monumental achievement. If I knew the person who accomplished this, I would surely offer him my cherished firefly gene fragments. Xiao Huohua exclaimed, eagerly waving his fist, wishing he were the one responsible for unlocking the G4 level, so he could swiftly eradicate the alien insects. Hey, you're out too. Tang Shanzhong greeted Xiao Huohua amicably. You know, the market price for your firefly gene fragments is a whopping 80,000 points. Are you really willing to part with them? Xiao Huohua, affectionately nicknamed Erhua due to the repetition of fire in his name, was known for his straightforwardness and tenacity, a fitting moniker that he accepted without objection. Not to that extent. Seeing Xiao Huohua's demeanor, Zhou Zhuo felt a hint of amusement in his heart and remarked, Erhua, the Xiao family relies on the firefly gene fragments from the archer sequence to maintain their prestige. Those are definitely not for sharing. Zhou Zhuo was quite familiar with Xiao Huohua's family and the prized firefly gene fragments they possessed. In a previous life, after achieving notable success, Zhou Zhuo received generous support from Xiao Huohua, who risked his own life to ensure Zhou's safety. This led to Zhou acquiring a fire-breathing insect, capable of inflicting damage in a fan-shaped area, which proved immensely effective against the tactics of the insect swarm. This fire insect had assisted him countless times in numerous battles. However, during a subsequent conflict, upon learning that the main city of the Xiao family was under siege, Xiao Huohua hastily returned home to offer aid. 7 days later, after Zhou Zhuo had finally managed to alleviate the pressure from the enemy on the front lines and dispatch troops to rescue Wuqing, he discovered the head of his dear friend atop the city wall. The once naive Xiao Huohua, who had guaranteed Zhou's safety with his own life, was now reduced to mere remnants. In a fit of rage, Zhou Zhuo eradicated the name of the foreign adversary from the cosmos forever. That cannot be. Though my Xiao family may be in decline, we must still contribute to humanity. As long as that esteemed individual does not disdain me, I shall offer my life as a pledge. Before Xiao Huohua could finish his sentence, Zhou Zhuo hastily covered his mouth, admonishing, what are you doing making such reckless declarations? Swallow that back. Tang Shanzhong, observing Zhou's peculiar behavior, rushed over to rescue Xiao Huohua from an untimely demise. Why are you covering that fool's mouth? If I were acquainted with that esteemed individual, I would gladly present the genetic fragments of our family's infiltrators, valued at 120,000 points. Indeed, although the ancestral genetic fragments of the swarm hosts in my possession are worth only 100,000 points, I would never hide them. Not to mention the explosive insect genetic fragments my father gifted me as a dowry. I'd give those away freely, along with the genetic fragments of my fiancé's infectors. Combined, these are worth at least 150,000 points. As the members of Class F fervently debated how to empty their homes of such treasures, a young man, wielding a paper fan, swaggered over, casting a disdainful glance at Zhou Zhuo and his companions. Commoners, as expected, flaunting their meager genetic fragments. How dare you display such arrogance? Chapter 22. Why the silence? Before he arrived, his voice had already preceded him. The young man, filled with contempt, directed his scorn toward Zhou Zhuo and the others, taunting. My Lin family of Lu City has yet to speak, yet you all seem eager to leap forth, While others dream lofty dreams, youpht. Zhou Zhuo could not contain his laughter upon hearing the class leader of Class A, Lin Yuan, utter his code name, interrupting Lin Yuan's tirade. Struggling to suppress his mirth, Zhou waved his hand and said, my apologies, please continue. However, Lin Yuan, having been interrupted, could hardly resume his speech. He widened his eyes, glaring at Zhou, and pointed his fan at him, exclaiming, Commoner, which family do you belong to? How dare you disrupt my discourse? Once Zhou managed to suppress his laughter, he smirked disdainfully. An unnamed nobody, hardly comparable to your illustrious Lin family of Lu City. At least you possess some self-awareness. Upon hearing Zhou Zhuo's words, the class leader of Class A felt that engaging in a dispute with someone like Zhou Zhuo, who lacked familial influence, was merely a waste of his precious time. He subsequently disregarded Zhou Zhuo, asserting that while others dreamt lofty dreams, they were, in fact, great beings who had made contributions to the entire human race. Surely, they would be granted admission to the esteemed Jade Pavilion, and would never deign to regard mere fragments of lowly genes. Furthermore, he scorned the notion that a group of discarded individuals, expelled by their families and unwanted by anyone, could boast so grandly, questioning whether they could even present any valuable gene fragments. With every word, Lin Yuan wielded his paper fan with precision, leaving the members of Class F speechless. Indeed, they were all cast out by their families, which were not substantial to begin with, possessing merely one or two insignificant gene fragments passed down through generations. Even if they desired to offer gene fragments to that esteemed individual, would their families consider it? They would have long since ingratiated themselves for their own gain, leaving these individuals with no stake in the matter. As the group of students from Class F lowered their heads in shame, struggling to respond to Lin Yuan of Class A clear voice rang out. I wonder what quality of gene fragments the esteemed Lin Yuan, not of common birth, could present? Upon hearing this question, Lin Yuan did not concern himself with the speaker's identity and immediately fanned himself, a look of pride upon his face. If the Great One were to ally with my Lin family, I could certainly procure a gene fragment of the majestic queen worm worth 300,000 points. Oh, Zhou Zhuo nodded in acknowledgement of Lin Yuan's prideful declaration. A gene fragment of the majestic queen worm valued at 300,000 points, a common white grade, which can enhance magic points by 100, resulting in an approximate increase of 50. Quite impressive. Zhou Zhuo, possessing a gene fragment of the cloud healing queen worm valued at 1,000,000 points and of green excellent grade, decided he no longer wished to engage with Lin Yuan. Upon hearing this analysis, Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Who possessed such knowledge of his Lin family's gene fragments? Turning around, he discovered that the speaker was the very student from Class F who had interrupted him with laughter earlier, igniting his anger further. You again. What is your name? Zhou Zhuo raised an eyebrow, his tone unwavering. Why should I tell you my name? Are you planning to report me to the teacher? You. Just wait. Lin Yuan, infuriated by Zhou Zhuo's words, hastily closed his fan, dismissively retorting. It's no wonder my fourth sister brought you lot along. A bunch of rabble. Speaking with you is simply a waste of my time. Unperturbed, Zhou Zhuo stepped forward, leveraging his height to look down upon Lin Yuan, mocking him with a sly grin. I wonder why the esteemed class leader of Class A, like us rabble, exited from the Cloud Lizard Valley so early? This remark rendered Lin Yuan's expression instantly rigid. The students from other classes behind him appeared equally startled, holding their lips tight in silence. They were well aware of the situation, yet dared not speak of it. While the students from other classes remained silent, Class F had nothing to fear. Indeed, moreover, he exited earlier than I did. I couldn't withstand the 8th wave of the insect tide and saw him upon my exit. My 7th wave of insect tide has just emerged, coincidentally at the same time as his. Indeed, does this not imply that he too faltered in the 7th wave of the insect tide? How could he possibly hold any sense of superiority? Our Lin University is nearing the 10th wave of the insect tide, yet he has not appeared. Tang Shanzhong and Xiao Huahua gazed at Lin Yuan from a distance, their voices drifting in and out, causing Lin Yuan's expression to fluctuate between pale and flushed. Meanwhile, within the pristine confines of Luqing No. 2 High School, yet another group of students materialized. Unbeknownst to them, time had slipped into the hour of 8 in the evening, signifying that these students had fallen in defense against the 10th wave of the insect tide. Witnessing the increasing number of people around him, Lin Yuan could no longer contain his frustration. Gripping his paper fan, he glared at the members of Class F and coldly scoffed. Humph. Ignorance. Do you presume I am like you? I entered the Yunlan Insect Valley at the G2 level. Even if I emerged earlier, my points exceed yours. My star rating surpasses yours. Lin Yuan's furious declarations hushed that corner of Luqing No. 2 High School. The class leader of Class A had ventured into the G2 level? Only he would dare to take on such difficulty at Luqing No. 2 High School. I had my suspicions. Our class leader could never have exited so early. It was inconceivable. The G2 level entails a final score calculation multiplied by 2, guaranteeing a star rating of 10. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, everyone from the other 5 classes, except for Class F, gasped in astonishment, their shock unmistakable. They had struggled immensely even against the G1 level difficulty of the insect tide. And for a G2 level with double the tide quantity, despite Lin Yuan failing to withstand the 7th wave, he had managed to fend off a full 6 waves. Under G2 difficulty, that would involve mobilizing 12 camps of insect forces. Just contemplating such numbers sent shivers through the students of these classes. It was utterly terrifying. As the praises from those around him bolstered his confidence, Lin Yuan stood tall before Class F, defiantly berating them. And what about you? Huh. You emerged so early from G1 difficulty. Do you even have the audacity to mock me? Finally, Lin Yuan stood before the smiling Zhou Zhuo, venomously taunting. And you, kid, you emerged in the 9th wave of G1 difficulty, daring to challenge me. Do you even comprehend what G2 level entails? Just as Zhou Zhuo could no longer restrain himself, ready to deliver a punch to this audacious Lin Yuan's face, a familiar voice, dripping with sarcasm, resonated from behind him. G2 difficulty, you say? It seems that Class A's Lin Yuan is quite formidable. Zhou Zhuo turned to find none other than the Garlic King, Gao Tian. With an air of indifference, Gao Tian approached Zhou Zhuo, subtly positioning himself protectively in front of him, leaning slightly to rest his arm on Zhou Zhuo's shoulder. He cast a disdainful gaze at Lin Yuan and smirked. Come now, Class Leader Lin, do enlighten me about your achievements at the G2 level. I am but a naive soul, so please, open my eyes. Humph. Today, I shall indeed show you all. Lin Yuan was taken aback to find that Gao Tian was even more audacious than himself. With a swift movement, he rolled up his sleeves and presented a battle achievement panel for all to see. Name, Lin Family Green Pasture Instance. Yunlan Insect Valley Difficulty. G2 star rating. 10 stars points. 1045, did you see that? I have a whopping 1045 points. If there were a higher rating, I could be directly promoted to 11 stars. Do you dare to challenge me? Lin Yuan had initially been quite boastful. However, when a similar panel appeared before him, his mouth fell agape, rendering him speechless. Name: Tian Xing Jian Instance. Yunlan Insect Valley Difficulty. G2 star rating. 10 stars points. 4396. What now, Lin the Great? Why are you silent? Gao Tian gazed down at Lin Yuan, each word striking like a hammer, resonating in the hearts of every student present. Chapter 23. Ababa, what on earth? 4,396 points. That is more than 4 times Lin Yuan's score. How is that even possible? That fellow, with a face resembling a garlic-headed turtle, also chose the G2 difficulty. He even managed to withstand 2 more waves of insect tides than Lin Yuan from Class A. Previously, during theoretical classes, Lin Yuan had heard of a student named Zhou from Class F who performed quite well. Could this Tian Xing Jian be that very Zhou? As discussions erupted among the students from other classes, they inadvertently overlooked the embarrassed Lin Yuan, instead casting admiring glances toward Gao Tian. When did Class F produce such an extraordinary individual? Gao Tian clearly reveled in the admiration, his head held high, almost forgetting his own name. Little Tian, congratulations on scoring over 4,000 points. Zhou timely reminded Gao Tian, offering his congratulations. Upon hearing Zhou's words, Gao Tian chuckled proudly. Of course. I drew the serpent viper egg. Compared to the Lin family's insect queen genes, I'm no slouch. After speaking, Gao Tian turned to glance at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, unable to muster a retort, lowered his head and sheepishly retreated back to Class A's ranks. Subsequently, Zhou retrieved a vial containing the genetic fragment of the bone-chilling Gale serpent from his small box and handed it directly to Gao Tian. Here, this is a gift to celebrate your achievement. Thanks, Zhou. Gao Tian, brimming with excitement, hardly paid attention to what Zhou had handed him, simply accepting it and placing it in his own box. After Lin Yuan left, the students from Class F surrounded Gao Tian, exclaiming, "Amazing, little Tian. Who would have thought you also chose G2 difficulty? And you scored even higher than Lin Yuan. Goodness, over 4,000 points. How many alien insects did you slay? Lin Yuan might not even reach such heights." Gao Tian stood tall, proudly declaring, "With this performance, bringing glory to our class. How could Lin Yuan not consider me for a class officer role?" Gazing at the exuberant Gao Tian, Zhou found it difficult to articulate his feelings, exclaiming, "Is this all there is to your aspirations?" With Lin Yuru yet to emerge, Zhou, relying on memories from his previous life, addressed the members of Class F, stating, "Now that we have Xiao Tian's score, our class can surely shed the label of a remedial class." Upon hearing Zhou mention the term remedial class, the 20 or so individuals present in Class F fell into an attentive silence. Eager to hear Zhou continue, "The school has set a requirement for our class. Achieving a total score of 20,000 points will allow us to discard our remedial class status. With Xiao Tian's points, and the yet-to-be-released points from our class leader, it is certain that we will rid ourselves of this label, eliminating the need to submit items worth 3-star minerals to the school each month. The money saved can be utilized for our personal development." Having finished his courteous remarks, Zhou recalled the tragic events that transpired at the end of the previous year, and added, "In 3 months, the winter examination will arrive. During this period, let us strive diligently and never forget the look of defeat on Lin Yuan's face. Let us all surpass him." After Zhou's declaration, the classmates erupted with joy. "Yes, I want him to avoid our class. Now that's the spirit of a vice class leader. Onward." After expressing their ambitious aspirations, the classmates dispersed, retreating into their own spaces to nurture their relationships. In an instant, only Zhou and Gao Tian remained in this corner. "Gao, what did you send me?" Gao Tian initially intended to casually inquire about Zhou's achievements, but suddenly recalled that Zhou had emerged earlier than him, likely indicating he hadn't drawn good worm eggs and couldn't endure in the Yunlan Worm Valley. Thus, Gao Tian promptly altered his question, reaching into his space to retrieve the item Zhou had just given him. Zhou slightly shook his head and continued, "It's merely a trinket. Upon hearing you acquired the spiked serpent gene, I thought this item would be useful to you." Noticing Zhou's expression, Gao Tian assumed that his previous words had offended Zhou. Forgetting the item in his space, he hurriedly clarified, "Zhou, I didn't mean to brag. I merely found that guy irksome, and said it without intending to insult you. We have always been brothers. After all, Zhou must have exited early due to not drawing good worm eggs. Why are you so defensive?" he inquired. "Rest assured, I'm not as fragile as you think. Even if my worm eggs are inferior to yours, I'm still not weaker than you." It was only after Zhou made this remark that Gao Tian calmed down, smiling as he retrieved the item Zhou had given him from his space. The genetic fragment, spiky Gale serpent. Gazing at the vial of genetic serum in his hand, Gao Tian's smile instantly froze, slowly lifting his gaze to Zhou, his other hand trembling as he pointed at the vial, momentarily at a loss for words. "ABA. Zhou nodded in affirmation, confirming, "Indeed, it's not worth much. I was fortunate to find it in a corner without spending any points." With a raised eyebrow, Zhou clearly expressed his dissatisfaction with Gao Tian's doubts. "What do you mean by that? Do you not trust me? If you don't believe me, then return it to me." Upon seeing Zhou extend his hand, Gao Tian promptly activated a miraculous recovery of his linguistic abilities. "Of course I believe you." Clutching tightly to the chilling genetic fragment of the Serpent of Madness, Gao Tian's expression was one of uncontainable joy. This fragment was worth 1.2 million points and of a green excellence grade. although it could only allow a single aberrant insect to evolve. The accompanying multiple spine skill was tantamount to having an additional venomous serpent at one's disposal, effectively doubling his combat prowess. However, upon receiving the gift, Gao Tian did not forget his good friend. Turning to Zhou Zhuo with a smile, he said, "Such a generous gift demands reciprocity." Subsequently, Gao Tian reached into his spatial storage and produced 3 vials of genetic potions. Zhou Zhuo feigned surprise, his face lighting up with delight at the sight of the 3 vials. "These were given to me by my family. My father feared I might draw a worker bee, which would initially lack combat strength, so he provided me with these 2 vials of genetic fragment potions to ease my early game." Without a moment's hesitation, Gao Tian pressed the 3 vials into Zhou Zhuo's hands. After accepting the genetic potions, Zhou Zhuo shifted his attention to the information panel that popped up regarding the vials. Chapter 24, Genetic Fragment, Source Energy Spirit B, Genetic Fragment, Spirit Worker B, Grade, White Ordinary Price, 200,000 Description, upon use. It allows a worker bee egg to evolve into a spirit worker bee. Furthermore, within your race, the evolution template for worker bee kin is the spirit worker bee fragment. Effect, acquires special skill, efficient gathering. Efficient gathering, resource collection efficiency increases by 20. Worker bees are the most fundamental unit for resource collection, with negligible combat power, thus not belonging to any class sequence. Upon absorbing the information regarding the 2 vials of genetic potions, a warm feeling arose within Zhou Zhuo. In his previous life, the egg he had drawn was indeed that of a worker bee. When he emerged from the novice dungeon, the Cloud Ridge Insect Valley, and unlocked the functionality for item interaction across realms, Gao Tian was the first to present him with these 3 vials of genetic potions. This act of kindness from his dear friend was akin to a timely gift of coal in the midst of snow. This greatly facilitated Zhou Zhuo's early game, aided by 3 worker bees that possessed enhanced gathering efficiency. The bond of brotherhood was undoubtedly profound. These 3 vials of genetic potions are valued at 600,000, which pales in comparison to the chilling serpent of madness genetic potion you bestowed upon me, remarked Gao Tian, scratching his head in resignation. Our family's star mining enterprise has recently encountered some issues, and funds are indeed tight. Consider this a debt of 600,000 to you. When I obtain other genetic fragments for worker bees next time, I shall repay you then. Hearing Gao Tian's words, Zhou Zhuo's curiosity was piqued, and he inquired, "Has there been a problem with Uncle Gao's star mining enterprise?" In my previous life, I had never heard of any issues regarding Gao Tian's family's mining operations. After contemplating, Zhou Zhuo could only conclude that in his past life, he had been far too feeble, unworthy of alleviating the burdens of the Gao family, at least in their eyes. Upon hearing Zhou Zhuo's concern, Gao Tian waved his hand dismissively, exuding confidence as he proclaimed, "It's nothing, merely a minor issue with the mineral source. My father is not the kind of person to be troubled by such trivialities. Besides, any problem that could stump my father would be beyond the capabilities of either of us to resolve." Zhou Zhuo chuckled softly at Gao Tian's forthrightness, inwardly acknowledging the truth of his words. What sort of family was the Gao family? They were among the top 5 commercial conglomerates in the entire Lu City. If a problem could confound Gao's father, it was indeed doubtful that Zhou Zhuo, with his current abilities, could offer any assistance. Then, Zhou Zhuo spoke. "As for the 60,000 points you owe me, let us not dwell on it. The gene serum I provided is out of necessity, not as a means to bind you with debt. If Uncle Gao is facing difficulties, we should not add to his burdens. Should you insist on repaying me, there is no rush, a year or 2 will suffice." In his previous life, Zhou Zhuo had echoed the same sentiments that Gao Tian expressed at that moment. But back then, he owed Gao Tian 40,000 points, which he was never able to repay before the latter's demise. This became a significant regret in Zhou Zhuo's heart. Ha ha ha, great favors need not be mentioned, so I shall refrain. Gao Tian understood well that continuing to tally debts might strain their brotherly bond. So he decided to change the subject and said, "I will now proceed to merge the gene fragments of the thorn serpent with the bone-piercing serpent. Farewell." Zhou Zhuo nodded in response. "Go ahead, it is getting late. We shall meet again tomorrow. The class point competition will only conclude once Lin Yuru emerges." After bidding each other farewell, they returned to their respective spatial devices. Once Zhou Zhuo was back in his own space, he gazed at the 2 vials of gene serum in his hand, wearing a wry smile. "Alas, I have acquired 3 vials of gene fragments that are of no use to me." Recalling Gao Tian's cautious remarks, Zhou Zhuo felt a twinge of embarrassment. "It seems little Tian believes I have obtained the worker bee gene and that I failed the novice trial. How am I to display my points now?" While Zhou Zhuo was lost in thought, a notification from the mainframe suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! The heart of the swarm has detected incomplete gene fragments of the psionic worker bee. Repairs can be initiated. Zhou Zhuo was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the mainframe's voice, then examined the gene serum in his hand several times, puzzled. What does incomplete mean? The information panel for these 2 vials in my past life indicated the same. Ding! Consuming gene fragments, psionic worker bee. X3 will allow for repairs. Ding! Do you wish to proceed with the repairs? After hearing the mainframe's message, Zhou Zhuo glanced at the gene serum in his hand and nodded. He initiated the repair process. Ding! Consuming ordinary quality white gene fragments, psionic worker bee. X3, repair in progress, please wait. Ding! Repair completed. Congratulations. You have acquired green excellent quality gene fragments, source energy spirit B. Gene fragment, source energy spirit B, grade, green excellent price, 800,000 description, upon use. It enables the evolution of a worker bee egg into a source energy spirit bee. Furthermore, within your species, The evolution template for Worker Bee subordinates is enhanced by one source energy Spirit Bee fragment. Effect: acquire the unique skill Spirit Source Instinct. Spirit Source Instinct increases resource gathering efficiency by 50 and allows the detection of celestial mineral sources within a certain range. Hiss. Upon witnessing the direct upgrade of the gene fragment, Joshua inhaled sharply, while others would merely grant the 3 energy worker bees the special skill for efficient gathering, enhancing their resource collection efficiency by 20. My use of this source energy Spirit Bee fragment would bestow the unique skill of Spirit Source Instinct to all future worker bees I hatch. In addition to the 50 increase in resource gathering efficiency, they would possess a radar-like ability to sense the presence of mineral sources. After accepting this gene fragment, Source Energy Spirit Bee, Joshua pondered, next, I must prioritize obtaining the genetic sequence of the worker bee. When the time comes, my worker bees will have the ability to sense mineral sources, which may prove advantageous concerning the issue of the Gao family's mineral resources. Once I possess the worker bee unit, I will have the most fundamental resource gathering unit. Coupled with the basic combat unit, the jump bug, Joshua's faction would finally begin to take shape. However, to acquire the genetic sequence of the worker bee, I must delve into the genetic sequence dungeons. With this thought, Joshua unconsciously stroked his chin in contemplation. In the various realms, to acquire a particular type of resource, one must enter the corresponding dungeons. To farm equipment breakthrough materials, one must venture into the equipment material dungeons. To gather resources such as star, ore, and gas, one must enter the basic resource dungeons. To obtain architectural gene blueprints, one must explore the architectural blueprint dungeons, and so forth. Thus, to hatch the desired aberrant insect from an egg, one must enter the genetic sequence dungeons. In these dungeons, by defeating aberrant insects of the same category, there is a certain probability of dropping foundational aberrant insect gene fragments. When a sufficient quantity of these foundational gene fragments is collected, they can be assembled into a complete genetic sequence. Injecting this complete genetic sequence into a larva or a geneless egg will permanently unlock that type of aberrant insect. Otherwise, one would need to spend exorbitant sums to purchase the genetic sequence from others. I have no desire to squander my resources. It is preferable to farm the dungeons, contributing some of my technological points to the Chiyu technology tree. With such plans in mind, Joshua comfortably rested within the small box. Time passed gradually. When the sun rose once more on the horizon, Joshua was awakened by a notification from the mainframe. Upon awakening, Joshua moved the heavy jump bug, which had been sleeping on him, to the side and checked the messages sent by others. The class point competition has concluded. If you are awake, please come out. The school needs to tally the points. Lin Yuru. Gazing at the final tally of points, Joshua smiled faintly. It is once again time for the point statistics. To prevent my score from drawing undue attention, I have deliberately spent over 3 million points, making it less astonishing. After stretching lazily, Joshua stepped out from his small enclosure. Chapter 25, Class F, 57, 620 points. As Joshua emerged from his box, he noticed his classmates gathered around their class monitor, Lin Yuru, not far away. Lin is incredible. She managed to withstand 12 waves of the insect tide. With only 100 students in our senior year at Lu City No. 2 High School, surely no more than 3 individuals could endure 12 waves. Lin's conservative estimate places her among the top 3 in the entire school. Even at G1 difficulty, she scored over 5,000 points. That is more formidable than the high-ranking competitors. Bah! When I emerged with my 4,000 points, no one was saying that. Lin is truly a legend. With a gentle smile, Joshua approached Gao Tian, who was pouting and had her hands on her hips, clearly less than pleased. He teased, Lin is remarkable, managing to score over 5,000 points even at G1 difficulty, and she remains humble, unlike certain individuals. Upon hearing Joshua's words, Gao Tian, in a fit of frustration, charged at him. Old Zhou, even you say that. I shall sever all ties with you. Joshua chuckled heartily, darting around the crowd. Ha! You think you can catch up with me? Come on. Hey, don't run. While the two were engaged in their playful banter, Lin Yuru interjected, halting their antics. Enough of this. It's time to compile the points. I need to report to the school shortly. All right, Joshua replied, stopping in his tracks. Just as Gao Tian seized the opportunity to leap onto his back. Got you. All right, class monitor, I'll upload the results now. After ceasing their playful antics, they, along with the rest of the class, submitted their scores to Lin Yuru. However, a few students with lower scores hesitated. Is it possible not to disclose our scores? My score is embarrassingly low. It would be humiliating to reveal it. I promise I'll do better in the winter exam. Can we skip uploading this time? Yes, Lin. Do we really have to submit our results? Upon hearing their concerns, Lin Yuru shook her head slightly and replied, this is a school regulation. Submission is mandatory. But don't worry, the school and I will only see your star ratings, not the specific scores. The school has also stated that individual scores will not be made public. Only the class leaderboard and average scores will be disclosed. Upon hearing Lin Yuru's reassurances, the students with lower scores finally calmed down and obediently submitted their results. True to her word, Lin Yuru collected the scores from all 30 students in Class F and submitted them to the school without taking a second glance, which further comforted her classmates. This is what a good class leader should be. Gazing at Lin Yuru on the high platform, Joshua couldn't help but silently vow, this year, let us strive diligently to ensure that the tragic events of the past in Luqing do not repeat themselves. The data processing speed across various realms is remarkably swift, and as each class uploads their results to the school, the central area of the school promptly displays several colossal words of the rankings. Precisely as Lin Yuru had just mentioned, the scoreboard begins to gradually unveil the scores of each senior class. Moreover, presumably to consider the student's dignity. This leaderboard not only omits the names of the students, but also refrains from ordering the rankings by scores. Instead, it is arranged according to class sequences. Nevertheless, even so, the leaderboard continues to captivate everyone's attention. Class points ranking. Class A, 10 students, 8,986 points. Class B, 15 students, 12,694 points. Class C, 15 students, 12135 points. Class D, 15 students, 11963 points. Class E, 15 students, 10,903 points. Class average score ranking. Class A, 8986 points. Class B, 8,463 points. Class C, 8090 points. Class D, 7975 points. Class E, 7,269 points. The students of Luqing No. 2 High School gazed up at the leaderboard, and upon seeing their respective class scores, they all exhaled with smiles of relief. Thankfully, Class A's leader provided me with 40 fragments of stardust. Otherwise, selecting the fission worm would have made the initial stages quite challenging without a few jumping worms. If it weren't for the stardust fragments from Class A's leader, our class would not have achieved such commendable results. This ranking, though claimed to be arranged by class order, is not much different from a ranking by strength. Wow, Class A truly deserves its reputation. An average of 8,986 points per person. Indeed, if they each manage to slay a couple more jumping worms, their total score will exceed 900, equating to an average of 10 stars. Our Class D is also just a step away. If we could slay a few more jumping worms, we could reach an average rating of 9 stars. Upon hearing the praise from everyone, Lin Yuan, who had previously worn a sullen expression, allowed a smile to emerge. The shock of hearing her younger sister Lin Yuru's score of over 5,000 points had dissipated like smoke. However, at that moment, a tall boy in the distance, fixated on the leaderboard, suddenly uttered a remark that caused Lin Yuan's countenance to darken once again. I wonder how many points Class F has scored. With one Tianxing Jin and their class leader, those two combined must have garnered nearly 10,000 points. Indeed, despite Class A being comprised of elites, their smaller number yields a high average score. Yet, it stands to reason that the two students from the last ranked Class F have amassed more points than the total score of all 10 members of Class A, who then, truly are the elites. In an instant, the entire Class A fell silent. Everyone fixated on the leaderboard, eager to discover the score of the last ranked Class F. After all, the remarkable Tianxing Jin and the leader of Class F together had amassed nearly 10,000 points. Thus, the final score of Class F tugged at the hearts of everyone. However, after the leaderboard displayed Class E, it remained stagnant for quite some time. What could be the reason for this? Where were Class F scores? Zhou raised his gaze to the two leaderboards that lacked any record of Class F scores, a faint smile curling at his lips as he mused. Perhaps even the teachers at the school were taken aback, unsure whether to release our class's scores. Yet, Zhou was acutely aware that the students' scores were to be submitted to the esteemed decision-making body of the human race, the Jade Pavilion. The pavilion would include the students' performance in regular examinations as part of the evaluation during interviews. Therefore, even if the school hesitated to disclose this information, the scores would inevitably be revealed and synchronized with the Jade Pavilion. However, the students of Class F were oblivious to this and had already begun to panic. What was happening? Why were there no scores for Class F? I had resolutely committed to not lagging behind and submitted my scores. Surely the school does not look down upon our class. Our scores should have exceeded 20,000 points, right? What could be the reason for this? Just as the discussions intensified, the leaderboard trembled and finally updated. Fortunately, it refreshed successfully. Yet, as everyone breathed a sigh of relief and focused their attention on the leaderboard, the entirety of Lu City No. 2 Middle School fell into a profound silence. What is this? It must be a mistake, surely? Is that not Class F? Even if the scores of those two individuals were combined, they would barely reach 10,000. The total score should only be a little over 20,000, at most 30,000, right? Yet, could this figure truly be the score that Class F achieved? In stark contrast to the others, Zhou gazed at the numbers on the leaderboard without a trace of shock, a subtle smile gracing his face as he remained silent. Class scores. Class F, 30 students 57, 620 points average score. Class F, 19, 207 points. Chapter 26. I wish to make a deal with you, J Pavilion. A data transmission has arrived with a score of 37, 852. Where is it? Lu City? The most remote area in the northern region, that 9th tier main city? Understood. Within the Jade Pavilion, an elderly man in white attire turned off the communication device, patted the thunder beast beside him, who had just finished consuming the pavilion's inventory and was preparing to slumber, and stored it within a spatial device. Subsequently, the elderly man reopened the communication and issued a few terse commands. Mingyu, you are to visit Lu City. Yes, just find the city guard. They will assist you in locating the individuals. It would also be prudent to conduct an inspection to prevent corruption. After issuing the commands, the elderly man gazed at a virtual screen before him, lost in thought. The screen displayed a newly compiled leaderboard, and at the top, a name stood out, its score exceeding the second-place contender by more than threefold. The elderly man squinted at the name in first place, an inexplicable feeling washing over him. Yixing Qinjian. What does this name mean? Cheating. It must be cheating. The class leader of Class A, Lin Yuan, was overwhelmed with rage upon seeing the scores of Class F, exclaiming hysterically, how could Class F possibly have such high scores? It must be fake. Fake. Even that scoundrel Tian Xingjian must have cheated to achieve such a high score. Despite the disbelief and fury evident on Lin Yuan's trembling face, deep down, He was acutely aware of the truth. In all realms, the notion of cheating was a mere fabrication. For centuries, actions beyond human comprehension stemmed solely from a realm beyond human understanding. The situation before him was merely something he was unwilling to grasp. If a class of 30 students amassed a total score of 57,000 points, and he deemed it cheating, then surely the solitary individual who unlocked the G4 difficulty for all humanity could also be classified as a cheat. Lin Yuan's voice dwindled to silence, and he sank to the ground. His spirit diminished, muttering in disbelief. It must all be fake. I cannot accept it. The entirety of Lucheng No. 2 High School was once again enveloped in silence. Particularly, the 10 students from Class A, reflecting on their previous mockery of Class F before the class competition, hung their heads in shame. However, unlike the other classes, Class F erupted in jubilant cheers. 57,000. Is this really our class's score? Am I seeing things? This is real. Nearly 2,000 points per person. What kind of score is this? The faces of everyone in Class F, upon witnessing the leaderboard, radiated with ecstatic disbelief. Gao Tian, in his fervor, instinctively turned to Zhou Zhua and exclaimed, "Old Zhou, did you see that? Over 50,000 points." However, when Gao Tian caught sight of the smile on Zhou Zhua's face, his words fell silent. At that moment, he recalled the peculiarities surrounding Zhou Zhua during this period, the cryptic conversations, the expensive gene potions, and the enigmatic smiles. Gao Tian nudged Zhou Zhua with his elbow, whispering, "Old Zhou, how much of this score is yours?" For his childhood companion, Zhou Zhua had no intention of concealing the truth. With a slight smile, he extended his thumb and pinky, signaling a 6, and candidly replied, "Not much, just 60%. Gao Tian gasped at Zhou Zhua's revelation, struggling to suppress his astonishment. 60% of 57,000. That was at least 34,000 points. His old friend had quietly amassed over 30,000 points in the Yunlan Insect Valley. Glancing at Zhou Zhua, Gao Tian redirected his gaze to the leaderboard, quietly remarking to Zhou Zhua, "Knowing you, you must have understated your score. It's certainly higher than you claim." Zhou Zhua remained silent, tacitly affirming this notion. At that moment, a more shocking thought surged within Gao Tian, and his pupils widened as he looked back at Zhou Zhua, whispering in astonishment, "Could it be that you are the one who unlocked the G for difficulty?" Zhou Zhua's smile deepened, for he had finally found the opportunity to showcase his prowess. At that moment, Zhou Zhua slowly raised a finger, placing it before his lips. "Hush." Lu Pai Gao Tian took a deep breath, struggling to calm his racing heart, his expression somewhat peculiar, as he hesitantly voiced his confusion. "How can we unlock a new difficulty? This situation has never arisen in the knowledge I've acquired. I must admit, I underestimated you. It seems your entry into the Chuanyu Pavilion is indeed assured. If you do join the Chuanyu Pavilion, you probably won't even want the 3 vials of genetic serum I gave you, so you might as well return them." Upon hearing Gao Tian's words, Zhou Zhua distinctly sensed an invisible barrier forming between them. That simply wouldn't do. Zhou Zhua promptly responded, playfully adopting a rogue demeanor, draping an arm around Gao Tian's shoulders, and retorted like a rascal, "Just because you see that I have money now, you think you can forget the remaining 600,000 points? You want to reclaim the gifts you bestowed upon me? You sly rascal." Hearing Zhou Zhua's deliberate attempt to bridge the gap, Gao Tian also broke into a smile, hooking his arm around Zhou Zhua's shoulder. "Haven't you heard? Those who owe money are the masters. You expect me to return you 600,000 points? Well, good luck with that. You won't see it for the next decade." Zhou Zhua chuckled. "Then I shall wait for you, whether it be 10 years or 20. Whenever you have the means to repay." The two erupted in hearty laughter, the invisible barrier dissipating, leaving only the purest of friendships. An outstanding tree will inevitably attract the wind. "Old Zhou, it's best if fewer people know about this matter, aside from the Chuanyu Pavilion. Rest assured, I am more astute than you, well aware of that. Are you mocking me again?" At that moment, on the high platform, Lin Yuru also spoke up. "Everyone, please quiet down and refrain from discussing points among yourselves." Lin Banshang's voice commanded silence among the members of Class F, who settled down to listen attentively to Lin Yuru's words. "Our class's impressive achievements are a result of everyone's collective efforts." After delivering this statement, Lin Yuru observed that her classmates had calmed, and continued, "I presume everyone is tired. Let us log off and head home to rest. The class points competition has concluded, and the school has announced a week's break. During this time, you may consult those who can provide advice on how to allocate your points. If you trust my judgment, I can also offer some personal insights. Next week, when we log in again, we'll allocate points and officially embark on our journeys across the realms." Upon Lin Yuru's conclusion, each student wore a smile, bidding farewell to one another as they made their way toward the teleportation portal leading to the school gate. Once they stepped through the portal, they would leave the realms behind and return to reality. Zhou Zhua and Gao Tian stretched lazily before heading towards the school gate together. But at that moment, both of their minds vibrated simultaneously. They exchanged glances and opened their message notifications, only to find the same name displayed, Lin Jia Yi Sun Yuru. "Zhou Zhua, Gao Tian, please hold on for a moment. I have something to discuss with you both," Lin Yuru said. Upon hearing Lin Yuru call out to him, Zhou Zhua and Gao Tian paused in their steps, turning to face her with expressions of curiosity. Zhou Zhua, noticing the seriousness in Lin Yuru's gaze, raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss, class leader?" Descending from the elevated platform, Lin Yuru approached Zhou Zhua and Gao Tian, biting her lower lip. After a moment of inner turmoil, she spoke, "I wish to propose a transaction." Chapter 27, Blood Chi Pearl, a transaction? At the mention of this term, Zhou Zhua raised an eyebrow, a flicker of confusion igniting within him. What sort of transaction could it be? In his previous life, Lin Yuru had never broached the subject of transactions with him. Moreover, what could the three of them possibly trade? Points, perhaps? Lin Yuru, unreserved, articulated her intentions directly. I would like to purchase your points using real currency. During point transactions, a 10% tax is levied across the realms. I will exchange 1 unit of star or for 1,000 points before tax. Of course, the decision lies with you. I am merely articulating my thoughts. Upon hearing Lin Yuru's desire to buy points, Gao Tian was taken aback. Points? Class leader, with your 5,200 plus points, you have quite a sum already. Why the need to buy more? Gao Tian pondered that Zhou Zhuo might have emerged from the small box a bit late, unaware of Lin Yuru's point total. However, he was fully aware of her impressive performance metrics displayed on her battle panel. Name: Lin Jia Yi Sun Yuru Dungeon. Yunlan Insect Valley difficulty. G1 level star rating. 10 stars points. 5213 achieving a perfect clearance of 8 G1 difficulty level and earning over 5,000 points. Such an accomplishment ought to be a source of pride. Yet why did Lin Yuru still wish to purchase points? Was it due to a desire for something that required more points than she possessed? Sensing Lin Yuru's gaze lingering on him, Zhou Zhuo took a step forward and inquired further. Acquiring points is a minor matter, but why have you chosen to discuss this solely with Gao Tian and me? In response to Zhou Zhuo's question, Lin Yuru remained silent and instead revealed a panel before her, displaying it for Zhou Zhuo and Gao Tian to see. F-class star rating, 208 stars 10 stars, 3 individuals 9 stars, 1 individual 8 stars, 3 individuals 7 stars, 12 individuals 6 stars, 7 individuals 5 stars, 3 individuals 4 stars, 1 individual. Gazing at the panel, Zhou Zhuo was momentarily taken aback. He had never encountered such a panel before. So, the class leader possessed an additional star rating report? After displaying the panel, Lin Yuru fixed her gaze intently on Zhou Zhuo, exuding a confidence that seemed to emanate from within, and declared, in our class, only the 3 of us have achieved a 10-star rating, and the 3rd individual must be you. After uttering these words, Lin Yuru, observing Zhou Zhuo's unflappable demeanor, spoke with unwavering resolve. Throughout the 2 years of mock examinations, you have repeatedly triumphed over me, often against overwhelming odds. It is not mere self-praise. I am not weak. But you are undeniably stronger. Therefore, the 3rd individual to achieve this 10-star rating can only be you. Both receiving 1-star ratings, I possess a score of 5, 213, while Gao Tian holds 4, 396. This is an open and evident result. The remaining 27 students, even if each were to achieve perfect scores across all levels, would only yield a total of 17, 800 points. Adding our scores together, Gao Tian and I collectively amount to merely 9, 609 points. Lin Yuru fixed her gaze on Zhou Zhuo, inhaled deeply, and uttered a score that she found somewhat unacceptable. This can only attest to one fact. You must possess at least over 30,000 points. After expressing this, Lin Yuru exhaled, attempting to alleviate her inner imbalance, and chuckled in a self-deprecating manner. Although I am aware of your exceptional academic achievements over the past 2 years, consistently ranking first in our entire grade, I still find that I have underestimated you. I have heard from classmates that you were the first to emerge, yet you managed to accumulate 6 times my score. It seems I have been overly conceited. Zhou Zhuo, you certainly did not select the G1 difficulty. Upon hearing Lin Yuru's words, Gao Tian glanced at Zhou Zhuo beside him, shrugged his shoulders, and remarked, it seems the secret has been revealed. I initially thought I was the only one privy to this information, but it appears the class leader has figured it out. Zhou Zhuo nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, I chose G. Just as Zhou Zhuo was about to disclose that he had selected the G3 difficulty, Lin Yuru interrupted him. You chose G2, did you not? The gleam in Lin Yuru's eyes sparkled with admiration. Her previous resentment transformed entirely into fervent admiration. You must have conspired with Gao Tian to select the G2 difficulty together. But Gao Tian is evidently not your equal. Although you did not endure to the end, you undoubtedly achieved such commendable results through your own strategy. Gao Tian. Zhou Zhuo, gazing into the class leader's eyes filled with admiration, stiffly nodded. Yes, that's correct. You have guessed everything accurately. Gao Tian, feeling inexplicably sidelined, sulked. Class leader, let's get to the point. Why are we discussing me? I am not lacking either. Ahem. Sensing her own lapse in composure, Lin Yuru cleared her throat. Then awkwardly continued. I have set my sights on an item worth 30,000 points, but my current points are insufficient. Initially, I contemplated giving up. But upon learning that both of you possess high scores, I found myself reconsidering this idea. At this juncture, Lin Yuru recognized the inappropriateness of her statement, hastily waved her hand, and clarified. I do not intend to imply that you must agree to this transaction. I merely propose this notion, and I hold your thoughts and judgments in the highest regard, as points are of immense significance to everyone. Furthermore, I had no expectation that this transaction would come to fruition. I was merely inquiring. After hearing Lin Yuru's remarks, Zhou Zhuo furrowed his brow and, following Gao Tian's lead, asked, Class leader, let us focus on the matter at hand. What exactly do you wish to exchange? Gao Tian also rubbed his forehead and added, Yes, class leader. As potential stakeholders in this deal, we should certainly have the right to be informed. Upon witnessing the 2 individuals refraining from outright rejection, a subtle sense of relief blossomed within Lin Yuru's heart, though she hesitated to fully embrace this sentiment. After all, until the matter reached fruition, everything remained an enigma. With a smile gracing her lips, Lin Yuru accessed her interdimensional shop, unveiling her exclusive interface. Soon, she presented her coveted item to Zhou Zhuo and Gao Tian, blood essence or price, 30,000 description, a one-time use item, applicable solely within the current dungeon. Upon utilizing this orb, a blood essence halo will manifest around the user with a radius of 10 meters. Effect: within the halo's range. All allied forces experience a health regeneration of 1, an additional 1 health point per minute. I have received intel from my teacher indicating that there will be another opportunity to enter the dungeon next month. The first monthly assessment will allow us to choose between solo mode and a team mode based on class units. At this juncture, a radiant smile illuminated Lin Yuro's face. My insect queen possesses relatively weak combat abilities and can only provide support. With this item in hand, I will be able to enhance our class's performance during the next team assessment. Consequently, we can achieve superior results. Upon hearing Lin Yuro's heartfelt words, Gao Tian instinctively covered her eyes with her hand and exclaimed, "Class monitor, you are simply an angel. I shall contribute my 4,000 points entirely." Zhou Zhuo inhaled deeply, fully aware of his class monitor's exceptional talent, rated at D level, known as maternal thinking. Its effect allows for 6 mana points to regenerate per minute, with a healing effect of 30, truly a support character's profile. Thus, this item that facilitates group healing is perfectly suited for Lin Yuro. While Zhou Zhuo understood Lin Yuro's selflessness and her tendency to sacrifice personal interest for the greater good of the class, he was nonetheless astonished to realize that her ulterior motives were still rooted in the welfare of the class as a collective. Nodding discreetly, Zhou Zhuo spoke, "I shall not part with my points." Chapter 28, Gene Fragment, Cloud Healing Insect Queen. Upon hearing Zhou Zhuo's words, Gao Tian and Lin Yuro were momentarily taken aback. Gao Tian lowered her hand from her eyes, gazing at Zhou Zhuo incredulously. "Lao Zhou, what are you thinking? Your points should undoubtedly be spent on something of greater importance." Initially, Gao Tian intended to voice her thoughts, but after a moment's reflection on reality, she realized that each individual's points represented their most cherished asset. Spending one's own resources to procure items for others could indeed be seen as unreasonable. After all, we reside in a society governed by law. No one possesses the authority to adopt a moral high ground and criticize others. Moreover, based on her understanding of Zhou Zhuo, he surely had his own considerations. Having settled her thoughts, although Gao Tian's expression remained somewhat pained, she nonetheless cast a look of understanding towards Zhou Zhuo. Lin Yuro also lowered her head with a hint of disappointment, yet her words were filled with understanding. "Indeed, I have been rather presumptuous. The fact that you have accumulated such a significant amount of points reflects the immense effort you have invested. You indeed require these points more." Upon hearing their conversation, Zhou Zhuo smiled faintly and remarked, "The point exchange incurs an additional tax of 10% to the various realms, aimed at preventing multiple transactions." With that, Zhou Zhuo effortlessly swiped open his exclusive instance, spending 30,000 points to purchase the Blood Chi Pearl. As he had no need for the item, the inheritance mechanism for items was, after all, the optimal solution for collective prosperity. Under the astonished gazes of Gao Tian and Lin Yuro, Zhou Zhuo extended his hand, revealing 2 items. One was the Blood Chi Pearl, and the other was a vial of shimmering green potion. "Class leader, I present these 2 items to you, hoping that with them, you will remain true to your original intentions and always prioritize the interests of the team." Lin Yuro stared at the Blood Chi Pearl in Zhou Zhuo's hand, momentarily taken aback, and after a brief pause, she hurriedly exclaimed, "But that is 30,000 points. How could you pay that outright? If the 3 of us had contributed, you would have spent at least a third less." Zhou Zhuo shook his head and replied with a generous demeanor, 30,000 points is but a trifling sum." A smile played upon his lips as he continued, "Moreover, as you stated, this is a transaction. In my eyes, you possess something far more valuable than those 30,000 points. With great rewards come potential betrayal. Every individual harbors the possibility of treachery. To prevent such betrayals from their original faction, one must simply invest more." In Zhou Zhuo's recollection, Lin Yuro, who had once failed to defend the city and paid with her life as atonement, required only a modest incentive to maintain her loyalty to the human race. The mere 30,000 points could secure a temporary stability in the rear, a considerable profit. Lin Yuru's steadfast loyalty to humanity and her prioritization of the team's interests were, in Zhou Zhuo's eyes, worth far more than 30,000 points. Just as Zhou Zhuo finished speaking, Gao Tian suddenly approached and nudged Zhou Zhuo with his elbow, whispering cheekily, "Old Zhou, the class leader has quite an impressive figure, but your 30,000 points could procure much more beauty." Before Gao Tian could finish, Zhou Zhuo swiftly covered his mouth. "If you can't speak properly, then don't say anything. Am I that kind of person?" Gao Tian nodded, still wanting to express himself. The naive Lin Yuro, upon receiving the 2 items thrown her way by Zhou Zhuo, glanced at Zhou Zhuo, who was firmly covering Gao Tian's mouth, a flicker of confusion rising within her. Lin Yuro did not comprehend the meaning behind Zhou Zhuo's words, nor did she understand Gao Tian's comments, but she nodded innocently. "If you need that important item of mine, just let me know. As a member of the Lin family, I would never take advantage of you." Hearing Lin Yuru's words, Gao Tian ceased to struggle, casting a glance at Zhou Zhuo with a hint of lewdness. "I have accepted the Blood Chi Pearl, but what about this potion?" Upon receiving the Blood Chi Pearl, Lin Yuro promptly activated the data panel of the potion she held in her hand. As the panel illuminated before her, she stood frozen in astonishment. Noticing Lin Yuru's bewildered expression, Gao Tian turned to Zhou Zhuo, incredulously asking, "Old Zhou, this potion cannot possibly be the one I imagine, can it?" Zhou Zhuo glanced at Gao Tian, a sly smile forming on his lips. "No way." Gao Tian hastily swiped the data panel of the genetic potion from Lin Yuru's grasp. Genetic fragment, Cloud Healing Insect Mother, grade, green, excellent price, 1,000,000. Description. Upon use, it allows a sorcerer sequence's insect queen egg to evolve into a cloud-healing insect mother. Furthermore, within your race, the insect queen's evolutionary template requires one cloud-healing insect mother fragment. Effect: acquire the special skill Rapid Nourishment. As Gao Tian beheld the potion emitting a luminous green glow, a flicker of doubt arose within him. With a clearer understanding of the potion's information, he became increasingly convinced of his suspicion. You truly are a lucky one. You must have obtained other genetic fragments in the Cloud Mist Insect Valley, right? Zhou Zhua, wearing a smile, refrained from answering. What do you think? Given Zhou Zhua's demeanor, Gao Tian could easily deduce his implication. His expression transformed into one of astonishment and amusement. Damn. Old Zhou, you've truly outdone yourself, revealing such a marvel. Upon hearing Gao Tian's words, Zhou Zhua's smile abruptly stiffened. Such praise carried an odd flavor. Once Lin Yuru regained her composure, she fixed Zhou Zhua with a determined gaze, exclaiming, Zhou Zhua, having received such a grand gift from you, I must repay you. Allow me to assist you with something. Zhou Zhua, however, dismissed her offer, insisting, No, it's a trivial matter. Seeing Zhou Zhua adamantly refuse any form of gratitude, Lin Yuru's mind sparked with an idea. Zhou Zhua, I deeply desire these two items. Yet you insist on not accepting payment, leaving me at a loss. How about this? As the fourth daughter of the Lin family, the city guardians of Lu City, I have recently come of age. Upon hearing Lin Yuru's words, Gao Tian's eyes lit up, a knowing smile gracing his face as if anticipating something. Lin Yuru continued. As the offspring of the city guardian, each individual, upon awakening their talents, is allocated a population voucher annually. Whenever you find the time, please visit my home. I will request my family to issue my population voucher, hoping it can substitute for the two items you have given me. After Lin Yuru finished speaking, Gao Tian's previous excitement dissipated. Yet, the mention of the population voucher swiftly captured his attention. Even Zhou Zhua's eyes gleamed at the mere mention of the population voucher. Chapter 29. Raising the population cap? Population tokens. Upon utilization, these tokens grant access to a unique dungeon. Within this realm, defeating enemy units yields an item capable of enhancing the population cap of player subordinates beyond the dungeon's confines. This implies that once players augment their subordinate population limits and reach their capacity, entering the dungeon again will result in an immediate deployment of that many troops at the outset. Each awakened player begins with a population limit of 10. Taking the jumping insects as an example, 3 of Zhou Zhua's decomposing hunting insects occupy a single population slot. If Zhou Zhua reaches full capacity, he can possess 10 insect eggs, thus allowing him to carry up to 30 decomposing jumping insects into the new dungeon. By increasing the population cap, players can bring additional subordinates into the dungeon, leading to a more advantageous start. With a larger initial army, securing resource points within the dungeon becomes notably easier, thereby conserving precious time. Indeed, population tokens are a remarkable asset. Zhou Zhua nodded in agreement. There are numerous ways for him to acquire other insect eggs, but the enhancement of the population supply limit can solely be achieved through these tokens. Observing Zhou Zhua's growing interest, Lin Yuru earnestly remarked, Please, you must accept this, otherwise, I truly have no justification for taking your belongings. Gao Tian swallowed hard and inquired of the class monitor. Is the population token you mentioned the kind that costs 500,000 points, the red bronze level? Indeed, that is correct, Lin Yuru affirmed, somewhat embarrassed. After all, our Luqing is merely a 9th-tier main city, and my Lin family can only obtain the lowest grade red bronze population tokens. The dungeons accessed via red bronze tokens offer a chance to drop a point of population cap upon the defeat of monsters, albeit infrequently. However, over time, this can accumulate to a significant increase in the population limit. Upon hearing Lin Yuru's description, Zhou Zhua envisioned the 9-tiered, 9th-grade status symbol of the Zerg subordinate race. According to the maximum population occupied by subordinates, players are classified into 9 tiers, lower 3 tiers, red bronze, black iron, bronze middle 3 tiers, silver, gold, platinum upper 3 tiers, diamond, starry, sovereign. Each tier is further divided into 9 grades. A first-grade red bronze player has a population cap of 100. A second-grade red bronze player has a cap of 200. A third-grade red bronze player has a cap of 300, and so forth, until a 9th-grade red bronze player achieves a cap of 900. When both the population limit and the number of subordinates reach 1,000, players ascend to the second tier of black iron. Each subsequent tier follows a base 10 progression. Thus, if one were to attain the 9th tier of sovereign, the number of subordinates could escalate to 10 billion, a legion of 100 billion. With a mere wave, one could command such immense forces. Sufficient evidence to demonstrate the formidable strength of the 9th-tier monarch. Of course, among the Zigran Zerg subservient races, no 9th-tier monarch has yet emerged, and even the 6th-tier platinum warriors are a rare sight. The resources required to cultivate an army of such caliber are overwhelmingly vast. Meanwhile, the most powerful among humankind has, under the daily strain of consuming immense resources, only managed to barely reach the lowly middle 3rd tier, silver. Reflecting on this, Zhou Zhua could not help but sigh. Fortunately, in my past life, I became the supreme will of the Zigran Zerg, where my armies did not consume the population. Otherwise, I would have lacked the capability to ascend to the 72 heavens. Although ultimately, I still met failure. Our current population cap is merely 10, insufficient to even qualify as a bronze-tier warrior, so there is no need to dwell on it. Lin Yuru gazed up at Zhou Zhua, her eyes sparkling with admiration, and spoke, But Zhou Zhua, you are different. You surely can become a bronze-tier warrior. If you strive a little harder in your lifetime, you could attain the status of a black iron lord. and then you would possess your own fief. You could even become a city guardian. Upon hearing Lin Yuru's words, Zhou Zhuo smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate. Let us talk about the future when it arrives. Then it is settled. Since we have a week-long holiday, let me know when you are free to visit my home. I will request my father's permission. After a moment of contemplation, a hint of doubt arose in Zhou Zhuo's mind. Would it truly be possible for such a precious item to be granted to an outsider like myself? Nevertheless, he replied, then let it be tomorrow. I will come to find you. Upon hearing Zhou Zhuo's response, Lin Yuru nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, great. I will wait for you at home tomorrow. With that, she waved goodbye to the two and stepped into the portal, departing from the dimensional space of Luching number 2. After Lin Yuru left, Gao Tian raised an eyebrow and approached, inquiring, in such a hurry to meet the parents? Get lost. They exchanged in playful banter, before both departed the realm. Returning to reality, as a brilliant light flashed, Zhou Zhuo reopened his eyes. The air bore a faint charred scent, and he could vaguely hear the clattering sounds of construction. Along with a shrouded sky, everything enveloped in an air of familiarity, yet distinctly foreign. Not far away, a technologically advanced clock floated at the center of Luching number 2. Year 2121 M, month 9D, day 7H, hour 9 M, minute 2S, second 32. After adjusting his attire, Gao Tian followed Zhou Zhuo's gaze towards the clock, exclaiming in amazement. Time in the realms passes so swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have elapsed. Zhou Zhuo nodded in agreement, replying, indeed, once immersed in the realms, engrossed in quests, one hardly notices the passage of time. Gao Tian inhaled deeply, savoring the scent of reality, and couldn't help but exclaim, at last, we are back. Though the air here pales in comparison to that of the realms, it is this fragrant atmosphere that evokes a true sense of home. Zhou Zhuo gazed upward at the overcast sky, a nostalgic smile gracing his face. Indeed, we have finally returned. Noticing Zhou Zhuo suddenly appear lost in thought. As if submerged in a melancholic reverie, Gao Tian approached him, placing a hand on his shoulder, and initiated a conversation. Why not come over for lunch at my place? My mother insisted on cooking for us after the exams, so we must hurry back to intercept her. Nodding in agreement, Zhou Zhuo replied, sure. I haven't seen Uncle Gao and Auntie in quite a while. Wait, Auntie is cooking? ISNT at Uncle? Zhou Zhuo exclaimed, astonished. What on earth? Uncle can't stop her either. Gao Tian's face turned pale. Indeed, I cannot prevent her. She is determined to cook. Then I suppose I shall head home today. I still have leftovers. Zhou Zhuo's sentence was abruptly cut short as he felt a sudden pressure on his shoulder. Turning to look, he saw Gao Tian staring at him with a tearful expression. The only one who can dissuade my mother from cooking is you. Please, old Zhou. Gulping, Zhou Zhuo replied helplessly, I will do my best. The two exchanged glances, contemplating their predicament. After a moment of resolve, they stepped forward with unwavering determination, though perilous. We shall proceed. Chapter 30. What nonsense have you heard? The Gao family's affluence ranks among the top 5 in Lu City. At the very least, all the enterprises in the southeastern corner of Lu City bear the Gao name. Nestled by the east gate of Lu City stands a grand white villa, the residence of the Gao family. We have arrived home, Gao Tian announced as he and Zhou Zhuo reached the entrance of the yard, extending his hand to initiate fingerprint verification. Ding. Verification failed. You have 2 attempts remaining. What is happening? A puzzled Gao Tian quickly switched to his other hand for verification. Ding. Verification failed. You have 1 attempt remaining. Yikes. Only 1 chance left, old Zhou. Hurry, it's your turn. With the looming threat of triggering the alarm, Gao Tian's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to Zhou Zhuo. You scoundrel. You clearly intend to sabotage me. If the alarm goes off, you won't escape either. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Zhuo stepped forward, placing his hand on the fingerprint scanner. Ding. Unlock successful. Welcome home, Gao Tian. Upon hearing the door click open, Zhou Zhuo raised an eyebrow, stepping aside and casting a disdainful glance at Gao Tian. Remaining silent, Gao Tian, feeling embarrassed under Zhou Zhuo's scrutiny, snapped in frustration, say something. Don't you realize this makes me look foolish? Now that we're at your house, how could I dare speak? Ugh, you're being so sarcastic. After entering the grand villa, the two took 10 minutes to navigate through the meticulously trimmed garden before arriving at the main door of the house. As they approached the entrance, Zhou Zhuo spotted 2 watchful grasshoppers scurrying from the distant grass, chirping amiably at him. He bent down to stroke one of the grasshoppers, feeling quite content. At that moment, Gao Tian joyfully exclaimed, Daming, Erming, I'm back. However, it was evident that the 2 grasshoppers did not share the same warmth towards Gao Tian. Gao Tian. Dad. Mom. I'm home. Upon entering, Gao Tian exclaimed loudly. Seated on the sofa in his pajamas, Gao's father, upon hearing his son's voice, responded without lifting his gaze. Oh. He then moistened his finger and pressed the button for the next page of the electronic newspaper, continuing to read. Master, you have returned. An elderly gentleman clad in a butler's uniform approached from the far end of the long corridor, bringing slippers for Gao Tian. As Gao Tian was removing his school uniform, he inquired about the door lock. Uncle Lu, I'm back. Is our door locked? However, before Gao Tian could finish, the butler, referred to as Uncle Lu, suddenly spotted Zhou Zhuo behind Gao Tian and exclaimed excitedly, Young Master Zhou, you have returned too. Yes, hello Uncle Lu. Uncle Lu then stepped forward, took Zhou Zhuo's pristine school uniform, and led him into the living room. Gao Tian, holding his school uniform, found his hand frozen in midair, momentarily bewildered by the unfolding events. Upon hearing the butler's voice, Gao's father immediately discarded the electronic newspaper. Barefooted he approached the corridor, adjusted his glasses, and glanced at Zhou Zhuo. Xiao Zhuo is back. Come in and sit. No need to change shoes. There's no need for such formality in your own home. Gao Tian stood in the corridor, gazing at Zhou Zhua, who was being embraced by his own father and welcomed by Uncle Lu to change his shoes. Feeling an overwhelming turmoil within, the school uniform silently slipped from his grasp to the floor. Just then, a half-crying, half-loud voice echoed from the third floor. Who has returned? After hanging his school uniform on a coat rack, Gao Tian entered and replied, Mom, I'm back. Zhou Zhua, who had been pressed onto the sofa, also stood up and looked towards the middle-aged woman on the third floor, who was applying a facial mask, responding, Auntie, I have come to bother you again. Instantly, the woman on the third floor tore off her mask and hurriedly descended the stairs, her smile widening. Ah, Xiao Zhuo is back, Gao Tian thought to himself. Today, I shall definitely cook. With this declaration from Gao's mother, the atmosphere in the Gao household abruptly chilled. Except for Gao's mother. Every other face froze in a smile. Gao Tian was no exception. He could hardly muster a smile. Once Gao's mother entered the kitchen, Zhou Zhua suddenly felt a tightening in his shoulders. Turning his head, he met the determined, slightly reddened eyes of Gao's father and Uncle Lu. Today, whether or not he would survive depended on you. Xiao Zhua. Understood. Zhou Zhua solemnly nodded, rolled up his sleeves, and approached the kitchen. Auntie, let me help you. As Zhou Zhua uttered these words, Gao Tian's lips trembled, his teeth chattered, as if he had resolved himself to a grim fate. Exclaiming a statement that plunged the entire Gao household into an icy abyss. With my mom so enthusiastic, you should take a break. Woo-woo. Before Gao Tian could finish his sentence, he was silenced by the fierce gazes of Gao's father and Uncle Lu, their eyes glowing ominously. Filial son, you've lived enough. I haven't lived enough yet. Master, one cannot be so ruthless. At this moment, Mother Gao poked her head out from the kitchen, her brow furrowed in confusion as she inquired, Did someone just speak? Instantly, Father Gao turned his head, his face adorned with a warm smile, and replied, No. Dear wife, little Zhua is simply being considerate, wanting to help you with the cooking. Is that so? Oh my, how thoughtful. Come in, little Zhua. As Zhou Zhua stepped into the kitchen, he turned around to find Father Gao and Uncle Lu both bowing solemnly in his direction. Understanding the unspoken gesture, Zhou Zhua rolled up his sleeves, ready to engage in a culinary battle filled with the aroma of sizzling oil. Wait, Ani, cutting vegetables can be dangerous. Allow me, he urged. The oil is too hot. I wouldn't want you to burn yourself. Let me handle it. The smoke is too thick. Auntie, please stand back. You just applied a mask. Once Zhou Zhua had taken charge of the kitchen, Father Gao and Uncle Lu finally breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that their stomachs had a chance to survive. Dad? At that moment, Gao Tian, sporting a prominent red slap mark on his face, questioned his father. Am I really your biological child? Father Gao, with a kindly smile, gently responded. If your mother had heard what you just said, you might not be. Feeling a bit aggrieved, Gao Tian pressed on. Then why was I stopped at our door? Old Zhou could come in, but I couldn't. Upon hearing this, Father Gao paused, glancing at the electronic newspaper he had placed on the sofa, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. He then turned to Uncle Lu and instructed, Lu, please investigate. Instantly, Uncle Lu understood, raising his hand to open a portal, vanishing into the realms beyond, leaving the living room behind. Witnessing the sudden actions of his father and Uncle Lu, Gao Tian felt a twinge of anxiety. What is going on? What are they investigating? Blood relations? Could it be that I am truly not your son? Bah! Hearing his son's words, Father Gao swiftly delivered a slap to the back of Gao Tian's head, exclaiming, You brat, what nonsense are you spouting? He retrieved the electronic newspaper and continued. The door lock at home was functioning properly this morning. However, during your absence, the electronic lock malfunctioned. My electronic newspaper also experienced signal disruptions. It needed moisture to enhance fingerprint clarity for unlocking, yet now it seems to be functioning normally. It is possible that something scanned our home's electronic information network, causing a signal fluctuation. Given the strength of our electronic network's defenses, it could only be that higher authorities are searching for something, leading to these occurrences. Pay attention to these details in daily life. You will find them useful in the future. Father Gao's eyes behind his glasses gleamed with a calm resolve as he stated, If all goes as expected, it is likely that Chuanyu Pavilion is searching for something again. I wonder if the Gao family can be of any assistance. Do you understand? After a moment of contemplation, Gao Tian replied, I understand. I am your biological child. Father Gao was momentarily taken aback before delivering another slap. What nonsense did you just hear? After a lengthy pause, the commotion in the kitchen finally subsided. Mother Gao raised her voice. Dinner is ready. Dinner is ready. You little rascal. Come in and serve the dishes. Upon hearing her mother's words, Gao Tian rose from the sofa and entered the kitchen to assist Zhou Zhua in serving the dishes. As they carried the food, Gao Tian seized the opportunity to exchange a secret signal. How is the situation? Zhou Zhua responded with a mischievous grin. Victory is ours. Delighted by Zhou Zhua's reply, Gao Tian beamed. Excellent. There shall be no issues with the dishes. Truly impressive. As the dishes were gradually placed upon the round table, Lu Bo emerged from the realms and appeared behind Gao Ba, whispering a few words that elicited a joyful smile from him. So the hero resides in my Lu city. What tremendous news. Should we locate that hero, I shall gladly present the genetic fragments of our family's spirit energy worker bees. With the meal fully prepared, Gao Mu called out, Once the food is ready, let us refrain from chatting. Lu Bo, do join us. Hearing Gao Mu's invitation, Lu Bo hesitated momentarily, instinctively searching for an excuse. No, I have pressing matters to attend to. It wasn't until Lu Bo stealthily glanced at Zhou Zhua, who nodded in affirmation, that he felt reassured. Gao Ba seized the moment to interject. Lu Bo, food is of utmost importance, no matter how urgent the matter. It cannot surpass the necessity of a meal. Let us dine first. With the promise of a reprieve, Lubo finally settled at the table, taking the seat furthest away. After raising their glasses in a toast, everyone indulged in the feast. Truly, the dishes prepared by the wife were exquisite. Mother, your culinary skills have truly flourished, Gao Ba remarked. With such talent, I could retire early. Upon hearing the praises for her cooking, Gao Mu smiled, covering her mouth. You all love it so much? I shall make it for you again next time. After this remark, Gao Ba instinctively swallowed his mouthful of food and eagerly glanced at Zhou Zhua, little Zhua. You must come often. Consider this your own home. Do not stand on ceremony. Certainly, certainly, Zhou Zhua replied with a smile, continuing to savor his meal. After the meal, Zhou Zhua and Gao Tian collaboratively washed the dishes before settling in the living room to watch television. Gao Mu went upstairs to apply her facial mask, while Lu Bo departed to relay news to the Lin family. Gao Ba remained engrossed in an electronic newspaper, occasionally answering phone calls and handling business matters openly in front of Zhou Zhua and Gao Tian. Zhou Zhua listened attentively to Gao Ba's judgments and decisions, silently admiring his adeptness. His prowess in managing interpersonal relationships and business affairs was remarkable. Gao Tian, influenced by her father's demeanor, had developed a keen eye for details. Though they were watching television, Gao Tian quietly remarked to Zhou Zhua, Did you hear? My father's tone is completely calm, indicating that the matter is not serious. The issue regarding the mine will be resolved swiftly. What? The mine star has been reclaimed by the Spirit Flame Fox clan. Wait, I am heading over immediately. Before Gao Tian could finish her sentence, Gao Ba, who was on the phone, suddenly adopted a hurried, intense tone. You may do as you wish. I have matters to attend to. Once Gao Ba had dressed and entered the realms, Zhou Zhua turned to Gao Tian. Don't blame me. I have said nothing. Gao Tian hastily waved his hand, indicating that he was not to blame. Naturally, Zhou Zhua would not speak out of turn, but he kept Gao's family situation in mind. It seemed that Uncle Gao's issues regarding the mine had become somewhat pressing. Looking at Gao Tian, Zhou Zhua directly spoke. Xiao Tian, if there is any development regarding Uncle Gao, do let me know. Perhaps I can be of assistance. Gao Tian initially intended to decline, but swallowed back the refusal after a moment. After all, given Zhou Zhua's current status, there might indeed be areas where he could lend a hand to the Gao family. Thus, Gao Tian replied, Understood. I may trouble you then. We brothers don't need to mention thanks. After Gao Dad left, the two lost interest in watching television and opted instead to engage in a game of chess. The human race, having been chosen by the Zerg a century ago, honed their strategic skills, making chess a fundamental pastime. It was not until evening that Gao Dad returned from his business. Upon seeing Zhou Zhua preparing to leave, he persistently urged him to stay, which led Zhou Zhua to spend the night at the Gao household. He settled into the 100 square meter bedroom allotted to him. The following day, after a restful night, Zhou Zhua completed his morning routine, had breakfast, and donned the school uniform he had worn the day before. Gao Tian, still in pajamas and with half a fried dough stick in his mouth, sleepily glanced at Zhou Zhua, waking up significantly, and teased. Oh, look at you all dressed up. Looks like you're ready to go out and impress someone. Zhou Zhua immediately clenched his fist, smiling cheerfully at Gao Tian. If you're still hungry, would you like to take a punch from me? That should fill you up. In response, Gao Tian retreated back into her room, falling silent. After bidding farewell to Gao Dad and Uncle Lu, who were practicing Tai Chi, Zhou Zhua left the Gao residence, heading towards the center of Lu City, in the direction of the Lin family. It took him a full 2 hours to arrive at the Lin family's courtyard. Trusting his own legs was the best choice. After the long walk, Zhou Zhua took a deep breath and reached out to press the doorbell of the Lin family estate. Just then, a cool voice came from behind him. Who are you? Turning around, Zhou Zhua saw Lin Yuru, a girl a year older than him. She stood at the same height as him and bore a resemblance to Lin Yuru, with the difference being in her development. Compared to her, Lin Yuru seemed somewhat lesser. The girl had long hair cascading down to her waist and wore a school uniform that appeared more refined than Zhou Zhua's. On the left side of her chest, in elegant script, were embroidered the words Lu City University, along with the university's emblem. What a grand emblem. At that moment, she was gazing directly at Zhou Zhua. Awaiting his response, Zhou Zhua withdrew his gaze from the emblem, smiled, and calmly replied, I am Zhou Zhua, a classmate of Lin Yuru. The class monitor asked me to come over today. Yuru's classmate? The cool girl expressed slight confusion upon hearing Zhou Zhua's answer. She then stepped forward, opened the gate, and entered first. Upon entering, the cold woman discovered that Zhou Zhua remained in place, seemingly intent on continuing to ring the doorbell. Thus, she inquired, Why do you not come inside? Zhou Zhua halted his actions and replied respectfully, The master has not consented. I cannot make arbitrary decisions. The composed woman, exhibiting some understanding of etiquette, nodded expressionlessly and turned to proceed further, not neglecting to add, I am Lin Xuahan, the second sister of Lin Yuru, and I can be considered the master of the Lin family. Please, come in. Thank you, second sister. Once assured of his entry into the Qingshou household, Zhou Zhua took a step forward, maintaining a respectful distance behind Lin Xuahan as they ventured into the Lin family courtyard. Chapter 32, The Aberrant Creature? Huh. Not long after entering the courtyard, Zhou Zhua noticed 3 jumping insects suddenly rise from the grass in a corner, baring their fangs and advancing towards him with an air of hostility, as if poised to pounce at any moment. A glimmer of insight flashed in Zhou Zhua's eyes as he swiftly registered information about these mutated jumping insects. Unenhanced. Perhaps these are newly acquired jumping insects by some high school student. With a fleeting smile, Zhou Zhua turned to Lin Xuahan and inquired, Does the Lin family maintain strict oversight of their pets? Lin Xuahan halted her steps and turned to face him, her demeanor icy as she stated, The matter of dogs is not my concern. If they offend a guest, it reflects poorly on the Master's upbringing. Guests may deal with them as they see fit, without regard for the Master's displeasure. Upon hearing her words, Jojua's ears perked up, and a subtle smile graced his lips as he asked, "So, if I ascertain that they have indeed offended me, I may deal with them as I wish, correct?" "As long as it is reasonable," Lin Xuahan replied. Turning away from him, and after uttering the words "be my guest," she continued on her way. Engaging with dogs ultimately leads nowhere significant. Having made her judgment, Lin Xuahan had scarcely taken a few steps when she heard a sound slicing through the air behind her, followed by the low growls of the 3 jumping insects, which quickly transformed into whimpers. When Lin Xuahan turned around, she was astonished to find the 3 jumping insects now obediently nestled by Zhou Zhui's side, bowing their bodies and rubbing against his trousers, appearing utterly submissive as if inviting his attention. What just transpired? I merely diverted my gaze for 2 or 3 seconds. How did these 3 jumping insects completely change their disposition? It's as if they have found a new master. Narrowing her eyes, Lin Xuahan scrutinized Zhou Zhua and asked, "What did you do? Why do they heed your commands so readily?" Zhou Zhua smiled mildly. "Just a little ancestral technique I possess, capable of enhancing the loyalty of my companions. It is nothing substantial." Raising his head, Zhou Zhua met Lin Xuahan's gaze, maintaining a respectful yet assertive tone. "Since you stated I may deal with them as I wish, may I then take them under my command?" Lin Xuahan regarded Zhou Zhua with a penetrating gaze before uttering those 2 words, "Be my guest. Then I shall express my gratitude." Before Lin Xuahan, Zhou Zhua raised his hand, directly summoning the 3 jumping insects into his spatial device. Once inside, the insects appeared weary, instinctively clustering together before gradually forming a large insect egg. As the insect eggs formed, a mere 3 seconds later, with a sharp crack, they transformed into a variant of the decomposing predator. In this moment, these 3 jumping insects bore the unmistakable mark of Zhou Zhua. After being momentarily menaced by these creatures, Zhou Zhua, having gained the authority to act, contemplated unleashing his own decomposing predators to swiftly deal with the trio of jumping insects. If bitten by a rabid dog, one might not retaliate, yet Zhou Zhua deemed it necessary to inflict a severe blow upon the aggressor. In an instant, as Lin Xuahan turned her head, the 3 jumping insects lunged towards Zhou Zhua, just as he released his decomposing leap insects. Before he could make a move, the mutated jumping insects sensed their imminent defeat and instantly surrendered. Following their capitulation, they also perceived the essence of the swarm heart emanating from Zhou Zhua, leading them to immediately switch allegiance and embrace him wholeheartedly. Upon hearing Zhou Zhua's words, Lin Xuahan fully turned to face him. Her brow slightly furrowed as she spoke. For a Master's subordinate, should another wish to subvert their loyalty, they must begin by cultivating goodwill from a negative baseline. You have, in those fleeting seconds, generated a vast reservoir of goodwill with those 3 jumping insects. Stepping closer, Lin Xuahan fixed her gaze on Zhou Zhua, the imposing school emblem pressing against his chest, and continued to inquire, "How did you accomplish this?" Listening to her question, Zhou Zhua offered a faint smile, stepping back to distance himself from the emblem pressing against him, and replied nonchalantly, "It pertains to my innate talent, thus it is not convenient to elaborate." Lin Xuahan's furrowed brow relaxed, returning to her usual demeanor of cool composure. "Since it is a matter of personal privacy, I shall not press further." With that, Lin Xuahan turned away and continued her forward path, with Zhou Zhua trailing behind as they proceeded towards the villa. Before reaching the entrance, they were met by 2 rows of servants who approached, presenting a luxurious ice blue coat before Lin Xuahan. After shedding her university uniform and handing it to a nearby servant, she donned the coat, which wafted a fragrant breeze around her. Turning back to Zhou Zhua, Lin Xuahan continued, "If one day your talent ascends to a level capable of aiding other subordinates in enhancing their goodwill, then that would be noteworthy." At this juncture, she shook her head, halting her discourse, murmuring, "I promised not to inquire." She proceeded, "This house belongs to me. The Yu family ranks 5th. The residence is located there. You may seek her out." After indicating the direction with a slight lift of her eyes, Lin Xuahan turned and entered the villa. Once inside, a somewhat mature maid, appearing to be in her mid-20s, exchanged a glance with Lin Xuahan before approaching Zhou Zhua, offering a slight bow and asking, "Esteemed guest, the Lin estate is quite expansive. Would you require assistance in finding your way?" This maid's attire was somewhat distinct from that of the other servants, appearing more refined, reminiscent of a head maid, with an embroidered Lin on her chest, signifying the family crest. Indeed, what a grand crest it was, larger than Lin Xuahan's school emblem. Upon encountering the remarkably courteous maid, Zhou Zhua inclined his head slightly, expressing his gratitude. "I thank you, dear sister." The maid, addressed as sister by Zhou Zhua, maintained an impassive demeanor, respectfully leading the way ahead. Following closely behind this head maid, Zhou Zhua could not help but marvel. Indeed, the caliber of a master is reflected in the quality of their servants. This head maid, like the others he had just met, exhibited impeccable manners, demeanor, and attire, emanating an aura of cleanliness and amicability. If one were to categorize alliances, she would likely align with the notion of lawful neutrality. Just as Zhou Zhua had mentally classified the head maid, a sudden tremor surged from within him, emanating from his ability, the heart of the swarm. Swiftly, he turned to the right, crouching low to evade what appeared to be a stealthy attack from the shadows. However, at that moment, a towering shadow materialized before him, intercepting the ambush. Upon lifting his gaze, Zhou Zhua discovered that the figure before him was none other than a distorted creature. As the heart of the swarm activated, an attribute panel of the aberration emerged before Zhou Zhua's eyes. Species. Aberration description. Requires 200-star minerals and 75 high-energy gas, with a cultivation time of 6 minutes. To hatch 1 aberration, occupying 3 population supplies. Attack, 25 defense, 3 health, 350, regenerates in 5 minutes. Attack speed, 12 seconds movement speed, 16 seconds. This servant possessed robust, multi-jointed limbs, a corpulent physique exceeding 2 meters in height, with distorted features and a body riddled with tumors, rendering it grotesque. Yet, this creature was a formidable existence within the Guardian hierarchy, surpassing the jumping insects. This was solely due to its substantial health. Should its resilience be further enhanced, the aberration could form an impenetrable bastion on the battlefield. However, the Lin family's exclusive genetic sequence for parasitic insects should pertain to the queen. How could an aberration appear? Furthermore, its attributes were notably impressive, indicating it had undergone special enhancements. At that moment, Joshua heard the voice of the head made from earlier. Little 5, this Mr. Zhou is a guest of Shuahan and Yuru. You must not act recklessly. Upon hearing the slightly unfriendly tone, a flicker of doubt arose within Joshua. Such authority emanated from the head maid, although he was unaware of who Little 5 was. Daring to directly invoke the names of the 2nd and 4th daughters of the Lin family suggested that Little 5 was indeed a person of significance, perhaps the youngest among the 5 in the new generation of the Lin family. Even if Lin Shuahan, the 2nd young lady, held considerable influence within her generation, could her head maid speak so freely to her younger sister? As Joshua stepped forth from behind the aberration, his pupils constricted slightly. He beheld a scene he could never have anticipated. 6 towering, muscular aberrations were pinning 9 jumping insects beneath them. The jump insect emitted a whimper of fear, yet it was utterly unable to escape. 3 aberrations pinned 1 insect beneath them, rendering it immobile and completely defenseless. In front of Joshua, this protective aberration was akin to the maid summoning an army of 30 aberrant insects in an instant. There were easily over 30 followers, a truly grand display. Amidst this swarm, a little girl with twin ponytails pouted, gazing forlornly at the maid beside Joshua. Astute readers could immediately discern that this little girl was the Little 5 mentioned by the maid, and indeed, she was the 5th miss of the Lin family. As for the earlier ambush sound, it was the spines fired by that insect queen. The little girl rubbed her head, appearing somewhat pained, and called out to the maid. Sister, he started it. Why are you pinning my insect? You should be pinning him. Upon hearing the little girl's words, Joshua was momentarily taken aback. What, sister? I saw the entire exchange. It was indeed your jump insect that initiated the attack, while Mr. Zhou merely defended himself. Just as Joshua was processing this bewildering situation, the maid beside him took a step forward, responding to Little 5 with an expression of calmness. This time, even the cleverest of observers were momentarily stunned. This maid, adorned in her uniform, was indeed the eldest daughter of the Lin family. The Lin family's eldest daughter gazed down at Little 5, continuing. I believe I informed you yesterday that we have distinguished guests arriving today. How dare you recklessly unleash your followers? It is a light punishment for Mr. Zhou to have taken your jump insect. If your followers had offended our esteemed guests, it would have been a grave blow to the entire Lin family. Now, retract your followers, and I may refrain from punishing you. Otherwise, as you are now of age, I would not hesitate to impart to you a proper education from the Lin family. At the mention of the Lin family's education, Little 5 trembled, hastily gesturing to retract all her followers back into her spatial device. Afterward, she stuck her tongue out at Joshua and scampered away. The maid, or rather, the eldest daughter of the Lin family, also waved her hand, recalling 10 aberrations into her spatial device. Before giving a slight bow to Joshua, my younger sister is rather thoughtless. I apologize for the disturbance. Joshua's mind still felt somewhat clouded. What was happening? Was this a peculiar quirk of the nobility? As the rightful heir to the Lin family, a new generation of city guardians, she spoke with authority yet donned a maid's attire, engaging in true maidservant duties. No, after all, it was I who severed her connection with her followers through my means. Her petty revenge could be comprehended. Shaking his head, Joshua smiled back at the Lin family's eldest daughter. Thank you, sister, for saving my life. The Lin family's eldest daughter lifted her gaze, scrutinizing Joshua as if seeking to see through him, and replied, Mr. Zhou is jesting. Had I not intervened, it would have been my younger sister in peril. Of course, you would remain within the Lin family, and would be unable to leave for a considerable time. Joshua offered a faint smile, attempting to brush aside the compliment. It is my elder sister who jested. I am merely an ordinary individual, albeit with a slightly better aptitude. What abilities could I possibly possess? A talent such as Mr. Zhou, referring to himself as a commoner, is indeed excessively modest. Upon realizing that Joshua was resolute in his reticence, Lin Bingyun, the eldest daughter of the Lin family, ceased her probing and continued toward the distant villa, leading the way while reminding him, I hope Mr. Zhou will contribute your unique ability to charm your kin to humanity. Having spoken, Lin Bingyun, the striking beauty clad in a maid's attire, halted before the villa, turning to Joshua. She added, should you require assistance in the future, you may seek me at the Lin family. Simply mention my name, Lin Bingyun, and we shall provide you with support within reason. Joshua respectfully clasped his fists and smiled in response. I appreciate the kindness of the Lin family. After a slight nod, Lin Bingyun bid farewell. Today, another esteemed guest is expected at the Lin residence. Please excuse me as I attend to the security of Lin Lu. With that, she strode away in her high heels toward the tallest building in the distance. As Joshua watched Lin Bingyun depart, he couldn't help but marvel at the complexity of the elite circle. In his previous life, he had never visited the Lin residence, only hearing tales of the patriarch Lin Desheng, who had 5 children, with his experiences limited to the third son, Lin Yuan, and the fourth daughter, Lin Yuru. Today's visit had indeed broadened his horizons. Among the new generation of the Lin family, eldest daughter Lin Bingyun, second daughter Lin Xuahan, third son Lin Yuan, fourth daughter Lin Yuru, and an unnamed youngest daughter. Only the third child was male. It seemed to Zhou Zhuo that Lin Yuan must indeed be the favored child of Lin Deshang. Contemplating this, Zhou Zhuo's mind conjured images of the formidable elder sister Lin Bingyun and the second daughter Lin Xuahan, leading him to conclude, in this new generation of the Lin family, despite Lin Yuan being the most cherished, the loudest voices belonged to these two. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he pressed the doorbell of the villa. Ding dong. As the chime resonated, a familiar, melodious voice soon echoed from within. Coming. Moments later, the door swung open to reveal a familiar figure, his class monitor, Lin Yuru. Upon spotting Zhou Zhuo, her face lit up with joy as she greeted him. Zhou Zhuo, you've arrived. I thought you would come in the afternoon. Indeed. The early bird catches the worm. It is better to arrive in the morning, Zhou Zhuo replied, admiring Lin Yuru, who was clad in a light blue tracksuit. Exuding youthful vitality, he felt a momentary dissonance, as after being accustomed to the grand insignias of prestigious institutions, the simplicity of her attire without any emblems was almost jarring to his eyes. Please wait a moment while I fetch a jacket. And then we shall head to the main house, Lin Yuru said, leaving a crack in the door before darting inside her room to retrieve her outerwear. Observing the spacious villa, which appeared to be devoid of any servants aside from Lin Yuru, Zhou Zhuo was suddenly enveloped by a chill that crept through the vastness of the residence. Even the Gao family has a Lu Bo, ensuring that there is always a semblance of liveliness at home, preventing it from feeling utterly desolate. With a sigh, Zhou Zhuo found himself at a loss for what to do next and turned away, no longer gazing into the villa. Upon stepping outside, he cast his eyes towards the distant tallest structure, the Lin Mansion. For Lu City, the Lin Mansion serves as the Lord's residence, the very heart of the city. To the Lin family, the Lin Mansion is not only the main residence, but also the very core of their existence. All matters, great and small, are deliberated within its walls. Moments ago, his elder sister Lin Bingyun had headed in that very direction. But who was this esteemed guest she mentioned? A flicker of curiosity arose in his heart, only to be dismissed as he shook his head, thinking, what does it matter to me? It has nothing to do with my life. After waiting for a while at the entrance, the sound of footsteps descending reached Zhou Zhuo's ears, and he turned to see Lin Yuru donning her school uniform once more. Ah, that school emblem is quite acceptable, the size of a fist. I rather fancy this attire. As she spoke in a somewhat vague manner, Lin Yuru closed the villa's door behind her and led Zhou Zhuo towards the main building. Chapter 34, Elder Sister. You strike me again at last. Shortly thereafter, under Lin Yuru's guidance, Zhou Zhuo finally arrived at the very heart of Lu City, the Lin Mansion. The area surrounding the mansion was heavily guarded, teeming with various creatures, serpents, insects, and countless cockroaches, forming a formidable protective barrier around the mansion. Observing these peculiar creatures, Zhou Zhuo couldn't help but marvel at the level of security here, which truly ranks among the pinnacle of defenses within a 9th-tier main city. Indeed, Lin Yuru smiled in response to Zhou Zhuo's exclamation, saying, today, the Lin family is expecting a distinguished guest, which necessitated such an extensive security detail. As if recalling something, a look of admiration and anticipation graced Lin Yuru's face as she continued. Even my second sister took a leave of absence from university to welcome this esteemed guest. And my elder sister is personally overseeing the organization of all the household staff from the ground up. Oh, upon hearing Lin Yuru's explanation, Zhou Zhuo understood why so many of the Lin family's direct descendants were present today. With a slight smile, he couldn't help but tease. I thought your elder sister donned a maid's outfit out of personal preference. However, after Zhou Zhuo uttered those words, Lin Yuru nodded in agreement, replying, yes, my elder sister does indeed love to wear them. Zhou Zhuo, momentarily taken aback, turned his gaze towards the guards and shifted the subject. Since the Lin family is hosting a distinguished guest today, it seems I should refrain from entering, correct? Lin Yuru observed the distant guards, lowered her head in contemplation for a moment, and replied, it seems that if you cannot enter, how will you present your personal voucher? Zhou Zhuo took a step back, glancing towards a nearby pavilion, and said, you go in and do as you wish. Whether you can apply for it is inconsequential. Do not feel any pressure. That voucher was meant for you from your family, and it would be normal not to extend it to an outsider like me. The guard at the entrance has been watching me closely, so I shall refrain from entering and will wait for you at the pavilion over there. After hearing Zhou Zhuo's indifferent words, a flicker of doubt arose within Lin Yuru's heart. Was the former Zhou Zhuo truly this kind of person? Could he utter such statements? It felt as though, upon hearing those few sentences, my anxiety dissipated. Shaking her head and dismissing these thoughts, Lin Yuru bid farewell to Zhou Zhuo, passed through the guard's identity verification, and entered the Lin Mansion. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhuo, under the vigilant gaze of the guards from afar, comfortably leaned against the stone pillar of the pavilion, admiring the scenery of the Lin estate. At that moment, a woman, resembling a celestial being clad in a white garment, gracefully approached the pavilion. Father, the security measures throughout the Lin Mansion have been fully arranged, and all the servants have completed their training. Here is the security directory for your review. Lin Bingyun, dressed in a maid's outfit, stood before a large desk, presenting an electronic report to a slightly, portly middle-aged man seated behind it. Hey, big sister, what about mine? At that moment, a young man with his legs crossed beside Lin Bingyun interjected with a flippant tone, why wasn't I given a copy? Lin Bingyun turned her gaze towards the young man lounging on the sofa, stating firmly, I will not send it to you. The last time a distinguished guest visited, It was you who leaked the security directory, allowing the Zhao family to acquire our security plans. Fortunately, Xuehan managed to retrieve it in time, preventing a major disaster. Are you still harping on that? It's been a year, and I've already apologized. Lin Yuan retorted, clearly growing impatient. Who knew I wasn't awakened at that time? I could only view the ordinary electronic version. Now that I have awakened, can't you send me a copy directly through the mainframe of the realms? That should be secure enough to prevent it from being stolen, right? Upon hearing Lin Yuan's flimsy justification, Lin Bingyun's previously icy expression tightened with concern as she continued. According to my investigation, the leak of that confidential information was initiated by you sending intelligence to the Zhao family. Regardless of whether the information is transmitted via the mainframe of the realms, security cannot be guaranteed. This revelation caused Lin Yuan to rise abruptly, slamming his hand on the table as he exclaimed. The Zhao family contributes to our Lin family every year, always sending gifts during festivals. Among the 4 major merchants, only the Zhao family is considerate. What is wrong with leaking a slightly outdated security map? It's better to leak it to the Zhao family than to the Gao, Zhang, or Li families. Those 3 families are only interested in lining their own pockets. When have they ever been friendly with our Lin family? We are the city's guardians. They must have secretly amassed a fortune, and that is the real problem. Lin Bingyun's brow furrowed even more tightly at Lin Yuan's argument. Taking a step towards him, she directly displayed a series of reports before their father, the city guardian, Lin Qingshou, and stated, the financial statements of the 4 major merchants in Luqing, Gao, Zhang, and Li are all accounted for, and they have not neglected to invest in the city's defenses. Look at the walls on the east, south, and west sides. Which of them hasn't been reinforced or thickened? There are even spore crawlers and spine crawlers stationed to fend off enemy invasions. It is only the northern wall, overseen by the Zhao family, that remains unfortified. Only the northern city wall will suffice. Behind the desk, Lin Qingshou did not even glance up, evidently dismissive of the reports Lin Bingyun had presented. Scratching his stubbled chin, he looked at Lin Bingyun and remarked, the money from the Zhao family and the power they covet ultimately rest in my hands. No matter how greedy they become, they cannot extract anything from Luqing. You are simply too sensitive. Even if issues arise, I am here. Even if we need to mend the fence after the sheep have wandered off. What calamity could befall Luqing? Rising from behind the desk, Lin Qingshou commanded Lin Bingyun, send a copy to Xiao Yuan. Hearing her father's words, Lin Bingyun tightened her fists, inhaled deeply, and gradually relaxed her furrowed brow, responding evenly. Only when the sheep are lost do you think of mending the fence. While that may preserve the remaining sheep, what of the ones that are already dead? Lin Qingshou, evidently growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively, urging Lin Bingyun to leave. Bingyun, this matter no longer concerns you. You may go. With the spark in his eyes dimming, Lin Bingyun relinquished her struggle, swiping her hand to send her security map to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, I hope you act wisely. With that, Lin Bingyun turned and exited the vast office, leaning against the office door. She heard her brother's boisterous laughter emanating from within and slowly closed her eyes. The power of the Lin family was undeniably held by her father and younger brother, a fate sealed. Just as Lin Bingyun reopened her eyes, preparing to depart, she unexpectedly collided with a girl slightly shorter than herself. The girl lost her balance and began to fall backward. Quick to react, Lin Bingyun caught her and inquired, Yuru, what brings you here? Lin Yuru rubbed her nose, the fragrance dissipating from her face, and with a hint of grievance, replied, Sister, you flicked me again. Chapter 35. No need to return it once you grow a bit taller. I won't be able to flick you anymore. Upon seeing her younger sister Lin Yuru, Lin Bingyun's expression softened slightly. She asked, with the rare holiday, why aren't you resting or playing with your friends? What brings you here? This is the first time you've brought a friend home. Not to mention you haven't properly entertained them. Today our Lin residence is quite busy. Lin Yuru glanced at the office door behind her sister and replied, I came to find father to request my population voucher. A population voucher? Hearing Lin Yuru's intention, Lin Bingyun raised an eyebrow in slight confusion. You just finished the class points competition yesterday. Why the rush for a population voucher? As soon as she spoke, Lin Bingyun suddenly recalled the exceptionally gifted Zhou Zhua and asked, are you planning to give the population voucher to Zhou Zhua? Yes. Lin Yuru nodded and continued. He gave me something very precious, and I wish to reciprocate with something of equal value. After much thought, only the population voucher seems worthy of the item he bestowed upon me. Upon hearing this, Lin Bingyun's brow furrowed slightly. What precious item did he give you that rivals the value of a population voucher worth 500,000 points? In Lin Bingyun's assessment, Zhou Zhua's talent was indeed remarkable and worthy of cultivating a friendship. However, offering a precious population voucher in exchange seemed rather presumptuous. At this moment, the first thought that crossed Lin Bingyun's mind was that her younger sister had fallen in love and become infatuated, which was the only reason she would relinquish a precious population voucher, limited to just one per year, to a stranger. Only love could render one foolish. Wait, dear sister. I'll retrieve it for you. Upon hearing her elder sister's words, Lin Yuru reached into her spatial device and after rummaging for a while, produced a light pink crystal ball. Lin Bingyun focused her gaze. Blood Chi Pearl price, 30,000 points. Does she think she can exchange 30,000 points for a population voucher worth 500,000? This foolish girl must have been sold and is now paying the buyer. I found it. However, just as Lin Bingyun was about to continue her admonishment, she saw Lin Yuru extract a vial of genetic serum from her spatial device. The sight of the genetic serum startled Lin Bingyun. A serum containing genetic fragments? How could such a thing be in her fourth sister's possession? Wasn't the family supposed to secretly give the precious Yongrong insect mother genetic fragment serum to their third brother, Lin Yuan? How could the fourth sister have it too? Yet, when Lin Bingyun focused on the genetic serum, her previously composed expression transformed into one of astonishment. Genetic fragment, cloud healing insect mother, grade, green excellent. Price, 1,000,000. A green excellent grade genetic fragment, priced at 1 million points. Even Lin Bingyun, who had seen much of the world, was momentarily rendered speechless by the alert that popped up. How could such a precious genetic fragment be in her fourth sister's hands? After this question arose in her mind, an image of a smiling figure appeared in Lin Bingyun's consciousness. Zhou Zhua? If this genetic fragment was given to Lin Yuru by Zhou Zhua, then his contribution would elevate him from being merely an outsider. He could well be regarded as a guest elder of the Lin family. Immediately, Lin Bingyun turned to her younger sister Lin Yuru and inquired, Yuru, could this genetic serum be a gift from Zhou Zhua? Lin Yuru nodded in response. Yes. What's the matter, elder sister? This item is incredibly valuable, worth a staggering 1 million points. I wanted to repay him, but he asked for nothing in return. I thought perhaps only a population voucher could slightly reciprocate this favor. Elder sister, what are you looking at? Lin Yuru, initially expressing her thoughts, suddenly noticed her elder sister Lin Bingyun stepping back and circling around her as if scrutinizing her closely. This sensation felt rather strange. Upon hearing Lin Yuru's response, Lin Bingyun halted, pinched her chin thoughtfully, and murmured, it does seem quite fitting. What are you saying, elder sister? Nothing. After a brief contemplation, Lin Bingyun cautioned Lin Yuru. Yuru, I have a feeling that you might not be able to obtain the population voucher. You may have to return this genetic fragment. What? Why? Lin Yuru, upon hearing Lin Bingyun's words, was momentarily dazed, clearly unable to believe her ears, and hurriedly asked her elder sister, why can't I obtain the population voucher? Taking a deep breath, Lin Bingyun placed her hands firmly on Lin Yuju's shoulders and articulated her assessment. The impact of the Qixi-level population voucher on the family is profound. Thus, when utilizing the population voucher, it must be done in the presence of the family head. Handing the voucher over to Zhou Zhua, a mere outsider who contributes nothing to the Lin family, is utterly inconceivable. In such a scenario, the family would undoubtedly refuse to grant you the population voucher and may even, due to your act of betrayal, bestow your voucher upon someone in greater need. Upon hearing her elder sister's words, Lin Yuju's mind buzzed with realization. Many thoughts that had eluded her were now articulated by her sister. The onlooker sees clearly. Lin Yuju quickly deduced a possibility. The one who needs the population voucher more is third brother, isn't he? Lin Bingyun nodded in affirmation. To our father, third brother will always be the one most in need of resources. But Zhou Zhua is not an outsider. Lin Yuju argued anxiously. Did he not give me this gene reagent? With the contribution of this item worth 1 million points, I can return him 50,000 population vouchers. Shouldn't the Lin family benefit from that? At this point, Lin Yuju gazed into Lin Bingyun's still composed eyes and contemplated a possibility she had never considered before. Lin Bingyun articulated this possibility. The one who would profit is your third brother. It is highly likely that not only will your population voucher belong to Lin Yuan, but even the gene reagent you possess, the Yunyao Chuangmu, could end up in his hands. Observing the absence of joy on Lin Yuju's face, Lin Bingyun tenderly stroked her head and comforted her. Return the gene reagent to him. If you wish to retain the gene reagent, you must at least offer him something in exchange. It is improbable that the Lin family's population vouchers will be an option. Leading Lin Yuju to the window, Lin Bingyun gazed at Zhou Zhua, who was conversing amicably with someone in the distant pavilion. She continued, speak with him earnestly. He does not strike me as the type to sever ties simply because you cannot fulfill a promise. You can repay what you owe gradually. Before Lin Bingyun could finish, she suddenly noticed a stunning woman clad in white seated beside Zhou Zhua in the pavilion. Is that someone from Chuanyu Pavilion? Did they not state that they would only send representatives in the afternoon? How could they arrive so early? Instantly, the word surprise inspection sprang to Lin Bingyun's mind. Initially intending to issue commands urgently, Lin Bingyun observed the two below, seemingly engaged in pleasant conversation. Suddenly, the pieces fell into place in her mind. Wait, all these recent events seemed to possess an invisible connection. Lin Bingyun narrowed her eyes, piecing together fragments of memory. The class competition, the emergence of a human hero, the unlocking of G4 difficulty, Chuanyu Pavilion's impending visit to Luqing, the free distribution of rare gene fragments without expectation of return, the Lin family's corruption, the emissary from Chuanyu Pavilion, and Zhou Zhua. In an instant, disparate clues intertwined in Lin Bingyun's mind, crafting a narrative so astonishing that even she found it hard to believe. If this clue is correct, then within Lin Bingyun's dual pupils shines a brilliance known as wisdom. Yuru, the gene fragments, need not be returned. Chapter 36. You can't possibly intend to join my team, can you? Upon hearing her elder sister Lin Bingyun suddenly change her stance, Lin Yuru immediately lifted her head, her slightly misty eyes gazing at her sister, the sparkling orbs radiating light. Sister, do you have a solution? Lin Bingyun took a deep breath, suppressing all distracting thoughts, and felt the possibility her mind had just deduced becoming increasingly clear. There is a way, but the success rate of retaining the gene fragments and securing the population voucher is only 60%. Lin Bingyun fixed her gaze upon Lin Yuru's eyes and spoke. Now, forget our previous conversation. Consider it as though you have never seen me. Proceed as usual and mention your intention to present the population voucher to Zhou Zhua, and also disclose the matter regarding the gene fragments of the Yun Liao insect mother. Upon hearing this plan from her elder sister, Lin Yuru was taken aback. Sister, won't this lead to the scenario you predicted, where father divides the items among the third brother? A rare smile graced Lin Bingyun's usually cold face. If Lin Yuan truly obtains your gene fragments, then the success rate would rise to 70%. Observing the smile on Lin Bingyun's face, Lin Yuru was momentarily entranced. It had been years since she had last seen her sister smile. Lowering her head, Lin Bingyun looked into Lin Yuru's eyes and asked, "Do you wish to trust your sister?" After uttering this, Lin Bingyun noticed Lin Yuru appeared somewhat unresponsive and quickly added, "Rest assured, if your population voucher is given to Lin Yuan by father, I will give you my population voucher this year, ensuring you do not suffer a loss." Upon hearing Lin Bingyun's assurance, Lin Yuru finally snapped out of her daze and hastily interjected, "No, you need not give me your population voucher. I believe in you, sister." Both sisters wore warm smiles, deepening the bond between them. After some time, once Lin Yuru had fully adjusted her state, she took a deep breath and stood before the office door. Addressing Lin Bingyun, "Sister, I am going in now. Go ahead. Knock, knock, knock." After Lin Yuru entered with a knock, Lin Bingyun moved to the window, gazing at the two individuals beneath the pavilion who appeared to share a good rapport. "I hope my assumptions are correct." 10 minutes earlier, outside Lin Lu, within the pavilion, Zhou watched Lin Yuru enter Lin Lu and then settled comfortably in the pavilion. Although he was in the pavilion, Zhou's thoughts were occupied with the spatial devices and the 6 lively decay-hunting insects. A smile unconsciously appeared on Zhou's face. "I never expected that on my first visit to the Lin residence, I would acquire 3 jumping insects, effectively doubling the size of my army. This equates to directly obtaining 50 star mines, a considerable amount indeed." In the dungeon, the resources required to produce dependents are merely the star fragments and diluted gas found within the dungeon. However, when it comes to the realms of reality, the resources required for generating companions transform into the more precious star, ore, and high-energy gas. The 3 jumping insects that Zhou would directly subdued have, in a rather indirect manner, bestowed upon him 50 star ores, emerging from the novice dungeon with merely 20 star ores. This sudden surge in value has made me acutely aware of the advantages of the Lin family's rules. With a slight smile, Zhou glanced into the distance at the Lin Lu guards who were intently watching him, secretly pondering, "How delightful it would be if others came to provoke me again, allowing me to benefit from the army once more." Shifting his gaze, Zhou leaned against the pillar of the pavilion, relishing the warm breeze of early autumn. At that moment, a flash of white caught his eye. As he beheld the familiar white garment, a jolt of recognition surged within him. This was the attire of the Chuanyu Pavilion. Consequently, Zhou raised his gaze to behold the visage of its wearer, a sight of celestial beauty, like a fairy descended from the heavens, truly a breathtaking presence in this world. The owner of the white garment stood before Zhou, and he felt that even the air around him had become more fragrant. The familiar scent of incense suddenly illuminated the truth. He understood who the esteemed guest referred to by the eldest daughter of the Lin family, and his class leader truly was, Bai Mingyu, the granddaughter of the current head of the Chuanyu Pavilion, the god of killing, Bai Qiming. She was also one of the protagonists on Zhou's ranking list, under the name of Night Ascending to the Blue Sky, Daydream. Such identity cannot merely be encapsulated by the title of an esteemed guest. It is likely that even the members of the Lin family are unaware of the lofty status of this person sent by the Chuanyu Pavilion. Bai Mingyu, sensing Zhou's gaze, turned to meet his eyes and slightly nodded, acknowledging his presence. Before Bai Mingyu, a professionally attired woman leading her paused in surprise upon seeing Zhou. "Why is there an outsider here?" However, realizing the importance of the matter at hand, the professionally dressed woman wiped the slight sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand and hurriedly addressed Bai Mingyu, "Jade Envoy, please proceed this way. The Lin City Guard has been handling official business in Lin Lu since early morning. We did not anticipate your arrival this morning." The professionally attired woman could never have imagined that the Chuanyu Pavilion had claimed they would send someone in the afternoon. Yet, this Jade Envoy insisted that one's day should begin at dawn, arriving in the morning instead. Accompanied by an impromptu inspection, she found herself with no opportunity to report the situation to the Lin family's young lady. Though the professionally attired woman sought to delay, the Jade Envoy was adamant about heading directly to Lin Lu, leaving her no time to inform the neighboring young lady. Envoys from the Chuanyu Pavilion are all bestowed with the honorific title of Jade Envoy. Bai Mingyu, addressed as the Jade Envoy, nodded and prepared to continue toward Lin Lu. "Have you been marinated in incense?" Suddenly, the words from this unfamiliar man rendered both women frozen in place. Immediately, the leading professional woman, frightened, hurriedly spoke, "Jade Envoy, there is no need for anger. Please proceed to Lin Lu. I will handle this outsider." Afterward, the woman in professional attire hurriedly waved to the guard stationed at Lin Tower in the distance. The guard's face lit up with delight, realizing that his moment to shine had arrived, and he hastily began to approach with his companion. However, at that moment, Bai Mingyu raised her hand, halting the actions of both the woman and the distant guard. Upon seeing this esteemed guest gesture, the guard retreated, feeling somewhat deflated. After all, she was merely a high school senior, and such a commotion seemed unwarranted. Once Bai Mingyu spoke, the woman was instantly enveloped by the melodious aura of her voice, akin to the ethereal sound of celestial music. As she spoke, the surrounding crowd fell silent, as if her words disrupted the harmonious echo of her enchanting melody. Yet, there was one individual who audaciously interjected, "If you wish to enter Lin Tower for discussions, you may need to wait in line, as my business is still being processed inside." Initially stirred by a flicker of indignation, the woman in professional attire felt a sudden chill at the words of the unfamiliar man, and quickly replied, "It's no trouble at all, Bai Yu. Your matters take precedence. This gentleman's affairs can be postponed." Upon hearing her words, both Bai Mingyu and Zhou turned their gazes toward her, observing her intently. Joshua, arms crossed, tilted his head back to regard her with a slight smile, remarking, "How clever it is to offend an outsider just to burden Bai Yu with a psychological load, thereby preventing her from entering Lin Tower." Bai Mingyu, not one to be easily fooled, fixed her gaze on the woman in professional attire and stated, "Do not play petty tricks with me. You merely seek to delay time." The woman felt a sinking sensation in her heart, realizing her intentions had been thoroughly exposed. Just as Bai Mingyu was poised to continue her stride towards Lin Tower, the unfamiliar man's voice unexpectedly echoed again. "Bai Yu, you do not truly intend to cut in line, do you?" Upon hearing Zhou's words, both the professional woman and Bai Mingyu stood stunned. What did this mean? Hadn't the ruse been dismantled moments prior? Wasn't this a clear path for her to enter Lin Tower and conduct her investigation? Why had such a remark suddenly emerged? This had to be intentional. Who was this troublesome individual? At this moment, Zhou was shifted slightly to the side, offering his position to Bai Mingyu, and remarked, "Bai Yu, when someone begins to conceal the truth, it is already a fact. There is no need for haste." The professional woman felt a surge of warmth, a cold sweat breaking out on her back, as she yearned to explain herself. However, she realized that after his statement, anything she uttered would merely serve as further concealment. Thus, she chose to remain silent, biting her lip and standing beside Bai Mingyu, too apprehensive to speak. After casting a glance at the professional woman, Zhou smiled gently and patted the spot where he had been seated moments ago, saying, "I've warmed it for you. Please take a seat and wait." Hearing his words, Bai Mingyu furrowed her brow and inquired, "What is your name?" "Zhou. And you?" After memorizing the name Zhou, Bai Mingyu took a seat beside him, calming her mind as she responded, "Bai Mingyu." Zhou nodded in acknowledgement, complimenting, "A splendid name, one that evokes dreams even in daylight slumber." Upon hearing his remark, even the exceptionally composed Bai Mingyu, a Jade envoy, could not help but feel a chill wash over her expression. Observing her moment of discomfort, Zhou felt an odd sense of delight. While he dared not speak of many things, he had firmly grasped Bai Mingyu's vulnerability. There was a certain satisfaction in making his wife falter, and an even greater joy in simply seeing her alive again. With a slight smile, Zhou turned to the impeccably dressed woman standing nearby, akin to a glaring light bulb, and waved his hand, saying, "This does not concern you. You may proceed with your report." Upon hearing his words, the woman hesitated, fearing that moving would only complicate her situation further. Who was this person that his words left no room for retreat? After hearing Zhou's comment, Bai Mingyu glanced at him and discreetly etched his name into her memory. A fleeting glance at the school badge adorning his chest illuminated her interest, prompting her to inquire, "Are you from Lucheng No. 2 High School?" Zhou nodded, removing the badge to present it before her, stating, "Indeed. May I inquire about your purpose for visiting the Lin residence? Is it perhaps related to Lucheng No. 2 High School?" Bai Mingyu fell silent. Feeling the urge to refrain from further conversation, Zhou found himself smiling at the innocence radiating from Bai Mingyu, as if she were an unblemished sheet of paper. After reattaching the badge to his chest, he remarked, "It seems my assumption was correct. You must be here to seek me." Observing Bai Mingyu's reticence, the impeccably dressed woman felt a subtle inclination to ingratiate herself with the Jade envoy. She quickly devised a strategy, asserting, "Your school uniform merely signifies that you are a classmate of the 3rd young master and 4th young lady. The Chuanyu Pavilion is a gathering place for the elite. How could a Jade envoy possibly seek you?" However, Bai Mingyu calmly interjected, "Indeed, perhaps I am here to find you." Upon hearing this, the woman was momentarily taken aback, struggling to articulate her thoughts. How could that be? Surely you have more significant matters at hand in Lucheng? Bai Mingyu raised her gaze to the impeccably dressed woman and plainly stated, "I have come to Lucheng to find someone." Find someone? That may not necessarily mean him. The woman thought, disregarding her own musings as Bai Mingyu directly questioned Zhou, "What is the map for your novice dungeon?" "Yunlan Insect Valley." "When did it become available?" "After the 9th wave of insect tides." Upon hearing Zhou's answer, the impeccably dressed woman could not help but laugh. "Jade envoy, did you hear? He hasn't even survived the 12th wave of insect tides in the novice dungeon. How could he possibly be the person you seek?" Yet at that moment, the impeccably dressed woman noticed Bai Mingyu was now turning her gaze upon her, and instantly, her heart raced with disbelief and astonishment. Could it be? Bai Mingyu rose from the stone bench outside the pavilion and approached the woman in formal attire, softly speaking, "I apologize for needing to let you rest for a moment. It won't be very painful." In an instant, the ground beneath Bai Mingyu erupted, revealing a gaping hole. A tentacle, as thick as an infant's arm, shot forth, piercing the nape of the woman's neck, concealed by her long hair. With a soft thud, the tentacle merely pricked her, leaving behind a minuscule red before swiftly retracting and vanishing back into the earth, the ground restoring itself as if the event had never transpired. The woman in formal attire, upon catching sight of the tentacle, felt a slight sting at her nape, soon followed by an overwhelming wave of dizziness that caused her to lose consciousness, collapsing into Bai Mingyu's embrace. At that moment, Bai Mingyu waved toward the distant guard, who hurried over without hesitation. "She has worked too hard. Please assist her to a place of rest." "Yes, Your Excellency." The entire process unfolded seamlessly, revealing that this young Bai Mingyu, barely in her 20s, was no novice in employing such a peculiar tactic. Indeed, to Zhou, this bewildering maneuver appeared as simple and transparent as reading a palm. This was due to Bai Mingyu's awakening of the Zerg larvae, a rare class of infected sorcerers. Infected units possess no combat prowess, but are endowed with an array of peculiar abilities and an extensive skill library for evolution and learning. The skill that lulled the woman into slumber was one that Bai Mengyu had acquired after evolving the infected into a brain invader, known as neural interference. This unique ability expends vast amounts of magical energy to inflict direct damage upon the target's brain, a skill that sounds rather sinister. However, Bai Mengyu employed it solely for the purposes of lie detection and memory erasure. Zhou Zhuo vividly recalled that in a past life, Bai Mengyu, despite her lack of combat strength, still ventured to the front lines alongside him. All the fallen, suffering allies on the brink of death would be taken under her care, as she utilized neural interference and hallucination to erase their painful memories, crafting a blissful illusion before they peacefully departed from this world. This gentle girl remained tender even in her final moments. Gazing at the Bai Mengyu before him, her silhouette an exact replica of his memories, Zhou Zhuo's smile persisted. Though his eyes grew misty, fortunately, he had been reborn. Such future tragedies would no longer unfold. Once the guard escorted the woman in formal attire away from the pavilion, Bai Mengyu turned to Zhou Zhuo, her gaze intense. I truly did not anticipate that the hero of humankind would be you. Zhou Zhuo smiled gently, choosing to overlook this familiar scene from his previous life, responding calmly. You flatter me. I merely did what any member of humanity ought to do. Bai Mengyu settled back beside Zhou Zhuo, whispering, You seem to know a great many things. Zhou Zhuo smiled and said, I am well aware of even more matters that cannot be openly discussed. Thus, in this mutual understanding, the two engaged in a lively conversation. It was not long before Lin Bingyun, the eldest sister of the Lin family, emerged from Lin Lu, accompanied by the somewhat aggrieved Lin Yuru. Looking at Lin Yuru as she approached from afar, Zhou Zhuo remarked to Bai Mengyu, It seems that my affairs are concluded. You may now seek out Lin Qingshou. Bai Mengyu replied with a gentle smile, My concerns were settled the moment your identity was confirmed. However, judging by your earlier remarks to the individual from the Lin family who guided me, it appears you wish for me to investigate this Lin family further? Zhou Zhuo rose from his seat, spreading his hands with a smile. I did not explicitly state such a thing, yet if that is your inference, I cannot dissuade you. In a past life, during the new year of 2121, Lu Qing was chosen by various realms and cast into the Star Sea battlefield. In this arena, tasks were assigned based on the city's rank, with Lu Qing receiving a seemingly simple task of enduring for a month. Nevertheless, Lu Qing ultimately failed to defend itself, resulting in millions being displaced, directly transported beyond the main city of Earth, and pursued by countless ferocious beasts. In the end, fewer than 100,000 souls survived from Lu Qing. Thus, as the city guardians, the Lin family must bear some culpability. Zhou Zhuo's intention was to extinguish the seeds of this tragedy before they could blossom. Is it too late to mend the fold after the sheep have wandered? No. In Zhou Zhuo's view, he was not the shepherd of the flock, but merely one of the million sheep, each one an irreplaceable kin. However, aside from a select few sheep that intentionally sabotaged the fold by allowing ravenous wolves inside, those could only be deemed traitorous sheep. If the Lin family truly harbored such traitorous individuals who harm humanity, seizing this opportunity to cleanse the ranks with the aid of Chuanyu Pavilion would be most beneficial. Suppressing his thoughts, Zhou Zhuo turned his gaze to Lin Yuru, who had approached him. I am sorry, Zhou Zhuo, I was unable to procure the population voucher. Lin Yuru confessed, initially managing to hold back her tears. However, upon standing before Zhou Zhuo and admitting her failure, she could no longer contain her emotions and burst into tears. Not only did I fail to obtain the voucher, but even the genetic serum you gave me was taken by my third brother. I cannot return it to you. I am so sorry. As she wept, Lin Yuru felt an overwhelming sense of shame and buried her head into her elder sister's emblem, crying bitterly. Observing this scene, Zhou Zhuo felt a profound sense of calm. Based on the Lin family's reputation for favoring sons over daughters, he had always believed that acquiring the population voucher was dubious at best. He reached out, gently patting Lin Yuru's back, and said, It is of no consequence. That genetic serum was merely an excess for me, which is why I chose to give it to you. As for the population voucher you mentioned, it was merely a desire of mine, not a necessity, so there is no need to be so distressed. However, Zhou Zhuo, observing the still frosty expression of Lin Bingyun as she gently embraced Lin Yuru, couldn't help but exclaim, The bond between you sisters is truly remarkable. As the elder sister, you protect your younger sibling so fiercely. Upon hearing Zhou Zhuo's unexpected remark, Lin Bingyun involuntarily shuddered. What could this imply? Would her selfish intentions be discovered? Zhou Zhuo merely cast a penetrating gaze at Lin Bingyun before speaking. Since I have not acquired the item, I shall take my leave. Surely, the Lin family must now be even less welcoming to me. At this, Bai Mengyu offered a subtle smile. His words were clearly intended to elicit a plea for him to stay. Lin Bingyun, grasping the underlying message, quickly interjected, Mr. Zhou, regardless of the circumstances, I will ensure you are compensated for the lost genetic serum. Please, allow me to treat you to lunch so we can discuss this matter thoroughly. My sincere apologies. Esteemed Bai Yu, for the abruptness of today's events. Once I have settled my younger sister and Mr. Zhou, I will escort you into Lin Tower immediately. Hearing Lin Bingyun's words, Bai Mengyu perceived not a mere delay, but an indication that she intended to open the doors of the Lin family to herself. Did this imply that the internal strife within the Lin family had reached alarming heights? Subsequently, Bai Mengyu continued, I have urgent matters to attend to, since Mr. Zhou's affairs are concluded, it is now my turn to enter. After uttering these words, she glanced at Zhou Zhuo, inviting him, why not accompany me on this visit? Zhou Zhuo smiled lightly, turning to Lin Bingyun. Then, I must trouble you to lead the way. Upon hearing the exchange between Bai Mengyu and Zhou Zhuo, Lin Bingyun was not filled with triumph over the success of her scheme. Rather, she felt that her machinations had been entirely unraveled by these two. Yet, It seemed they shared a similar understanding and were not inclined to expose her. Could it be that the Lin family still had a glimmer of hope? After extracting Lin Yuru from her family emblem, Lin Bingyun gently arranged her sister's hair and softly said, "Yuru, you should return home first. I will take these esteemed guests to see father." With that, a rare smile graced Lin Bingyun's lips as she added, "Do remember to change into clean clothes. We may be attending a feast today." Having said this, Lin Bingyun approached Zhou Zhua and Bai Mengyu, gesturing for them to follow her. "Please, come with me." The trio then proceeded directly into Lin Tower. Under the weight of Lin Bingyun's status, the guards dared not impede Zhou Zhua. Upon entering Lin Tower, the three fell into a contemplative silence, each harboring their own thoughts, yet a mutual understanding lingered between them. Soon, Lin Bingyun led Zhou Zhua and Bai Mengyu to the entrance of the office of Lin Qingshou. Within the confines of the office, excited laughter could be heard resounding. Even through the door, Zhou Zhua and the others could discern the jubilant exchange. Good heavens! This is a green, superior-grade genetic fragment. In my lifetime, I never imagined I would have the chance to encounter such a high-quality genetic serum. Father, you've had your fill. Let me have a turn too. Rest assured, this will certainly belong to you. It won't slip away. However, one must ponder the fortune that Yuru possesses to acquire such high-quality gene fragments. By the way, Xiao Yuan, do you recognize that person named Zhou whom Yuru mentioned earlier? I do not, he replied. Her class F is filled with inept individuals. And someone named Zhou hardly seems like a notable figure. None of the 5 prominent families in Lu City bear that surname. Indeed, my precious son has attained a remarkable 10-star rating. By the way, how did that class F fare? What about Yuru? I completely forgot to inquire about her score. Why do you concern yourself with such matters? As the exuberance from within the room gradually shifted to a more subdued atmosphere, Bai Mengyu and Zhou Zhua felt they had listened long enough. They exchanged a knowing smile before turning their attention to Lin Bingyun. With a gentle smile, Lin Bingyun opened the door and ushered the two inside. Chapter 39. I am indeed the inept vice-class leader. Who is it? How rude to enter without knocking. Lin Yuan had just risen from the sofa and was about to shout again when he suddenly caught sight of 2 individuals clad in white garments behind his elder sister, Lin Bingyun. One was donned in a white school uniform, familiar from his own school, and hardly worth his attention. The other, dressed in a plain white fitted attire. Bore no embellishments, but Lin Yuan recognized it. Chuanyu Pavilion. At once, Lin Yuan felt as though a hand had grasped his throat, forcing him to swallow his words. Who would dare to act with impunity before the esteemed figures of Chuanyu Pavilion? Were they not afraid of their secrets being unearthed? Yet, the beauty of the Jade Envoy from Chuanyu Pavilion was striking. The startled Lin Yuan found himself unable to tear his gaze away from Bai Mengyu's visage. What's wrong, Xiao Yuan? Who has arrived? Lin Qingshou, who had removed his glasses and was meticulously observing the gene serum in his hands, inquired upon noticing the sudden silence in his son's voice. Upon entering the office, Lin Bingyun stepped aside, revealing the figures behind her. Lin Qingshou, seated at the main desk, initially saw only a blur of white and was unaware of who it was. However, as he slowly donned his glasses and discerned the white-clad figure of Bai Mengyu, he sprang to his feet. The esteemed envoy of Chuanyu Pavilion. My goodness, it is you? What brings you here? Startled into standing, Lin Qingshou neglected to stow away the gene serum in his spatial device and hurriedly emerged from behind his desk, nervously rubbing his hands together. Why have you come this morning? I had no time to prepare properly. Was it not agreed that you would arrive in the afternoon? After speaking, Lin Qingshou turned his gaze to Lin Bingyun. Look at you, child. The Jade Envoy from Chuanyu Pavilion arrives, and you do not even inform me in advance. I was unprepared. Upon seeing Bai Mengyu, Lin Qingshou was immediately shaken to his core. He was well aware of Bai Mengyu's capabilities, which included the ability to hypnotize others, compelling them to divulge the absolute truth without omission. This was the most formidable force against corruption within the human realm. With Bai Mengyu's arrival, it seemed that the Lin family's accounts from the past 20 years would be subjected to thorough scrutiny. Upon contemplating this, Lin Qingshou felt a chill run down his spine, and cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Standing nearby, Zhou Zhua observed Lin Qingshou's demeanor and could not help but smile inwardly, thinking, it seems that today's gains will be substantial. Bai Mengyu stood there, naturally crossing her arms as she fixed her gaze on Lin Qingshou and inquired, why was the inspection from Chuanyu Pavilion disclosed to you in advance? Lin Qingshou immediately straightened up, responding respectfully, you speak the truth, your teachings are wise. May I ask what brings Bai Yushi to the Lin residence today? My Lin family shall certainly offer our utmost assistance. Bai Mengyu remained poised, directly stating, all irrelevant individuals, please withdraw. Upon hearing her words, Lin Bingyun was the first to bow her head in acknowledgement and left the office without a backward glance. After Lin Bingyun's departure, Lin Qingshou chuckled and then glanced at Zhou Zhua, who remained completely still beside Bai Mengyu, a flicker of confusion rising within him. Who is this young man? Why doesn't he leave? Could he be someone from Chuanyu Pavilion's reserves? Despite his doubts, Lin Qingshou refrained from voicing them. However, Lin Yuan was oblivious to Bai Mengyu's remarks, gazing at her with a dazed expression, murmuring, the voice of the fairy is truly melodious. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Bai Mengyu shot him a glance, causing Lin Yuan to feel as though his heart skipped a beat. Goodness, it feels like a myocardial infarction. Lin Qingshou, upon hearing Bai Mengyu's inquiry, quickly donned a smile and approached Lin Yuan, patting his back confidently. This is my son, Lin Yuan, a talented young man, an outstanding youth of the Lin family. Currently in his 3rd year of high school, 2 years your junior. After all, some information regarding the personnel of Chuanyu Pavilion is public knowledge, including ages. After being patted by his father, Lin Yuan finally reacted, straightening his posture and adjusting his collar, He introduced himself. Greetings, fairy. Your surname is Bai, correct? I am Lin Yuan. I look forward to your guidance. However, Bai Mengyu regarded Lin Yuan with indifference and addressed Lin Qingshou, then let him leave. Lin Yuan was taken aback, momentarily at a loss. Lin Qingshou's smile froze on his face. An ominous thought creeping into his mind. This guest does not come with good intentions. Xiao Yuan, you may step outside. Feeling his father's gentle nudges, Lin Yuan finally comprehended and prepared to exit. Yet, at that moment, he unexpectedly noticed Zhou Zhua, the student from his own school, standing next to Bai Mengyu. Looking up, Lin Yuan was astonished. How is it that this person from class F dares to be so close to my goddess? What are you doing here, you worthless fool? Do you even realize where this is? With that, Lin Yuan boldly attempted to drag Zhou Zhua out with him. However, before his hand could reach Zhou Zhua, it was firmly grasped by Zhou Zhua. Zhou Zhua tightened his grip on Lin Yuan's wrist. Looking down upon him with a smile, you still wish to make a move in front of the Jade Envoy? Upon witnessing Bai Mengyu's unperturbed demeanor, Lin Qingshou immediately understood that this young man before him was certainly not an irrelevant individual. At that moment, Lin Qingshou acted swiftly, hastily intervening to stop Lin Yuan. Xiao Yuan, what are you doing? Stand down. Hurry and get out. Lin Yuan's wrist was seized by Zhou Zhua, and upon turning, he saw Bai Mengyu and Zhou Zhua standing alarmingly close. Bai Mengyu appeared utterly unfazed by Zhou Zhua's actions. What did this mean? Had he been betrayed? Instantly, Lin Yuan's competitive spirit flared. Father, why is he allowed to stay here while I am not? Am I not as capable as he is? Slap. In an instant, a resounding slap echoed across Lin Yuan's face. Zhou Zhua promptly released his grip, allowing Lin Yuan to gracefully collapse onto the ground. After delivering the slap, Lin Qingshou bellowed at the fallen Lin Yuan. Do you even comprehend where you are? Do you know who Bai Yushi is? How dare you act so brazenly before the Chuanyu Pavilion? Someone, throw him out. Hearing Lin Qingshou's furious outburst, Zhou Zhua sighed helplessly, feeling a profound sense of regret. Had Lin Qingshou not intervened, he could have taken matters into his own hands if Lin Yuan had continued his reckless behavior. Outside, Lin Bingyun, upon hearing Lin Qingshou's words, entered the room, summoning a distorted entity to hoist Lin Yuan over her shoulder, transporting him to an unknown location. After dispatching Lin Yuan with the distorted entity, Lin Bingyun dutifully closed the office door behind her. Once the door was shut, Lin Qingshou hurriedly clasped his fists towards Bai Mengyu, offering an apology. I sincerely apologize. Bai Yushi, it is my failure in disciplining my son. I hope you can be magnanimous and not take it to heart. Bai Mengyu turned to face the bowing Lin Qingshou and replied, the one you should apologize to is not me. She then glanced at Zhou Zhua, continuing, fortunately, this hero has not sustained any harm. If your son had indeed caused him injury, then seeking your forgiveness would be a matter of concern for the entire human race. Hero? Upon hearing Bai Mengyu's words, Lin Qingshou stiffly turned to look at Zhou Zhua behind her. To be referred to as a hero by someone from the Chuanyu Pavilion, especially the granddaughter of the Pavilion Master. Who is this young man? What remarkable deeds has he accomplished? In an instant, Lin Qingshou recalled his son's earlier disrespectful remarks towards this hero. Panic set in as he quickly positioned himself in front of Zhou Zhua, inquiring, may I ask for the name of this esteemed hero? Zhou Zhua raised an eyebrow and responded, me? My surname is Zhou, my given name is Zhua. Nothing of significance. Upon hearing Zhou Zhua introduce himself, Lin Qingshou was taken aback. Zhou, why does that sound so familiar? He had certainly never encountered the surname Zhou before, yet the name Zhua resonated in his memory. Suddenly, Lin Qingshou froze, carefully discerning Zhou Zhua's school uniform from Luqing No. 2 High School. Having ascended to his position, Lin Qingshou was no fool. Upon seeing Zhou Zhua's uniform, the fragments of memory in his mind began to align. Could you possibly be the classmate of my daughter, Yuru? Zhou Zhua smiled slightly, humbly replying, indeed, I am the vice-class leader of the so-called Waste F class that your son mentioned. Chapter 40, Lin Family's Ice, Snow, and Rain. Upon hearing Zhou Zhua's affirmation, Lin Qingshou's hands trembled as he clasped them together, and he inwardly lamented, realizing the gravity of the situation. He hastily bent lower, exclaiming, my son is but a child, lacking understanding. It is I who have failed in my duties. I implore the hero to show mercy. I shall certainly keep a closer watch over him henceforth. Regret consumed Lin Qingshou's thoughts, a singular sentiment, profound remorse. Had he exercised but a modicum of discipline over his son, the latter would not have dared to utter such audacious words just moments ago. Now, every utterance from Zhou Zhua could potentially serve as a leverage against the Lin family, exacerbating their punishment. Upon witnessing Lin Qingshou's demeanor, Bai Mengyu ceased her commentary. Crossing her arms and redirecting her gaze towards Zhou Zhua, adopting a posture of submission, Zhou Zhua raised an eyebrow, initially seeking merely to observe the unfolding drama, only to find that Bai Mengyu had thrust the matter directly into his hands. With no other recourse, he spoke, Lin Qingshou, there is no need for such anxiety. I am merely here to reclaim a certain item. Following this, he continued with a pointed remark, I had bestowed upon you a trinket, which, while not of great value, appears to have been confiscated by you. Upon hearing Zhou Zhua's words, Lin Qingshou immediately comprehended the object in question. No, my daughter was merely jesting. I simply wished to admire such a rare item. He hurriedly bowed and dashed back to his table, seizing the vial of genetic serum and presenting it to Zhou Zhua with both hands, stating, hero, here is the genetic serum. As you can see, it has been well preserved. Zhou Zhua did not extend his hand to accept the serum, but instead reminded him, this genetic fragment was a gift to Yuru from me. A perceptive man like Lin Qingshou should grasp my meaning, no? Understood. Lin Qingshou nodded vigorously, eager to comply. Upon realizing that this item was acquired by Zhou Zhua and generously given to his fourth daughter, Lin Yuru, all the concealed information in his mind unfurled before him like an open book. The title of hero attributed to Zhou Zhua was also clear to him. However, Lin Qingshou could never have anticipated that the hero who had expanded the map's difficulty level for all humanity and broadened the realm of choice for the human race would be present in his humble Lu City. My primary purpose in coming to Lu City was to seek out Zhou Zhua, but since I am here, a brief inspection seems prudent. Seeing Lin Qingshou's evident trepidation, Bai Mengyu, having long understood the Lin family's precarious situation, continued, Lin Qingshou, I trust you will cooperate? At her words, which bore the weight of judgment, Lin Qingshou's countenance darkened, yet he dared not refuse, replying, I shall certainly cooperate. He well understood that should his misdeeds be revealed, the consequences could range from a loss of authority to outright dismissal. In this moment, it seemed wiser to confess and seek leniency, mitigating some of his transgressions. To humanity, the Chuanyu Pavilion stood as a beacon of warmth, illuminating the darkness and offering protection to the vulnerable. However, to the parasites afflicting the human race, the Chuanyu Pavilion resembles the thunderous wrath of the heavens, eradicating these malignant tumors hidden in the darkness. Please bring forth the accounts. I am about to commence a thorough examination. As the verification process loomed, Lin Qingshou initially contemplated summoning his beloved son to assist in the task. Yet, this would be tantamount to leading his son into a trap. With no other options at his disposal, Lin Qingshou decided to call upon Lin Bingyun from outside. Bingyun, you are responsible for most of the Lin family's accounts. Bring them forth. Upon hearing Lin Qingshou's voice, Lin Bingyun entered the office and, adhering to Bai Mengyu's instructions, displayed all the accounts in their entirety. As Lin Qingshou resignedly sank into his chair, Bai Mengyu summoned her infected minion. Emerging from the depths, the infected being presented itself before Zhou Zhua. The creature resembled an oversized mouse, with a diminutive head and a large posterior. Its hindquarters resembled a bulging reservoir, containing a liquid rich in various energies, serving as the primary source of magical energy for the infected. Countless tiny limbs adorned its underside, facilitating movement and burrowing into the earth, while a long, extendable spine-like tentacle could reach lengths of several dozen meters. You will rest for a while. It won't be painful. Bai Mengyu reassured as the infected being pierced Lin Qingshou with its tentacle. She began to meticulously cross-reference the accounts. Noticing Bai Mengyu was about to scrutinize the Lin family's records, Zhou Zhua quietly exited the office. As Bai Mengyu began her examination, he positioned himself as an inconsequential observer between the Chuanyu Pavilion and the Lin family. Zhou Zhua understood his role well. Some matters did not require his intervention, nor was it necessary for him to involve himself. After a considerable time, as noon approached, Bai Mengyu emerged from the office, her expression tinged with displeasure, followed closely by Lin Bingyun, who had summoned a grotesque entity, now resting on her father's shoulders. Observing Bai Mengyu's barely concealed dissatisfaction, Zhou Zhua couldn't help but exclaim, it seems that Lin Qingshou has indulged in quite a bit of greed. Once outside, Bai Mengyu took a deep breath of fresh air, allowing her emotions to settle. Turning back, she activated a complex virtual panel and addressed Lin Bingyun. The Lin family of Luqing has embezzled vast sums and abused their authority. The audit has been deemed unsatisfactory, and punitive measures will be enacted. From this day forth, the Lin family's patriarchal system will be abolished in favor of a parliamentary system. The rightful heir, Lin Bingyun, shall select an odd number of elders from the Lin family to make decisions on significant matters, which he will compile and report to the Chuanyu Pavilion for a 3-year assessment. Upon completion of the evaluation, authority will be granted based on the Lin family's conduct. After drafting numerous agreements, Bai Mengyu transmitted them directly to Lin Bingyun. You are the last hope for the Lin family. Should you follow in your father's corrupt footsteps, the Lin clan of Luqing may be replaced. However, if you demonstrate commendable governance and restore order, I will advocate for you within the Chuanyu Pavilion. If you agree, please sign your universal ID on the treaty. After attentively listening to Bai Mengyu's treaty and reminders, Lin Bingyun revealed a hint of satisfaction on her face. I agree. With that, Lin Bingyun signed the same ID on the treaty, Lin Jia Bingxuayuan. Once the contract was completed, Lin Bingyun bowed in farewell and then controlled the aberration to carry Lin Qingshou away. At this moment, Bai Mengyu turned to Zhou Zhua and said directly, now that the matter with the Lin family is settled, Zhou Zhua, I sincerely invite you to join the Chuanyu Pavilion. Are you willing to fight alongside me for a brighter future for humanity? After speaking, Bai Mengyu took out a card glowing with a purple hue from her spatial device, along with a virtual electronic card, and handed them to Zhou Zhua. Upon receiving these items, Zhou Zhua began to examine them closely. Chapter 41. Joining the Chuanyu Pavilion, the purple card was a star card, reminiscent of a bank card from a century ago. However, instead of the universally accepted alliance currency, it contained a premium currency known as star, or usable solely within the realms. By connecting to the mainframe, Zhou Zhua summoned the inquiry interface and scanned the purple star card. After scanning, a number popped up, 500. Bai Mengyu was taken aback by Zhou Zhua's familiarity with this process. Do high school students nowadays know how to scan star cards? Subsequently, Bai Mengyu began to explain. This star card holds 500 star, or sufficient to purchase the larva of your current population cap of 10, albeit limited to basic units. To acquire higher-level larvae, you must unlock the gene sequences yourself. Zhou Zhua nodded and then looked at the other item in his hand, the virtual electronic card emanating a faint crimson glow. This electronic card resembled an ethereal item, appearing to be made of transparent resin, subtly glowing with a dim red light, and had a texture akin to plastic. However, Joshua recognized this virtual electronic card and immediately identified it. Population voucher, red 10 grade. Bai Mengyu nodded in agreement, remarking, "Your recognition of the population voucher indeed indicates remarkable insight." After complimenting him, Bai Mengyu continued, "These star card and red 10 grade population voucher are gifts from the Chuanyu Pavilion to you. Regardless of whether you join the Chuanyu Pavilion, these items will not be reclaimed. The Chuanyu Pavilion can provide these items in unlimited quantities. You may come to collect a portion each quarter. This is a token of reward for your contributions to humanity, though it pales in comparison to the magnitude of your efforts. Please, allow me to bow to you." With these words, Bai Mengyu stepped back and deeply bowed to Joshua. Observing her gesture, Joshua instinctively rubbed his eyes, recalling the last time he saw Bai Mengyu bowing before him, during the ceremonial union. If you chose to join the Chuanyu Pavilion after graduating from high school, the pavilion guaranteed that you could conceal certain personal information from reporting and promised to provide you with a complete sequence of foreign insect genes, accompanied by a corresponding excellent grade green gene fragment. Upon hearing this description from Bai Mengyu, even Joshua could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. The Chuanyu Pavilion truly operates on a grand scale. In his previous life, Joshua was aware of the pavilion's wealth, as it was indeed one of the most prestigious organizations among humanity. Such rewards were trivial in his past. However, for his current self, still in the nascent stages, each reward was irresistibly enticing. 500 star minerals. This was sufficient for Joshua to directly hatch 8 groups of humus-hunting insects. With this, his army could expand to 30 humus-hunting insects. Each time he entered a dungeon, he would commence with 30 of these insects, ensuring remarkable efficiency. A population voucher worth 500,000 points was also among the items Joshua sought during his visit to the Lin family. Although he did not acquire the Lin family's voucher, the Chuanyu Pavilion graciously provided him with one. Possessing this red 10-level population voucher would allow Joshua to access the limitless battlefield, slaying monsters therein to enhance his supply limits in reality. Moreover, he could claim these 2 items quarterly. This meant that even if Joshua did nothing else, his annual income would already reach 2,000 star minerals, plus 2 million points. Such a figure is extravagantly luxurious. Not only could he enter the ranks of the moderately prosperous, but he could also directly uplift his fortunes. Furthermore, if Joshua chose to join the Chuanyu Pavilion, he would receive a complete gene sequence free of charge. This meant that by merely joining the pavilion, he could bypass the need to enter the gene sequence dungeon to slay specific hostile foreign insects for gene sequences. Instead, he could obtain a complete gene sequence directly and hatch new subordinate foreign insects, complemented by the accompanying excellent grade green gene fragment. What other choice could there possibly be? Gazing into Bai Mengyu's slightly expectant eyes, Joshua responded, "I will join." He had already wished to join the Chuanyu Pavilion to embrace higher challenges. And now with these rewards almost laid before him, the pavilion truly offered in abundance. "Welcome to the Chuanyu Pavilion," Bai Mengyu smiled upon hearing Joshua's response. She then inquired, "Which foreign insect gene sequence would you like? Please tell me so that I can apply for the issuance of the gene sequence and gene fragment in advance." While speaking, Bai Mengyu opened a virtual panel, evidently preparing to record Joshua's request. Understanding the need for adjustments, Joshua nodded. After all, such complete gene sequences were treasures of humanity. They could save a player a significant amount of time in grinding for gene sequences. Along with the complementary gene fragments, their value was undoubtedly above 500,000 points. How many years must one traverse dungeons to possibly acquire a gene fragment? Thus, the rarer the gene sequences and fragments within the inventory of the Chuanyu Pavilion, the fewer they are in number, even if they exist. However, Joshua's aspirations lie elsewhere. "I choose the worker bee gene sequence." Upon hearing Joshua's response, Bai Mengyu momentarily froze, slightly taken aback. "A worker bee? Isn't that a unit within the gene sequence dungeons?" She quickly interjected. "This is an opportunity for you to obtain gene sequences and fragments for free. Are you certain you wish to exchange it for a worker bee?" Joshua nodded affirmatively, asserting, "Indeed, I choose the worker bee." With a gentle smile, he continued, "My actions are but trifles. Aiding humanity benefits me as well. The rewards from Chuanyu Pavilion I have already received are not insignificant. To request a rare gene sequence would undoubtedly impose a greater burden on the pavilion. So I shall refrain. An ordinary worker bee suffices." Bai Mengyu felt a tremor in her heart at Joshua's words. How could there be such a noble person? Instantly, her affection for him soared. Yet, there remained a considerable distance before she could express her admiration openly. As for Joshua's own thoughts, he simply felt that he still possessed a green, superior-grade gene fragment in his bag. Would it not be a pity to let it go to waste? He had already given away 2 vials of gene fragments due to the scarcity of troop types. Joshua had no desire to part with the gene fragments gifted to him by his brothers. Since he could directly obtain a gene sequence for free, he would seize the opportunity. After all, one should gather flowers while they bloom, lest one find oneself with barren branches. Chapter 42. The East Wind approaches once again. "I extend my profound respect to you, Joshua." Bai Mengyu slightly bowed to him, completing the virtual panel before her and submitting it back to the Chuanyu Pavilion. She then continued, "I have sent the information back to the pavilion, and you can expect to receive it this afternoon. Please keep an eye out for it." With that, Bai Mengyu and Joshua descended the Lin Tower and exited the Lin residence. "Then, I shall take my leave." Just as she departed the Lin Tower, Bai Mengyu bid farewell to Joshua. Joshua, with his hands in his pockets and a smile on his face, responded, "Farewell. After my graduation, I will report to Chuanyu Pavilion. I look forward to your esteemed presence." As he watched Bai Mengyu board the pavilion's exclusive vehicle, Joshua stretched, preparing to return home. After all, the Lin family was in the midst of a power transition and internal reorganization, and he did not wish to linger. However, at that moment, a familiar and cool voice called from behind, halting Zhou Zhuo's departure. "Mr. Zhou, please wait." Turning around, he spotted a large family crest and immediately recognized who it was. Lin Bingyun had donned a proper women's business attire, no longer clad in her former maid outfit, and appeared more spirited, her attire exuding vitality. Zhou Zhuo raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Elder sister, is there something you need? If I were to invite you to a midday feast, I would rather refrain." The sudden shift in power has undoubtedly thrown the Lin family into disarray. Lin Bingyun bowed gracefully, her family crest swaying slightly. A gesture of apology. "I sincerely regret that the upheaval within the Lin family has exceeded my expectations, and we are unable to host you properly today." Subsequently, she rose and approached Zhou Zhuo, producing a virtual electronic card that emitted a faint crimson glow, presenting it with both hands before him. "This is the population voucher my younger sister arranged with you. I have brought it for you. Please accept it." Gazing at Zhou Zhuo with a soft look, Lin Bingyun continued, "Mr. Zhou, without your presence today, the Lin family would not have experienced such swift reform. Therefore, I earnestly invite you to become a guest elder of the Lin family, without the obligation of duties, and to hold a seat among the elders. Please bear witness to the transformation of the Lin family." Upon hearing Lin Bingyun's invitation, Zhou Zhuo shook his head, accepting the population voucher from her hand, and replied, "My mission is complete. I shall take the voucher, but I shall forego the elder's seat." After placing the voucher into his spatial device, Zhou Zhuo turned and walked away, calling back, "I prefer to stir the waters. As for the labor of fishing, I shall leave that to you." With that, he continued to walk farther away until he vanished at the end of the path. "Hopefully, this small token of gratitude will assist you," Lin Bingyun murmured as she turned around, gazing at the bustling Lin residence, taking a deep breath. "Now, my task has only just begun. There truly is no place like home." Upon returning to his 200 square meter, two-story duplex villa, Zhou Zhuo stretched comfortably and reclined on his expansive bed. Ding! Not long after he settled in, his mainframe emitted a notification sound. Calling forth the mainframe, Zhou Zhuo discovered a message from his class leader, Lin Yuru. "I just heard from my sister that the population vouchers have been released, and I have already obtained mine. But why did you return? I haven't given you your voucher yet. If you need it, I can find time to deliver it to you." Huh. As he read Lin Yuru's message, Zhou Zhuo curiously retrieved the population voucher Lin Bingyun had given him from his spatial device. Lin Yuru just received her voucher? What could this voucher possibly mean? A thought crossed his mind. Each new generation of the Lin family receives one population voucher annually. This voucher is likely Lin Bingyun's own. Immediately, Zhou Zhuo opened the mainframe and replied to Lin Yuru, "No, I'm not in a rush. You can give it to me when school starts." Who would complain about having too many population vouchers? If it were a type of item with restrictions, like genetic fragments, that would be another matter. But population vouchers are a valuable commodity. Everyone needs them. Moreover, considering the current turmoil within the Lin family, Zhou Zhuo believed it best for the class leader to accompany her elder sister and familiarize herself with the new dynamics of the Lin family. "Alright, see you at school then." After receiving Lin Yuru's reply, Zhou Zhuo closed the message panel and gazed at the population voucher in his hand. "I recall that the population ticket serves as a universal pass, granting access to the void supply dungeons, augmenting the monster-slaying population cap, and allowing the fusion of any one of the 7 luminaries' attribute factors. While vanquishing foes, it also yields materials for equipment enhancement, ultimately resulting in greater reward points." Zhou Zhuo narrowed his eyes, reminiscing. "This dungeon, which endows monsters with additional attribute factors, was of my own invention in my previous life. It proved to be remarkably efficient and was later referred to by my successors as a mutation quest. For dungeons of standard difficulty, the inclusion of these mutation factors makes the tasks more arduous and challenging, while simultaneously offering increased rewards." Contemplating this, Zhou Zhuo couldn't help but smile slightly. After all, such a deliberate choice to elevate one's own difficulty requires a significant degree of confidence in one's capabilities. Of course, this approach also implies greater resource consumption, as each additional attribute factor assigned to a monster necessitates the expenditure of one population ticket. However, this is a matter to consider later, given my current strength. Opting for such difficulty would be somewhat akin to handing out free victories. With a faint smile, Zhou Zhuo proceeded to swipe open the panel for the Void Supply Dungeon and glanced at its description. The Void Supply Dungeon is accessible to all subordinate races of the Zerg, provided one possesses a population ticket. Yet, this dungeon can accommodate a maximum of 4 players, indicating that while allies may be present, one may also be beset by hostile races. The player's mission is to defend a massive main nest while fending off the onslaught of the alien insects. Naturally, this encounter with other races only occurs if one chooses to enter the dungeon normally. A glimmer of determination flashed in Zhou Zhuo's eyes as he contemplated his strategy. Given that I am able to enter the alien territory at such an early stage in this life, it would be advantageous to gather intelligence on the movements of other races. Entering a standard-level dungeon would almost certainly lead to encounters with alien factions, at which point I could collect information beneficial to my own kind. After reviewing the information on the Void Supply Dungeon once more, Zhou Zhuo closed the description and exhaled deeply. There are still 6 days left of vacation, and the Void Supply Dungeon will likely consume 3 of those days. Once my worker bee gene sequence arrives this afternoon, I shall be poised to enter the dungeon. The thought of the other 17 races, once crawling beneath my feet in my previous life, stirred excitement within Zhou Zhuo. The sooner I can meet these alien races, the quicker I can ascertain their current internal conditions, which could serve as a shortcut towards future unification. Having made these plans, Zhou Zhuo reclined comfortably on his bed. Everything is in place, awaiting the right moment. When that moment arrives, I shall embark on a new wave of exploration in the void supply. Ding dong. Shortly thereafter, the doorbell rang within Zhou Zhuo's villa. The moment has arrived. Chapter 43. The Worker Bee Variant Regeneration Energy Bee descending the stairs and traversing the 200 square meter living room. Zhou Zhuo arrived at the entrance. Upon opening the door, Zhou Zhuo was greeted by a young girl clad in white. Her face adorned with a gentle smile as she cradled a box in her hands. Embroidered upon her chest were the words Harbinger of Calamity. This organization, known as the Harbinger of Calamity, operates directly under the auspices of the Chuanyu Pavilion, tasked with the transportation of goods and vital documents. A century ago, Earth was thrust into chaos, besieged by otherworldly entities, leading to the slaughter of humanity, with a staggering 90% of the population vanishing within a mere week. The harrowing scenes of those days earned the moniker Calamity. In the aftermath of humanity's survival, the Harbinger of Calamity emerged to serve a critical role. All members of this organization work voluntarily, eschewing salaries, and beyond the direct oversight of the Chuanyu Pavilion, there exists no formal management structure or leadership. Only the constant peril of being pursued by monstrous beasts after leaving the safety of the city. The mission of the Harbinger of Calamity is to convey hope to every human who has endured the despair of calamity. Hello, Falcon Express. Thank you for your hard work. Zhou Zhuo bid farewell to the young emissary as she departed, prompting memories of his parents to surface. I wonder where my mother and father are delivering messages now. Shaking his head, Zhou Zhuo closed the door and returned to his room, his emotions a complex tapestry, due to the unique nature of the Harbinger's work, which necessitated traversing dangerous terrains on Earth to deliver precious letters and packages. Zhou Zhuo had been entrusted to his close friend's family, the Gao family, since birth. Growing up alongside their child, Xiao Tian, he harbored an inexplicable sentiment towards the Harbinger of Calamity. In his previous life, his parents too had vanished without a trace, and he had received 2 boxes of their belongings while living at Uncle Gao's house. Gazing at the box containing his delivery, Zhou Zhuo inhaled deeply, seeking to calm the tumult of emotions within him. In this life, should I become formidable, I shall endeavor to find my parents. He lifted his head, rubbed his face, and mused, perhaps the sense of justice that I cannot quite place stems from my parents, who dedicated over a decade to the Harbinger of Calamity. With a shake of his head, Zhou Zhuo opened the box emblazoned with the Falcon Express logo and retrieved his package. Inside, he discovered 2 vials of genetic serum. One vial contained a complete triple helix genetic sequence. Genetic sequence, Worker Bee, description, the full genetic sequence of the Worker Bee, once analyzed by spatial equipment, can unlock the construction of Worker Bee units. Excellent, it has finally arrived. Upon seeing the complete Worker Bee genetic sequence, Zhou Zhuo promptly placed it into his spatial device. Beep. Congratulations. You have successfully unlocked the alien creature, Worker Bee. As the announcement from the mainframe resonated, Zhou Zhuo had successfully unlocked this fundamental resource-gathering unit. Let me see what genetic fragment the Chuanyu Pavilion has randomly assigned to me. After dismissing the system notification, Zhou Zhuo retrieved the other vial of genetic serum from the package, and immediately, the data from this vial materialized before his eyes. Gene fragment, Healing Bee, rank, green excellent price, 1-500-000 description. Upon usage, it allows a Worker Bee egg to evolve into a Healing Bee. Moreover, within your race, the Worker Bee subordinates will adopt the evolution template of the Healing Bee fragment. Effect, acquire the special skill of Rejuvenation. Rejuvenation consumes a small amount of resources, allowing your Worker Bee to merge with a structure and enter a dormant state for a period, restoring the structure's health. Upon witnessing the Rejuvenation skill of the Healing Bee, Zhou Zhao felt a jolt of excitement. This gene fragment must be the only one in the entire Chuanyu Pavilion, right? In his previous life, Zhou Zhao had inherited the position of the Chuanyu Pavilion's master from the White Killing God and had browsed through the inventory of gene fragments in the pavilion. Although this Healing Bee, possessing the Rejuvenation skill, is of a modest rank, only green excellent and devoid of additional attributes, it rivals the rarity of blue fine gene fragments. Rejuvenation? What a splendid skill. This is precisely what I need. While the Void Supply dungeon consumes 3 days of time, this is solely due to the influence of a unique mechanism within the Void Supply, which results in a mere brief task duration of 3 days. Within the Void Supply dungeon, the various camps of hostile alien insects each possess a colossal bile projector. The bile projector is a high-level tower defense unit of the Zerg race. It can deliver pinpoint attacks from extreme distances, inflicting substantial AoE damage. Furthermore, the bile projectors of the hostile alien insects will target the large main nests situated behind the players. Periodically, the bile projectors from the enemy camps will unleash concentrated corrosive bile, causing immense damage to the player's main nest. Without the Rejuvenation skill to repair the main nest, it would inevitably shatter by the 3rd day, reducing it to a mere heap of flesh. Concurrently, players would be forcibly ejected from the dungeon, concluding the task. Thus, the Void Supply mission is nearly impossible to complete, with most players being expelled back to reality around the 3rd day. However, with the Rejuvenation skill of the Healing Bee, I can heal the main nest and prolong my time spent in the Void Supply. With a sense of wonder, Zhou Zhao couldn't help but lament. In that case, it would become a boon for the other race's youngsters. He then placed the vial of Gene Fragment Potion into his spatial device. For now, let us hatch a Worker Bee. Upon entering his spatial device, Zhou Zhao expended 50 star or to summon a Worker Bee egg directly within the device. Now that the initial egg was ready, it was time to fuse the Gene Fragment Potion. With a slight smile, Zhou Zhao selected to use the 2 vials of Gene Potions from his spatial device. Ding. The swarm heart has detected a new worker bee evolution sequence, fragment, and is commencing analysis. Ding. Your worker bee gene sequence has successfully fused with gene fragments, source energy bee, and healing bee, perfecting the gene sequence. Your worker bee has evolved into a healing energy bee. Upon hearing 2 consecutive prompts from the mainframe, the worker bee egg before Zhou began its incubation. Gazing at the slow undulations of the egg, he was momentarily taken aback. After waiting for what seemed like an eternity, he realized that the egg had not hatched instantaneously and smacked his forehead in realization. He had forgotten. Worker bees are not like jump bugs. They do not hatch so prematurely. Embarrassed, Zhou opened the attribute panel of the worker bee egg to examine its information. Species, variant worker bee, healing energy bee description, requires 50 star or consumes 4 minutes for cultivation, can hatch 1 worker bee, capable of resource gathering and building construction. Attack, 5 defense, 0 health, 30, regenerates 1 per minute, attack speed, 0, 7 seconds movement speed, 8 seconds gathering efficiency, 15 construction efficiency, 1 skills, gathering, construction, sealed. Healing instinct. Refeeding upon reviewing the attributes of a healing energy bee, Zhou shrugged and remarked nonchalantly, there is no growth in attributes, after all. It is a basic resource gathering unit, which is to be expected. With the enhancement of the healing instinct, the gathering efficiency of his healing energy bee was elevated by 50, surpassing that of others worker bees by half. Additionally, the refeeding skill allowed for the repair of building damage, restoring their health. A slight smile graced Zhou's face as he felt his army becoming increasingly comprehensive. He then retrieved a softly glowing electronic card from the corner of his spatial device. It was, indeed, a red 10 level population voucher. Chapter 44, Void Supply next. As Zhou took out the population voucher, the mainframe transmitted a message. Beep. Do you wish to use the red 10 level population voucher? Beep. Upon use, you will be teleported to the Void Supply instance to assist a lost main nest in surviving against enemy attacks. Use. Having absorbed the 2 prompts from the mainframe, Zhou promptly confirmed his choice. Beep. Detected that you possess star ore and your population is not yet full. Would you like to purchase eggs to fill the population supply? Yes. Upon hearing this prompt, Zhou opted to proceed with filling the population, and 2 panels subsequently appeared before him. Worker bee, healing energy bee, price, 50 star or jump bug, rotting hunter bug, price, 60 star, or after glancing at the prices, Zhou checked his balance. Having spent 50 star or to acquire 1 worker bee egg, he found himself with only 470 star or left, and his remaining population supply amounted to 7 points. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to purchase 3 healing energy bee eggs, gathering a total of 4 worker bees, leaving him with 320 star or. For the final 4 points of population, Zhou used them all to acquire rotting hunter bug eggs, with 80 star or remaining. Money truly seemed insufficient. With just a few button presses, Zhou had filled his population to capacity, leaving him with scant star, or barely enough for an average family to live comfortably for a lifetime. In an instant, 7 more eggs appeared around him, causing the once spacious confines of the spatial device to feel somewhat cramped. Upon my emergence from the instance, I shall seek a character from the Zerg race to assist in augmenting my personal space capacity. As the number of player subordinates continues to rise, the limitations of my spatial devices will inevitably become apparent. Thus, players may enhance their spatial equipment by locating their ancestral lineage, expending certain resources, or completing specific tasks. After a brief interval marked by a cacophony of hatching sounds, my fully populated army of 10 has successfully emerged. 4 energy bees and 18 decay hunting worms comprise my current military force. Henceforth, as long as this foundational troop remains intact, these will be my subordinates in any instance I venture into. Buzz. With my army at the ready, a portal resembling a gateway materializes before me. Much like my inaugural entry into the realms, stepping through this portal will facilitate my passage into the multiverse via terminal. Beep. Your race has been detected as human. Due to the uneven faith of your ancestral Zerg lineage towards the 7 luminaries, your subordinates receive the following additional attributes: Strength 4, Attack 4, Agility 3, Attack Speed 0, 3, Move Speed 3, Intelligence 1, Magic Value 1, Constitution 10, Health 10, Vitality 1, Health Recovery 1, Resilience 2, Defense 2. Beep. Upon your formal entry into the multiverse, your attribute points will no longer disregard the laws of faith pertaining to the 7 luminaries, and a fixed proportion of attribute enhancement will be applied. Beep. The allocation of your attribute points will be proportionally reduced according to the growth values of your subordinates' attributes. Please monitor your subordinates closely. Upon departing the novice instance, I must now confront such adjustments and balance. Gazing at my army, a sudden illumination envelopes me, and with a furrowed brow, I ponder. After contributing an attribute point upon exiting the novice instance, I will be able to receive racial attribute enhancements during my subsequent entry into an instance. This phenomenon will not be exclusive to the human race. All subordinates under the Zerg will experience it as well. This signifies a critical truth in instances where we engage alongside alien races. Should there exist a race with a level of devotion to the 7 luminaries superior to that of the humans, it is highly probable that we shall be relegated to mere cannon fodder, the casualties of battle. The law of the jungle prevails, as is only natural. With a cruel smile creeping upon my lips, I gaze at the portal and murmur, may I not encounter such a fate. With that, I suppress my smile and take a step forward, entering the portal. As I step through, the portal that had manifested within my spatial device vanishes along with me. Beep. Welcome, esteemed first-rank human player Piluo, to the instance. Void supply. Beep. Matching you with teammates. Please hold. Beep. Welcome, esteemed second-rank Spirit Flame Fox player Hakajushaku. To the game. Beep. Welcome, esteemed first-rank Silver Crystal Butterfly player Lady Han Yen. To the game. Beep. Welcome, esteemed first-rank Slime player Rimuru. To the game. As the series of prompts echoed, Joshua turned his attention to the panels of his teammates. A smile inevitably spread across his face upon seeing the other three companions. He was quite familiar with these three races, the second-ranked Lingyan Fox tribe, the 15th-ranked Silver Crystal Butterfly tribe, and the 18th-ranked Slime tribe, coupled with his own human race, which ranked second to last. This lineup exuded the aura of a deity leading the charge. Furthermore, the player from the Lingyan Fox tribe, Yachong Xiaohu, boasted a rank as high as the second tier of Red 10. Only players with a population supply limit between 101-200 can reach such a rank. Even if this individual had just entered the second tier, they would possess no fewer than 100 subordinates. Observing this rank, Joshua's lips curled into a grin, his eyes glinting with fighting spirit. Just this initial army alone surpasses mine tenfold. Quite impressive indeed. Beep. Congratulations, you have received 500 star shards, temporary. Beep. The current dungeon difficulty is F1 level, granting double points upon settlement. During the 5-minute preparation period, you may vote with other players to adjust the difficulty. Beep. You may discuss adjusting the difficulty range to F1 level, double points, or F2 level, not unlocked. Beep. Should you participate in and successfully complete a higher difficulty dungeon, all subordinate difficulties beneath it will be unlocked. Before the official commencement of a dungeon task, players also have the option to choose the difficulty for the Void Supply mission. However, for team dungeons like this, a unanimous agreement among the players is necessary to select a difficulty. Should they opt for a higher challenge and succeed, it would unlock all difficulties below that for their current race. For example, the human race can currently only select the F1 level and has yet to unlock the F2 difficulty. If, in a multiplayer mode, Joshua were to leap to the F3 difficulty and successfully conquer it, he would unlock the F2 difficulty as well. At that moment, in the public chat channel, the other three players began to converse. Yachong Xiao, 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. Ah, it seems the voice function is working fine. Lady Hanyan, Sister Yachong, your voice is truly beautiful. It's such a pleasure to meet someone from the Lingyan Fox tribe. I'll be relying on you this time. Rimuru, I'm just a harmless slime. If the great ones need any assistance, feel free to call upon me. Joshua remained silent, momentarily at a loss for words. As he observed this harmonious scene, the three voices sounded delicate and did not bear the timbre of male species. Perhaps they were ethereal, alluring, or pure. Am I perhaps matched with three female exotic races? With a slight furrow in his brow, Joshua finally spoke up. Pinglei Duhua, it's a pleasure to meet you all. Upon hearing the last player speak, Yachong Xiaohu from the Lingyan Fox tribe continued. Alright, since everyone can communicate normally, and we have 4 minutes left for preparation, I will initiate a video link for us to discuss how to tackle the dungeon. Upon hearing the words uttered by the Ye Miko, Joshua raised an eyebrow, inwardly thinking, what a wealthy woman. Chapter 45. Ye Miko within the multifaceted realms of multiplayer instances, aside from the complementary voice communication. Players have the option to select video links. Once a player opts for a video link, a 3D hologram of themselves is immediately generated. This 3D projection facilitates communication among players, making interactions significantly more convenient. Compared to typing or voice messages, engaging in direct, face-to-face conversations from a distance is undeniably more advantageous. However, the cost is rather extravagant, 10-star minerals. For an ordinary family of 3, it would take 3 grueling months of labor to earn such an amount. Merely to initiate a video link? To anyone's ears, it sounds like an exceedingly lavish choice. Although Zhou Zhuo was affluent, he was not one to squander resources. Nonetheless, when it came to conversing directly with foreign entities, he preferred to negotiate at the table. Just as he was about to express his reluctance, an alert from his mainframe chimed. Ding. Your worm payment has received 10-star minerals. Joshua, the funds have been transferred to you all. Remember to activate the video link. I shall disconnect now. With the final voice message from the Ye Miko, she vanished from the public chat channel. Gazing at this familiar display of generosity, Joshua felt an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. It seemed he had encountered a similarly extravagant ally in a past life. Yet, at that time, he was preoccupied with battling for humanity and did not add the individual as a friend, resulting in a decade-long absence thereafter. It seemed the surname was also Ye. Joshua squinted as he attempted to recall the name, but it eluded him. Subsequently, he noticed an invitation for a video link popping up beside the voice chat. For a mere 10-star minerals, he could enter the video chat interface. Current video chat participants, too. Seeing that indeed other foreign beings had entered the video link, Joshua pondered. If he did not join, there was a possibility that certain strategies might not be communicated to him, leaving him vulnerable to ambush. To avert being taken by surprise, Joshua decided to spend the 10-star minerals and join the video link. Upon entering the video chat, Joshua beheld a large fox, entirely clad in pink, alongside a water blue slime the size of a pillow. Gazing at the pink fox, Joshua felt a twinge of familiarity. It resembled a fox from the recesses of his memory, one adorned with similar fur. Before long, a great moth with 4 wings, 2 red and 2 blue, made its appearance in the video chat. Lady Han Yen, I apologize for my tardiness, everyone. Ye Miko, no worries. As long as everyone is joined. Rimuru, thank you, esteemed Ye, for your generous gift. Is there anything you require of me? Zhou Zhuo observed these three foreign entities with a furrowed brow, as he sensed little animosity emanating from them. It appeared they were indeed here with intentions of collaboration. As the assembly of our esteemed members is complete, I turn to you, Hachiyum, to inquire about your thoughts regarding the upcoming instance. Upon hearing Zhou Zhuo's query, Hachiyum the Kitsune tilted her head adorably and responded, "Let me get straight to the point. I believe you are all aware that due to the peculiar mechanics of the void supply, the main nest cannot be defended and will likely only endure for 3 days. In the void supply, we can only elevate our population cap by vanquishing enemy units. Therefore, I propose we escalate the difficulty of this instance to level F2, thereby increasing the number of adversaries we face, with the aim of maximizing our kills within the limited time frame and ultimately securing a 4-fold point reward." At this juncture, Hachiyum cast a glance at the ranks of the others and added, "Do not worry, although you hold the rank of Crimson 10-1 and possess fewer troops. I understand that you may struggle to withstand the initial wave of enemy incursions before your forces are adequately developed. However, fret not. I shall allocate some of my troops to you and transfer command, assisting you in navigating the early stages smoothly. Level F2 remains manageable in terms of troop numbers." Upon hearing Hachiyum's remarks, a deep-seated memory stirred within Zhou Zhuo's mind. The familiar notion of troop allocation, the generous expenditure. Indeed, it was reminiscent of the flamboyant pink-furred fox from the Lingyan fox clan. Zhou Zhuo's eyes narrowed with intrigue as he mused internally, what a clever strategy this is. In his previous life, after uniting the 18 clans, he had gained profound insights into the traits of other races. For instance, the Slime clan possessed the ability of mimesis, allowing them to create a clone with combat prowess around 20 when producing units, effortlessly employing swarm tactics. The Silver Crystal Butterfly clan had the ability known as Wing Phosphor, which, when their kin were attacked, would trigger an effect that released phosphorescent dust, bewildering opponents and reducing their accuracy. Meanwhile, the Lingyan Fox clan's innate ability, known as Allure, ensured their kin maintained higher loyalty. Thus, even when troops were shared with others, the command core would remain under Hachiyum's control. The population supply gained from defeating enemy units would ultimately be credited to her. After all, these novice players struggled primarily in the early stages. If they could survive without casualties, their forces would possess considerable combat power once fully formed in the later stages. This, indeed, is a sagacious plan. In many ways, it is a win-win situation. Each participant can attain their desires, while Hachiyum merely collects the easily acquired points from the smaller early-stage forces. Lady Hanyan exclaimed, "Is that true?" "Thank you, Hachiyum," Limulu added. "As long as we can navigate the early period smoothly, the F2 difficulty is entirely manageable." Following the excited exclamations of the large moth and the slime, Hachiyum beamed with delight and turned to Zhou Zhuo, who had yet to voice his opinion, and inquired, "Ping Le Du Hua, what do you think?" Upon hearing the inquiry from the eightfold fox, Zhou Zhuo broke into a grin and replied, "Why not elevate the difficulty directly to F3? As soon as these words left his lips, the eightfold fox widened its eyes in astonishment. Limulu stood up in shock, and Lady Hanyan was so taken aback that she forgot to flap her wings, plummeting straight to the ground. The eightfold fox, brushing its paw across its facial fur, speculated that Zhou Zhuo might be a novice, and remarked, "Although choosing the F3 level will indeed increase the main nest's health, it will also significantly amplify the damage dealt by the hostile camp's bile-spitting creatures, without any means to restore health to the main nest. Its survival time could very well be compressed to a mere 2 days, during which your development time will be drastically shortened, leading to a reduced score and population supply limit. This, regardless of how one views it, is not a profitable venture." However, upon hearing the eightfold fox's words, Zhou Zhuo's smile only deepened. "I do possess means to restore health to the main nest." Chapter 46, Reinforcements Arrive You Do? The eightfold fox was momentarily taken aback, then expressed mild astonishment. "Could it be that you possess the gene of the Cloud Healing Queen?" Upon the mention of the Cloud Healing Queen, Lady Hanyan fluttered her wings in shock and exclaimed, "The Cloud Healing Queen? That is a high-quality gene fragment with the skill of rapid nourishment, capable of restoring 100 health points in one go." Limulu, the slime, also quivered its gelatinous form, turning to Zhou Zhuo with incredulity. "Heavens! Is that not a green excellent grade gene fragment? Our entire clan scarcely has any." At that moment, the eightfold fox sighed and interjected, "I have some knowledge of the Cloud Healing Queen. It requires a staggering 50 mana points to restore 100 health points. Moreover, the sorcerer class inherently has a very slow mana recovery rate, and the mental growth attribute of the queen is merely 0.5, meaning it takes 2 minutes to recover just 1 mana point. Without any enhancements, it would take a staggering 100 minutes to cast a single skill. Even if you possess a Cloud Healing Queen, the efficiency of recovery remains excessively slow." Listening to the eightfold fox's analysis, the moth and slime nodded in a daze. It seemed that the Cloud Healing Queen could only serve as a strategic unit to restore health to key troops, rather than functioning as a regular unit to heal the main nest's health. Limulu, from the Slime clan, extended a tentacle to scratch its head in confusion. "If you had multiple Cloud Healing Queens, that seems rather improbable. Even if you are a higher tier human than our Slime clan, it is unlikely you would possess such an abundance of green excellent grade gene fragments, right?" Zhou Zhuo raised an eyebrow, sensing that remaining silent would only prolong the discussion unnecessarily, and retorted, "Who said I have a Cloud Healing Queen?" Upon hearing this, the players from the other 3 factions were left speechless. No Cloud Healing Queen? Then what other means of healing structures were available? The Silver Crystal Butterfly clan and the Slime clan, ranked slightly lower in the racial hierarchy, found themselves engulfed in confusion, their minds devoid of ideas. Only the Yachikosa Fox of the Spirit Flame Fox clan shook her head slightly, directing her gaze towards Zhou Zhuo, and spoke. Regardless of any genetically fragmented units you possess that have undergone evolution, only a single subordinate unit can perform healing for the main nest. The rapid-acting nourishment from the Cloud Nourishing Mother is already the most efficient healing method among all the aberrations of the Zerg clan. Zhou Zhuo nodded in agreement, responding, "You are correct. Having only a single subordinate capable of healing structures is indeed insufficient." With a mischievous smile, he summoned his healing energy bee, showcasing its restorative skill before the eyes of the other races. Regeneration consumes a small amount of resources, allowing your worker bee to integrate into a structure and enter a dormant state for a duration, thereby restoring the structure's health. Upon witnessing Zhou Zhuo summon the worker bee, Yachikosa Fox felt a notion stirring within her, mentally preparing herself. However, when she finally beheld the skill panel of Zhou Zhuo's summoned worker bee, she gasped in astonishment. Regeneration, the unique ability conferred by the healing bee gene sequence, boasts a quality of green excellence. And you possess 4 of them? After all, the Spirit Flame Fox clan ranks second among the subordinate clans of the Zerg. Being a member of the Spirit Flame Fox clan, Yachikosa Fox was quite knowledgeable. Yet, despite her vast understanding, she still could not fathom how this human could possess so many green excellence gene fragments. Initially maintaining her seated posture, Yachikosa Fox could no longer contain her curiosity and rose to her feet, her eyes fixed on Zhou Zhuo with an intense scrutiny, as if attempting to see through him. Have your kind unlocked the green excellence evolution template for worker bees? How could a race ranked second to last possibly unlock such advanced gene sequences? Zhou Zhuo shook his head, retracting his worker bee into his spatial device, and casually replied, "Not at all. It's merely a stroke of luck on my part. Having drawn a commendable talent, which allowed my worker bees to unlock the healing bee gene sequence." Limu, of the Slime clan, gradually reverted to her original jelly form, turning to Zhou Zhuo with admiration and exclaiming, "Luck is part of strength too. If only I had such good fortune." After Zhou Zhuo's casual remark, he turned his attention to the initiator of this meeting, Yachikosa Fox, and inquired, "All of my hatched worker bees possess the regeneration skill, capable of endlessly healing the main nest. With the main nest's health secured, can we initiate difficulty level F3? Upon hearing Zhou Zhuo's explanation, Yachikosa Fox's eyes lit up, a smile gracing her lips as she asked, "May I inquire about your talent?" Just as Yachikosa Fox began to speak, the mainframe timely interrupted with a notification. Warning. Only 1 minute of communication time remaining. As the time for the meeting dwindled, Yachio Kuzu hurriedly quickened her speech. With little time remaining, since Mr. Ping Lei can assure the safety of our stronghold, I would like to request the initiation of the F3 difficulty void supply. Absolutely. Excellent. With Yachio Kuzu having selected the F3 difficulty, the voices of the mainframe echoed in everyone's mind simultaneously. Ding. The current difficulty level of the void supply instance is set to F3, with a settlement reward of 6 times the points. The difficulty has been sealed. Ding. The health of the defensive target, the main nest, has been increased to 30,000, while the damage of the bile-spitting creatures has risen to 150. And their health has been boosted to 3,000. Ding. Congratulations. You have received 500 star shard, or temporary. Ding. In the current instance, you will receive a total population supply limit of 100 times the maximum population limit of the dependents. It has been detected that your current population limit is 10, and your current maximum population limit is now 1,000. Following the series of notifications from the mainframe, the entire void supply map transformed dramatically. The map expanded, increasing the distance between each player and prolonging mutual support. The enemies grew stronger. The aberrant insect army slightly swelled in size, and their numbers surged significantly. The situation grew dire. In the camps located at a distance from the players, more bile-spitting creatures were being constructed in succession. It was easy to imagine the grave threat these completed bile-spitting creatures would pose to the main nest that the players were tasked to defend. Yachio Kuzu gazed at the distant, writhing bile-spitting creatures, gradually becoming bloated like festering sores, hatching ominously, as well as the enemy forces that had begun to gather and advance towards the players' camp. Her expression grew increasingly serious, due to our selection of F3 difficulty. The enemy has dispatched a larger force to attack the camp. I will allocate 20 units of troops to each of you for early protection. Ping Lei, you are the core of this instance, and you need to hatch more worker bees. I will provide you with 30 units of troops, if that is insufficient. Let me know. However, once we enter the instance, I will need time to remotely deploy troops for you. Before Zhou Zhuo could respond to Yachio Kuzu's urgent words, the mainframe sent another notification. Ding. You have received 4 worker bees for population, 60 jump insect variant fission insects, 20 population, and 3 stinging snakes, 6 population, from Yachio Kuzu. Chapter 47. Astonishing resource collection. It seems that Yachio Kuzu might be quite affluent among the Flame Spirit Fox clan, generously expending resources to deploy troops. Observing the sudden increase of 30 units in his army, Zhou Zhuo couldn't help but smile, replying to Yachio Kuzu, "Rest assured. Aside from safeguarding the main nest, I will take good care of your dependents. However, it remains uncertain whether they would wish to return to you after the instance concludes. Yes, if you find it insufficient, do not hesitate to ask me again." Yachio Kuzu nodded kindly to Zhou Zhuo before turning to the other 2 clans, inquiring, "Who has the ability to lay down the fungal carpet tumors?" The slime clan's Rimuru manifested tiny hands and raised them, declaring, "I have a proposal. My fungal blanket tumor can enhance our movement speed by 20. Excellent. centered around you. Let us first lay down a linear fungal blanket to connect our 4 camps, facilitating mutual support. After issuing the command, Yachakusa Fox was joined by Lady Cold Flame of the Great Moth clan, who eagerly offered her assistance. I too can spread a fungal blanket. Mine slows enemy units by 20 in movement speed. Moreover, I possess a king worm for reconnaissance. Upon hearing Lady Cold Flame's declaration, Yachakusa Fox beamed with delight, continuing, very well. Rimuru, you shall be responsible for laying the inner circle of the fungal blanket, aiming to envelop our high ground. Ensure all precautionary measures are in place. Lady Cold Flame, you are tasked with establishing the outer fungal blanket, and send the king worm to the high ground for enemy detection. The healing duties of the main nest will be entrusted to Ping Lei Duhua. Everyone, let us strive together. This time, the void supply will surely yield the greatest profit for me. Once Yachakusa Fox concluded her orders, the preparation time came to an end. As the time elapsed, the ethereal figures of other players turned away, busily attending to their tasks. Returning to his camp, Joshua meticulously surveyed the terrain. The void supply instance resembled a map akin to a League of Legends-style MOBA. The player's camp lay in the lower left corner, while the enemy insect camp began in the upper right corner, gradually encroaching upon the player's position. In contrast to the usual 3 paths, there were 4 main avenues, with enemy forces continuously dispatched towards the players. Each player was to defend a single path, should one route be breached. The remaining 3 players would need to divert their forces to defend that compromised path. The main nest lay directly behind the players, leaving no room for retreat. If the enemy forces attacked the main nest, it would similarly incur damage. Therefore, to secure greater benefits on this map, it was imperative to ensure that all 4 paths remained intact. Yachakusa Fox's strategy of dividing forces to safeguard the paths was undoubtedly astute, echoing Zhou's own judgments from his previous life during void supply runs. At that moment, a melodious female voice resonated in their minds. Wow, my good comrades. I am so glad to see you. I am currently under siege from these bile-spewing creatures and can scarcely hold on. As this voice emerged, a health bar materialized above their heads. Main nest, current health, 300, 003, 0000, 100. Note, if main nest's health reaches 0, the challenge will fail, and the party will prematurely enter the settlement screen. Clearly, this voice belonged to the intellect of the main nest. Boom, 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 boom. As the health bar appeared, the player's ears were filled with 4 resounding blasts. Joshua turned towards the source of the sound, witnessing 4 massive blobs of dark green viscous liquid launched from afar. Arcing through the sky in perfect parabolas, they crashed down upon the main nest with a tremendous impact. 150, 150, 150, 150. In an instant, the main nest suffered a reduction of 2 in its vitality, eliciting a sharp gasp of pain. Ouch, that stings a bit. I'm currently occupied with healing, regaining 10 points of life every 10 minutes. Please assist me in eliminating those projectiles, my friends. They strike me every half hour, and maintaining my polished shell is quite costly. If you manage to protect me, I promise to share a portion of the rewards once this task is completed. Upon receiving the intriguing communication from the main nest consciousness, Joshua cleared his ears and began to analyze the situation. With a depletion of 4 life points per hour, even if no additional bile projectiles were to hatch, in just 25 hours, over a day, the main nest would face imminent destruction. Simultaneously, the tasks for the void supply dungeon unfolded before everyone's eyes. Task 1. Safeguard the main nest for 120 hours, 5 days. If the main nest shatters, the void supply dungeon concludes, and points will be calculated prematurely. Task 2. Exterminate enemy aberrations and protect the allied main nest to earn points. Every 2 jump bugs exterminated grants 1 point, capped at 500 points. After eliminating 1,000 jump bugs, every 4 jump bugs grants 1 point, with no limit. Every 1 stinger snake exterminated grants 3 points, capped at 600 points. After eliminating 200 stinger snakes, every 2 stinger snakes grants 3 points, with no limit. Every 1 aberration exterminated grants 5 points, capped at 500 points. After eliminating 100 aberrations, every 2 aberrations grants 5 points, with no limit. Every point of life restored to a structure grants 1 point, capped at 500 points. After restoring 500 life points, every 2 points of structural life restored grants 1 point, with no limit. Dungeon Task 1. Exterminate bile projectiles. Each bile projectile eliminated, including those in incubation, will yield additional rewards. Dungeon Task 2. Eliminate enemy aberrations. Rewards will correspond to the strength of the hostile aberrations and the real-world population supply limit. It appears that the primary components of the enemy forces within this dungeon are the jump bugs, stinger snakes, and aberrations. Observing the point system, Joshua couldn't help but sigh. It was evident this was no novice dungeon, as the weaker units like worker bees and the queen, which were more supportive in nature, no longer contributed to scoring. However, this did not deter Joshua's ambition to amass points. After stretching languidly, he surveyed his current forces. For worker bees, 4 healing energy bees, worker bees, 60 fission bugs, jump bugs, 18 decay hunter bugs, jump bugs, and 3 stinger snakes. Although these soldiers were borrowed, they were still under his command. Joshua smiled subtly and commenced the deployment of his forces. The 4 healing energy bees glided toward the main nest, activating their nurturing abilities. As they approached the edges of the main nest, they delved into the larval-producing openings surrounding it. Once inside, Joshua's star or began to be deducted. Chapter 48. The nest has been designed. The healing energy be employed its regenerative skill and burrowed into the core of the main nest, initiating the healing of its wounds. Joshua began to calculate the efficiency of the healing energy bees. Each healing energy bee, once activating its regenerative skill, caused Joshua to lose 1 unit of stardust or every minute. It took 5 minutes for a healing energy bee to restore a single point of health. In other words, Joshua's healing energy bees consumed 60 units of stardust or per hour to heal the structure by 12 points. This efficiency was alarmingly low. Once all 4 healing energy bees had entered the main nest through the aperture, Joshua's resource collection efficiency reached a staggering 240 hours of stardust Oregon. Of course, this also meant that the structure would recover 48 points of health each hour. A quantitative change would lead to a qualitative transformation. If the number of healing energy bees increased, he would need to consider the resource collection issue. To ensure a stable healing process for the main nest, an ample supply of resources was essential, gazing at the 500 units of stardust or that the system had generously provided upon his entry into the dungeon. Joshua's smile turned somewhat bitter. This 500 stardust or would only sustain him for 2 hours of resource consumption, and that was without producing any military units. At that moment, a cheerful female voice unexpectedly echoed in his mind. Hey, can you help me with healing? Surprised by this statement, Joshua turned to look towards the distant large nesting structure. Was this the main nest's consciousness reaching out to him? Good brother, you can assist me with healing. I cannot let you suffer a loss. Beep. The main nest has detected your benevolent actions and is allocating resources for you. Beep. Your stardust ore is now 160 per hour. As these 2 notifications resonated in his mind, Joshua's spirits lifted. Healing the main nest could yield resources too. If he divided the 160 stardust ore by 4, each healing energy bee could provide an efficiency of 40 units of stardust ore per hour. Originally, Joshua had prepared to incur some losses in the early stages to accelerate the hatching of worker bees for resource collection. The resource collection efficiency of Joshua's healing energy bees was 15. They could yield 15 units of stardust ore per minute, totaling 90 units per hour. With 4 healing energy bees engaged, Joshua was effectively losing 360 units of stardust ore per hour, in addition to the 240 units deducted hourly, leading to an overall reduction of 600 units per hour. However, with the newfound support from the main nest, the deducted amount was suddenly halved. This was indeed a delightful surprise. Yet, Joshua's astonishment did not end there. Just then, the main nest's consciousness spoke again, this time with a hint of surprise and joy. Wait, you? Beep. The main nest has detected that you possess the heart of the swarm, with a loyalty of 100. As Joshua gazed at his resource production panel, he noticed that the fragmentary star mine had suddenly transformed into an astonishing 80 hours. He could not help but swallow hard. Is there any other use for the heart of the swarm? In an instant, Joshua's efficiency in gathering fragmentary star resources surged rather than diminished. It was as if each time he hatched a rejuvenating energy bee into the main nest, it would yield an incredible 20 hours of fragmentary star mining. What a lucrative opportunity. Observing the continuous increase in his fragmentary star mine, Joshua waved his hand and promptly utilized all of his remaining 463 fragments to hatch rejuvenating energy bees. In an instant, he was left with merely 13 fragments. However, beside him, there were now 9 worker bee eggs. 4 minutes later, as the 9 rejuvenating energy bees hatched and, under Joshua's command, entered the main nest to activate the nurturing skill, he thought, please, don't all rush in at once. I need time to clear some space. Ignoring the voice of the main nest, Joshua's resource production efficiency surged once more to 260 hours. At present, the main nest would incur a deduction of 1,200 life points per hour. Aside from the inherent restoration of 60 life points per hour, this meant that a gap of 1140 life points needed to be bridged to replenish consumption. As he watched the rejuvenating energy bees depart, Joshua began to calculate. Given that each of my rejuvenating energy bees can heal 12 life points per hour, I would need to hatch 95 to cover the deficit. Excluding the 13 bees I currently possess, I still need to hatch 82 more. Currently, what Joshua lacked was resources. Fortunately, when the Yachio Shard Fox provided him with troops, they had also considered this factor and allocated 4 worker bees to him. Immediately, Joshua activated the ability of the Heart of the Swarm and examined the attribute panel of the Yachio Shard Fox's worker bees. Species: Worker bee of Yachio Shard Fox, Psychoenergy bee. Description: requires 50 star fragments and 4 minutes to cultivate, yielding 1 worker bee capable of resource gathering and building construction. Attack: 8 defense, 1 life, 32 regeneration, 1 minute, attack speed, 0, 7s movement speed, 10s gathering efficiency, 12 construction efficiency, 1 skills, gathering. Construction, sealed. Upon reviewing the attributes of the Yachio Shard Fox's worker bees, Joshua could not help but exclaim, with these attributes, even in combat against ordinary jumping insects, victory is assured. Truly, the lineage of the Spirit Flame Fox is profound. After this admiration, Joshua's fondness for the Yachio Shard Fox increased further. Committing the worker bee attributes to memory, he dispatched them to gather resources. As he watched the diligent worker bees mining, Joshua smiled and remarked, the 4 worker bees assisting me in resource collection are all variants of psychoenergy bees, with a 20 increase in gathering efficiency, truly remarkable. With the collection efforts of these 4 psychoenergy bees, Joshua was able to gather 48 units of fragmentary star minerals each minute, resulting in a remarkable hourly resource income of 548 hours. An hour passed, and with only 100 remaining, a phantom of a large moth suddenly appeared beside Joshua. Attention everyone, the swarm is launching an attack. Just 10 minutes had elapsed when the first wave of the onslaught commenced, featuring 28 jumping insect variants and 1 stinging serpent, totaling an enemy force of 15. As Lady Han Yin made her entrance, she promptly reported the intelligence gathered by the king insect. Indeed, the speed of the insect tide matched that of the F1 difficulty level, erupting in waves every 10 minutes. Upon hearing her report, Zhou gazed into the distant mist. He could not discern its depths. Yet the vision range possessed by the king insect far exceeded that of ordinary races. With a slight smile, he marveled at F3 difficulty. The first wave of the insect tide can deploy an enemy force of 15 on each route, a staggering 3-fold increase compared to F1. Nevertheless, even without the assistance of the 8-fold shard fox, he felt confident in overcoming such a meager enemy force. However, since the army was at his disposal, he decided to employ it. With a gentle smile, Zhou dispatched 60 fission insects to the high ridge, strategizing the front line, while the 3 formidable stinging serpents followed closely behind. The trap was set, awaiting the enemy to unwittingly walk into it. No sooner had Zhou spoken than the total enemy force of 15 materialized before him. Chapter 49. As if consumed by Wallace species. Jumping insect, variant of the leaping insect. Tier, white ordinary description. Hostile nesting jumping insects that have evolved into leaping insects under the influence of F3 difficulty, exhibiting significant enhancements in their attributes. Attack, 10 defense, 0 health, 30 regeneration, 1 minute, attack speed, 15 seconds movement speed, 18 seconds species. Stinging serpent description. Hostile nesting stinging serpents that have also gained considerable attribute enhancements due to F3 difficulty. Attack, 12 defense, 0 health, 100 regeneration, 1 minute, attack speed, 9 seconds movement speed. 10 seconds after reviewing the enemy's data, Zhou nodded in acknowledgement. The initial wave of the insect tide already possessed combat capabilities comparable to the alien creatures stationed at the camps within the G3 difficulty levels Yulon Insect Valley. With a sweeping gesture, Zhou commanded his 60 fission insects to charge toward the enemy. An overwhelming swarm of fission insects swiftly encircled the enemy forces. Zhou skillfully directed the stinging serpents to inflict pinpoint damage, rapidly diminishing the enemy's health. Within mere seconds, utilizing the swarm tactics, Zhou effortlessly vanquished the adversaries. Remarkably, under Zhou's adept control, not a single fission insect in his ranks fell. Due to his command over the 8-fold shard fox's army, the spoils of this wave of the insect tide were somewhat diminished. Experience points: X1620 credits, X8 stardust or X15 population supply, X08 recalling the rewards. Zhou calculated that he had claimed approximately half of the total gains, which he deemed quite reasonable. Subsequently, Zhou turned his gaze towards his sole combat force, the jumpworm, a variant of the decaying hunter. Rarity, blue rare. Description: requires 60 star or in a cultivation period of 3 seconds to hatch 3 decaying hunters. Attack, 12, defense, 3, health, 45, regenerates in 2 minutes. Attack speed, 14 seconds, movement speed, 19 seconds. Skill, charge, instantly boosts movement speed to 300, rushing towards the target, inflicting damage and causing a 0.1 second stun, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. With the enhancements from the 7-star technology tree and the attributes of the jumpworm equipment, my decaying hunters are quite formidable. With a slight smile, Zhou glanced at his own attributes. I still have 9 unallocated attribute points. It is time to invest them. After careful consideration, Zhou allocated 6 points to toughness and 3 points to strength. Name, Zhou level, 1 experience, 036000. Attributes, worker bee, strength 0, agility 0, intelligence 0, spirit 0, constitution 0, vitality 0, toughness 0 jumpworm, strength 3, agility 0, intelligence 0, spirit 0, constitution 0, vitality 0, toughness 6 now. Zhou's decaying hunters had their attack raised to 15 and defense to 9, while their damage output remained impressive. With another wave of insects expected in 20 minutes, he resolved to focus on development during this time. Zhou looked up at the countdown for the Void Supply dungeon, murmuring to himself. In his previous life, he had participated in the Void Supply numerous times and was quite familiar with the map. The Void Supply dungeon experienced 3 waves of insect surges and 2 attacks from the bile spitters each hour. The 3 waves would strike at the 10-minute, 30-minute, and 60-minute marks. Thus, the attack frequency of the insect surges occurred every 10, 20, and 30 minutes, respectively. Naturally, the latter 2 waves provided players with more time to develop, but the enemy forces would increase in number. The bile spitters would bomb the main nest during the latter 2 waves, intensifying the pressure on defense. This was under the assumption that the bile spitters had not yet hatched. If they did, the defensive pressure would escalate further. In light of this assessment, Zhou clenched his fist resolutely, declaring, I must take the initiative. In multiplayer dungeons, players cannot share vision unless they establish ally relationships. So Zhou could only estimate his location to be in the southernmost position based on the terrain. With this reference point, memories of the F3 difficulty map from his past life surfaced in his mind. Once the map was confirmed, Zhou led his 18 decaying hunters towards a camp he recalled from memory. With my current combat prowess, occupying a small encampment poses no challenge. Approximately 8 minutes later, Zhou arrived at a nearby target camp. A quick scan allowed him to memorize all details regarding the enemy forces, 54 fission bugs and 1 aberration, totaling a mere 20 combatants. The overwhelming presence of the fission bugs, exceeding the enemy's numbers by 50, certainly instilled a sense of claustrophobia. Let us strike at this encampment. A slight smile graced Joshua's lips as he raised his hand, sending 18 corpse devourers charging forth to encircle the hostile aberration. The aberration, taken aback by the surrounding jump bugs, was momentarily bewildered. They had enclosed it, yet refrained from attacking. Each corpse devourer faced outward, their rears toward the center, focusing intently on the encroaching fission bugs. Scratching its head, the aberration mused, "If you do not strike me, I shall retaliate." Just as it extended a massive hand to swat one of the corpse devourers, a devourer unleashed its ambush skill, stunning it and interrupting its attack. After a brief pause, the aberration attempted to strike again, only to be met with yet another stun. This pattern continued several times. In a fit of rage, the aberration finally landed a blow on one of the corpse devourers after all 18 had exhausted their ambush skills, losing their interruptive effect. With an attack power of 20, it easily surpassed the devourer's defense of 9, inflicting 11 points of damage and sending that particular corpse devourer flying 2 meters away. However, in that instant, the aberration realized that the 54 fission bugs, which once shared its camp, had been entirely eradicated. The 17 remaining corpse devourers, including the one previously struck, turned to glare fiercely at it. Before the aberration could fully comprehend the situation, all 18 corpse devourers pounced upon it, gnawing and biting. Despite possessing 2 points of armor, the aberration proved as fragile as parchment against the devourer's formidable attack of 15. The jump bug's equipment also featured a dual strike effect, granting an extra attack every 5 strikes that dealt an additional 50 damage. It was this very equipment skill that enabled the corpse devourers to swiftly eradicate all the fission bugs. Now, the aberration's health plummeted as though it had consumed a deluge of Wallace's finest. With one final roar, the aberration collapsed to the ground, motionless. Observing the corpse devourers, who had sustained minimal damage, Joshua chuckled. This 10-star equipment truly proves advantageous. Chapter 50. Nearly half of the healing effect with exceptional attributes. An ambush skill that inflicts stun and dual strike equipment amplifying damage. Joshua found it impossible to conceive a rationale for defeat. After vanquishing the hostile insectoid encampment, Joshua took a moment to review his rewards. For 1,018 experience points, 32 points, 40 star fragments, and 19 population supplies. While experience points, and star fragments were beneficial, Joshua's primary objective in seeking the void supplies was to augment his population cap, allowing him to carry a greater number of followers into new dungeons. The drop rate was quite satisfactory. For nearly every 10 enemies defeated, he was able to secure 1 population supply. Presently, Joshua's population limit had reached 127, translating to a potential follower capacity of 1270 in dungeons, marking an increase of nearly 30%. Ding. The opposing side has extended a gesture of benevolent surrender. Do you wish to accept? Ding. Accepting the surrender will transform this insect lair into your vassal camp, granting you a resource bonus of 200 star fragments per hour and a military augmentation effect of 1 jumping insect egg every 2 hours. Ding. Refusing the surrender will result in the destruction of this insect lair, granting you 2,000 experience points, 1,500 star fragments, and 4 jumping insect eggs. Upon encountering the familiar interface, Joshua smiled slightly and decisively clicked on the option to decline the offer. At this moment, his most pressing need was economic resources. He could hardly afford to wait for slow earnings. With his resources dwindling, who had time to ponder the potential of a hen laying eggs? Ding. You have rejected the opponent's surrender. The encampment has been obliterated, and you have received 2,000 experience points, 1,500 star fragments, and 4 jumping insect eggs. Acquiring wealth through conquest proved to be far more expedient. After depositing the gains into his storage, Joshua found himself in a considerably more affluent position. Given that it was still the early stages and his army had yet to fully materialize, expanding the encampment at this juncture might jeopardize his hold. It was wiser to secure tangible economic resources first. Once the 1,500 star fragments had been credited to his account, Joshua waved his hand grandly, instructing his camp to commence the production of 30 energy bees eggs. Simultaneously, he rallied his troops to return home, as the second wave of insect hordes was imminent. With an 8-minute journey ahead and only 10 minutes remaining until the onslaught, it was prudent to fortify his defenses. 4 minutes later, all 30 energy bees had hatched, and under Joshua's command, they swiftly burrowed back into the main nest. Main nest, gurgle with the emergence of 30 energy bees. Joshua's healing rate for the main nest surged to nearly 3 times its previous capacity. Of the total demand for 95 energy bees, he had successfully produced 43 thus far. Now, the healing contribution of his energy bees had reached nearly half of the required threshold. As the bees entered the main nest, the life restoration efficiency, bolstered by the bees' regenerative effects, soared to 576 per hour. Originally, the main nest lost 1,200 life points each hour, allowing it to survive a mere 25 hours. Now, with the assistance of these rejuvenating energy bees, the main nest now suffers a mere 642 points of health depletion per hour, allowing it to endure for an impressive 48 hours. Having barely passed half an hour, Joshua has already nearly doubled the health of the main nest. Yet, this is not the end. By hatching an additional 52 rejuvenating energy bees, he can completely halt the health reduction of the main nest. After making this determination, Joshua turned his attention to his resource output. With the addition of these 30 rejuvenating energy bees, the efficiency of his star-shattering ore has reached an astonishing 1148 per hour. At this point, the collection of star-shattering ore resources is nearly optimal. A faint smile graced Joshua's face as he retracted the resource output panel. Now, with some time still required for troop deployment, he must first focus on restoring the health of the main nest. Only when free from worries can he confidently unleash his forces. After a while, Joshua returned to his camp. Bang, 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 bang. Just as he touched down, a thunderous quartet of cannon fire resounded behind him. The time for the void supply instance had reached 30 minutes, and the bile spewer began its second round of bombardment. 150, 150, 150, 150. Following this volley, the main nest's health was further reduced by 600 points. The old wounds had yet to heal, and now it received yet another grievous blow. Joshua gazed into the distance. The original bony structure of the main nest had been thoroughly dissolved by the first wave of highly corrosive concentrated bile, still unhealed. This time, the foul-smelling green bile was mercilessly poured into the existing wounds, exacerbating the injury to a grotesque state. The pain was unbearable. This bile spewer truly seems relentless. The intellect of the mother nest within the main nest let out a pained sound after this strike, yet it clearly showed no signs of capitulation. Hearing the sound emitted by the mother nest's intellect, Joshua clenched his fist, his brow furrowing slightly. Feeling a pang of sympathy, even if the main nest can endure for 2 days, it is hard to bear witness to its wounds being repeatedly corroded. The tempo of the counterattack must accelerate. At that moment, the voice of Lady Hanyan echoed in Joshua's ears. Incoming. The second wave of the insect tide. 30 bionic jumpers of the split bug variant, 12 bionic jumpers of the leaping bug variant, and 1 stinger snake. A total of 18 enemy units. Upon hearing Lady Hanyan's alert, Joshua turned to see a vast swarm of insects surging up the hillside. The pace of the insect tide in the void supply instance is indeed rapid. Raising his hand, Joshua commanded the 60 bionic jumpers of the eightfold shard fox to split and intercept. He then swiftly ordered his 18 decay hunting insects to charge forth, utilizing their high damage and ambush skills to disrupt the enemy formation and directly control the stinger snake, preventing it from inflicting any damage. Roar. Hiss. After 2 rounds of siege, Joshua's humus hunting insects successfully eradicated the spiked serpent. Subsequently, in conjunction with the main force, they effortlessly dismantled the enemy troops while sustaining 0 casualties. Experience points. X1860, score. X11, star fragment, or X19, population supply, X09. After casting a glance at the harvest, Joshua remained unfazed, as the quantity of star fragment or was exceedingly scant, insufficient for further unit production. The other scores and experience points demanded gradual accumulation, akin to grains of sand forming a tower. Closing the earnings panel, Joshua instructed the troops of the eightfold shard fox to remain stationed at the rear. With half an hour until the next wave of insect hordes, he had ample time to conquer another camp. After mentally referencing his internal map, Joshua set forth towards a nearby enemy camp. Chapter 51. The accessibility of difficulty. The insects at this camp were relatively numerous. After 10 minutes of travel, Joshua arrived at the targeted hostile camp, gazing at the clustered alien insect army with admiration. It seems my memory serves me well. This camp's alien insects also featured an excessive number of leap insects and a considerable variety of fission insects. Upon activating the heart of the swarm, Joshua discerned the enemy alien insect count within the distant camp. 48 fission insects, for leap insects, and 1 spiked serpent, maintaining a total of 20 enemy troops. However, compared to the previous camp's military composition, this one displayed a richer diversity. Unlike the novice instance of the Cloud Mist Insect Valley, in ordinary and even advanced instances, the diversity of troop types within the camps only increases. Observing the scale of the enemy forces, Joshua nodded in affirmation. This is what we call biodiversity. With a limited army, as the variety of enemy alien insects increases, one must contemplate strategies for F2A. With a swift motion, Joshua commanded all humus hunting insects to charge forth. F2A. Yet my troops need not deliberate. A mindless push will suffice. Roar. The mere 18 humus hunting insects, upon crashing into the enemy ranks, unleashed ferocious roars, akin to tigers among sheep, wreaking havoc. Activating their ambush skill dealt 12 points of damage, coupled with an additional 12 points from regular attacks. In nearly 2 seconds, Joshua's humus hunting insects obliterated 18 enemy troops. The opposition was rendered incapable of countering. The only creature requiring caution, the spiked serpent, had long succumbed to the onslaught of the humus hunting insects. Its lifeless form now sprawled on the ground. Were there aberrant entities with both high damage and resilience, I might have considered a different strategy. However, with this spiked serpent possessing merely around 100 health points, a swift execution was warranted. Moments later, under the condition of sustaining 0 casualties, Joshua subdued this camp. After all, the humus hunting insects boasted a health of 45 points and a defense of 3, allowing them to withstand assaults from leap insects for a considerable duration. Thus, in these early skirmishes, inflicting casualties on Joshua's army remained a challenge. Experience points, for 1,032 credits, 29 stardust, or 41 population supply, 21 ding. A gesture of goodwill for surrender has been extended towards you. Declined. After collecting the rewards, Joshua once again rejected the enemy camp's surrender, directly acquiring 2,000 experience points, 1,600 stardust ore, and 4 jumpworm eggs. The stardust ore would be utilized for hatching energy bees. And it was time to incubate the jumpworm eggs as well. After investing 1,500 stardust ore into his camp, Joshua's central area saw the emergence of 32 energy bee eggs. Once these eggs hatch, the healing efficiency of the main nest would reach an astounding 960 hours. Only 20 more worker bees remain to achieve the goal. Joshua's resource production efficiency has soared to 1,788 hours, an increase of nearly 40. Furthermore, at Joshua's behest, the total of 8 stored jump worm eggs in the camp commenced hatching simultaneously. 3 seconds later, 21 humus jump worms emerged, appearing on the high ground of the camp. Now possessing 39 humus jump worms, Joshua felt he finally had a formidable army capable of defending the occupied camp. Clenching his fist and reveling in the expansion of his forces, a bright smile illuminated his face. After leaving the 8-fold shattered fox army to guard the high ground, Joshua led the 39 humus jump worms towards other hostile camps within the void supply. His nearest target caught his eye, a colossal structure shrouded in mist in the distance. Although players cannot discern the situation within enemy units engulfed in the fog of war, they can still observe the luminous and imposing structure of the bile ejector. Akin to a lighthouse, standing as the primary adversary within the void supply. This distant bile ejector, enormous in size, occupies an area of approximately 200 square meters and towers at a height of 40 meters. Its rounded, corrosive acid storage sac is encased in a hard exoskeleton, leaving no doubt as to its defensive capabilities. All structures of the Zerg are alive, including the bile ejector. The vast acid storage sac serves as its belly, while the elevated mouthpiece functions as its cannon. When the strong corrosive concentrated bile secreted within the storage sac reaches its maximum capacity, it will unleash a new barrage of concentrated bile towards distant targets. However, due to this elevated mouthpiece, the bile ejector can only attack far-off adversaries and cannot engage nearby foes. Yet, the bile ejector itself acts like a landmine. If it sustains melee damage and perishes, the strong corrosive concentrated bile within its storage sac will erupt, inflicting maximum damage upon nearby melee units. This substance is far more potent than boiling water. Even a dead pig fears being scalded. There are indeed 4 such bile ejectors on the map. For players, each assigned to a different line. With 1 bile ejector per line, countless more bile ejectors are under construction in the distant main base. In my previous life, I truly suffered greatly at the hands of these bile-spewing creatures. Joshua couldn't help but sigh, as memories of his past flooded back. Specifically, the time he attempted to conquer the D3 difficulty level in the void supply, where the enemy camp began with 8 bile-spewing entities. These 8 creatures not only targeted the player's main nest behind them, but also unleashed devastating firepower on the player's encampments and armies at unpredictable intervals. Joshua vividly recalled one of his Eagle tribe subordinates, who, after a misstep in maneuvering, was incinerated into a mere smear of eagle paste. Such a challenging dungeon was truly not meant for the faint-hearted. Shaking his head, Joshua gazed at the distant bile-spewing entities, a fierce smile of determination gracing his face. In contrast, the current difficulty level felt remarkably accessible. After swiftly calculating the distance to the nearest bile-spewing creature, Joshua made a resolute decision to reach the gathering point of these alien insect hordes. He needed to eliminate 5 encampments along a direct path before arriving at the bile-spewing entity. With his calculations in order, Joshua advanced straight toward his target. Along the way, he encountered dozens of solitary jumping insect tribes and a few lone stinging serpent tribes, which he swiftly surrounded and dispatched. Without the need to return to the camp for defense, Joshua's efficiency soared to new heights. At that moment, the figures of Rimuru from the Slime Clan and Lady Hanyen from the Silver Crystal Butterfly Clan suddenly materialized beside him. Great! The connection is established. We have finally linked our territories. Chapter 52. A 200 population army after nearly an hour's effort. These 2 allies successfully connected their territories via the fungal blanket tumor. This proximity would facilitate rapid support in the event of a defensive breach. Rimuru stated, "I'll head back to defend my home. The third wave of insect hordes will likely be even larger." Lady Hanyen replied, "Indeed. I shall return as well." Having achieved their territorial connection, the 2 exchanged a few words before retreating to their respective encampments, leaving only 2 insects to continue laying down the fungal blanket, linking their territories in preparation for the impending third wave of insect hordes. Initially, the map had been shrouded in darkness. Now, with their territories connected, either their encampments would be nestled between mine and Yabuki's, or vice versa. After making his assessment, Joshua dispatched a message and continued on his path. Along the way, he engaged in pillaging and devastation, and at long last, he conquered another encampment. Beep. The opposing side has issued a surrender. Decline. Before the mainframe's notification could finish, Joshua decisively clicked to refuse. Beep. You have rejected the opponent's surrender. This encampment has been annihilated, and you have gained 2,000 experience points, 1,500 star shards, 2 jumping insect eggs, and 2 worker bee eggs. With several crisp notifications, Joshua's account was credited with a substantial amount of star shards and insect eggs. However, unlike before, this time he not only acquired the combat unit's jumping insect eggs, but also the resource-gathering unit's worker bee eggs. With the acquisition of these star fragments, coupled with the worker bee larvae, the restoration of the main nest's vitality is no longer a concern. Joshua smiled faintly and commanded the incubation facility at the camp to commence the hatching of the larvae, while allocating all 1,500 star fragments for the production of healing energy bees. Instantly, these 1,500 star fragments transformed into 30 healing energy bee larvae. Additionally, with the 2 gifted after the annihilation of the enemy camp, Joshua now possessed 32 healing energy bees. 20 of these entered the main nest to replenish its health, while he ordered the remaining 12 to gather resources. The efficiency of Joshua's healing energy bees reached an impressive 15, surpassing the collection efficiency of ordinary worker bees by approximately 50. The resource gathering capability of these 12 healing energy bees equated to that of 18 ordinary worker bees when assessing the rate of resource accumulation. Once the main nest's health restoration rate stabilized at 1,200 hours, its condition became secure. Thank you. I've had enough. No more worker bees are needed. Zhou remarked as the main nest appeared somewhat bloated after being forcefully filled with another 20 worker bees. Upon receiving the report from the main nest, Zhou nodded. Although it merely sustains the current health consumption, it has yet to reach full vitality. However, this will suffice for now. After confirming that the main nest's health restoration was stable, Zhou shifted his focus toward economic development. Subsequently, he instructed one of the worker bees from the eightfold shard fox to vacate its position, freeing up 12 slots for his healing energy bees to commence resource collection. With all worker bees engaged in production, the growth rate of Zhou's star fragments surged to an astonishing 3,196 hours. This equated to over 3,000 star fragments per hour, a truly formidable figure. It meant Zhou could produce 159 carrion hunting insects every hour. Once the time in the void supply instance reached precisely 1 hour, he could initiate a large-scale troop deployment. The camp's star fragment cluster contained 5 blocks, with a maximum capacity for 15 worker bees. If all were replaced with his bees, the hourly collection efficiency would amount to 1,350 hours. Before the enemy camp capitulated and began to offer tributes, Zhou's only source of star fragments, aside from the resource-gathering bees, would be to allocate more worker bees to the main nest. After making a sound judgment, Zhou gazed distantly at the colossal main nest, contemplating. Currently, it's at full capacity, and I have no surplus healing energy bees. However, after a while, there should be enough space. Boom, 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 boom. Just as Zhou finished speaking, a familiar barrage echoed from the horizon. The main nest, which was on the verge of complete restoration, sustained another massive blow. 600. The 4 cannon blasts not only indicated that half an hour had passed since the last bombardment, but also heralded the arrival of the third wave of the insect tide. Upon hearing the cannon fire, a satisfied smile spread across Zhou's face. The time has come. As the time for the void supply instance reached 1 hour, Zhou's resource gathering efficiency transformed into tangible assets, credited to his account. Star metal, 3,391. In addition to the natural growth of resources, Zhou's detritivore insects had also claimed solitary insect swarms en route, securing additional star metal. Zhou utilized this star metal judiciously, allocating 150 units to the hatchery to incubate 3 rejuvenation bees. He then invested 3,240 units to produce 54 detritivore larvae, yielding a total of 162 detritivores. Coupled with the previously hatched jump insect larvae, Zhou's detritivore army had now burgeoned to 207. His forces had taken shape. Presently, my population cap stands at 161. Which translates to a limit of 1610 within the void supply instance. Observing the gathering of over 200 detritivores in the distance, Zhou couldn't help but smile. After concluding in the Cloud Mist Insect Valley, I acquired 500 sets of jump insect genetic equipment. In terms of my military strength, this equates to possessing 1,500 detritivores enhanced with jump insect genetics. Once I hatch these detritivores, even if I face an exceptionally formidable boss, I could seamlessly maintain control for 150 seconds, thanks to the 1-second control time of the ambush skill. With this thought, Zhou's smile grew ever more radiant. With 2.5 minutes of control time, I could easily defeat it. Just as Zhou's forces assembled, the third wave of insect tide approached. I beheld the third wave of insect tide. At that moment, the voice of Lady Han Yin echoed in Zhou's ears. 24 jump insect variants of the fission insects, 14 jump insect variants of the leaping insects, 1 aberrant entity, and 2 spiked serpents. A total of 21 enemy units. As Lady Han Yin reported the enemy numbers, the players sprang into action, hastily adjusting their tactical deployments. After all, with the aberrant entity serving as a meat shield and the spiked serpents providing ranged damage, the onslaught could inflict considerable harm upon the vassals. Just as everyone prepared for the impending fierce battle, in the southernmost part of the void supply map, where Zhou was stationed, a figure stood with 1 foot upon the last aberrant entity's skeletal remains, brushing off non-existent dust from their hands, and nonchalantly declared, "Done." Chapter 53. Kill for me. Zhou, relying on his formidable army, effortlessly vanquished the insect tide, yet other races faced a far more arduous challenge. 1 minute later, the voice of Lady Han Yin from the Silver Crystal Butterfly tribe reached Zhou's ears, apologizing to the Eightfold Fox. Apologies. Lord Eightfold, your army lost a jump insect. My luck was abysmal. That aberrant entity, despite the reduced accuracy from the wing phosphor, still managed to strike a low health unit, resulting in the loss of a jump insect. Subsequently, the voice of the Eightfold Fox resonated within Zhou's mind. Do not fret. As long as we can maintain our defenses and weather the initial phase. Fortune is an unpredictable element. Zhou, having not participated in the earlier dialogue, merely perceived these words echoing in his thoughts. The Eightfold Fox, of course, was not overly concerned about the losses within the army. In the realm of void supply, where resources are farmed and dungeons are cleared, the demise of a player's minions does not diminish their count in reality, only in those survival dungeons, which occur biannually when each race has a city forcibly drawn into the various realms. Does the situation differ? In such instances, the death of a player's minions is indeed final. As the economy flourishes, the development of troops should commence. The fourth wave of the insect tide, which begins in the second hour, will be fewer in number than the third wave, but equal to the second wave, approximately 18 units. Following that, the enemy insect numbers will increase proportionally in cycles of 3 waves. After imparting these insights, The eightfold fox raised her gaze towards the health of the main nest within her field of vision. Suddenly, she was taken aback. How could the main nest still possess such vitality? The eightfold fox scrutinized the health display of the main nest, 28800, 28820, 28840. Every minute, the main nest could regenerate 20 health points, indicating that its vitality attribute had surged to 20. Could a structure truly possess such rapid health regeneration? This was not the eightfold fox's first venture into the void supply maps. She had a fair understanding of the main nest attributes. Typically, the health regeneration efficiency of a standard main nest is merely 1 health point per minute. How had it multiplied by 20? If this were the case, could the main nest not endure indefinitely? A shiver ran through the eightfold fox's heart as she recalled Zhou, who was responsible for healing the main nest. Hastily, she summoned Zhou's virtual image. Plunder the flames. How fares your situation? Have you allocated all resources to heal the main nest? What of your army's combat strength? After all, even Lady Coldflame, who could steadily gather resources and nurture her troops, had suffered losses. Thus, Plunder the Flames, who had been focused on resource collection, must be in an even more precarious situation. Meanwhile, Zhou was en route to the next camp when the virtual image of the eightfold fox suddenly appeared beside him, startling him momentarily. Encountering a talking, pink-haired fox in the wilderness was indeed surprising. Zhou turned his head, frowning slightly, and replied to the eightfold fox, "I am fine, and my army is intact. Everything is well on my end." Upon hearing Zhou's response, the eightfold fox assumed he was merely putting on a brave face and quickly countered, "If my troops were to perish, it would be inconsequential, as they are merely ordinary forces. However, if Plunder the Flames, you find yourself lacking combat power and unable to hold that line, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall dispatch reinforcements. Do not overexert yourself. You are not alone in this battle, and this is not merely a game of a single tribe." After internalizing the words of the Ye Shikigami, Zhou's advance momentarily faltered as he recalled the Ye Shikigami units currently stationed at the camp. Indeed, since those troops temporarily belonged to him, why not convert them all into his own army? Turning around, Zhou smiled at the Ye Shikigami, assuring, "Rest assured, I am not overreaching. My position is quite secure here. Your army is my army, and I will take excellent care of them." Upon hearing Zhou declare that her army was now his, the Ye Shikigami was momentarily taken aback, a warmth blossoming in her heart. Even her tail, which had been resting placidly on the ground, began to sway gently. "You certainly possess remarkable command skills, managing 0 casualties," she remarked, scratching her head with a claw and smiling at Zhou. "In any case, thank you. If you ever require troops, do not hesitate to let me know. I will send them your way." Zhou, delighted by her words, replied with a grin, "Of course. If I need troops, you shall be the first to know." The notion of borrowing troops for his own needs felt somewhat embarrassing. Observing Zhou's demeanor, the Ye Shikigami chuckled, her eyes narrowing in amusement. After terminating the connection, she returned to developing her camp. Zhou, meanwhile, focused his thoughts, directing the 60 jump bugs from his distant camp to converge towards him. As the jump bugs hurried in his direction, Zhou led his army onward to the next camp. Under the influence of Zhou, who slowed their march, the 60 jump bugs successfully caught up with him before reaching their destination. With a roar, the 60 Ye Shikigami jump bugs arrived, emitting friendly sounds as they awaited Zhou's next command. However, as Zhou raised a hand, the more robust humus hunter bugs surged forward, overwhelming the 60 jump bugs in a swift motion. Given that these jump bugs were a variant of the fission bugs, their combat prowess was considerably low, and, in comparison to the humus hunters, they were few in number. Thus, even if they wished to resist, they were utterly unable to displace the humus hunters atop them. At that moment, a shadow appeared before one of the fission bugs. It was Zhou. He extended his hand and affectionately patted the head of the fission bug, simultaneously uttering, "Good little one. Ding. 1 jump bug's affinity for you has risen to 100. Requesting to join your faction. Ding. 1 jump bug's affinity for you has risen to 100. Requesting to join your faction. Ding." After affectionately stroking the heads of the jump bugs, Zhou felt content, knowing he had left an indelible mark of his unique essence on this swarm. He withdrew his hand, satisfied. The 60 fission bugs, in turn, bowed their heads around him, displaying a posture of fealty. Subsequently, Zhou raised his hand, preparing to store all 60 fission bugs in his spatial device to transform them into humus hunters. However, when the fission insects entered the spatial device, it had not yet reached 30, and it was already unable to accommodate them. The spatial device was too small, and there were too many fission insects, causing a blockage. Frustrated, Zhou pressed his forehead and sighed. "Once I exit this void supply instance and my population supply increases, I must procure some expansion devices to enlarge the spatial equipment. Otherwise, no matter how numerous my army becomes, they simply cannot fit." Zhou issued another command, allowing these 60 jump insects to orderly arrange themselves into the spatial device. After half a minute, all 60 jump insects had transformed into Zhou's subordinates. Gazing at the now expanded count of 267 decay hunting insects by his side, Zhou's face gradually filled with a fierce battle spirit. Subsequently, Zhou cast his gaze towards a distant alien insect encampment and waved his hand decisively. Attack. 10 minutes later, Zhou, wielding an overwhelming force, seized the first encampment. After accepting the surrender of the hostile encampment, Zhou finally obtained his first territory that had willingly submitted to him. Upon recognizing Zhou's insect swarm's innate talent, the encampment enthusiastically doubled their tribute. Calculating the hourly tribute from this encampment, Zhou nodded in satisfaction, an hourly resource boost of 400 star fragment ores, along with an additional 2 jump insect eggs per hour for troop reinforcement. Although modest, it accumulates to a considerable sum. In the second hour of the void supply instance, the first 10 minutes welcomed the fourth wave of insect tides. Originally, with insufficient military strength, Zhozhua would have been concerned about the overwhelming numbers of hostile alien insects, fearing he could not divide his forces to protect the encampment. All these fears stemmed from a lack of military might. With such a formidable army now at his disposal, Zhozhua found these issues effortlessly resolved. Soon, Zhozhua accelerated the pace of encampment occupation. 12 minutes later, the second encampment fell. 11 minutes later, the third encampment capitulated. 14 minutes later, the fourth encampment surrendered. 13 minutes later, the fifth encampment also yielded. As the second hour of the void supply instance concluded, Zhozhua's resources experienced a refreshing replenishment. The once depleted treasury, bolstered by the resources provided by various encampments and the main nest, witnessed a bountiful resurgence. Without further contemplation, ensuring that all worker bees in his encampment had been replaced with his rejuvenated energy bees for resource gathering, Zhozhua's star fragment ore accumulated to a staggering figure within that hour. Star fragment ore, 5,223. As for what to do with these star fragment ores, there was no need for much thought. They would all be utilized to hatch decay hunting insects and expand the army. In an instant, 87 decay hunting insect eggs appeared within Zhozhua's encampment. 87 jump insect eggs equated to 261 decay hunting insects. This effectively doubled Zhozhua's current military strength. 3 seconds later, the encampment hatched a multitude of decay hunting insects, while Zhozhua's balance of star fragment ores dwindled to a single digit. 3. Come forth. After issuing the command for the humus hunting insects stationed at the camp to assemble, Zhozhua turned his attention to the temporal parameters of his current instance. Void supply instance time. 020001. Boom, 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 boom. As the third hour of the void supply commenced, amidst the fifth barrage of bile projectiles, Zhozhua finally arrived at the large encampment of the bile projectile creatures that was nearest him. Ignoring the 4 consecutive explosions, he stood atop a stone platform, gazing at the distant settlement of bile projectile creatures, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It has been some time since I last laid eyes on a genuine bile projectile. Zhozhua observed the enormous bile projectile that was not far from him, unable to suppress a sound of amazement. In my past life, the bile projectile had tormented me to the brink of ecstasy, yet it was also the structure I most favored constructing during my battles against alien races. Now, with nothing to my name, the first target I must assault among the Zerg creatures is indeed this bile projectile. The 4 explosions served as a signal. Upon receiving this signal, the alien insects within the encampment erupted into chaos, beginning to gather and gradually forming the 6th wave of the insect tide. Each 3 waves of the insect tide constituted a round, with the number of creatures commencing each round equivalent to the second wave of the preceding round. With this calculation in mind, Zhozhua assessed the alien army before him. 24 fish and bug variant jumpers, 8 leaping bug variant jumpers, 4 aberrations, and 2 stingers, totaling an enemy force of 24. After completing his calculations, Zhozhua nodded. Predicting the future army, the 8th wave of the insect tide that would begin at the start of the 3rd hour would essentially amount to an army of 24. Yet, the army Zhozhua was about to confront was not limited to these numbers, for within this encampment lay a garrisoned force. 39 fish and bug variant jumpers, 14 leaping bug variant jumpers, 3 aberrations, and 2 stingers. This stationed army surrounded the bile projectile, providing it with steadfast protection. Just after the bile projectile had launched, while it had yet to secrete a significant amount of bile, should Zhozhua wish to assault this encampment, he would have to contend with a formidable force of 54 creatures. Quite substantial. With a smile upon his face, Zhozhua waved his hand and subsequently opened his attribute panel. Name, Zhozhua level, 2 experience, 207, 2000, attributes, 9 unallocated points worker bees, strength 0, agility 0, intelligence 0, spirit 0, constitution 0, vitality 0, resilience 0 jumpers, strength 3, agility 0, intelligence 0, spirit 0, constitution 0, vitality 0. Resilience 6 technology. Currently contributed 9 points of technology after clearing all hostile alien insect encampments and scattered swarms from his home base to this location. Zhozhua's experience reached its maximum value, elevating him to level 2, and once again granting him 9 points of free attribute points to allocate. The formidable 20 points of attack possessed by the aberration indeed poses a considerable threat to my humus hunting insects. Thus, I shall focus on enhancing my resilience. After all, this camp is home to 7 aberrant creatures, whose damage output is exceedingly high. Therefore, it is prudent to fortify the defense of the humus hunters to prevent casualties. With a thought, Zhozhua allocated 6 attribute points to resilience, while the remaining 3 were bestowed upon strength. With this enhancement, the attack power of the humus hunters surged from 15 to 18, allowing them to eliminate a standard jump bug with merely 2 basic attacks, resulting in significant damage. Moreover, their defense escalated to 15, rendering the thorns utterly ineffective, and the damage from the aberrants could be disregarded by nearly 80. Now, my army has transformed into a formidable force. After these enhancements, Zhozhua's army reached its zenith of strength. In the distance, the 6th wave of the bug tide had fully assembled and was preparing to charge towards the player camp. Zhozhua commanded his humus hunters to form a pocket formation, eagerly awaiting the mindless aberrants to rush forward. As the 2 armies converged, a glimmer of determination sparked in Zhozhua's eyes. Charge. At his command, the Humus hunters advanced with wild abandon, enveloping the enemy like a sea of insects. Upon receiving the order, the Humus hunters banded together to prioritize the eradication of the enemy's special units. Meanwhile, the aberrants guarding the bile spitter sensed the ensuing battle and entered a state of alert, racing towards Zhou's forces. However, the enemy's meager numbers were but a drop in the ocean against the tide of Humus hunters, proving almost utterly ineffective. After nearly 2 minutes, Zhou had completely decimated the opposing army. If I can win against a larger force, how could I possibly lose against a smaller one? Dusting off his hands, Zhou strode over to the center of the camp, where the bile spitter resided. Now what shall I do with you? Chapter 55, Skill Fragment. Venomous Nest Bile Spitter Description. A high-level defensive building unit of a Zerg, capable of ultra-long-range firepower suppression. Upon receiving lethal damage, it can self-destruct, splattering bile onto surrounding units, thereby inflicting area damage. Note: self-destruction only occurs when bile is depleted. Attack: 150 defense, 5 health, 5000, regenerates in 1 minute. Skill: targeted self-destruction, passive, with a defense rating of 5. Even the most determined jump bugs would find it exceedingly difficult to inflict damage upon the bile spitter. Its formidable 5000 health makes it exceptionally challenging to eradicate. Gazing upon the clearly displayed enemy building panel before him, Zhou couldn't help but marvel. The heart of the swarm is truly effective. For a century, no human has ever succeeded in completing the Void Supply Dungeon, protecting the main nest for 5 days. Only I, in my past life, could launch a counteroffensive against the enemy's camp. With great anticipation, I once led my formidable army, managing to break through the encirclement of the swarm and stealthily eliminate the bile ejector. However, my forces fell victim to the self-destruction of the bile ejector, resulting in a complete annihilation that compelled me to withdraw from the Void Supply Dungeon. The very first red 10-level population voucher I acquired was rendered utterly useless, significantly delaying my development. With a sigh, I reflected, had I possessed the talent of the swarm heart in my previous life, I could have mitigated the losses of my troops. Shaking my head and dispelling the memories from my mind, I turned my attention back to the bile ejector, pondering. Perhaps it is best to eliminate it. Raising my hand, I commanded the necrotic hunters to converge upon the bile ejector and initiate the assault. As we neared its demise, the sac of the bile ejector began to rupture, releasing concentrated bile. At that moment, I ordered my units to retreat. Once the bile had drained away, we would finish it off. After issuing my command, I closely monitored the bile ejector's remaining health points and the massive sac that threatened to burst at any moment. The damage inflicted by the necrotic hunters was indeed substantial, causing the bile ejector's health to plummet at an alarming rate: 4563, 3225, 2048. Yet, when the bile ejector's health dwindled to 1000, a notification resonated in my mind. Ding. The bile ejector has extended a gesture of goodwill, offering to surrender. Will you accept? Ding. Should you accept the surrender, the bile ejector will become your subordinate camp, granting you a resource boost of 600 star shards per hour, and a troop reinforcement of 1 jump bug and 1 exploder bug per hour. Ding. Should you refuse the surrender, this alien insect nest will be destroyed, granting you 3000 experience points for exploder bug eggs and the skill fragment, toxic nest. Upon hearing these notifications, I was momentarily taken aback. Could it truly surrender? In my previous life, after bolstering my forces, I had traversed the Void Supply map, retaliating against hostile alien camps and eliminating bile ejectors. Yet, I had never encountered the notion of a bile ejector surrendering. Could this be a hidden effect of the swarm heart? Contemplating this intriguing possibility, I etched it into my memory and turned my gaze towards the surrender offer from the bile ejector. Accepting or declining the surrender would both yield a new unit, the exploder bug. I was quite familiar with this unit. If the bile ejector detonated only in dire circumstances, the exploder bug could self-detonate at any moment. The exploder bug resembled a walking bomb. Upon contact with an enemy, it could ignite its highly concentrated bile, inflicting substantial area damage to surrounding foes. For swarms of low-tier adversaries, the exploder bug was nothing short of a nemesis. Moreover, akin to the queen's low mental growth attribute but distinct, the exploder bug boasted resilience and agility growth rates of 0.5. In essence, the explosive insect possesses significant weaknesses in terms of defense and mobility. It requires 2 points of resilience to augment defense by 1 point and 2 points of agility to enhance mobility by the same margin. However, despite sacrificing defense and speed, the explosive insect boasts a remarkable advantage: its strength growth attribute, which is an impressive 2 points. This implies that for every point added to its strength, its attack power increases by 2 points. Should one invest purely in strength attributes for the explosive insect, the resulting damage would be utterly formidable. In my previous life, it wasn't until I reached the second tier, the Black Iron stage, that fortune smiled upon me, allowing me to utilize the explosive insect in a dungeon. By the time I acquired the explosive insect gene and was able to incubate it normally, I had already established dominion over the slime race. Reflecting on my past experiences, I couldn't help but be astounded. The explosive insect is indeed an exceptional strategic unit. However, aside from the star shard ore, it also necessitates the collection of the rare resource known as gas. In the various realms, players aiming to produce their subordinates must consume star shard ore and diluted gas. In the real world, the resources required for producing subordinates are star, ore, and high-energy gas. This unique unit, the explosive insect, also demands gas, a scarce resource, for its production. Yet, at the start, I lacked any units that required diluted gas for production, resulting in my inability to unlock the gas geysers. Consequently, the explosive insect, for the time being, could only be acquired through free means. Slightly shaking my head, I redirected my attention to the special item that appeared after refusing to surrender, the skill fragment, Toxic Nest. Description: after a certain period, you can place an invisible toxic tumor on the ground. Once the toxic tumor successfully hatches, it will create a small area of mycelial blanket around it, which benefits from the attributes of the tumor. When enemy ground units step on the toxic tumor, they will suffer area of effect damage. The placement of the toxic tumor ignores the mycelial blanket terrain and can be placed anywhere. Collection: gather 10 skill fragments to synthesize a level 1 toxic nest. Upon reading the description of the toxic nest skill fragment, my eyes sparkled with excitement, and my pupils slightly dilated. A toxic nest skill, the ability to place a toxic tumor? This serves as an invisible landmine that can disregard the mycelial blanket's range and expand it at will. Compared to the few explosive insects I could hatch each hour, I was clearly more intrigued by the toxic nest skill. Moreover, skills like the toxic nest can be carried out of dungeons, accompanying players into various instances. As for my final choice, I gazed at the surrender panel of the bile-spewing entity and smiled faintly. Apologies, while I cherish the opportunity to receive explosive insects hourly for free, the allure of the toxic nest skill is simply too enticing. Chapter 56. The beautiful monster princess refusing to surrender. As I pressed the refusal button, I commanded my subordinates, the decay hunting insects, to deliver the final judgment upon the bile-spewing entity. As the bile-spewing creature lay battered and bruised, its highly concentrated bile oozed out, corroding the ground into pockmarked pits and emitting hissing sounds. Zhou Zhao adeptly adjusted the number of the decay hunting insects, allowing a few to continue diminishing the creature's health. When the bile-spewing entity was reduced to a mere 100 points of vitality, Zhou Zhao commanded all decay hunting insects to retreat, leaving only one to persist in depleting the creature's life force. As the creature's health reached zero, Zhou Zhao swiftly issued the command to withdraw. The decay hunting insects, with their remarkable speed of 19 meters per second, could escape nearly 20 meters in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the decay hunting insect beside the bile-spewing creature turned and fled. However, less than 2 seconds had passed when the massive bile-spewing entity suddenly contracted and unleashed its final, highly corrosive bile in a violent explosion. Zhou Zhao stood at a distance, witnessing the shockwave from the explosion send the fleeing decay hunting insect spiraling away from the blast. Without a second thought, he dashed forward, leaping to catch the insect in his arms. After securing the insect, Zhou Zhao rolled on the ground several times to regain his composure. He gazed down at the decay hunting insect, still corroded by bile and emitting sounds of deterioration. Despite its missing limbs and the charred remnants of its wings, corroded by the luminous green bile, it was still alive. Zhou Zhao quickly checked its status. Decay hunting insect. Health: 245. Relieved that it had survived, Zhou Zhao exhaled deeply. After all, the insect possessed a formidable defense of 15 points and 45 health. Moreover, this particular insect had managed to flee swiftly from the explosion's epicenter, suffering only the residual damage from the edges of the blast, which allowed it to endure. In just a few minutes, he observed the charred exoskeleton of the decay hunting insect shedding its dead skin and blood scabs, revealing its fresh, pale purple body beneath as it moved. In the absence of ranged units, eliminating the bile-spewing creature required close proximity to endure its self-destructive damage. Gently stroking the insect's head, Zhou Zhao placed it on the ground once it had regrown its severed limbs and regained mobility. "You've endured quite a lot," he murmured. At his words, the recently healed insect looked up at him, its eyes shimmering with a glimmer of intelligence. Maintaining a flawless record of 0 casualties, Zhou Zhao's forces successfully eradicated the enemy encampment when suddenly, a large moth appeared beside him, its voice echoing that of Lady Coldflame. "Everyone be alert. I see the 6th wave of the insect tide approaching. 24 mutated jumping insects of the fission variety, 8 mutated leaping insects, for grotesque entities, and 2 stingers culminate in a total population of 24. Numerous elite monsters abound." Just as Lady Coldflame was about to finish her statement, her mind was inundated with a series of notifications from the central system. Ding. Congratulations to player Ping Lei Duhua for vanquishing 1 bile-spewing entity. All players receive 500 star shards, 5 jumping insect eggs, and 1 exploding insect egg. Ding. 1 bile-spewing entity has perished. All hostile alien insect armies experience a 10 reduction in attributes for 10 minutes. Ding. 1 bile-spewing entity has been eliminated. All hostile alien insect armies suffer a permanent 5 decrease in attributes, with a maximum reduction of 50. Following these notifications, Lady Coldflame's figure momentarily faltered in midair, her wings momentarily forgetting to flap, nearly causing her to plummet to the ground. Once she regained her composure, she stared incredulously at the messages, exclaiming, "What? Did I mishear that?" At that moment, the slime entity Rimuru also manifested a spectral form, extending 2 soft little hands to cheerfully address Zhou Zhao. "You are amazing. Ping Lei Duhua. You even managed to defeat such a formidable bile-spewing entity." The 8-fold shimmering fox also materialized, wearing a smile as it congratulated Zhou Zhao, ally. "You are indeed remarkable. Not only were you able to preserve the health of the main nest, but you even launched a counterattack. Well done." As the 8-fold shimmering fox offered its congratulations, its fluffy pink tail swayed approvingly, reflecting its good spirits. Observing the 3 alien figures coalescing around him, Zhou Zhao felt compelled to respond. He summoned his virtual image and smiled at the other 3 races, saying, "It's merely a trifling matter. The enemy's combat power has diminished. You should bolster your defenses and strive to make the most of this opportunity to utilize the population vouchers. Upon hearing Zhou Xue's words, the other 3 races withdrew their images and returned to their respective camps to commence their defensive preparations. At the Slime Tribe's encampment, atop the hatching grounds, there rested a throne fashioned from a light blue gelatinous substance derived from slimes, solidified into a resin-like material. Upon this throne sat a beautiful girl with long blue hair and golden eyes, slender in form. With her right hand propping her expressionless face, her left hand outstretched, conjuring a small orb of light blue slime at her fingertip. This orb, reminiscent of a marionette, represented Rimuru's image during their video call. It became evident that the once lively and humble small blue slime was merely a facade, akin to a marionette. Currently, the blue slime continued to emit adorable sounds, attempting to deceive the other races. Apologies. Great Eightfold. I failed to manage the army properly, and 3 jumping insects perished. I am truly sorry. Perhaps you could retrieve the army? Very well. Thank you immensely for your forgiveness, Great Eightfold. I am weak, but I promise to treat the remaining troops with utmost care. After the video conversation concluded, a blue-haired girl named Rimuru, her expression devoid of emotion, clenched her left fist and retracted the floating image of the slime. Once the slime form dissipated, the golden-eyed girl with flowing blue locks furrowed her brow, her demeanor indicating a flicker of uncertainty. That human, merely 1 rank above my slime kin, possesses such formidable combat prowess. She mused aloud, gazing into the distance at the enemy insect encampment, encircled by her own followers. She couldn't help but marvel slightly. I thought my ability to reclaim a camp would surpass that of the previous 17 races, at least outmatching humanity to some extent. Have I underestimated them? The male human had effortlessly dispatched a bile-spewing creature. Though a twinge of defeat crept into her heart, Rimuru quickly regained her confidence. No, I cannot concede so easily. As the princess of the slime monsters, I must not surrender. With renewed determination, her golden eyes sparkled once more, and she raised her delicate arm, commanding, "Forward, occupy it." Under the unique mimicry talent of the slime tribe, Rimuru commanded a greater number of minions, sending forth the smaller, mimic units to the forefront. She harbored no fear of troop attrition. With an uncountable swarm of varying insects advancing, the enemy encampment soon fell. I must grow stronger. Chapter 57. Today, the withered bones shall perish at the Lingyan Fox tribe encampment. A large pink-furred fox stretched out her paw, kneading the stiffness from her facial muscles and pressing down on her tail, her expression one of exasperation. Why is it so easy to feign a smile? Yet my tail refuses to obey my commands. As she spoke, the pink fox began to tousle the fur of her tail in frustration, exclaiming, "You lift up whenever you're excited. I shall strike you. How can you be so undignified?" After venting her frustrations for a moment, the pink fox contemplated Zhou Xue's appearance. Internally reflecting, humans stand on 2 legs, appearing taller. That seems quite appealing. Should I transform into a human form to show him? Her previously subdued tail, upon this thought, sprang back to life as if receiving a signal, wagging back and forth. Stay still. Stay still. Do you dare let me pull you out? Hee hee. The pink fox embraced her tail, rolling on the clean ground while emitting a few silly giggles, before suddenly freezing. Sitting upright, she became acutely aware of her undignified behavior and reverted to her original composure. As though venting her ire towards the distant Zhou Xue, the pink fox declared haughtily, "Humph. You wish to see my human form? Dream on. I shall not show you." Just then, a worker bee floated before her, seemingly bearing some message. "Oh, have we located the second enemy insect encampment?" Upon hearing this, Ye Shizuhiko smiled faintly, casting aside the spring-like surge of excitement within her heart. She commanded, "Since we have located the second nest of aberrant insects, let us launch an attack. No surrender, leave no one behind." As Ye Shizuhiko issued her orders, the swarm under her command began to stir and launched a vigorous assault. Unconsciously, her tail swayed from side to side. "Do not move. Oh, please, do not move." At the Silver Crystal Butterfly clan's encampment, Lady Cold Flame flapped her wings, rushing to the front lines to oversee the battle personally. "Please, don't let them hit us. I beg you." Although Lady Cold Flame had manipulated herself and her kin to inflict the wing phosphor effect upon all adversarial aberrant insects, the enemy seemed impervious to this debilitating effect. Each attack from the opposing insects landed solidly upon Lady Cold Flame's forces. Watching her jumping insect army being hurled back time and again, returning limping, she could not help but weep. Woe is me, what ill fortune is this? Am I truly a member of the Silver Crystal Butterfly clan? Why is my wing phosphor effect ineffective? After another wave of defense, her forces suffered heavy losses, with 8 jumping insects perishing. Lady Cold Flame sat despondently on the ground, her 2 pairs of wings enveloping her, sobbing in a voice tinged with grievance. It is one thing for the formidable 8th clan to withstand the onslaught, but why can the humans of the 17th clan endure as well, and even outperform me? Am I to be compared to the lowly slime clan at the back of the ranks? After a time of lamentation, Lady Cold Flame unfurled her wings, revealing her form, and flew toward the hatchery, wallowing in self-pity. I knew I shouldn't have picked up that population voucher by the roadside. I am not fortunate enough to find such bargains, and indeed, I am now facing the consequences of my misfortune in this dungeon. Wiping her tears with her petite arms, she ascended to the top of the hatchery, her heart filled with indignation, yet steeling herself to issue new orders. The 500 star shards granted to me by that esteemed human must be used wisely for troop buildup. As long as I can hold the line, I shall not be the first to falter. With 5 jumping insect eggs and 1 exploding insect egg remaining, I should be able to endure a few more waves. Meanwhile, at the human encampment, a notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, you have eliminated 1 bile sprayer. You have received 1,000 star shards, 10 jumping insect eggs, and 2 exploding insect eggs. Zhozhua gazed at the additional message from his mainframe and smiled faintly. Indeed. Just as in my past life with the bile sprayer, while other players receive standard rewards, my rewards are doubled. After securing these rewards, Zhozhua found that his spatial device contained a few extra treasures, 3,000 experience points, which he deemed insufficient to mention. Moreover, his spatial device held 4 exploding insect eggs and a skill shard named Toxic Nest. These rewards were precisely what Zhozhua acquired after declining the rewards from the bile sprayer. Gathering 10 fragments would enable the acquisition of the Toxic Lair skill. With the rewards in sight, Zhozhua murmured to himself, this means I must eliminate at least 9 more bile-spitting creatures. With a newfound objective in his mind, he gazed at the map, where 3 locations had illuminated a small portion of the fog, revealing the presence of bile-spitting creatures. If one were to perceive the map of the Void Supply Dungeon as a MOBA battlefield, I would find myself in the southernmost part of the lower left faction, having thoroughly vanquished the enemy forces along my route. To confront the bile-spitting creatures in other lanes, I must traverse the wilderness and river, reaching my target destination. Moreover, I must retain a portion of my army to defend my own encampment. Having made this assessment, Zhozhua looked out towards the distance. In the far-off expanse, an unfamiliar horde of aberrant insects was converging upon his location. It had been 10 minutes since the last assault by the bile-spitting creatures, which signified the arrival of the 7th wave of the insect tide. The 7th wave matched the total population of the 5th wave, thus was not particularly overwhelming. Just as Zhozhua prepared to signal his army of decay-hunting insects to attack, a familiar sound resonated from behind him. Roar. Hiss. Turning around, he beheld the 261 decay-hunting insects that had rushed from the encampment 10 minutes prior. Witnessing the arrival of this contingent to defend the 5 encampments behind him filled Zhozhua with a sense of relief. In the absence of any need for Zhozhua's protection, these decay-hunting insects, having hurried from the camp, sprinted with unbridled vigor and arrived at the assembly point in approximately 10 minutes. With a faint smile, Zhozhua signaled the nearby decay-hunting insects to lower their guard and gestured for them to head northwest. The 7th wave of the insect tide, upon sighting Zhozhua's forces, appeared to hesitate momentarily, yet continued to charge towards Zhozhua's encampment. However, as the 7th wave swept past the spot where Zhozhua's insects had remained stationary, they suddenly discovered a vast army before them. Sensing impending doom, the 7th wave could not halt their advance and plunged headlong into the throng of over 200 insects. In a mere few seconds, the once standing ruins of the bile-spitting creatures had been reduced to just 261 decay-hunting insects. Steadfastly occupying the remnants and emitting victorious roars in the direction Zhozhua had departed. Roar. Having already led his forces into the wilderness, Zhozhua's smile broadened upon hearing that familiar roar. He then continued onward towards the objective concealed within the fog. Bile-spitting creatures? You shall become mere bones in the grave today. Chapter 58. The army of the eightfold shard fox. Unbeknownst to him, night was fast approaching. Time truly flies, and darkness would soon envelop the land. Zhozhua sat upon a stone platform, gazing at the star on the horizon, which was about to set like the sun. He couldn't help but sigh. As little Tian had said, once one enters the realms, it is all too easy to lose track of the passage of time. After all, he had entered the instance in the afternoon, and after enduring 15 waves of insect tides, the Void Supply instance had now reached its 6th hour. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding blasts of 3 bile spouts echoed through the air, and as if on cue, the nightfall descended, shrouding the star's brilliance and engulfing the light of the Void Supply. The sky had turned pitch black. Zhozhua observed the bile spout not far away, which had just released its concentrated bile, emanating a faint glow that illuminated a portion of the encampment. He raised his hand, declaring, now that the bile has been expended, it is my turn to act. With the issuance of Zhozhua's command, his humus hunter worms sprang into action. Roar. The excited humus hunters let out fierce cries as they began to gnaw at the tough shell of the bile spout. With a defense of 5 points, the bile spout, under the high attack power resulting from the humus hunter's attribute enhancement, crumbled like paper. Watching the bile spout's health deplete at an alarming rate, Zhozhua couldn't help but marvel. This is the advantage of being SSS rank. The attributes I gained from leveling up to level 3 are equivalent to what an ordinary F rank player would achieve by reaching level 27. During his 3-hour journey through the wilderness, Zhozhua had successfully exterminated numerous wild aberrant insects, accruing a wealth of experience. The terrain of the wilderness was indeed troublesome, with its rugged paths and dense underbrush, which greatly hindered his progress, compounded by the occasional ambush of wild aberrant insect swarms. Recalling his experiences in the wilderness, Zhozhua furrowed his brow. Before his body underwent enhancement, traversing such inhospitable terrain was undeniably a challenge. He found himself reminiscing about the feral beasts he had tamed in his previous life, which were so comfortable to ride. With a sigh, Zhozhua shook his head, choosing to banish such thoughts and instead focused on the swarm of jumping insects surrounding the bile spout, unleashing their firepower. It was evident that his journey ahead was fraught with challenges. Progress must be made step by step, and once he unified the insect race again, he would consider taming those feral beasts. However, thanks to the contributions of those waves of insect tides and the wild aberrant swarms, Zhozhua's experience points had reached the maximum for level 2, successfully elevating him to level 3. Unfortunately, The rugged terrain of the wilderness and the absence of aberrant insect encampments meant that if he could directly seize a camp, he would have gained even more experience. Having reached level 3, Joshua allocated the newly acquired 9 free attribute points to his jumping insects, 5 in resilience and 4 in strength. With an increase of 5 points in resilience, the defense of the humus hunters soared to 20 points. The attacks from aberrant forms felt like mere scratches against them. Coupled with the 4 points in strength, the attack power of the humus hunters had surged to 22. One could scarcely imagine that 2 basic attacks could dispatch another player's jumping insect, and even 5 basic attacks could take down an 80 health spiked serpent. TSK TSK TSK. After clicking his tongue, Joshua smiled, marveling at the might of his forces. How feeble the sting serpent is, unable to even activate the dual strike equipment effects. With Joshua's ascension in rank, his army enjoyed substantial attribute enhancements. Each decay hunter, in terms of combat prowess, could easily take on a single aberration. Currently, the number of decay hunters under Joshua's command had reached an impressive 162. With such a vast army at his disposal, sweeping through the entire void supply was merely a matter of time. Ding! The bile spitter has offered you a benevolent surrender. At that moment, the message of the bile spitter's surrender echoed in Joshua's mind. He decisively rejected it, clicking on the refusal panel without hesitation. He then began to carefully maneuver his decay hunters to whittle down the bile spitter's health. Boom! With the sound of an explosion, Joshua successfully dispatched another bile spitter. Ding! Congratulations player Ping Lei Duhua for eliminating 1 bile spitter. All players receive 500 star shards, 5 jumping bug eggs, and 1 exploding bug egg. Ding! 1 bile spitter has perished. All enemy alien insect armies suffer a 10-point reduction in all attributes for 10 minutes. Ding! 2 bile spitters have been slain. All enemy alien insect armies suffer a permanent 10-point reduction in all attributes, up to a maximum of 50. After dispatching yet another bile spitter, the mainframe sent out a notification to all players. Upon hearing this, Joshua glanced at the 2 floating skill fragments in his spatial device. Beyond the basic rewards, his primary concern lay with the toxic nest skill fragments. Having already collected 2 fragments, he knew that after eliminating the last 2 bile spitters, he would await the emergence of a new bile spitter. While the exploding bug eggs were indeed useful, given the current state of Joshua's army, they held little utility. After all, without any attribute enhancements, their offensive efficiency paled in comparison to that of the decay hunters, prompting Joshua to refrain from hatching them. Next, it was time to seek out the next bile spitter. Taking a deep breath, Joshua focused on the next target on the map, ready to advance his forces. Roar! Just then, a decay hunter beside Joshua suddenly turned its head, issuing a low, cautious growl towards the distant war mist. Joshua turned to follow the creature's gaze. Emerging from the war mist was a well-equipped alien insect army, numbering nearly 100. Surveying the alien forces, Joshua activated the heart of the swarm, bringing their attributes into view. 8-fold shard fox's jumping bug, fission bug, 8-fold shard fox's sting serpent, 8-fold shard fox's brood mother, majestic bug queen. Upon seeing the prefix before the names of these alien insects, Joshua deactivated the heart of the swarm. It was indeed the alien insects of the 8-fold shard fox. The group of unusual insects, comprising the jumpers at the forefront, ventured out of the fog of war and, after traversing several meters, finally discerned the presence of Joshua's army, promptly emitting a cautious sound. However, they merely halted their advance, showing no further actions, as if awaiting a new round of commands. Observing the slightly sluggish response of the Yakio-Kazuko insects compared to his own troops, Joshua felt a sense of assurance. It appeared that his army was more astute. Just as Joshua arrived at this conclusion, a spectral figure of a pink-furred fox materialized beside him. Ah, so you are on my side. Chapter 59, I am pretending. You are truly weak. As soon as the apparition of the Yakio-Kazuko appeared, it inquired about Joshua's well-being. I was just pondering the origin of the second bile projectile you deployed, and it turns out it was from my route. With that, the Yakio-Kazuko nodded, extending its claw to trace patterns on a map, chuckling. I have just connected with Lady Hanyan's mycelium, and I can ascertain your position now. However, both Rimuru and Lady Hanyan are situated further north. I recently confirmed that the mycelium has spread to the map's border, and it will likely take some time to extend it to your location. Rest assured, my camp is safe and secure. Upon hearing the Yakio-Kazuko's explanation, Joshua nodded in agreement, mentally mapping out a distribution chart of the 4 factions. If the 4 routes were numbered from north to south, Rimuru of the Slime faction would be at the northernmost first route, Lady Hanyan of the Silver Crystal Butterfly faction at the second northern second route, Yakio-Kazuko of the Spirit Flame Fox faction at the second southern third route, and himself, of the Human faction, at the southernmost fourth route. After the Yakio-Kazuko relayed the news of their encounter with Joshua to the other 2 players, the specters of Rimuru and Lady Hanyan also materialized. The vibrant blue Rimuru, upon appearing, raised 2 petite, adorable tentacles in gratitude towards Joshua. Lord Ping Lei Dua, thank you for eliminating another bile projectile. My army has gained in numbers, otherwise, my camp would have been in peril. Lady Hanyan fervently nodded, her apparition floating to Joshua's side as she wiped away tears. Indeed, indeed. I too am grateful. Were it not for your ability to vanquish the bile projectiles and diminish the enemy's combat strength, I fear I would have been compelled to exit the dungeon prematurely. The Yakio-Kazuko, smiling, slightly inclined its head towards Joshua and remarked, I underestimated you. I was only aware of a remarkable elder among the humans named by Chiming. I did not realize there was someone as formidable as you among them. Listening to the cordial exchanges, Joshua, seizing the opportunity, responded to the Yakio-Kazuko, you all are too kind. I do not consider myself particularly exceptional. Were it not for the assistance of Lord Yakiokazuko in fortifying my army, I would not have enjoyed such a comfortable early developmental phase. It is just a pity. Upon hearing this, the Yakiokazuko tilted its head in confusion, uncertain of Zhou Zhua's implication, and inquired, "What is the pity?" Observing the demeanor of the Yae Shikitsuki, Zhou Zhua exhibited a bashful expression, accompanied by an awkward smile. Regrettably, in the early stages, I displayed a lack of discernment when I attempted to seize the enemy camp. The bile-spewing entity you entrusted to my forces resulted in the demise of my troops due to its corrosive secretion. I apologize for that. As Zhou Zhua uttered these words, among the several hundred carrion hunting insects behind him, 60 of them suddenly paused, exchanging puzzled glances and emitting sounds of confusion. These traitorous insects, after a moment of contemplation, seemed to grasp the situation and, following Zhou Zhua's command, lay down on the ground, their limbs splayed and tongues lolling, feigning death. Upon hearing Zhou Zhua's words, the Yae Shikitsuki covered her mouth with a paw and smiled gracefully. "No worries. Those troops I allocated to you were intended for your use. The fallen ones are merely basic units." While she maintained her noble poise, her tail began to sway unconsciously. Yet, at that moment, the Yae Shikitsuki abruptly grasped her large tail, pulling it beneath her as she continued to sit upright, and addressed Zhou Zhua. "Moreover, you have successfully safeguarded the main nest and eliminated the bile-spewing entity, thereby exceeding your task's expectations, have you not?" Listening to the Yae Shikitsuki's nonchalant remarks, the emotions of regret, remorse, and self-reproach on Zhou Zhua's face became even more pronounced. "Had I discovered sooner that the bile-spewing entity would self-destruct, I could have spared your forces such significant losses," esteemed Yae Shikitsuki. At this juncture, a glimmer of insight flickered in Zhou Zhua's eyes as he added, "However, I have ensured the safety of your worker bees and stinging serpents. There were no casualties. Now that our camps are secure, I shall return these units of 10 population to you." Gazing at Zhou Zhua's regretful countenance, the tail of the Yae Shikitsuki stirred even more energetically. Nevertheless, she maintained her composed demeanor and replied, "Very well, since the camp's location is nearly established, I shall command them to return." "Thank you, esteemed Yae Shikitsuki." Upon hearing Zhou Zhua's words, she issued orders to the remaining worker bees and stinging serpents, instructing them to head back to her camp. Zhou Zhua felt a slight jolt in his mind as he subsequently lost command over the worker bees and stinging serpents. Yet, his vision aligned with that of the worker bees as they journeyed towards unfamiliar territory. The ability to share the perspective of the worker bees was, needless to say, quite advantageous. In the hierarchy of commands within these bees' minds, the Yae Shikitsuki ranked second. As long as the first in command refrained from issuing orders, they would heed the second's commands. Through the shared vision of the camp, Zhou Zhua watched as these 10 units departed from his encampment, feeling a measure of relief wash over him. After all, these troops were ultimately someone else's forces, even if they could follow his orders. He could not feel entirely secure until they fully became his own. As for the stinging serpents, Zhou Zhua chose not to brainwash them into his ranks. "I have yet to unlock the gene sequence of the serpent, and even if I were to successfully indoctrinate them, I would still be unable to bring them into my reality as my minions, whom I could summon at will. It would be wiser to return them. Aside from the fact that the Yae Yukiheim offers me a greater sense of security, I could also gather intelligence and meticulously investigate the current technological state of the Spirit Flamefox tribe." Having made this judgment in my mind, Zhou Zhua spoke up, steering the conversation away. "It seems that the player distribution for the Void Supply map is indeed random. I had assumed there would be a more reasonable pairing based on the strength of each race." Upon hearing Zhou Zhua's words, Lady Han Yan quickly fluttered her wings. Recalling the heavy losses her troops had suffered, she raised her appendage in agreement, exclaiming, "Exactly. If we ranked by racial strength, Ye would be first, I would be second, Ping Lei would be third, and Rimuru would be fourth. Shun Ti we be grouped as 41, 23, and so forth. This way, I could be jointly protected by Ye and Ping Lei." After saying this, Lady Han Yan suddenly realized that her words might have been inappropriate. She hastily turned to Rimuru, the slime, and amended, "Rimuru, I was too hasty. I didn't mean to imply that you are weak. Rather, I am the one lacking strength. Please do not take it to heart." No. Rimuru, in the shape of a blue jelly, joyfully bounced twice, emitting an adorable sound. "I also hope to be close to Ye. It feels like that would provide a strong sense of security." Meanwhile, atop the hatchery in the slime tribe's camp, a slender girl with blue hair and golden eyes gazed at the ethereal image of Lady Han Yan, recalling the footage her queen had brought back from the opposing camp. A cold smile crept onto her face as she mused, "I may be pretending, but you are genuinely weak." Chapter 60. Just a guess. Rimuru is wonderful. Long live understanding. After hearing Rimuru's words, Lady Han Yan chuckled, then turned to Zhou Zhua and Yae Yukiheim, expressing her joy. "I am fortunate to have the assistance of both esteemed individuals, which has allowed me to hold the camp until now. I have secured a supply of 25 inhabitants. My progress in red copper grade has directly increased by 25, raising the limit to 60. If my luck continues and I survive tomorrow, I might even break through to the second tier of red copper." At this point, Lady Han Yan covered her face with her appendage, sobbing, "I was so unfortunate before. I had to use 2 population vouchers just to reach 35 inhabitants. Hearing this, Rimuru raised an eyebrow, a thought blossoming in her mind. With such a fool exposing her combat capabilities, I could easily follow along and glean information about the strength of the other 2 races. Immediately, Rimuru maneuvered her jelly-like form to speak. "Lady Han Yan is also impressive. Having secured so many inhabitants through Ye's army, garnering 22 inhabitants, yet her limit has only just reached 40. She is far from the second tier. Subsequently, Rimuru turned her head towards Ye Yukiheim and Zhou Zhua, innocently inquiring, "Where are Ye and Pinglei? You two are quite remarkable. You must have garnered quite a number of inhabitants, haven't you? Could you share that with me?" At this point, Rimuru's voice faltered, and he hastily waved his tentacles, nervously exclaiming, "I did not intend to pry into the affairs of the esteemed ones. Please do not misunderstand. I have said nothing." Seeing Rimuru's reaction, Lady Hanyan realized that she might have inadvertently initiated this, and she fluttered her wings, apologizing to Zhou Zhua and the Ye Kuzu Fox. My apologies. I did not mean to bring this up. You two are overly sensitive. There is no need for such caution, the Ye Kuzu Fox remarked, casually waving her claws. After all, as the second vassal race under the Zerg, their accumulated strength was markedly different. Even if their growth rate were revealed, the lower-ranked races would not easily catch up, and even if they did, their combat prowess might not match that of her own kind. The Ye Kuzu Fox held a strong confidence in this regard, which was why she dared to entrust her army to other races. Glancing at her population cap, the Ye Kuzu Fox spoke, "I have currently attained a population of 48, nearly half of the quota. Under the safety of the main nest, I feel I can fill this population voucher, which is limited to 100, to its maximum." Upon hearing this, Lady Hanyan and Rimuru were momentarily taken aback. What? Fill it to capacity? They were aware that population vouchers could enhance the population supply limit, but they had never heard of a cap on the values that could be increased by such vouchers. Seeing the suddenly speechless Lady Hanyan and Rimuru, the Ye Kuzu Fox smiled slightly, feeling a sense of delight. This was one of the reasons why lower-ranked races struggled to catch up with the higher-ranked ones, the disparity in information. Higher-ranked races had considerably more time to experiment and glean experiences and shortcuts from dungeons, knowledge that was not easily accessible to the later races. Just as the Ye Kuzu Fox was about to elaborate, a clear male voice interjected. The population limit that each voucher can provide for players has its constraints. The Crimson Bronze level allows for 100, the Black Iron level for 1,000, and the Silver level for 10,000. Therefore, acquiring a single voucher is not particularly difficult. However, the true challenge lies in consistently and steadily obtaining these vouchers to create a stable growth trajectory. Finishing his statement, Zhou Zhua glanced at the Ye Kuzu Fox and smiled slightly. "Isn't that correct, esteemed Ye?" Upon hearing Zhou Zhua's words, not only were Lady Hanyan and Rimuru taken aback, but even the Ye Kuzu Fox stood frozen in place. Zhou Zhua watched the stunned Ye Kuzu Fox, unable to comprehend why her tail seemed to have a life of its own, thrashing wildly despite being pinned down. It appeared to be even more powerful due to its engorgement, creating a scene that even the Ye Kuzu Fox could not suppress. Feeling the rhythmic sway of her tail, the eightfold fox suddenly regained her composure, hastily reducing the visibility of her ethereal form to reveal only her fox head, concealing the rest of her body from view. Indeed, it was as such. Rimuru emitted an incredulous sound. "Where did you acquire this information? Aren't you merely one rank above me in the slime lineage? If a venerable clan like the Spirit Flame Foxes had knowledge of such secrets, it would be understandable, but why would a mere human, just one rank higher than herself, possess such intelligence?" The discrepancy in their respective standings was minimal, yet the gulf of information seemed vast. Upon hearing Rimuru's exclamation, Zhou Zhua's smile widened, and he shrugged nonchalantly as he replied, "I merely guessed." After all, the esteemed Eightfold had mentioned terms like Crimson Copper Population Voucher and 100 with full capacity, so I simply followed the thread of logic. Zhou Zhua's declaration was, of course, a fabrication. He could not reveal that he had traversed from the future, could he? Observing the astonished gazes of the other three clans, Zhou Zhua felt a slight sense of reassurance. If the three of them could attain the average combat strength and educational level of their respective races, it was safe to say that, at least among the Silver Crystal Butterfly and Slime clans, none of the elders would be capable of fully utilizing any population voucher. This information was crucial for Zhou Zhua at present. At the very least, he now possessed a clearer understanding of the general capabilities of the Silver Crystal Butterflies and Slimes. Moreover, his words had thoroughly obscured the three clans' perceptions of humanity. If he could strategically recruit allies or subordinates, this winter-esque battlefield in Lu City would likely be rendered more secure. Contemplating this, Zhou Zhua turned his gaze toward Rimuru of the Slime clan, his smile growing broader. This little girl is far too young. Her attempts to gauge the power disparity between her clan and the others through feigned weakness and probing are quite intriguing. She could prove to be a valuable pawn. As for Lady Hanyan from the Silver Crystal Butterfly clan, let us hold off on determining whether her perceived naivety is genuine or feigned. But she is rather obedient and endearingly foolish. Following this latest round of the four clans meeting, Zhou Zhua's concerns regarding the impending crisis in Lu City 3 months hence had eased somewhat. However, at that moment, a series of jarring notifications from the mainframe pierced through everyone's eardrums. Ding! Bile Sprayer hatchling has been successfully incubated. Ding! Bile Sprayer hatchling has been successfully incubated. Ding! Bile Sprayer hatchling has been successfully incubated. Chapter 61. Rest assured, I am here listening to the incessant notifications from the mainframe, which rang out like a warning bell. Lady Hanyan's expression shifted drastically. Her two pitch-black compound eyes quivered slightly. Clearly startled to the point of speechlessness, the mainframe has alerted us 8 times. Does this not indicate that there are now 8 additional Bile Sprayer hatchlings? The ethereal figure of the Ye Yao Fox gazed intently at the dark map, where 8 luminescent green dots had unexpectedly appeared in the deeper recesses. Her expression turned serious, and she quickly directed her attention to Zhou Zhua. You may need to hatch more Ye Yao Foxes Before she could finish her sentence, the mainframe emitted several notification chimes. Ding. Void supply self-check completed. The number of initial bile projectiles has decreased by 50. The combat strength of the aberrant insects in the void supply has increased by 50. Ding. The wave count of the insect tide has diminished, consolidating into a large-scale tide. All players are advised to unite in response. Ding. The number of bile projectiles is now 8. All hostile aberrant insects have received a permanent attribute boost of 40. Ding. Bile projectiles benefit from attack enhancement effects. Current attack power stands at 270. Eliminating bile projectiles will lower the attack power of other bile projectiles, with the minimum attack power locked at 150. Ding. Current combat strength of hostile aberrant insects, 180. Upon hearing the barrage of notifications from the mainframe, Rimuru gasped in disbelief. Combat strength raised to 180? Wasn't it already reduced to 90? Zhou Zhui's eyes flickered as he calculated briefly in his mind, then closed the mainframe interface, stating, if the enemy's initial combat strength is 100. After losing 2 bile projectiles, it drops to 90. With the addition of 8 more, it increases by 40, reaching 130. Finally, after the void supply self-check, the additional 50 combat strength aligns with this calculation. Hearing Zhou Zhui's reasoning, Lady Han Yan collapsed to the ground, wrapping her wings around herself and sobbing in distress. I'm so foolish, truly. I knew my luck was poor, but I never anticipated it would plummet to such depths. Rimuru, a member of the slime race, was evidently startled by the news but retained some composure. He chastised Lady Han Yan sharply, crying, what good does that do? Hurry back and adjust the troops. Hold out for as long as you can. If we accumulate fewer points, so be it. We must at least ensure our population tickets are filled. Even if the sky is set to fall, it need not do so now. Your tears are merely a waste of time. Though Rimuru scolded Lady Han Yan, the slight tremor in his own form suggested he was not entirely at ease. Upon hearing the familiar reprimand, Lady Han Yan peered out from her wings, observing Rimuru's agitated hopping. She nodded. Yes, I understand my mistake. All right, let us return to our duties. You two continue to lay the fungal carpet. If the camp encounters difficulties, we can provide swift support. The Ye Yao Fox, undeterred, reformed her ethereal figure and began to rapidly dispatch troops and adjust deployments. She even created a duplicate to check the mainframe for the timing of the next wave of insect tide, addressing Zhou Zhui. Do not panic. The attack damage of the bile projectiles has risen to 270. In just over 20 minutes, during the next round of bombardment, it will directly reduce the main nest by 2,700 health points. You may need to hatch some more worker bees. Gazing upon the visibly anxious 3 tribes, alongside the Yachong Xiaohu urging him to remain calm, Zhou Zhui found an unexpected serenity within himself, even harboring a hint of perplexity. What is there to be anxious about? The insect tide has not besieged the city, and the vitality of the main nest is robust. Zhou Zhui struggled to conceive a scenario of defeat, even if, at this very moment, all 3 of his companions were to log off or turn against him. He possessed sufficient confidence to swiftly reorganize all the camps and continue the assault on the bile-spitting creatures, thereby safeguarding the main nest. Upon reaching this conclusion, Zhou Zhui's thoughts became crystal clear. This confidence stemmed from his formidable strength. It was precisely because he wielded such power that he felt this unwavering assurance. As for the 3 alien beings before him, they posed no threat whatsoever. With this realization, Zhou Zhui lifted his gaze to the group, revealing a sincere and composed smile, and calmly stated, rest assured, as long as I am here, nothing will happen to the main nest, nor to you. Let us each fulfill our duties and avoid causing chaos among ourselves. As long as I remain alive, there is nothing to fear. This was the essence of Zhou Zhui's confidence. Upon hearing his words, the other tribes paused momentarily, taken aback. For reasons unknown, the tension within them dissipated upon witnessing Zhou Zhui's serene smile. Moments later, the blue slime suddenly twitched, coming to its senses, and with a hint of anxiety, expressed its gratitude to Zhou Zhui. Then, thank you. Lady Han Yan also began to fidget with her limbs, appearing somewhat flustered. I will return to adjust the deployment. The Yachong Xiaohu remained silent, hastily manipulating something with its paws, subsequently concealing its form below the neck, revealing only its fox-like head, leaving one to wonder what it was up to. Observing everyone seemingly engrossed in their tasks, Zhou Zhui waved his hand to dissipate the ethereal projection and turned his attention to the map, scrutinizing the locations of the bile-spitting entities. Routes 1 Slime, 2 Silver Crystal Butterfly, 3 Spirit Flame Fox, and 4 Human originally had 1 bile-spitting creature on each path. Zhou Zhui had already eliminated 2 from routes 3 and 4. Now, the 4 paths were evenly distributed with 8 bile-spitting creatures, with each route increasing by 2. With less than half an hour remaining, the bile-spitting entities would initiate a new round of bombardment. The main nest could withstand it, yet crossing the wilderness would consume some time. Contemplating this, Zhou Zhui began to strategize his forces. On Route 4, over 800 decomposing hunter insects had gathered, with 300 dispatched deeper into enemy territory. These combat-ready decomposing hunter insects were more than capable of overwhelming the enemy camps. These 300 were tasked with advancing forward to eliminate the 2 bile-spitting creatures on Route 4. The remaining 500 decomposing hunter insects also divided, sending 300 along the wilderness path Zhou Zhui had traversed, crossing over to the southern Route 3. The mission of these 300 decomposing hunter insects was to eliminate the bile-spitting creatures assigned to the Yachong Xiaohu on Route 3. The forces of the Ye Shizuku Fox have reached a fundamental scale, and I must not allow her to strike the bile-spitter before me. I still require 8 fragments of the skill toxic layer. Although there are 10 ball spitters remaining on the map, I am unwilling to leave even one for others. After making a decisive judgment, I swiftly conveyed a message to the Ye Shizuku Fox's ethereal form and army. Yea, I shall assist you in dealing with the enemy forces on your route. Please send troops to support Lady Hanyen and Rimuru, as their combat prowess may not withstand the impending tide of insects in half an hour. Go help them, and kindly leave a few jumping insects behind. I shall provide you with some resources. With the Ye Shizuku Fox's bewildered whimpering, I successfully took control of Route 3, thus acquiring the spawn rights for 2 routes. Moreover, I also obtained 6 rather enigmatic jumping insects. Chapter 62. Others may only break even, while I shall reap abundant profits. Of course, I did not leave matters entirely to chance. In fact, I harbored other intentions. I dispatched 300 carrion hunting insects to Route 3, preparing to seize complete ownership of it, and I allocated 20% of the profits, through the 6 jumping insects left by Ye Shizuku Fox, to her. As for the rare resources for the Void Supply's population cap, I spared not a single one, granting them all directly to her. When Ye Shizuku Fox gazed in astonishment at the ever-increasing population cap figures, wishing to return the resources to me, I smiled faintly and replied, half in jest. As a member of the human race, I believe in gratitude. You have helped me stabilize the early development phase. Now, as we enter the later stages of offense and defense, allow me to handle it. A small kindness deserves a great return. And this is how our kind has always behaved. Furthermore, my population vouchers are already at capacity, having increased the cap by 100. Any further spawning would be a waste. So please take them. Upon receiving the benefits from the aberrant insects, Ye Shizuku Fox's beautiful eyes shimmered with astonishment, and her fondness for me, as well as for the human race I represented, grew immensely. How can I accept this? I initially asked you to assist me in defending our front line, placing you under such great military pressure, and now you wish to further divide your efforts to defend the main nest. Doesn't that seem rather unfair to you? Upon hearing her response, I stifled my amusement and noticed the state of the 6 jumping insects left by Ye Shizuku Fox, replying with a solemn demeanor. Harmony among us is the truest form of goodness. You mentioned at the outset that this void supply should be the most profitable venture. As a participant, I naturally must exert my utmost effort. Before I could finish my statement, Ye Shizuku Fox hastily clamped her tail and fell silent, promptly shutting off her ethereal form. Initially, her apparition could at least show her head, but now I could no longer see her at all. As I gazed at the spot where the Ye Shizuku Fox had vanished without a word, a frown creased my brow. What was happening? Had an unexpected occurrence transpired? My psychological tactics had yet to be fully employed. Why did she not respond? What did the red heart in her eyes signify? A flicker of doubt arose within Zhou Zhuo as he called out to the 6 Yachongxia foxes, yet received no response. Instead, his attention turned to the 6 jumping insects left behind by the foxes. These 6 insects were not merely offerings to the Yachongxia foxes, nor were they intended to sway them to bolster his own forces. As Zhou Zhuo approached the insects, they instinctively drew closer, lowering their heads in a gesture of submission. Much like soldiers acknowledging their commander, nuzzling against his trousers. Witnessing this, Zhou Zhuo's smile broadened, with these 6 insects acting as a means of reverse surveillance. Even the unpredictable disposition of the Yachongxia foxes would be within his grasp. The attitude of the alien insect kin towards the allies of their master shifts according to the master's feelings towards those allies. This was Zhou Zhuo's strategy to win over and ingratiate himself with the Lingyan fox tribe. By expending some of his considerable resources and employing a few simple phrases, he could cultivate the goodwill of a player belonging to the second-ranking member of the Zerg insect tribe. This transaction, upon reflection, was undoubtedly profitable. In contrast to the mutually beneficial strategy employed by the Yachongxia foxes at the onset, it was clear that this arrangement, wherein he reaped the lion's share of the benefits, was the true win-win scenario Zhou Zhuo sought. With a subtle smile, he led the 200-strong Star Expeditionary Army into the wilderness once more, heading towards the second route of Lady Hanyen. Meanwhile, the 300 Expeditionary Corruption Hunters, along with the 6 jumping insects that were reluctant to part ways with Zhou Zhuo, completely took control of all enemy forces along the third route. Others might merely break even, but for Zhou Zhuo, it was always a resounding profit. At the Lingyan Fox tribe encampment, a bundle of pink fluff writhed on the ground like a maggot, its motivations unclear. This living, squirming mass of pink fur emitted sounds of either excitement or shyness. This isn't right. It shouldn't be like this. I am the true Lingyan Fox. My talent is charm. How could this happen? It's infuriating. After a moment of writhing, the pink fluff seemed to have a sudden revelation, transforming from its fluffy form into a majestic pink-furred fox. The fox raised its little head high, sitting upright on the ground, quickly adjusting its mindset. Now is not the time for such thoughts. I must dispatch troops to assist Rimuru and Lady Hanyen at once. At the Silver Crystal Butterfly tribe encampment, a large moth flitted about in the sky, careening wildly. It emitted excited shrieks while bouncing off several aerial royal insects. The struck royal insects could not retaliate, slowly shifting to the side, yet still unable to escape the frenzied large moth. Is this what my mother meant by a sense of security like light? I understand now. I comprehend my mother's intentions. As the large moth flew, it shed silver dust that glimmered in the air. After scattering a plethora of shimmering silver dust, the great moth suddenly realized something. It slowly settled upon the back of a royal larva and awkwardly remarked, "This is not right. It seems my generous sprinkling of glistening dust is of no use. He is human, not a silver crystal butterfly, and cannot perceive the allure of my sparkle." Clambering from the larva to the edge, the great moth gazed at the surroundings of the hatching ground, which appeared as if blanketed in snow, with a glistening carpet of silver powder spread across the ground. A blush crept onto its face. This is the first time I've scattered so much sparkle. If it truly could attract him, it would suffice for laying eggs. With such thoughts, the great moth shyly enveloped itself with its wings, resembling a pupa, too bashful to show its face. I recall that my 12th uncle possessed a fruit that could temporarily transform beings of other races into silver crystal butterflies in the slime tribe's encampment. Above the hatching ground, the blue-haired girl with golden eyes had vanished, morphing into a large mass of blue gel-like slime. Currently, this substantial slime was rolling about, alternately taking the shape of a pancake and then a long strip. Yet, no matter how this blue slime moved, the core within it consistently radiated a pink glow. How infuriating. It has raised my temperature so easily. Once it reformed into a humanoid shape, the originally slender girl with blue hair and golden eyes had transformed into one with blue hair and pink eyes. After the slime regained its human form, its subordinates resumed their duties, collecting resources and patrolling. The humanoid slime girl, struggling to maintain her form, furrowed her brow, her stubborn face adorned with a persistent blush, rendering her exceedingly adorable. This will not do. I cannot squander time on cooling down. I must hasten to strengthen our deployment. The slime girl, resolute in issuing precise commands to her troops, had a determined glimmer in her pink eyes. The weaker slimes must leap first. I cannot afford to stagnate. As long as I keep moving forward, the path will continue to extend. Chapter 63. The technology of the spirit flame fox tribe in contrast to the chaotic fish pond. Zhou, the one stirring the waters, leisurely continued his endeavors in the wilderness. However, soon enough, the central brain in Zhou's mind relayed two pieces of intelligence. The first piece of information indicated that the 300 humus hunting insects of Line 4 had reached the second bile projectile encampment after nearly half an hour of marching. Now, that contingent awaited Zhou's next set of orders. They have indeed arrived at the second bile projectile encampment of Line 4. Zhou raised his hand, commanding the humus hunting insects to unleash their firepower upon that location. With a significant disparity in combat strength, the humus hunting insects swept through the entire bile projectile encampment in under a minute. Through shared vision, Zhou observed the seemingly unstoppable aberration being rendered immobile by the ambush skills of the humus hunting insects and could not help but marvel. Even with attributes raised to 180 and enhanced combat capabilities, everything becomes futile in the face of the swarm tactics. Turning his gaze, Zhou beheld the more than 200 humus hunting insects surrounding him and couldn't help but exclaim. In the early stages of the myriad realms, confronted by such enemies devoid of immunological control, as long as my army is sufficiently numerous, I can subdue them to their demise. Soon, the aberrant creatures at the bile-spitting body camp were thoroughly eradicated, leaving behind a stark, nearly brimming bile-spitting entity. Just as the concentrated bile within the entity was on the verge of reaching its limit, Zhou heard a bright female voice beside him. My lord, look, that thing is emitting a green light at me. Gazing at the bile-spitting entity, Zhou split his screen to observe the temporal prompt from the main brain. Void supply instance time. 052952, main nest. Hold on, this is likely to be quite painful. No sooner had Zhou spoken than the distant horizon reverberated with the thunderous sounds of cannon fire. Boom, boom, boom. Zhou looked up to see 10 massive blobs of concentrated bile streaking across the sky, bombarding the main nest, behind the players. 270, 270, 270. In an instant, the main nest, S health was reduced by 2,700 points. It is worth noting that the main nest has a total health cap of only 30,000 points. This volley equated to nearly 5 rounds of initial firepower's total damage, causing the main nest, S health to diminish drastically. Upon witnessing the main nest, S health bar retracting at the top of his field of vision, Zhou heard the voice of the main nest, once more. Wow. The main nest has been hit. The bile from the bile-spitting entity is almost burning holes in my shell. That would be quite unsightly, my lord. What do you think? Through shared vision, after observing the bile sac of the bile-spitting entity emptying, Zhou issued his command. Advance. At his command, the humus hunting insects encircling the bile-spitting entity began to fiercely tear into it. The health of the bile-spitting entity steadily declined. Slow down. Don't destroy it. Watching as the bile-spitting entity's health dwindled to mere hundreds, Zhou broke into a cold sweat. Fortunately, he had called for a halt in time. Otherwise, he feared that this swarm of humus hunting insects might have been corroded to cinders by self-detonation. Following the customary procedure, he instructed a jumping insect to eliminate the bile-spitting entity, allowing it to retreat far away to recover gradually. Ding. Congratulations to player Ping Lei Duhua for eliminating one bile-spitting entity. All players gain. Ding. All hostile aberrant insect armies have their attributes reduced by 10, lasting 10 minutes. Ding. 3 bile-spitting entities have been slain. All hostile aberrant insect armies have their attributes permanently reduced by 15. Current combat power of hostile aberrant insects stands at 175. As several familiar notifications chimed in, Zhou obtained the 3rd fragment of the Venomous Nest skill. With only 7 skill fragments remaining towards his ultimate goal, Zhou carefully stored the fragments and, through the shared vision of the foremost humus hunting insects, gazed into the dark night, where ghostly yellowish-green points of light flickered. Those were not mere points of light. They were the eyes of aberrant insects. The 16th wave of the insect tide has arrived. 52 leap insects, 30 fission insects, 2 aberrant forms, and 10 stingers. The total population of the enemy swarm amounts to 60. The Zerg swarm is indeed inexhaustible. Upon perceiving the information regarding the hostile alien insects, Zhou promptly commanded his own swarm. Advance. Annihilate all obstacles. Following the issuance of the command, the insect army stationed along routes 3 and 4, leveraging their overwhelming numbers, surged down the main road, penetrating deeper into the enemy encampment. Once the first intelligence report was processed, Zhozhua turned his attention to the second report. This second piece of information was derived from the shared vision brought back by the 4 worker bees dispatched by the Yachong Shredded Fox. Without any velocity enhancements, these 4 worker bees had only just arrived at the Yachong Shredded Fox's encampment, transmitting its imagery to Zhozhua. As Zhozhua scrutinized the shared vision, his brow furrowed slightly, struggling to comprehend the content of the imagery. What was that pink, rolling mass resembling maggots? In the center of the worker bee's field of vision lay a large, pink, rolling fluffball. How distasteful. Another bile-spewing entity has been vanquished. You truly are formidable. It was only upon hearing such a voice emanate from the pink fluffball that Zhozhua realized what it was. It turned out to be the Yachong's pink-haired fox, not some secret weapon of the Lingyan Fox clan. With the revelation that it was not some formidable apparatus, Zhozhua promptly lost interest. It did appear quite plush, perhaps suitable for crafting a pillow. After leaving a candid remark, Zhozhua shifted his gaze to the sole structure within the Yachong Shredded Fox's encampment, the Yachong Shredded Fox Hatchery. Overview. The foundational building unit of the Zerg, serving as the core of hatching Zerg units. It can autonomously produce a larva at intervals, which acquires genetic sequences and resources, allowing it to mutate into alien insects. Defense, 3 health, 1,800, recovers in 5 minutes. Larvae, infinite, dungeon characteristic, skills, derivative mycelial mat, nutrient-enriched cyst genetic sequences, worker bee, leap insect, queen insect, aberrant form. Stinger genetic structure, fish and pool. Upon regarding the Yachong Shredded Fox's hatchery through the lens of the swarm heart, Zhozhua could not help but squint. The initial attributes of the hatchery building panel revealed a defense of 0, health of 1,500, and a recovery efficiency of 1 minute. Even in its most rudimentary form, the Yachong Shredded Fox's hatchery demonstrated enhancements, and quite significant ones at that. Moreover, exhaling slowly, Zhozhua examined the skills and genetic structures associated with the Yachong Shredded Fox's hatchery. Not only were there attribute enhancements, but even the skills and genetic structures had been unlocked. Chapter 64. Fish and pool derivative mycelial mat. Each time a hatchery is constructed, it automatically generates a mycelial mat with a radius of 20 meters centered on the current hatchery. Nutrient-enriched cyst. The hatching speed of larvae is increased by 20, currently. The larvae are infinite in this mode and have been disabled. Much like I remember, Zhozhua gazed at the skill panel with a smile gracing his lips. The similarities imply that the technological advancement of the Lingyan Fox tribe will, at least for the next 4 years, progress at a sluggish pace. The derivative bacteria blanket can automatically encompass an area of 400 at the onset, a space sufficient to gather all resources within the initial camp. With the blanket in place, the efficiency of resource collection by worker bees will markedly improve, and the army's defense will become far more agile. The eutrophication capsule accelerates the initial pace in maps where the number of larvae is restricted, allowing 1S forces, be they resource-gathering units or combat deployment units, to take shape more swiftly. In my past life, I subdued the Lingyan Fox tribe by infiltrating the Green Glimmer Serpent tribe, gradually gaining control over the queen, and then leveraging that power to suppress the Lingyan Fox tribe. Zhozhua narrowed his eyes, instinctively clenching his fists. Such a foundation is indeed profound. Fortunately, in the F-level void supply dungeon unlocked by the red 10-tier population voucher, the number of larvae for all players has been elevated to infinity. Otherwise, facing them as enemies would undoubtedly be quite troublesome. Shaking his head, Zhozhua turned his attention to a genetic structure that had already been unlocked in the hatchery of the Yachong Shred Fox, the splitting pool. Staring at the icon of the splitting pool, Zhozhua couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. Despite having the splitting pool, there were no hero units or their subordinates emerging. Was this pink-furred fox neglecting their training, or did they simply lack the know-how? Within the Yachong Shred Fox camp, there exists solely one building designated for hatching. Although the Yachong Shred Fox has unlocked a structure like the splitting pool, it has yet to construct it. The icon of the splitting pool, when viewed from the outside, resembles an irregularly shaped swimming pool standing 2 meters high on the ground. However, the liquid contained within is not water, but a viscous, luminescent green substance teeming with organic nutrients. Surrounding the nutrient solution, at the edges of the pool, jagged bone blades and fangs of varying sizes sprout. Though these bone protrusions lack any offensive capability, their appearance is rather unappealing, particularly as they quiver slightly during the operation of the splitting pool, reminiscent of a colossal beast snoozing beneath the earth, instilling a sense of dread. The structures of the Zerg tribe are imbued with life, functioning like organs with distinct roles. The hatchery serves as the heart, responsible for the hatching of larvae and the collection of resources to sustain the vitality of the entire camp. In contrast, the splitting pool acts as the stomach. If the worker bees are the foundational resource-gathering units of the Zerg tribe, and the jumpers are the primary combat units, then the splitting pool can be regarded as the basic genetic storage unit of the Zerg tribe. The nutrient solution within the splitting pool harbors all the genetic sequences and fragments of the players, enabling basic enhancements of individual units within the pool. I recall that when the genes in the split pool reach a certain quality, and when the players and their respective minions share a profound connection, it becomes possible to place a minion into the split pool to cultivate a hero unit. Reflecting on the countless hero units I commanded in my past life, Zhozhua couldn't help but let out a faint sigh. With heroes at his disposal, managing battles would not be such a taxing endeavor. At Zhozhua's side, A decomposed hunting insect, seemingly attuned to his thoughts, approached and nudged against his trousers. In my previous life, it was only after reaching the Black Iron rank and amassing numerous minions that I fortuitously birthed my first hero unit. This hero unit is not something I can ponder at present. Joshua absent-mindedly patted its head and chose not to dwell further on the images relayed by this worker bee. The intelligence had been duly recorded, leaving little of interest to behold. As for potential confrontations, the threat posed by the tail of the eightfold fox loomed larger. Taking a deep breath, Joshua continued onward with his troops, traversing the wilderness towards Route 2. The void supply instance would last a maximum of 5 days. Once I eliminate all the bile projectiles, I can commence idling. The mainframe in my mind persistently relayed reports of victories from the decomposed hunting insects, while in the distance, my camp hatched new healing energy bees, continuing to delve into the main nest. Gazing at the ink-black night sky, Joshua's mood gradually settled, a slight smile gracing his lips. However, before idling, there remains much for me to accomplish. Entering the fray alongside the decomposed hunting insects, Joshua accurately issued commands. An unceasing stream of decomposed hunting insects emerged from the camp, rushing to the battlefield. Having filled a crimson 10-level population voucher, Joshua's population reached 110, allowing his military capacity in the void supply to soar to 11,000. Under these resourceful circumstances, this population cap enabled Joshua to cultivate over 20,000 decomposed hunting insects. These insects surged forth like a torrent of pastel purple, advancing relentlessly at Joshua's command, obliterating all obstacles in their path. Ding! Congratulations to player Ping Lei Duhua for eliminating one bile projectile. All players receive rewards. Ding! Congratulations to player Ping Lei Duhua for eliminating one bile projectile. All players receive rewards. Ding! As time passed, the number of bile projectiles dwindled. The area illuminated by Joshua's decomposed hunting insects on the map expanded ever wider. During this period, although Rimlu and Lady Han Yin laid down a fungal blanket at Joshua's camp, this extensive coverage saw little action, with only routes 1 and 2 occasionally engaging in primary battles. The camps at the starting points of routes 3 and 4 remained in use, as after Joshua completely took control of the 4 routes, they had not encountered any alien insects again. Indeed, Joshua had firmly grasped all 4 routes of the void supply instance in his hands. On the morning of the second day of the void supply instance, Joshua arrived at Route 2. Upon encountering Joshua, Lady Han Yin was so moved that she presented Route 2 with both hands. After receiving the resources and population supply limit that Joshua allocated to her, she wept, expressing a desire to seek her 12 fathers and to acquire various fruits. Joshua was utterly bewildered and chose not to inquire further. Chapter 65. The affectionate male, the indifferent female regarding Lady Han Yin. Joshua formed a general assessment. She was an extraordinarily unfortunate and tearful individual, revealing everything without any subtlety. It was evident that she could not be regarded as a representative of the silver crystal butterfly tribe's average fighting capability, as her presence would only diminish his overall perception of the entire tribe. Consciously distancing himself from this rather whimsical silver butterfly, Joshua refrained from spending much time on her. By the afternoon of the following day, Joshua successfully traversed the final wilderness zone, reaching the furthest point of Route 1. Upon arriving at Route 1, Joshua had yet to utter a word before effortlessly obtaining control over it. Remarkably, he did not even catch a glimpse of a solitary blue slime, easily establishing his presence there. Joshua did send the decaying hunter bugs to scout the encampment of Limulu. However, what met his eyes was a scene dominated by a mass of pink, sticky slimes. He had previously experienced the formidable nature of slimes, particularly those of a vibrant pink hue, during a solitary diplomatic mission to the slime tribe in his past life. He had nearly been overwhelmed by a sudden influx of pink slimes, almost preventing his return to the human realm. It was only due to the timely arrival of Bai Mengyu, the White Jade Envoy, that he was afforded the opportunity to suppress the other 17 tribes thereafter. Thus, to mitigate potential losses among his forces, Joshua prudently withdrew his army and stationed them along the main thoroughfare, defending while advancing deeper toward the enemy. However, once the decaying hunter bugs returned, transmitting images of the destroyed encampments along the way back to Joshua, he committed these details to memory. Notably, under the immense pressure of the relentless tide of insects, the courage to venture forth and retaliate against the enemy encampment was something he deeply admired, especially in a tribe like Limulu, which ranked lower than humans and had yet to fully acclimate to the blessings of the Zerg. Of course, the primary reason for sending the decaying hunter bugs to Limulu was to observe and document the technological standards of the slime tribe. However, having only been integrated into the Zerg's fold for a mere few decades, the slime tribe's foundational prowess paled in comparison to that of the human race. Consequently, Limulu's architectural technology and skills were essentially akin to a blank slate, devoid of any attributes or enhancements. Achieving the ability to launch a counteroffensive against enemy encampments with such a rudimentary foundation was indeed admirable. It seemed that Limulu, with her penchant for clever schemes, possessed a degree of strength after all. After mentally cataloging the approximate technological levels of the Ye Shikigami, Lady Han Yin, and the Rimuru, Joshua compared them with the memories of his previous life. Fortunately, the technological prowess of these 3 factions bore a striking resemblance to the assessments made during the unification of the 17 races in his past existence. Aside from the slime race, the technological advancement of the other 2 factions had progressed rather slowly. With this judgment firmly established, Joshua confidently issued a series of new commands to all his troops. As each order was given, The swarm ignited the barren soil of the void supply like sparks from a fire. Time passed steadily, and as the sun rose once more, Joshua received several notifications from the mainframe in his mind. Ding. You have annihilated a bile spewer, earning 3,000 experience points for explosive larvae, skill fragment, toxic nest X1. Ding. All bile spewers in the current void supply have been eradicated. The main nest is secure. Ding. Congratulations on completing the F3 difficulty void supply. The duration was 67 hours, 42 minutes, and 26 seconds, with 52 hours, 18 minutes, and 34 seconds remaining before the instance concludes. You may exit the void supply at any time during this period. As these system notifications echoed in his ears, a familiar, cheerful laughter reached Joshua. Hey, fantastic. My lord, remember, next time, let me treat you to a drink. It's a promise, haha. With the voice of the main nest's hive mind resonating, Joshua rose from the stone platform and gazed toward the distant, indistinct silhouette of the main nest, smiling with a hint of nostalgia. In his previous life, he had completed countless low-difficulty void supplies, and the main nest had often promised to treat him to a drink, yet every subsequent meeting ended with his memories erased, leaving him unrecognized. Truly, the next time would indeed be the true sage. Shaking his head, Joshua dismissed these thoughts. Opening his mainframe, he intended to check the rewards he had acquired, but at that moment, a message notification appeared. Ping Lei Du Hua, I've completed the challenge. If you have time, could you come visit me? We need to say goodbye. Ye Shikigami. Upon seeing this name, Joshua raised an eyebrow. Hadn't he already purchased a virtual image? What conversation couldn't he be held through that medium? Was it a ruse? However, he quickly dismissed that notion. As long as the incubation facility in the camp was secure, his body would remain unharmed. Even if it were a deception, what could it matter? She couldn't even best her own tale. How could she contend with him? Having pinpointed Camp Number 3, Joshua led his army with great momentum toward the designated location. Several hours later, he successfully arrived at his destination. Everyone is here. Upon reaching Ye Shikigami's camp, Joshua discovered not only her presence, but also that of Lady Han Yen, along with a pink slime that was both unfamiliar and yet oddly familiar. My lord, please do not mind my color. This is merely a result of my joy upon completion, not excitement. Before Joshua could pose a question, the pink slime eagerly took the initiative to speak, elucidating the reason behind its vibrant change in hue. The rosy Limulu appears even more adorable. Beside it, Lady Han Yen seemed particularly fond of this new color, extending her appendage to embrace Limulu. Oh, be careful, Joshua exclaimed, hastily attempting to intervene. After all, he had first-hand experience with the stickiness of the pink slime, which was not easily escaped from. He certainly did not wish for any diplomatic complications between races due to being ensnared and having his garments corroded. However, to Joshua's astonishment, upon contact with Limulu's pink exterior, Lady Han Yen showed no sign of being adhered to at all. What's going on? Lady Han Yen inquired, noticing Joshua's outstretched hand. Do you wish to touch Sister Limulu as well? Gazing at Lady Han Yen, who remained untouched by the slime, Joshua was taken aback. What was happening here? In his past life, he had been ensnared by the pink slime, his clothes entirely eroded, while Bai Mangyu had come to his rescue. Seemingly unaffected by the viscous substance, Joshua nodded in confusion and tentatively replied, yes, it appears to have a pleasant texture. I would like to try as well. With that, he reached out his hand toward Limulu's gelatinous form. Sensing something, Limulu hastily cried out, don't come closer. But it was too late. Before Joshua's hand could touch the slime, it suddenly erupted, wriggling out of Lady Han Yen's embrace. The slime extended its small, tentacle-like arms, tightly enveloping Joshua's hand. Feeling the familiar, viscous touch, Joshua's confusion deepened. What was this? Was it that boys were not ensnared, but girls were? Chapter 66, A Battle of Wits. Not of fists, I sincerely apologize for losing control of my emotions and becoming a bit overly excited. Please do not take offense, esteemed Lord Ping Lei. As if suddenly regaining consciousness, Limulu quickly descended from Joshua's hand, reconstituting itself into a jelly-like form. After distancing itself slightly, it offered an apology. Our slime clan occasionally experiences an overwhelming desire to engulf certain specific members of the opposite sex. It is not an intention to attack you. So please forgive us. Joshua gazed at his right hand, now exuding a peculiar fragrance, and smiled gently. It's quite all right, after all. It was my folly to attempt to touch you without your consent. Retracting his hand, Joshua felt a growing sense of vigilance towards Limulu. Engulf? The slime's method of attack is indeed engulfing. It seems Limulu harbors unsettling thoughts towards my kind, and, moreover, is unable to disguise them, which is a glaring oversight. However, the fact that it had the presence of mind to retract its attack before any harm was done indicated a degree of self-control. Now in its jelly form, Limulu was so flustered that it could not utter a single word, its heart tumultuous with turmoil. How could I have lost control? Such things should only occur after sharing a room. In the midst of a bustling crowd, the bashful Rimuru, overwhelmed by a surge of emotions, cowered in a corner, silently hoping that the three other races present were oblivious to the peculiarities of slimes. Young Rimuru certainly displayed audacity. The Hachikomo, tasked with diplomatic duties within the Spirit Flame Fox tribe, possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the nature of slimes. Observing Rimuru's bold antics, she approached with a gentle demeanor, aiming to ease the somewhat awkward atmosphere, and addressed Joshua with a smile. Oh, come now, Rimuru is still young and merely jesting. Don't take her playful remarks to heart. Upon hearing Hachikomo's words, Rimuru trembled, a surge of indignation igniting within her, and she exclaimed vehemently, I am quite serious. I truly have been restraining myself. Witnessing Rimuru react as if her tail had been stepped on, Joshua narrowed his eyes, a sense of wariness creeping in. Indeed, the slime tribe appears dissatisfied with their lowly rank and is now targeting me, the second from the bottom among the humans. However, as a member of the human race, Joshua's countenance remained resolute in the face of such blatant provocation, his confidence only intensifying. If you truly harbor such intentions towards me, I shall grant you the opportunity to confront me directly. I will unveil the full extent of my abilities. I hope you will not regret it when the time comes. Joshua believed his words carried a potent charge. Even Rimuru seemed to faint from the intensity, collapsing onto the ground, her cheeks flushed, exuding steam, and rendering her motionless. The closest to her, Lady Han Yen, could only discern fragmented phrases from her. Grant me the opportunity, confront me directly, reveal everything, do not regret. Lady Han Yen, perplexed, found herself momentarily stunned by Joshua's forceful presence, unable to articulate a response. Only Hachikomo tilted her head, a hint of confusion in her eyes, tentatively querying Joshua, "Are you perhaps a bit thick-headed?" Upon hearing this familiar phrase, Joshua turned to Hachikomo. "Why do you say that about me?" He pondered in bewilderment. In his previous life, Bai Mingyu had uttered similar words, having rescued him from the pink slime tide, and had called him thick-headed for 3 days and nights. The only explanation he could conjure for Bai Mingyu's remark was that it described his stubbornness in daring to venture alone into the slime tribe's encampment. Indeed, he had been somewhat thick-headed. Once Hachikomo confirmed her thoughts, she covered her mouth and nose with her claw, suggesting, "No worries, your rigidity may be advantageous. I am curious to see if I can make this ironwood of yours bloom." Hearing Hachikomo's words, Joshua furrowed his brow, sensing an impending threat. What was happening? Why did Hachikomo of the Spirit Flame Fox tribe, ranked second in combat prowess, harbor hostility towards him? Did she truly wish for his head to bloom? Could it be that the Spirit Flame Fox tribe had secretly forged an alliance with the Slime tribe? After all, he had aided them in defending their encampment. Was there discontent regarding previous resource allocations? How infuriating. What an insatiable creature, a white-eyed wolf indeed. A white-eyed fox. Immediately, Joshua straightened his posture, clasped his hands in a respectful salute, and asserted, "If Lord Yachong has such thoughts, you are welcome to test them. Even if you come alongside Rimuru, I may not necessarily be defeated." Such audacity, to challenge us both simultaneously. Rest assured, an opportunity for that will arise. Upon witnessing Josua's demeanor, Yachong the fox seemed to have flipped a switch within, her heart swelling with mirth, her eyes glinting with a hint of crimson, and her tail, no longer concealed, wagged with unabashed exuberance. Hearing such words filled with murderous intent, Lady Han Yen trembled in place. What is happening? Wasn't everything fine when we met just moments ago? Why does it suddenly appear as if a fight is about to break out? Lady Han Yen clutched the limp Rimuru tightly, voicing her fears. Fighting is ill-advised, Lord Yachong. Lord Pinglei, did we not agree to bid farewell amicably? Upon hearing Lady Han Yen's words, Yachong the fox's face flushed with embarrassment. What are you saying? Our relationship has not yet reached the point of conflict. Joshua, with arms crossed and a hint of menace in his tone, added, "Indeed. This is merely a battle of wits, a mere exchange of words. Even if a physical confrontation were to occur, it would be a matter for another time." As Joshua spoke, Yachong's face grew even redder, her tail wagging with greater fervor, evidently filled with anticipation. A war of words, reminiscent of humanity's approach, could be acceptable. Ahem. Yet soon, Yachong realized her lapse in composure and cleared her throat. Nonetheless, let us set that aside and address the matter at hand. After several deep breaths, Yachong regained her composure, her eyes sparkling with vitality as she addressed Joshua. "Pinglei, this time the dungeon run relied heavily on you, allowing us to successfully clear the void supply and fully acquire the red 10 gray population vouchers. For this, we are profoundly grateful." Gazing at Yachong, who had just moments before exuded killing intent yet now appeared composed, Joshua inwardly sighed, smiling on the surface, while internally feeling quite the opposite. It seems Yachong the fox possesses great confidence in her own strength. Subsequently, Joshua responded to Yachong with a warm smile. "It was merely my duty. Nothing to be concerned about." "You are indeed too modest," Yachong the fox replied, shaking her head while sitting upright. "Regardless, safeguarding the main nest, slaying the bile-spewing entities, and repelling the insect tide are all indelible contributions from you." When speaking of Joshua's merits, Yachong's tail wagged even more vigorously, as if she were more pleased than Joshua himself. "Therefore, prior to your arrival, our 3 clans convened and decided that each of us owes you a favor. Henceforth, should you have any requests, you may come to us, and we shall comply. Naturally, this is within reasonable bounds." Upon hearing Yachong's words, Lady Han Yen nodded in agreement, smiling at Joshua. "Indeed, I, too, will grant your every wish. Lord Pinglei, should you have any needs in the future, you may come to me." The Ye Shikahiko gently tapped Lady Han Yen with a claw, indicating that such words should not be spoken lightly. Lady Han Yen, perplexed, nodded and raised the pink, sludgy slime she cradled towards Joshua, adding, "Rimuru said the same, though it seems she cannot hear us at the moment. I shall call her to repeat it when she awakens." Upon hearing their exchange, Joshua's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. However, his heart remained unyieldingly tense. "Humph. Is this a trap? Is it a ploy to empty my hands? What difference does it make for future needs? Since the opportunity is at hand, it must be seized." Joshua lifted his gaze to the 3 clans before him, reiterating, "Within reason, anything is permissible." Ye Shikahiko lifted her head slightly, affirming with a hint of pride, "Indeed, as long as it does not require me to betray my kind, I can consider it, and even minor requests for assistance pose no issue. Understood. After receiving confirmation, Zhou Zhua, stroking his chin in contemplation, inquired, might I ask, esteemed Ye, if you are aware of the Zhou family from Lu City among the humans? It pertains to the incident regarding the reclamation of the mining star 4 days prior. Upon hearing Zhou Zhua's question, Ye Shikahiko's expression fell, revealing her disappointment. And even her tail drooped limply to the ground. Could you not ask something more relevant to me? My favors are rather rare, you know. Unmoved by her bewilderment, Zhou Zhua replied, no, I am solely concerned with this matter. During his stay with the Gao family, Zhou Zhua had overheard a phone conversation involving Gao Ba, which revealed that the mining star had been reclaimed by the Lingyan Fox clan. This detail remained etched in his memory, prompting him to candidly state, if you can assist me in resolving this issue, you shall have repaid my favor. Tilting her head, Ye Shikahiko jested, such a significant matter related to diplomacy. And you are so confident that I would possess this knowledge? I am but a mere second-tier Chixian fox. Zhou Zhua met her gaze unwaveringly, asserting, the surname Ye is not one that just any Lingyan fox can bear. Having devoted himself in his past life to safeguarding humanity and uniting the 17 clans, he possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the names of the nobility across various races. Foolish. Ye Shikahiko extended her claw, summoning her mainframe interface to investigate all transactions related to Zhou. These records were not classified. Any little fox who had once been a priestess would have access to them, as each individual's mainframe interface remained concealed from others until permission was granted. Thus, Ye Shikahiko had no qualms about sitting down and searching for information. Wow, there are so many recently reclaimed mining stars. Please hold on, I need to look a bit longer. Moments later, Ye Shikahiko found the results. Scratching her head as she addressed Zhou Zhua, are you sure you remembered correctly? In the diplomatic documents regarding the reclamation of mining stars from 4 days ago, there was no mention of the Zhou surname. With that, she reset the keywords and removed any reference to mining stars. Commenced the search for all transactions between the Zhou clan and the Spirit Flame Fox tribe, placing particular emphasis on the surname Zhou. However, at that moment, 4 large characters appeared before the Eightfold Shard Fox. Insufficient permissions. This left the Eightfold Shard Fox even more perplexed. As a candidate priestess of the Eightfold family, equivalent to a level 3 administrator, what information pertaining to the Spirit Flame Fox tribe could possibly elude her scrutiny? Thus, the Eightfold Shard Fox turned to Zhou Zhua and declared, I still haven't found anything. You must certainly be mistaken. Zhou Zhua suddenly slapped his forehead and awkwardly admitted, I indeed made an error. It was the Lin family from Lu City. The Eightfold Shard Fox rolled her eyes in annoyance and initiated another search. No matching files found for the current date. The retrieval of the Lin family's mining star was not 4 days ago. Are you absolutely certain you Haven team made a mistake? Zhou Zhua slapped his forehead once more, visibly embarrassed, and said, I apologize, I was flustered. It is the Gao family. This time, the Eightfold Shard Fox effortlessly located a transaction. She found it, yet, sensing something amiss. She raised her head and fixed her gaze on Zhou Zhua, questioning, are you deliberately testing me? Are you attempting to probe into the intelligence of the Spirit Flame Fox tribe? No. Zhou Zhua shook his head defiantly and declared, it is indeed the Gao family. This time I remember clearly, their master is Gao Dan, and their multiverse ID is low but undefeated in fire, correct? The Eightfold Shard Fox glanced down at the name of the human responsible on her mainframe, confirming it was indeed Gao Dan, and the registered multiverse IDs corresponded perfectly. Truly so. After double-clicking to expand the backup of this document, the Eightfold Shard Fox quickly perused its contents while inquiring of Zhou Zhua, what do you need this document for? Zhou Zhua chuckled and replied, our families are in a competitive business relationship. I have been displeased with their family for quite some time. The Gao family has been somewhat lackluster recently, so I wish to ascertain the reason, allowing me to mock them thoroughly and indulge in some verbal amusement. After confirming that this contract for reclaiming the mining star contained no useful intelligence regarding her Spirit Flame Fox tribe, the Eightfold Shard Fox cleared her throat and spoke. A few months ago, our esteemed Divine Master publicly issued an order to reclaim certain mining cooperation endeavors. All cooperating races should have received this notification, and you ought to know as well. This mining star, in fact, poses no anomalies. It has simply been returned as per standard procedure. Given that the mineral content of that star is low and its proximity to the Zerg territory makes it prone to accidents, reclaiming it is beneficial for your human race, which lacks defensive strength. Rest assured, such mining stars ordered to be reclaimed by our Divine Master will never be returned to them. Their business will certainly falter, so feel free to mock them at will. After absorbing the Eightfold Shard Fox's explanation, Zhou Zhua nodded and smiled. Hearing that the mining star cannot be returned to that old Gao Dan brings me considerable relief. Now, our upcoming mining business will have to seek untapped stars from other tribes or collaborate with them. Just then, a voice emerged from the embrace of Lady Han Yan, interjecting, if you seek coordinates for unclaimed mining stars, I possess them. Chapter 68 Redstone 3 Zhou Zhua turned his gaze upon hearing a sound, and he beheld the pink, puddle-like slime once more congealing into a jelly-like form. I do not wish to owe you a favor for so long. If you require the coordinates of a mineral star, I can provide them, Rimuru stated as she emerged from Lady Han Yan's embrace, appearing to settle down, her pink hue gradually transitioning to blue. Upon hearing Rimuru's response, Zhou Zhua nodded. He shared her sentiment. After all, what if this group returned and denied their agreement? Furthermore, Rimuru and the Yeshika had just declared war against him, diminishing their trustworthiness even further. Thus, Zhou Zhua inquired of Rimuru, are these mineral stars reliable? Zhou Zhua was well aware of the standards for mineral stars amidst the boundless cosmos. A celestial body could be deemed a mineral star if the mineral content of its land reached 0. 5. Higher content was preferable. Discovering a cluster of star minerals on such a planet and extracting the source minerals could yield refined star minerals suitable for public use. In response to Zhou's query, Rimuru swayed slightly, pausing before replying. Our family has been cultivating and trading mineral stars for many years. Would we sell you subpar mineral stars? Her words left both Zhou and Ye Shika momentarily stunned. The Slime clan had only recently allied with the Zerg, and thus their rights had yet to be fully allocated among their kin. However, regardless of how rights were distributed, one authority remained firmly in the hands of the Slime royalty: the right to trade mineral stars. After all, the Slime clan possessed an innate sensitivity to energy, making them adept at locating mineral stars, even if they lacked the innate gifts to manifest such abilities. The Slime clan, whose technological development was rather rudimentary, relied on mineral star trading to closely follow in the wake of every race, gradually reaping rewards and fostering their growth. Consequently, Zhou and Ye Shika began to grasp Rimuru's standing. Observing Zhou's silence, Rimuru sensed his lingering distrust and promptly opened the main interface, transmitting several coordinates from the cosmos to Zhou. Choose one. Whichever you prefer, I shall send you the coordinates and unlocking code. The price is negotiable. With a market share of 70 of the mineral output, Lady Hanyan paused upon hearing Rimuru's words and asked Zhou, is mining mineral stars that lucrative? Can one obtain 70 of the ore from another's mine? Zhou turned to Lady Hanyan, exclaiming in exasperation, you overestimate the situation. The 70 belongs to them. Whether the remaining 30 even reaches our human race depends on their disposition. Whose disposition? Lady Hanyan queried, her brow furrowing. Zhou raised an eyebrow and glanced at Rimuru, stating candidly, hers. After all, the human race was known for its honesty. If she were to guide them to a landing point far removed from the mineral-rich areas, their costs would undoubtedly escalate significantly. Furthermore, once the agreement for the mining star is confirmed, construction and extraction must commence within 6 months. The deployment of mining units alone requires 3 months, creating a scenario that is not only time-sensitive, but also laden with heavy responsibilities. Otherwise, there is a risk of being reported as a buyer who occupies a lucrative position without proper engagement, incurring substantial penalties for breach of contract. Regardless of the perspective, it is indeed her pursuit of profitable mining ventures. Upon hearing Zhou's words, Rimuru smiled pleasantly, her pink hue fading slightly as she continued, in business, one must engage in profitable transactions without hesitation, while always accounting for potential risks. After this, Zhou focused intently on the coordinates. All the planets listed bore the official certification of the Zerg species, confirming that the mineral content was indeed up to standard, consistently maintained between 0509, a perfect balance. Some mining stars even exhibited extraordinarily high mineral content. The planet with the highest mineral content boasted an index of 15. The energy of the raw star ore from such a planet is equivalent to 3 times that of ordinary raw star ore, and the quantity that can be extracted is likewise thrice that of the standard. It must be said that Zhou felt a stir of excitement upon encountering this mining star. What more could be deliberated? This one would suffice. As Zhou made his selection, a dark red planet materialized before everyone. Designation: Redstone 3. Upon seeing this redstone planet, Rimuru accessed its attributes for thorough examination, then shook her head and said to Zhou, I would not recommend you select this mining star. Since its discovery by my father over 20 years ago, it has never been sold. Subsequently, Rimuru displayed the attributes of this mining star before Zhou, pointing to the text in slime language, explaining, this planet is relatively small, yet possesses a high density. Due to its exceptionally thick atmosphere, heat accumulates and dissipates slowly, resulting in numerous active volcanoes. Each day, thousands of volcanic eruptions occur across its surface, often burying landmarks under lava, making resource extraction exceedingly challenging. Upon hearing Limuru's explanation, Lady Hanyan flew over, exclaiming joyfully, I have royal worms. My royal worms can transport units. I can provide some to Lord Ping Lei for aerial travel, alleviating our concerns. Zhou shook his head and replied, while royal worms can transport units in the cosmos, once on the planet's surface, they are subject to atmospheric pressure and gravitational forces. Without special enhancements, they cannot easily depart from the planet. A planet of small size yet high density exerts significant gravitational pull. The atmosphere is likely very close to the surface, compounded by the omnipresent volcanoes, which are constantly erupting. It is probable that over 90% of the atmosphere consists of sulfuric acid clouds. Without protective measures, the royal worms would suffer severe corrosive damage at elevated altitudes. After processing Zhou's analysis, Rimuru paused momentarily. Her previously faded pink hue returned somewhat. She quickly shook her head, casting aside her previous thoughts, and added, you are correct. And it does not end there. When lava covers the surface and cools, it releases high-temperature steam containing liquid sulfur, which shoots up into the atmosphere. Thus, aerial units pose a significant threat. Furthermore, once the race's landing is confirmed and resource collection commences, adversaries from various realms will inevitably project themselves into the fray. At that juncture, one must not only contend with the challenges of resource gathering, but also with the complexities of camp defense, rendering the situation exceedingly arduous. This predicament is, in fact, the principal reason why this mining star has remained unsold for such an extended period. After expressing these thoughts, Rimuru turned to Zhou, who bore a somewhat solemn expression, and suggested, therefore, I still recommend that you select another mining star. Following this, Rimuru produced a mining star that was enveloped in a deep purple hue, with a mineral content of 12, placing it before Zhozhua. This mining star is considerably safer and has more than double the content of a standard mining star, with the price remaining unchanged. Zhozhua nodded, offering Rimuru a faint smile as he replied, I appreciate your goodwill. However, if I must choose, I shall opt for this. Redstone 3. Chapter 69. Gene Fragment Compound I Worm. There are numerous methods to contend with such magma, and Zhozhua was not lacking in options, yet. His current strength was insufficient for mining. To embark on such an endeavor, he needed to clear the Seven Suns battlefield several times to bolster his capabilities against the decaying hunting worms. However, if he were to miss out on this high-quality mining star, it would indeed be a grave loss. He felt a peculiar connection to this. Redstone 3. Upon hearing Zhozhua's decision, Rimuru exhaled in resignation, relinquishing his attempts at persuasion. Why concern himself so much? Deep down, he secretly hoped for Zhozhua's failure. Very well. I shall send you the coordinates for this redstone star. After transmitting the information of the mining star to Zhozhua, Rimuru felt a twinge of discomfort in his heart, prompting him to add, although my intention was to return a favor by offering you a mining star's coordinates. You have also alleviated a concern for my clan. Therefore, I can make a concession on the price contract. If you can commence formal production within 6 months, we can agree on a 60-40 profit split, granting you an additional 10% of the revenue. Should you fail to initiate production within this time frame, you need not pay a penalty, and I may reclaim it, considering it has remained unsold for over 20 years. As for the price of the mining rights, including inter-realm taxes, it is estimated to exceed 16 million points, which you may not be able to procure at once. We can negotiate later. For now, I will provide you with all this information, and you can gather the points from your kin afterward. Upon hearing Rimuru's words, Zhozhua nodded. His interest in Rimuru piqued slightly. He certainly knows how to conduct business, and his service is quite pleasant. Extending a hand, Zhozhua declared, then it is settled. Once Zhozhua made his selection, Rimuru promptly sent him the celestial coordinates and unlock code for the Redstone 3. When Zhozhua received the bundled documents, he also found a massive file of 2 gigabytes, brimming with trade partnership agreements. Without delay, Zhozhua opened the electronic contract and began to scrutinize it swiftly yet meticulously. 5 minutes later, Zhozhua had committed the entire 2 gigabytes contract document to memory. Upon finishing the reading, Zhozhua took a deep breath, squinting as he inwardly lamented, how exceedingly burdensome. For each day that I delay the payment for the mining rights, I am compelled to incur additional daily interest. It seems prudent to settle this matter promptly. I have no desire to part with my hard-earned money unnecessarily. After invoking the favors of Yachong Xiaohu and Rimuru, Zhozhua turned his gaze towards Lady Hanyan. Feeling Zhozhua's scrutiny, Lady Hanyan chuckled awkwardly, rubbing her hands together. I lack the authority of Yachong Darren, and I certainly do not possess the wealth of Rimuru. It appears I have little to offer you in terms of assistance. Upon hearing her words, Zhozhua nodded subtly. Indeed, compared to the stature and influence of Yachong Xiaohu and Rimuru, Lady Hanyan's background seemed rather insubstantial. If Zhozhua had previously harbored any thoughts of exploiting Yachong Xiaohu and Rimuru, he found no inclination to do so with Lady Hanyan. Consider your favor pending. I shall reach out in due course. Upon hearing Zhozhua's words, Lady Hanyan descended to the ground and glanced at Rimuru, tentatively inquiring, am I being dismissed? Rimuru nodded in response, assuring her, it's not quite so dismissive. All right, it's all right. Yachong Xiaohu approached, placing a paw on the nearly tearful Lady Hanyan's head, reassuring her, I am now ready to exchange for the dungeon rewards. If you require assistance, feel free to ask me. Upon witnessing this, Lady Hanyan and Rimuru eagerly raised their heads in joy. Thank you, Yachong Darren. Having a high-ranking species to guide us in utilizing our points for enhancements would certainly make things considerably easier. After all, the Spirit Flame Fox clan had been integrated into the Zerg clan for centuries, and their understanding of the Zerg clan was unparalleled by ordinary races. Zhozhua had initially intended to exit the Void Supply and return to reality, but Yachong Xiaohu's statement drew him back in. No one knew the Zerg clan better than he did. If he could gain insights and judgments from Yachong Xiaohu, he might deepen his understanding of the core essence of the Spirit Flame Fox clan, whether to adopt an aggressive or conservative tactic. Even this small detail could significantly inform Zhozhua's strategy during his next assault on the Spirit Flame Fox clan. Thus, Zhozhua activated his mainframe notifications. Beep. Congratulations. You have completed the F3 difficulty void supply, taking 67 hours, 42 minutes, and 26 seconds. Beep. You have a remaining quantity of 260,000 star shards in the void supply, which can be exchanged for 26 star stones. Beep. In the dungeon task 1 of the void supply, you have eliminated a total of 12 bile-spitting entities, earning 240,000 points. Beep. You have accrued a total of 4,066,782 points in the void supply. Since you selected F3 difficulty, your final points are multiplied by 6. Your ultimate score is 24,400,692. At this moment, the accumulated points for purchasing the mining rights had reached a substantial amount, exceeding several million. Observing the final tally of over 24 million points, Zhozhua couldn't help but smile. These points are truly delightful. After acknowledging the points, he turned his attention to the other statistics presented by the mainframe. Notification. Your level has been upgraded to 14 in the Void Supply instance, and you have been allocated 126 free attribute points. Notification. Your level and experience have been reset. You have added 40 points to Strength, Thunder, 25 points to Agility, Wind, 30 points to Constitution, Fire, 11 points to Vitality, Grass, and 20 points to Tenacity, Rock, in the Seven Suns technology tree. The human race appreciates your contribution. Notification. Congratulations on surpassing the challenge of the F3 difficulty in the Void Supply. You have unlocked the F2 and F3 difficulty levels for your race. Notification. The mainframe has detected that you have increased the exploration level of the Void Supply to 100. Congratulations. You and your allies have received hidden rewards. Upon reading the last message, a grin spread across Zhou Zhua's face. Excellent. I've acquired hidden genetic fragments. Before he could utter another word, he was abruptly interrupted by the excited fluttering of a large moth that had suddenly appeared before him, brandishing a vial of genetic serum. Lord Pinglei, look, I've obtained the hidden genetic fragment serum. This should be worth a favor, so I'm giving it to you. A high-tech panel filled Zhou Zhua's vision, leaving him with no time to respond as he focused on the genetic fragment display. Genetic fragment, compound eye insect, rank, green, excellent description, upon use. It can evolve a royal worm egg into a compound eye insect, and in your race, the evolution template for royal worm offspring will include compound eye insect fragments. Effect, acquire the special skill detection. Detection, reveals units within the field of vision that are in stealth, underground, or illusion states. A genetic fragment capable of detecting invisible units? What a remarkable item. Zhou Zhua distinctly remembered that in the Seven Suns battlefield, many aberrant insects would use stealth skills to hide on the battlefield. Players would often fall prey to these ambushes if they weren't vigilant. This genetic fragment, which could unveil concealed units, was indeed something Zhou Zhua desired. However, he did not possess a royal worm. After absorbing the information about the genetic fragment, Zhou Zhua reached out to gently bring Lady Han Yan down from the air and asked her, the compound eye insect, isn't this an evolution template for the royal worm? Why don't you keep it for yourself? The eightfold shard fox also approached, reminding Lady Han Yan, you possess a royal worm unit. This genetic fragment should be of greater significance to you. Rimuru nodded in agreement, her entire form glowing softly as she fixated on the vial of genetic serum, urging, this is a green, excellent level genetic fragment. Are you truly not going to keep it for yourself? Currently, among the army led by Ping Lei, there were only worker bees and jumping insects. Even if she wished to offer this as a gesture of goodwill, he wouldn't be able to utilize it in the short term. With an exuberant spirit, Lady Han Yan raised the gene fragment in her hand, as if presenting a treasure. However, upon hearing the words of the crowd, her excitement was significantly diminished, and she let out a disappointed sigh. Oh, Lord Ping Lei, this is of no use to you, but it's all I have. Observing her demeanor, Zhou Zhua felt an inexplicable sensation, akin to that of a little girl on the roadside offering her most cherished yet inexpensive lollipop, which she found unworthy of his attention. It seemed that if this continued, Lady Han Yan might burst into tears. Nevertheless, she soon regained her composure, and although her voice was tinged with grievance, a smile graced her face as she suppressed her emotions and declared, Lord Ping Lei, rest assured, I will certainly acquire what you need and ensure your satisfaction. Before Lady Han Yan could finish her sentence, she suddenly felt a lightness in her hand. Looking up, she discovered that Zhou Zhua had taken the gene potion from her grasp. He placed the potion back into his spatial device, offering a gentle smile to the stunned Lady Han Yan as he spoke. This gene is precisely what I require, and your favor is now repaid. Chapter 70. Gene Fragment Twin Spirit B. Upon Zhou Zhua's acceptance of the gene fragment, Lady Han Yan joyously fluttered about, but upon realizing that Zhou Zhua could not fly, she returned to the ground with a dejected demeanor. The others resumed their examination of their respective gains. Although I am grateful for Lord Ping Lei's contribution, which afforded me the opportunity to obtain a hidden gene fragment, the Yachibuki fox gazed at the white glowing gene potion in her hand, her expression a blend of laughter and tears. Why is it that, despite both receiving hidden fragments, Lady Han Yan drew a green superior grade, while Limulu and I received mere white ordinary grades? After all, the Yachibuki fox belonged to a prominent and affluent family, thus rendering the white ordinary grade gene fragment somewhat beneath her notice. In contrast to the Yachibuki fox's somewhat despondent expression, Limulu appeared exceedingly delighted. This is a gene fragment. Regardless of its grade, possessing one is truly remarkable. The Slime clan had only joined the Zerg for a few decades, leaving their foundation nearly non-existent. When Lady Han Yan proudly held up the green superior grade gene fragment, Limulu could hardly tear her eyes away. Now, with a white ordinary grade gene potion in her possession, she felt no room for further greed. Listening to the Yachibuki fox's lament regarding the gene fragments and Limulu's exclamations of luck, Zhou Zhua also cast his gaze upon the gene fragment panels in their hands. The gene potion clutched between the Yachibuki fox's claws was, gene fragment, light leaping venomous insect, grade, white ordinary description, upon use. It allows a bomb insect egg to evolve into a light leaping venomous insect, and within your race, the bomb insect lineage evolution template, light leaping venomous insect fragment 1. Effect, acquire the special skill lighten venom sac lighten venom sac. Movement speed 5 seconds. The genetic agent atop Rimuru's head is, genetic fragment, armored bug, rank, white common description, upon use. It allows an egg of the jump bug to evolve into an armored bug, and within your race, the evolution template for jump bug kin is armored bug fragment 1. Effect, acquire the special skill hardened carapace hardened carapace. Health points 10. After reviewing this, Zhou Zhua couldn't help but nod, acknowledging that these genetic fragments were quite commendable. At the very least, these two genetic fragments could, to some extent, mitigate the weaknesses of the exploding bug and jump bug, thereby enhancing their capabilities. However, in comparison, the genetic fragments Zhou Zhua had obtained himself were even more formidable. Before Zhou Zhua, 2 panels of genetic fragments floated, prompting him to make a selection. Genetic fragment, Twin Spirit B, rank, green excellent description, Upon use, it allows an egg of the worker bee to evolve into a twin spirit bee, and within your race. The evolution template for worker bee kin is twin spirit bee fragment 1. Effect, star mine consumption 20, incubation time required reduced by 99, allowing 2 worker bees to hatch at once. Genetic fragment, surveillance 100 eyes, rank, green excellent description, upon use. It allows an egg of the king bug to evolve into surveillance 100 eyes, and within your race. The evolution template for king bug kin is surveillance 100 eyes fragment 1. Effect, acquire the special skill extended vision. Upon activation, movement speed is reduced by 80, and detection radius is increased to 200. Unlike others who randomly received a genetic fragment, Zhou, as the greatest contributor to void supplies, possessed the privilege of choice, enabling him to select from 2 outstanding green genetic fragments. The variant of the twin spirit bee resembled a worker bee version of the fission bug. With the premise of increasing star mine consumption, it allowed for instantaneous hatching, yielding an extra worker bee without occupying additional population supply, thus freeing up considerable space for further troop deployment. This not only enabled rapid troop production, but also allowed for the generation of farmers. The second genetic fragment, surveillance 100 eyes, would grant a single king bug unit an expanded field of vision. The radius would double, effectively quadrupling the original vision range. The king bug that Zhou had previously mentioned, which had been specially enhanced to survey the entire Yunlan Bug Valley map, had indeed acquired the surveillance 100 eyes genetic enhancement. This ability to unveil map visibility is undoubtedly one of the most effective improvements during the early phases of development. Both genetic fragments are exceedingly precious and effective. As for what Zhou wished to select, ding, detected that you possess the heart of the swarm. Current selection may be ignored. With the sound of this system prompt, 2 additional genetic fragments appeared in Zhou's spatial device. Zhou felt quite distressed. I want to choose, yet I have no choice. Both have come to me. What can I do? After acquiring 2 gene fragments, Zhou secretly contemplated his next steps. It seemed imperative to obtain the complete genetic sequence of the Wong worm. After all, he now possessed 2 categories of excellent green Wong worm gene fragments. It would be remiss not to secure a genetic sequence for himself. Ding. Your contributions to the human race have been recognized, and you have ascended the leaderboard. With this announcement, Zhou took the opportunity to check the rankings for the Void Supply F3 difficulty level. Void Supply F3 Progress. NO1 Green Glimmering Snake Tribe 100, NO2 Spirit Flame Fox Tribe 100, 3 Human Tribe 100, 4 Silver Crystal Butterfly Tribe 100, 5 Slime Tribe 100, 6 Iron Tooth Crocodile Tribe 89, 7 Marsh Spirit Scorpion Tribe 76. Void Supply F3 Progress. Human Tribe NO1 Night Ascending to the Sky, alias 100, NO2 Underneath the Flame Emperor, alias 398, NO3 Unyielding in the Depths, alias 361, NO4 Daylight Remains, alias 329 Deceased, NO5 White Robe Speaking Dreams 225. Gazing at the rankings, Zhou couldn't help but smile. Now, I have propelled both the Silver Crystal Butterfly Tribe and the Slime Tribe into the top 10. The Human Tribe has ascended to an unprecedented 3rd place in this Void Supply F3 difficulty map. After putting away the leaderboard, Zhou exhaled in relief, preparing to open the shop interface to explore his purchasing options. Wow, I have actually become the first among our Silver Crystal Butterfly Tribe. Me too. Thank you, Lord Pinglei. Thank you, Lord Bajong. Our Slime Tribe can finally escape from the last place ranking. Listening to the heartfelt cries of joy from the 2 little ones, Zhou smiled softly and opened his shop panel. The points have been credited. It is time to spend them. Chapter 71. Bring one for me too. Upon opening the familiar dungeon-specific interface, Zhou expertly browsed through the various items available. The multiplayer mode certainly offers a wealth of items. While marveling at the richness of the offerings, Zhou noticed that he could not find the gene fragments obtained by the 8-fold shard fox and her companions. After all, each person has access to different items in their dungeon-specific shops, and the nature of the items is entirely dependent on individual luck. Wow, I see rare gene fragments. Before Zhou could finish his sentence, a familiar voice suddenly rang out, and he looked up to see a large moth fluttering directly towards him. Lord Pinglei, look. I can exchange for gene fragments in the dungeon-specific shop. Reacting instinctively, Zhou swiftly reached out, catching the white butterfly in midair with his bare hands and gently placing her on the ground. Even the 8-fold shard fox, upon hearing the excited call of the white lady, wore an expression of displeasure. Is the white lady truly that fortunate? Upon hearing the words gene fragment, Rimuru immediately sprang into action, examining the gene fragment panel exclusive to the copy before Lady Han Yin. Gene fragment, Arachnid Queen, grade, blue rare price, 3, 500. 000 description. Upon use, it allows a queen larva to evolve into an Arachnid Queen, and within your race. The evolution template for the Queen kin is the Arachnid Queen fragment. Effect, acquires the special skill Sticky Claws. Sticky Claws, the queen's movement speed increases by 5 seconds. Upon leaving the mycelium carpet, it retains normal movement speed. As he absorbed the description of the Arachnid Queen, Zhou's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Initially, he had no intention of exchanging for gene fragments or sequences pertaining to the queen. While the queen was undeniably powerful, capable of ranged attacks and laying down mycelium carpets, it possessed a critical flaw. The moment it strayed from the mycelium carpet, its movement speed would plummet to a crawl. This was entirely at odds with Zhou's aggressive approach. Even if the team were to coalesce, the ensuing march would suffer from severe disjunction due to the sluggish movement, significantly diminishing Zhou's operational efficacy. However, with the acquisition of the Arachnid Queen's gene, this predicament would be resolutely resolved. Hiss. Upon reading the description of the Arachnid Queen's gene fragment, the tail of the eightfold fox stood erect in astonishment. I thought you merely referred to a rare gene fragment, assuming it to be relatively uncommon, yet you truly stumbled upon a blue rare-grade gene fragment. Rimuru, too, was taken aback, gradually returning from his rigid state to a more pliable demeanor, exclaiming, "The greatest weakness of the queen is her inability to leave the mycelium. Once she does, her movement speed plummets by 80. Hence, she cannot be utilized as an offensive unit. Lady Han Yen, do exercise caution on your way home. Your fortune is so remarkable that I fear I may not see you again." Upon hearing Rimuru's concern, Lady Han Yen soared into the air, her limbs crossed defiantly, declaring, "Fear not, I am perfectly fine, for I can scarcely afford it. As long as I remain unable to purchase it, I shall remain untouched by such fortune and thus avoid misfortune." Ding. Your bug wallet has received 850,000 points. Before Lady Han Yen's words could fully settle, her bug wallet suddenly chimed, startling her and causing her to tumble from the sky. Hastily glancing at the transfer name on her bug wallet, she trembled as she turned to the eightfold fox. "Lord Eightfold? What is this?" Hee. The eightfold fox beamed, her eyes glimmering. "Please assist me with the purchase. I've already transferred the principal along with a 10% tax." Upon hearing the eightfold fox's words, Lady Han Yen finally felt a sense of relief. Yet, at that moment, her mainframe emitted another notification. Ding. Your bug wallet has received 850,000 points. "Lord Pinglei, is it you as well?" Zhou Zhuan nodded with a gentle smile. "Once this opportunity passes, it shall not return. Secure one for me as well." Of course, with Zhou Zhuan's request, Lady Han Yen's enthusiasm for service surged immediately. After exchanging 2 vials of genetic fragments, Spiderfoot Mother, for a genetic potion, Lady Han Yen showed no sign of attachment and quickly handed the vials to Zhou Zhuan and the eightfold fox. "The faster I let go, the less misfortune will pursue me." Limulu observed Lady Han Yen, who had experienced a unique thrill as a passing fortune god, with envy in his eyes. "So many points. If only I could secure a deal. Even a 30% commission would sustain me for quite some time." In a moment of contemplation, Limulu turned to Zhou Zhuan, scratching his head awkwardly with a tentacle, and ventured, "Lord Pinglei, you are so formidable. Surely you have surplus points? Perhaps you could cover part of the mining rights? You could always pay less later on." After uttering those words, Limulu felt a twinge of urgency and quickly apologized. "My apologies, I was merely jesting. The amount of points in question is not something that ordinary individuals can acquire." Upon hearing Limulu's impoverished remarks, Zhou Zhuan raised an eyebrow and opened his points panel. Notification. Your insect payment has been credited, 16,500,000 points. As Limulu watched Zhou Zhuan and the others spend money, he suddenly received a substantial sum in his insect payment account. He glanced down at the transfer name, and then, somewhat stiffly, turned to Zhou Zhuan. Momentarily at a loss for words, Zhou Zhuan gestured to the mining contract in his hand and stated, "I have reviewed the contract. The price for mining rights is quite reasonable. For every 0.1 of star mineral content, one must pay 1 million points. The Redstone 3, I am interested in, has a star mineral content of 15, totaling 15 million points, plus taxes from various realms, amounting to 16,500,000 points. Though there is a flaw, for every 24-hour delay in payment, the payer must incur an additional daily interest of 0.01 on the remaining amount, which I find unsatisfactory. However, since I am paying in full at once, it can hardly be considered a flaw." Once Limulu confirmed the points had been received, Zhou Zhuan tapped to close the electronic contract. Limulu, overwhelmed by the influx of points and counting the zeros, took a moment to comprehend the magnitude of his fortune. "Oh my, this is truly a windfall." After fulfilling his payment obligations, Zhou Zhuan turned his attention away from others and began examining his exclusive dungeon options. Presently, he had just over 4 million points left, which limited his purchasing options. Nutritional Bile, 1010, description, enhances the strength attribute of a unit bound in the division pool by 1 point. Price, 250,000 points. Oxygen-rich gene liquid, 3.3, description, enhances the constitution attribute of a unit bound in the evolution chamber by 5 points. Price, 500,000 points. Since these items were restricted to specific buildings like the division pool, Zhou Zhuan realized that even if he purchased them, he would not be able to utilize them in the near term. He decided to forego them for now, knowing that opportunities to acquire such items would surely arise in the future. Once he possessed the genetic constructs for buildings like the division pool, he would reconsider his purchases. Until he slid to the bottom of his personal copy, Zhou Zhuan began to examine the intriguing items that piqued his interest. Skill fragment, venomous nest. Description, collecting 10 skill fragments allows for the fusion into a level 1 venomous nest, which can be upgraded through further fragment collection. Price, 500,000 points. Upon the appearance of this item, a smile once again graced Zhou Zhuan's face. The desired item has arrived. Chapter 72, The Sovereign of Nyadila. Previously, Zhou Zhuan had defeated a total of 12 bile-spewing entities and acquired 12 skill fragments of the venomous nest. Among these, 10 fragments had automatically synthesized into a skill named Venomous Nest, level 1, 210. Description, every 10 minutes, you can place 1 invisible venomous tumor, ignoring terrain constraints. A maximum of 5 can be stored in your backpack. After a 10-second incubation period, it generates a fungal blanket with a radius of 10 meters. The blanket benefits from the attributes of the tumor. When enemy ground units encounter the venomous tumor, They incur 20 points of area damage within a radius of 1. The tumor disappears after the explosion, and the fungal blanket gradually dissipates. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Incubation time, 10 seconds. Explosion radius, 1R. Fungal blanket radius, 10R. Storage limit, 5. Area damage, 20. With just 8 more fragments needed, Joshua could elevate the Venomous Nest skill to level 2. He glanced at his account balance, then waved his hand, instantly evaporating 4 million points to acquire 8 skill fragments of the Venomous Nest. Ding. You have collected 10 fragments of the Venomous Nest skill. Would you like to upgrade? Upon reading the system prompt, Joshua smiled slightly and clicked the confirmation button. Upgrade. Ding. The upgrade of Venomous Nest was successful. After elevating the Venomous Nest skill to level 2, the attributes panel changed. Venomous Nest level 2, 020. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Incubation time, 10 seconds. Explosion radius, 1R. Fungal blanket radius, 10R. Storage limit, 10. Area damage, 40. The storage limit increased from 5 to 10, meaning Joshua's venomous tumors now had 10 layers of charge before deployment. He could instantaneously deploy 10 venomous tumors, rapidly generating a vast fungal blanket and invisible landmines. The damage also doubled from 20 to 40. It is worth noting that a typical jumping insect only possesses 35 health points. Previously, a level 1 venomous tumor required 2 explosions to eliminate a single jumping insect. Now, with the damage escalated to level 2, a venomous tumor's power exceeds what an ordinary jumping insect can withstand. With the upgrade to level 2, the Venomous Nest skill has truly become formidable. After closing the panel of the level 2 Venomous Nest skill, Joshua assessed his remaining balance of over 50,000 points. Within the realm of the exclusive instance, the coveted items desired by Joshua were conspicuously absent. Consequently, he promptly closed the interface of the exclusive instance and began to scour the shop section of his personal device. I recall there exists an interface within the shop that allows for the modification of the personal spatial device's appearance. I have found it. Spatial device modification description allows for arbitrary alterations while maintaining the inherent volume. Price, 50,000 points. Every individual initial spatial device manifests as a colossal cube, measuring 10m times 10m times 10m. Although the volume of the device reaches an impressive 1,000 cubic meters prior to acquiring a sizable air force, the overhead space remains underutilized and thus wasteful. After making an informed decision, Joshua expended his 50,000 points to purchase the spatial device modification. With the acquisition of the modification, Joshua sensed his perspective elevating. As the surroundings began to diminish in scale, his viewpoint ascended to that of a divine observer, holding in his grasp a diminutive white box measuring 10m times 10m times 10m. Subsequently, he adeptly commenced the process of compressing the box. As the height of the box diminished, its length and width expanded, ultimately transforming into a rectangular prism measuring 5m times 10m times 20m. To draw a parallel with real-world architecture, it resembles a spacious dwelling covering an area of 200 square meters with a height of 5 meters, exceedingly ample. This height suffices, ensuring a comfortable atmosphere. Even with a portion of smaller air forces, this vertical space is wholly adequate. Once the adjustments were finalized, Joshua exited the spatial device. Upon returning to the confines of the device, he perceived the surroundings to be considerably more expansive. Now, this space is ample enough to accommodate a full population of 110 jumping insects. After nearly exhausting his points, Joshua closed the shop interface. Are you truly not purchasing anything? If your points are insufficient, I can lend you some, and you may return them once your finances improve. Indeed, given our current rapport, we might as well consider ourselves as sisters of different fathers and mothers. No need for such formality. Just as Joshua concluded his shop interface, he overheard Yachishiko and Rimuru conversing with Lady Han-Yen. No need. I feel that many of these items are of little use to me. Thus I prefer to save my points for now. Lady Han-Yen fluttered her wings, rubbing her appendages awkwardly, and added, moreover, I often find such items. So until something of value presents itself, I shall conserve my points. Originally inclined to allocate funds to Lady Han-Yen, Yachishiko and Rimuru exchanged glances, their expressions stiffening. With such luck, she hardly required their generosity. Those items were easily obtainable. After adjusting her demeanor, Yachishiko addressed Lady Han-Yen. All right then. Remember to message me whenever you need assistance. Sure. Thank you, Yachu. Having confirmed there were no further purchases to be made, the group finally completed the void supply instance. Feeling like the last of the Frostfire ladies, she scratched her head and then offered her blessings to the crowd. It may be difficult to meet again soon, as the end of the year approaches in a few months. I wish for everyone to avoid being chosen for the Star Sea battlefield. Upon hearing her words, Rimuru, who had initially stood tall, felt his spirits wane. After a brief moment, he mustered a smile, sighed softly, and replied, indeed, we must avoid being selected. After all, battling alongside the other races would be daunting. If a lowly slime like me were to engage, I would likely be defeated immediately. The smile on the face of the Yatsukisetsu also gradually faded. However, recognizing that this was a blessing from the Frostfire lady, she felt that her mood could not remain gloomy. Shaking her head, she donned a smile. Fear not. We have become friends with the Frostfire lady. With such good fortune, we will surely not be chosen. Moreover, the Zerg race is ranked 9,999th. Even if we are selected for the Star Sea battlefield, we would only have to contend with the nearest 100 races. The disparity between the 9,901st and 10,000th races is not insurmountable. We can still fight. Joshua observed the encouraging exchange among the group, and a thought emerged in his mind. even though they were of different races. Perhaps they could form an alliance for the sake of survival. Resolving his thoughts, Zhou nodded and spoke. Even if our combat strength is lacking, it matters not. Once we enter the Star Sea battlefield, the Zerg's matriarch, Niadra, will provide assistance to some extent. As he said this, a glimmer sparkled in his eyes. Zhou continued. If I am not mistaken, the matriarch Niadra will bestow upon us a special ability for proliferation, akin to the blessings from previous Star Sea battlefields. This ability will certainly alleviate some of the pressure of combat. With Zhou's words, the expressions of the other three races eased slightly. Observing Zhou's serious demeanor, the Yatsuki playfully rubbed her face with her paw and then beamed a radiant smile. Honestly, why say such things? As if we are truly destined to be drawn into the Star Sea battlefield. Hearing this, the Frostfire lady perked up. Exactly. With such a multitude of cities in our race, it is not guaranteed that I will be chosen. As long as I avoid misfortune in the coming months, I shall not be so unlucky. Gazing at the cheerful Frostfire lady, Zhou, Rimuru, and the Yatsuki shared an unspoken sentiment. Chapter 73. I have returned. The void supply had concluded. The duration of their endurance may have surprised Lord Gongzi, as he would not expect me to return and provide them with a delightful surprise. Let us keep in touch. I must return to my father's now. Yes, farewell. I also need to return and deliver this mining certificate and substantial funds to my father. With their farewells exchanged, they transformed into streaks of light, vanishing into the realm of the void supply. The void supply instance, upon the player's departure, began to revert to its original state, as if time were flowing backward. The birth of the aberrant insects, the hatching of the bile-spouting entities, the establishment of the camp, and the emergence of wild creatures. Soon enough, the void supplies returned to their original state, quietly awaiting the next activation. The Lingyan Fox Clan, Hachiho Shrine. The long-awaited return has finally arrived. A large, powder-pink fox slowly opened its eyes, stretching its limbs comfortably on the bed, its tail standing tall behind it, clearly relishing the delightful stretch. It was only after the powder-pink fox blinked that the smaller foxes, lying on the ground in front, spoke up. Welcome back, esteemed one. Indeed. The powder-pink fox gracefully descended from the bed and issued a command to a nearby yellow-furred fox named Ing. Go investigate. Gather all information on the Silver Crystal Butterfly Clan's current candidates for sainthood, particularly those whose minds are still maturing, and those with extreme luck, whether good or ill. Additionally, look into all the princesses of the Slime Clan. There may be intelligence forthcoming in a few days regarding a completed transaction. Identify which princess successfully finalized the deal and retrieve her information as well. Moreover, for the Human Realm's Lu City, situated in the southeastern region's 9th-tier main city, compile a thorough examination of all the 9th-tier cities in the southeastern human territories, with a focus on the Lin and Gao families. Scrutinize the recent mining recovery missions. All of this intelligence must be delivered to me before I enter the Star Sea battlefield at the year's end. Upon receiving these orders, the yellow-furred fox named Ing nodded and summoned a few other small foxes of various colors, Ling, Xiao, and Yu, to follow her. Once the trio of white, red, and yellow foxes trailed behind Ing and ventured forth, the powder-pink fox inhaled deeply, seated itself upon a high platform, and contemplated with shimmering eyes the Zhou family. The issue of insufficient authority. It appears I must report this to the Lord of the Shrine. With this thought, the powder-pink fox's tail swayed slightly, a smile gracing its lips. To attempt to disrupt my judgment and vigilance through disordered information is quite audacious. After a moment of mirth, the powder-pink fox raised its head, gazing at the massive flame cherry tree outside the entrance, its pupils flickering with a hint of despondency and uncertainty. As a candidate for the Shrine Master, I must enter the Star Sea battlefield. This is the final trial of the Hachiho Calamity. I wonder if I can survive this last venture and become a true Shrine Master. In the Slime Clan's Webone Marsh. Father, mother, I have returned. A white-clad maiden with blue hair and golden eyes stood before two enormous, dark blue slimes that seemed to have lost their vitality, cradling a small azure slime in her arms. She spoke quietly. I have successfully completed my first transaction. Our long-abandoned redstone star has finally been purchased. I have secured our initial funds. The payment for the procurement rights has also been received. You and father did not perish in vain. There truly are kind-hearted humans willing to invest heavily in the acquisition of Redstone Star. Indeed, they are good-hearted people. Just as father said, I can finally shoulder the burden of our family. With my presence, my sister will be safe. I shall protect her diligently until she hatches. I shall diligently protect her as she grows, ensuring she does not fall prey to the sinister intentions of our uncle. I will safeguard her, preserving the last remnants of your lineage, and restore her to the esteemed ranks of royalty. You have both assured me that you and father will watch over me. Thus I fear not, even if I stand alone. At this moment, the girl with azure hair and golden eyes stepped forward, gently placing the small slime, no larger than her palm, atop the larger one. She then cradled her hands before her, resting upon the cold, gelatinous form of the creature, and murmured, I miss you both. As she uttered these words, the long-suppressed sorrow surged forth, breaching the final bastion of her heart. A wail, tempestuous and unrestrained, erupted from the shadows of the marsh, striving to resonate throughout the entirety of the swamp. Yet, much like the helpless girl herself, the cry was swallowed by the towering, oppressive gloom of the forest, unable to escape beyond its confines. After a considerable time, the girl with azure hair and golden eyes wiped away her tears. Her eyes reddened as she slowly rose from the mire. Father, mother, I cannot afford to weep any longer. I have no time for tears. For crying is a waste of precious moments. Until I fully embody the lineage of the Silent One, allow me to continue as the Princess of Monsters. I shall venture to the Star Sea battlefield. This way, their focus will remain solely on me, ensuring my sister's safety. I must grow stronger. Only then can I protect you both and safeguard our slime kin. Please, continue to watch over me in silence. With that declaration, the girl prepared to reach for the small slime resting atop the larger one when, unexpectedly, the small slime quivered and emitted a crisp cracking sound. Following this, a tiny azure slime emerged from its shell. The adorable little azure slime glanced around, and upon spotting the girl with azure hair and golden eyes, it extended its diminutive appendages and called out in a tender voice, "Sister." From the great cocoon suspended in the branches of the ancient tree, a cheerful voice rang out. "Little Rosalind has emerged. Come, Uncle 7, embrace her. Descend. Your Uncle 3 has prepared a feast for you. This pot of fruit soup has been simmering for nearly 3 days. Where's your Uncle 28? What about the essence resin? What, you used it all yourself? How am I to groom little Rosalind's wings now?" As the figure known as Rosalind, a large moth, fluttered into view, dozens of larger moths beneath her took flight, welcoming her with exuberant ceremony, until the moth who was to groom Rosalind's wings suddenly perceived something amiss and inquired, "Wait, Rosalind, why are there so many crystal powders missing from your wings?" Upon hearing this, not only did Rosalind freeze momentarily, but even the attentive fathers surrounding her halted their tasks, converging around her. Could it be that Rosalind had? Oh no, it's not what you think. Rosalind's cheeks flushed suddenly as she broke free from her father's embrace. She spread her wings and soared back towards her cocoon nestled in the tree, leaving behind her father and the others who exchanged glances in bewilderment. Indeed, Rosalind had reached adulthood, and it was time for this transition. Our task was finally complete, allowing us to depart with peace of mind. No, it was not yet finished. Young Rosalind had yet to unlock her powers, whether of cold or flame. Yes, without unlocking her abilities, even if she found a male butterfly, she would not be worthy of inheriting the Empress's throne. We must persist, for our leader and the Eighth have ignited their lifespans for us, and we shall continue to illuminate the path ahead for young Rosalind. Let us endure a little longer. In the human realm, at the Zhou residence, I have returned. Zhou stepped out of his room, leaning over the railing of the villa's second floor, gazing at the empty halls, each door tightly shut, shrouded in a chilling atmosphere. He stretched languidly and remarked, "Well, I know no one is here to welcome me." After stretching, Zhou's expression turned slightly melancholic, but he quickly shook his head and rallied his spirits. "Never mind, it's still more comfortable to be alone." Suddenly, from the entrance below, a sound of unlocking echoed, followed by a familiar voice. Ahem. Wow, so much dust. Zhou, you are truly lazy. Have you not cleaned since returning? What are you staring at? Hurry down. I just won a game of chess against my dad and made a little profit. Let's go. I'll treat you to a meal. What are you laughing at? Ugh, your smile is disgusting. Huh, after dinner, I still have to come back and clean? My apologies. I retract my invitation. Let me go? You scoundrel. Let me go? Mom. Dad. Chapter 74 Gene Sequence Directory JPG. So, that prompt from this morning was indeed your doing. At the dining table, Gao Tian picked up a bowl of lamb, dipped a piece in a sesame sauce, and stuffed it into his mouth, giving Zhou a thumbs up. Li Si's needlework is exceptional. Zhou also reached into Gao Tian's bowl, retrieving more lamb, dipping it in a dry sauce before feeding it to himself. Is it spicy? Does it require Li's reduction? Gao Tian glanced at his empty bowl, then looked at Zhou, who wore a look of satisfaction, unable to chew the meat in his mouth. In a fit of annoyance, he ordered several more plates of meat. After swallowing a mouthful of meat, Zhou spoke. The credit is not solely mine. Many efforts from the other 3 clans contributed as well. I merely exerted a little effort. While cooking the lamb, Gao Tian disdainfully glared at Zhou. I don't believe a word you say. You never speak the truth. After finishing a piece of lamb, Gao Tian added, by the way, have you heard? Our class F has new information. Upon hearing this unexpected news, Zhou was momentarily taken aback before asking, what new information? Gao Tian wiped his mouth and spoke. It's not exactly good news. Our class F has lost its title of being a work-study class, and the school is going to assign a new teacher to us. I heard that a few interns from Lucian University are applying to be teachers here, and the school is sending us one of these unqualified new instructors. After saying this, Gao Tian took a sip from his goblet of cola and sighed. Why does the school keep making things difficult for our class? They only send us these novice teachers. What can they possibly teach us? Upon hearing Gao Tian's remarks, Zhou lifted his own goblet, clinked it against Gao Tian's, and took a sip of the Sprite. Lost in quiet contemplation, he recalled the new teacher assigned to their class. In his previous life, despite his lackluster academic performance, Zhou had still managed to accumulate over 900 points. At that time, after the class barely scraped together a total score of 20,000 points, an old lecherous man was appointed as their teacher. This man smoked in class, spat indiscriminately, and harassed female students, imparting no meaningful knowledge. With his presence, the class's performance suffered even more than it would have without him. Eventually, through a covert operation led by Zhou and Gao Tian, they managed to teach that old man a lesson and successfully drove him away, restoring their class's freedom. However, that freedom did not last long. After the winter exams, the Star Sea battlefield descended upon them, and everything changed so abruptly. Yet one thing Zhou discerned was that interns from Lucian University were coming to teach them. He had no recollection of this from his previous life. It seemed quite different this time. Observing Zhou deep in thought, Gao Tian raised an eyebrow and remarked, "You're not seriously hoping for some beautiful university girls to come teach us, are you?" At Gao Tian's words, Zhou's spirits plummeted, and he retorted, You old snake, what are you always thinking about? Gao Tian finished his cola in one gulp, fixed his gaze on Zhou Zhua, and declared with righteous fervor. Let me clarify, I am not old. Just then, Zhou Zhua's mainframe emitted a notification sound. Ding. You have a new message alert. Zhou Zhua opened it to find familiar characters. Thank you. You have once again created 2 historical milestones for humanity, allowing you to select 2 gene sequences of alien insects, along with 2 custom gene fragments. Below this message, Bai Mingyu had kindly attached 2 screenshots, gene sequence directory JPG and gene fragment directory JPG. Now I can choose my own gene fragments. Zhou Zhua thought with a slight smile, as he opened the 2 images to examine them. The first image displays the 4 hierarchical classes of the Zerg swarm: guards, archers, sorcerers, and specialists, arranged in sequential order. The gene sequence catalog showcases the following: Guard, Worker B34, Guard, Jumping Bug 26, Guard, Aberration 6, Guard, Thunder Beast 2, Guard, Brood 0, Archer, Stinging Serpent 12, Archer, Cockroach 3, Archer, Lurker 1, Archer, Corruptor 1, Archer, Guardian 0, Archer, Devourer 0, Archer, Leviathan 0, Sorcerer, Broodmother 9, Sorcerer, Infector 3, Sorcerer, Flying Serpent 0, Sorcerer, Destroyer 0, Specialist, Exploder 22, Specialist, King Bug 18, Specialist, Nest Lord 2, Specialist Swarm, Host 0, Specialist, Burrow Bug 1. Each icon is accompanied by a numerical value, indicating the quantity of gene sequences for that particular type of aberrant creature. Excluding the larvae, which possess no combat capability, there are a total of 21 types of aberrant gene sequences cataloged. Whenever I beheld these 21 aberrant forms, I could not help but envision the formidable strength of my future army. A deep breath escaped my lips, and a smile graced Zhou's face. In my past life, I truly commanded a colossal legion. Hey, Zhou, your smile is rather grotesque. Have you stumbled upon something amusing? Hiss, this is a public place. Tone it down and share with me later. Lost in nostalgic reflections of his former power, Zhou was abruptly pulled from his reverie by Gao Tian's jarring comment, instantly deflating his spirits. Just eat your meal. With his thoughts interrupted, Zhou cast a sidelong glance at Gao Tian and resumed contemplating his requirements. His next objective was to enter the 7 Luminaries battlefield to gather materials for enhancing his equipment's level. However, the 7 Luminaries battlefield is ever-changing. Each player's entrance reveals a different landscape. The enemy's combat capabilities are also highly variable. For instance, one might search for 2 days only to encounter a single jumping bug, yielding minimal rewards. Conversely, one could teleport directly into the presence of a thunder beast and meet an untimely demise. If fortune smiled upon him, he could land amidst a cluster of eggs, effortlessly exterminating them and acquiring a substantial number of 7 Luminaries element fragments. Thus, visibility within the unknown terrain is paramount. Furthermore, with Zhou possessing the compound eye vision of the eye bug and the surveillance capabilities of the king bug gene fragments, it would be illogical to disregard the king bug gene sequence. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou opted for the broodmother gene sequence. After all, he had already secured one of the most crucial gene fragments of the broodmother, the Spiderfoot Mother, within the Void Supply Dungeon. Even in the absence of a fungal carpet, the Spiderfoot Mother can traverse swiftly. Should he augment her gene sequence with healing fragments such as the Healing Mother, he would effectively have a mobile medic at his disposal, rendering his entire troop composition more comprehensive. Once he had finalized his gene sequences, Zhou opened the gene fragment catalog. Chapter 75. King Bug and Queen Bug. Due to the large size of the genetic fragment directory image, Zhou refrained from fully opening it, wary of being accused of padding his word count. Instead, he entered a few key terms to search for the genetic fragments he desired. After all, he was quite familiar with the genetic fragment repository of the Chuanyu Pavilion. Soon enough, he located the fragments he sought within the directory. Genetic fragment, light sac king bug, grade, green, excellent description, upon use. It allows an egg of the king bug to evolve into a light sac king bug, and within your race. It serves as an evolution template for the king bug kin. Effect, acquires the special skill Elastic Helium Sac. Elastic Helium Sac increases movement speed for 10 seconds and enhances resistance to speed reduction by 50. With this genetic fragment, Zhou's king bug would not only experience a boost in speed, but even when activating the skill of super distance vision, its movement speed would not be significantly diminished. In terms of mobility, his king bug would reach new heights. Genetic fragment, healing queen bug, grade, green, excellent description, upon use. It allows an egg of the queen bug to evolve into a healing queen bug and serves as an evolution template for the queen bug kin within your race. Effect, acquires the special skill Active Bacterial Enzyme. Active Bacterial Enzyme enhances the life recovery efficiency of allies on the fungal carpet for 1 second. By integrating this genetic fragment, the fungal carpet produced by Zhou's queen bug would provide additional life recovery efficiency for allies. This perfectly complements Zhou's own toxic nest skill. Once this genetic fragment is integrated, his toxic nest, which can disregard terrain deployment, would transform into a buff device that enhances healing at any location, dealing damage to enemies while restoring health to allies. This is true versatility. These 2 fragments shall suffice. After selecting the genetic fragments, Zhou sent the information of these 2 fragments along with the genetic sequences of the king bug and queen bug to Bai Mingyu. Soon, a message from Bai Mingyu arrived. You may choose a higher grade genetic fragment. All the valuable resources of the human race are currently available to you. Zhou smiled slightly and typed back a few words. No, these are quite satisfactory. After sending the message, Zhou closed the main brain interface. Reclining on the sofa to stretch his body, There is no best choice, only the most suitable one. For him at this moment, these selections of genetic fragments and sequences were indeed the most fitting. I respect your choice. The genetic sequences will be sent to your home address in due time. And shortly, your account will receive the reward funds. Please check. With this message from Manga, Jojua's main brain signaled another notification. Ding! Your worm pay has received 1,000 star, or, current balance, 1106 star, Oregon. Seeing his account swell once more, Jojua sighed. Alas, I remain poor. After all, this amount of star, or is far too scarce for hatching eggs in reality. The star mine at 1106 is unable to sustain even its population of 110. Even if one were to invest all resources into hatching the least expensive jump insects, which require merely 60 star mines, only 18 units could be produced, occupying just 18 population slots. To completely fill the population, the requisite resources are indeed astronomical. This statement clearly reflects your exceptional capabilities. After satisfying his hunger, Gao Tian wiped his mouth and, with a hint of exasperation, remarked to Jojua, given your achievements in that void supply, the sudden expansion of population capacity cannot be fulfilled without several tens of thousands of star mines, not to mention the need for a well-balanced formation. As he spoke, Gao Tian signaled for the waiter to settle the bill, preparing to leave the underwater establishment with Jojua. If you find yourself in need of star mines, feel free to speak with my father. Our families share a strong bond, and a few thousand star mines should not pose a problem. Jojua donned his coat and shook his head in response. No, it's fine. Currently, Uncle Gao's mining sources are facing issues, and star mine resources are likely scarce. Besides, my army is sufficiently equipped for the time being. Jojua refrained from disclosing his acquisition of Redstone 3 until he could thoroughly resolve the predicament surrounding Redstone 3. It was prudent to keep this hot potato close at hand. Sensing Jojua's stubbornness and consideration for his family's circumstances, Gao Tian resignedly shrugged and continued. Very well. Let us head to your home. It's time to tidy up a bit. Upon returning to Jojua's residence, they dedicated an entire afternoon to cleaning the living room and Jojua's room. As night fell, Gao Tian, panting and exhausted, boarded the vehicle sent by Lu Bo to take Jojua home, returning to the Gao family, especially when Jojua declined to accompany her back to the Gao household. She observed Lu Bo's disappointed expression, which seemed to convey that waiting should not lead to regret. Once Gao Tian departed, the doorbell of Jojua's residence rang shortly thereafter. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a plainly dressed disaster messenger. Greetings, Falcon Wind Express. After accepting 2 large boxes from the messenger, Jojua bid farewell and eagerly carried the boxes back to his room. His army had been yearning for sustenance. With a slight smile, he transported the boxes into his spatial device. Familiar with the process, Jojua utilized the genetic sequences of the king insect and the queen insect, receiving the familiar notification from the mainframe. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully unlocked the Yichong king insect. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully unlocked the Yichong queen insect. After fully unlocking the genetic sequences of the king insect and the queen insect, Jojua spent 100 star mines and 150 star mines, respectively, to produce these 2 types of Yichong. Following the consecutive notification sounds, 2 glowing green insect eggs appeared before Jojua. Compared to the previous worker bee and jump insect eggs, the 2 eggs before him were noticeably larger. The eggs of the queen insect tower a meter high, while the king insect's eggs reach an impressive height of 1.5 meters, nearly brushing against Zhou Zhao's chest. Above these 2 eggs, timers resembling countdown clocks are prominently displayed. Queen insect, 600 seconds, king insect, 300 seconds. The queen insect requires 10 minutes for hatching, while the king insect has a slightly shorter incubation period of merely 5 minutes. Gazing at the seemingly interminable wait, Zhou Zhao couldn't help but muse that such hatching times are indeed normal. After all, the rapid hatching genes found in creatures like the splitter insect and the twin spirit bee can only be associated with relatively simple genetic sequences of certain aberrant insects. In my previous life, even after unifying the Zerg race, I failed to collect premium genes that facilitate instant hatching for any aberrant insects beyond these 2 types. Nonetheless, there are methods to accelerate the hatching process, although they require initial contact with the swamp scorpion species. Shaking his head to dispel the distracting thoughts, Zhou Zhao settled down to patiently await the emergence of these 2 eggs. Chapter 76. Formation of the army. 5 minutes later, the king insect hatched first. Its massive, pale purple, spherical body slowly floated in midair, with several limp appendages dangling from its abdomen. On either side of its upper body, 2 enormous pincers were present, though they had devolved into mere ornamental features, possessing no offensive capability, serving only the most basic purpose of intimidation. This is the king insect of the Zerg race. Devoid of any combat abilities, its sole utility lies in its capacity to float in the air, providing a vantage point. This ability to float is its only means of survival, shielding it from ground-based melee attacks. Upon witnessing the king insect's emergence, Zhou Zhao retrieved 3 gene fragments: blue excellent gene fragment, compound eye insect; green superior gene fragment, light sac king insect; green superior gene fragment, surveillance eye. He proceeded to use them. As he selected to use all 3 gene fragments simultaneously, the mainframe emitted a series of alert sounds. Ding. The heart of the swarm has detected a new evolution sequence fragment for the king insect and is beginning its analysis. Ding. Your king insect gene sequence has successfully fused with the gene fragments, compound eye insect, light sac king insect, and surveillance eye, completing the gene sequence repair. Your king insect has evolved into the surveillance shadow. Soon, the 3 gene fragments began to merge. transforming into a blue and two green streaks of light that penetrated the king insect's body. In an instant, the entire form of the king insect morphed into a chrysalis resembling a translucent green cocoon suspended in midair. The previously somewhat shriveled cocoon quickly swelled, as if a gas-generating mechanism was at work within. When the cocoon expanded to a size of 2 meters, it suddenly burst open, revealing a brand new organism within. Utilizing the heart of the swarm, Zhou Zhao carefully examined the attributes of a newly named Surveillance Shadow King insect. Species, Surveillance Shadow description, requires 100 star minerals, consumes 5 minutes for cultivation. Capable of hatching 1 king insect, occupying 2 population supply. Rank, blue rare attack, 0 defense, 0 health, 200, regeneration, 1 minute, attack speed, 0 movement speed, 15s vision radius, 50 skill, extended vision, upon activation. Movement speed is reduced by 80, while detection radius increases to 200. After evolving into the Watcher Shadow, the king worm's movement speed triples. Its body slightly enlarges, and with appendages hanging downwards, it reaches a length of 3 meters. The coloration deepens to a dark purple, providing a natural camouflage in the night. Numerous small eyes emerge from the folds of skin along its sides, making it a boon for those with a fear of the densely clustered. Furthermore, due to the influence of the swarm's heart, the king worm's affinity towards Zhou Zhuo rises to 100. Upon hatching, it immediately flies towards Zhou Zhuo. Observing this, Zhou Zhuo reluctantly extends his hand to briefly shake the large claw of the Watcher Shadow, patting its helium storage, which serves as its flight sac, thus placating its gesture of goodwill. If conditions permit in the future, I shall seek out several genetic fragments to enhance its appearance. With a smile, Zhou Zhuo watches the Watcher Shadow drift towards a distant corner. However, as he notices many eyes lingering on him with reluctance, a chill runs down his spine. Should I be resting within the spatial device, awakening unprepared to encounter this creature, it would surely startle me to the point of fainting. Indeed, while the Watcher Shadow appears quite terrifying, its practicality far surpasses that of other king worms. Although its base attributes do not show significant improvement in terms of versatility, my king worm has become invincible. Having made this judgment, Zhou Zhuo turns his attention to the impending hatching of the queen worm's egg. Why not utilize it now? After reaching a decision, Zhou Zhuo retrieves 2 genetic fragments from nearby. Queen Blue Excellent Genetic Fragment, Arachnid Mother. Queen Green Superior Genetic Fragment, Healing Mother Worm. Upon merging these fragments into the queen's egg, the familiar voice of the mainframe is heard. Beep. The swarm's heart has detected a new evolutionary sequence, fragments, for the queen worm, commencing analysis. Beep. Your queen worm genetic sequence has successfully fused with genetic fragments, Arachnid Mother, and Healing Mother Worm, completing the genetic sequence repair. Your queen worm evolves into the Healing Arachnid Queen. As this notification resonates, the countdown of the queen worm's egg reaches its conclusion. With a pop, the sound of the egg cracking echoes, and before Zhou Zhuo stands the newly emerged queen worm. Its lower body boasts 8 robust arachnid legs, producing a faint clattering sound as they traverse the smooth surface of the spatial device. The webbed appendages at the base have regressed, no longer hindering the queen's mobility. Behind her, the external organ responsible for producing the fungal blanket tumor has transformed from a luminescent green to a rich emerald, the life energy contained within undoubtedly vast. Zhou Zhuo smiled faintly, casting his gaze upon the panel of the newly evolved creature. The Regenerative Spider Queen. Species, Regenerative Spider Queen description, requires 150 star minerals and a cultivation time of 10 minutes to hatch 1 queen, occupying a supply of 2 population. Grade, Rare Blue Attack, 4x2 defense, 0 health, 200, regenerates in 1 minute. Magic, 200, regenerates in 5 minutes. Attack speed, 1 second movement speed, 15 seconds skill. Mycelium tumor, consumes 25 points of magic to hatch a mycelium tumor, which will produce a mycelium field with a radius of 10 meters after 15 seconds. Mycelium. Allies situated on the mycelium regain health at a rate of 1 per second. Splendid. Observing the regenerative spider queen before him, Zhou Zhuo felt a genuine sense of joy within his heart. With the unit of the queen now unlocked, and coupled with these enhancements, he felt confident that he could venture alone into the 7 luminaries battlefield. Once the crucial royal worm and queen had both hatched and evolved, Zhou Zhuo sensed the formidable strength of his army. Having unlocked both the royal worm and the queen, along with the worker bees and jumping worm units, he would be able to recruit a greater variety of alien insects to his cause in the next dungeon expedition. With a broader smile, Zhou Zhuo turned his gaze toward the spatial device, focusing on the final gene fragment, Green Excellent Gene Fragment, Twin Spirit Bee. Without a hint of hesitation, he raised his hand and selected the usage interface, eager to evolve his worker bees once more. Before Zhou Zhuo, an unusual mainframe panel appeared. Ding. The Twin Spirit Bee gene fragment will increase the resource consumption of your worker bee units. Ding. Detected that you currently possess 4 worker bees. Merging this gene fragment requires an additional payment of 80 star minerals. 80 star minerals was not a hefty price. After choosing to proceed with the payment, the mainframe panel displayed the anticipated evolution. Ding. Your worker bees have successfully merged with the gene fragment, Twin Spirit Bee. The gene sequence has been repaired and perfected. As this notification resonated, the 4 regenerative energy bees before Zhou Zhuo gradually fell into slumber, subsequently coalescing into 4 eggs. In the next moment, these 4 eggs simultaneously cracked open, revealing a total of 8 regenerative energy bees. With 8 regenerative energy bees, 18 decay hunter worms, 1 surveillance shadow, and 1 regenerative spider queen. My army now possesses resource gathering, melee, ranged, and reconnaissance capabilities. My forces have effectively compensated for their weaknesses, and the next step is to enhance them comprehensively. Having observed his army, Zhou exhaled deeply, then turned and exited the spatial device. In the days that followed, aside from playing chess with Gao Tian, Zhou engaged with the swarm, issuing various evolutionary commands. Until 3 days later, when the holiday concluded, and Lu Chengno, 2 high school commenced once more. Chapter 77. Linda, Linju, Lin Yao. Early in the morning, as Zhou arrived at the entrance of Class F, he heard jubilant cheers emanating from within. Linda, you stepped on me. Linda, you are truly my savior. I declare. I am but the dog of class leader Linda. Listening to the resounding cries of excitement, Zhou gazed at his exuberant classmates before quietly returning to his seat by the window. He nudged the smiling Gao Tian beside him and inquired softly, what is happening? With an unchanging smile, Gao Tian retrieved a gift box from her spatial device, revealing a tube containing the genetic material for 10-star jump worm equipment. Leaning closer to Zhou, she whispered, the class monitor used her own points to purchase a set of jump worm equipment genes for everyone in the class. And they are 10-star quality. Zhou was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Gao Tian's words. This act of buying jump worm equipment genes for the entire class had not occurred in his previous life. Furthermore, a set of jump worm equipment genes originally cost 1,000 points. Even with a 10 discount during the novice recommendation in Yunlong Worm Valley, it still amounts to 900 points. With 30 students in the class, that totals a staggering 27,000 points. Once settled, Zhou turned his gaze towards Lin Yuru, expressing his confusion to Gao Tian. If I recall correctly, Lin Yuru has just over 5,000 points, doesn't she? Where did she acquire such funds? Yes, 5,213 points. I remember it clearly, Gao Tian affirmed. Casting a glance around before continuing in a hushed tone, the class monitor mentioned that her living expenses came through, granting her 50,000 points. However, I heard that the Lin family has recently been scrutinized by the Chuanyu Pavilion and is undergoing rectification. How could she have obtained so many points? As Gao Tian pondered this, she herself found it hard to believe. Even if her living expenses arrived, one would expect her first purchase to be something she personally desired. Yet, the class monitor chose to buy jump worm equipment genes for everyone first. Biting her lip, Gao Tian looked at Lin Yuru with a hint of admiration in her eyes. Out there, the purchase price for 10-star jump worm equipment is 12-star mines. And if resold, it could fetch at least 15-star mines. There are even buyers for 2-star price jump worm equipment. Roughly estimating, the class monitor's actions have cost her at least 9-star mines, possibly even more. Listening to Gao Tian's calculations, Zhou nodded in silence. The exchange rate of 1-star mine to 1,000 points, or 1,000 fragmented star mines, is a fixed reality in the realms. Yet, to acquire star mines, players must collect 10,000 points, or 10,000 fragmented star mines to exchange for a single star mine. The realms are exceedingly grim, almost outrageously so. However, to engage in even the most basic resource and point transactions, adherence to this rule is mandatory. Thus, Lin Yuru's selfless act of bestowing resources and points upon others is indeed a rarity in these realms. For Lin Yuru, 50,000 points is no trivial sum. Furrowing his brow, Zhou crossed his arms, gazing at the more than 20 individuals gathered at the podium in the distance. He sighed, resigned. No matter how abundant the resources may be, when divided among 30 individuals, there is little left to go around. Even minor issues, when concentrated among 30 people, should not be underestimated. Lin Yuru aspired to elevate the entire class with her limited resources, a rather daunting task. To uplift the collective proficiency of the class, it was imperative to address each individual's challenges. Only then could some of the prevailing predicaments be resolved. Consequently, when the next monthly assessment approached, certain strategies would necessitate a shift in perspective. Zhou, why are you late? As Lin Yuru called out, she rummaged through her belongings and exclaimed, Ah, found it. Here. This is for you. Just as Zhou contemplated his plans for the upcoming assessment, a familiar cheerful voice broke through his thoughts. Upon looking up, he saw Lin Yuru, extending a beautifully wrapped gift box towards him. Thank you, class leader. With a warm smile, Zhou accepted the gift and stored it within his spatial device. Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired 10-star jump bug equipment genes X5. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained a Crimson 10 population voucher X1. Once the mainframe completed the analysis of the items within the gift box, Zhou's brow subtly furrowed before quickly returning to its prior expression. The Crimson 10 population voucher was easily understandable. It was something Lin Yuru had promised to give him during the previous week of vacation. However, what did the 5 sets of jump bug equipment genes signify? Previously, Zhou appreciated Lin Yuru's egalitarian attitude towards his impoverished self and the affluent Gao Tian, fostering a sense of camaraderie. Yet now, the scales seemed to have tipped unfavorably. All right, everyone, please settle down. Just as a flicker of doubt arose within Zhou, Lin Yuru clapped her hands, commanding the class's attention. Our class has met the criteria for the class points competition and has shed the label of a remedial class. The school will soon assign us a new teacher. Once the new teacher arrives, we must commit ourselves to our studies. Let us strive for excellent results in next year's college entrance examinations. Everyone shall attend university. Upon hearing Lin Yuru's words, the class erupted with enthusiasm. Oh, we finally have a teacher. We can finally commence learning. I love learning. I've self-studied 5 years among worlds, 3 years of the insect race to tatters. Will I finally have a teacher to guide me? This book is better off discarded. The last exuberant student, in a fit of excitement, tore the book to shreds and fed it to a nearby jump bug. Amidst the collective excitement, a puzzled voice emerged. Class leader. Didn't a group of seniors from Luching University visit yesterday? Surely the school isn't assigning us a few intern teachers? At this remark, the jubilant atmosphere in the classroom came to an abrupt halt. An intern teacher? To be assigned one who was merely an intern? What could such a teacher impart? It would be better to self-study. Just then, a woman clad in a sleek black OL attire strode confidently to the podium of Class F, standing resolutely beside Lin Yuru. Now, everyone has returned to their seats, preparing to commence the class. After uttering this statement, the woman clad in a fitted OL professional outfit turned to Lin Yuru beside her and gently said, "Class monitor, please take your seat." The students gazed at the teacher who had suddenly entered, their eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at the two individuals on the podium, both remarkably similar in appearance. How could there be two Lindas? Wait, look closely. One is Linda, and the other is Linju. Wow, your eyes are sharp. Oh my. The sister looks so impressive. Sister, look at me. This teacher clearly knows how to teach. As for the book, let it be, little darling. Just swallow what you've spat out again. I no longer need it. At that moment, a cool voice echoed from outside. Shuahan, teach well. I shall take my leave now. All right, elder sister, you may go. The crowd's gaze followed the voice, their eyes widening even further. Wow, another Lin Su appears. You really are a genius at naming. Upon hearing the murmurs from the class, the taller woman in the fitted OL attire, Lin Ju, frowned and placed the book on the podium. Suddenly, a portal opened beside her. Lin Ju then addressed the audacious student who had just spoken, her tone sharp. You, the one whose face resembles a garlic-headed turtle, now enter the Amin Mountain Dungeon, run 5 kilometers along the mountain path, and return. Furthermore, from this day forth, I am your teacher, Lin Shuahan. The other students, excluding Gao Tian, looked delighted and stood up in unison, exclaiming, "Good day, teacher." Chapter 78. What brings you to me? Thus, due to mutations, the ovipositor of the insect queen can no longer lay eggs. Instead, it has enhanced the secretion of globulin tissues, which can be used to produce fungal blanket tumors, rendering normal reproduction impossible. Ding ding ding. Class dismissed. The joyous moments are always fleeting. Just as the students were eager to hear what came next, the class bell rang, signaling noon. Lin Shuahan gathered her books and exited without the slightest delay. However, upon reaching the door, she seemed to recall something and turned back to address the class. Due to the overall weakness of the class's capabilities, lacking both theory and practical experience, I have applied to the school for a 5-day break for you all. At that time, everyone will enter the 7 luminaries battlefield. No procrastination allowed. Class monitor, step out for a moment. With that, Lin Shuahan vanished from the entrance of Class F. While Lin Yuru called out to Zhozhua, Vice monitor, please wipe the blackboard. I'll go ask Teacher Air what the matter is. Watching the two rush out of the classroom, Zhozhua stretched lazily, then rose from his seat to wipe the blackboard. The new teacher teaches remarkably well. I didn't miss a single word. I remembered everything. She called my name 8 times, there's no doubt about it. Indeed, the key points were clear, and my attention was glued to that blackboard the entire time. Moreover, Teacher Lin spoke with great depth. My thoughts remained captivated by the highlights she emphasized. A few diligent male classmates, seated in a circle, wore serious expressions as they exchanged their insights on their studies. After a brief moment of silence, they all broke into knowing smiles. Listening to the discussions of their peers engaged in a roundtable meeting behind him, Zhozhua sighed, pondering, this class is hopeless. Not a single crucial concept has been absorbed, yet every irrelevant detail has been noted. He recalled Lin Ju's comments, but couldn't quite remember. All he could think of was that the teacher had granted them a 5-day break. But why wait 5 days to give us 5 days off? Having wiped the blackboard clean, Zhozhua returned to his seat, casting a glance at Gao Tian, who was drenched in sweat and trembling. He reached into his belongings and procured a can of Red Bull, tossing it into Gao Tian's hands with a teasing remark. It was only 5 kilometers. You've spent all morning and you're already this exhausted? Why are you so weak? Gao Tian accepted the energy drink and, upon cracking it open, guzzled it down with fervor. Ah, refreshing. After finishing the drink, he frowned at Zhozhua, retorting, it's easy for you to say. That was a mountain trail. 5 kilometers, mind you, refers to the straight line distance from the foot to the summit. There were countless twists and turns. I could have collapsed. With a sigh, Zhozhua turned his attention away from the nearly lifeless Gao Tian and opened his attribute panel. Name, Zhozhua level, 1 experience, 536,000, population, 14110. His experience had surged from 0 to 500. A rate of progress that was nothing short of extraordinary. Merely attending the morning lecture had granted him 500 experience points. Given that a typical individual awakens an F-level talent requiring 4,000 experience points, it would take just 8 classes, or 4 days, to ascend to level 2. Lin's second sister had mentioned entering the 7-phase battlefield after 5 days, presumably to ensure that everyone possesses at least 2 assignable attribute points before their entry. Zhozhua nodded appreciatively, reflecting on Lin Shuahan's exceptional teaching quality. Gaining 500 experience points from a single class was a remarkable value, surpassing even that of Class A's educational standards. Prior to the competition in the Yunlan Insect Valley, each class had a month to prepare, and Class A amassed over 20,000 experience points in that time, allowing even those with F-level talents to reach level 3, starting with at least 3 points of free attribute bonuses. This contributed to Class A's overall competence, yet even so, the teachers in Class A could only provide just over 800 experience points in a day. In stark contrast, Lin Shuahan's instruction yielded an impressive 1,000 experience points daily. The disparity in teaching quality was evident, with a month remaining before the next monthly examination. Even if he did not enter the battlefield, the experience he earned in daily life would not suffice to reach level 2 before the exam. Not to mention the fact that experience points would reset upon exiting the 7-phase battlefield. Reflecting on this, Joshua couldn't help but shake his head, lamenting, "It's all because my talent tier is too high." With a sigh, Joshua awaited Gao Tian's strength to be restored before dragging him along for lunch. Wait. Slow down. My legs hurt. Ouch. Old Joe, you rascal, do you dare to strike my legs again? Half supporting Gao Tian, Joshua made his way to the dining hall. He cast a glance at Lin Xuahan, who was dining with Lin Yuru in the distance. And an immature thought flickered in his mind. I wonder if I could persuade the second sister of the Lin family to offer me some tutoring after school, to enhance my daily learning experience. Shaking his head to dispel the thought, Joshua assessed, with my current talent, the initial attribute points obtained from entering the instance have already reached a commendable 9. Coupled with the combat prowess of my army, I certainly do not lack this bit of experience. After assisting Gao Tian to a seat in the dining hall, Joshua had barely settled when an irate voice emerged from beside him. Is that really you? Recognizing the somewhat familiar voice, Joshua turned to see an old acquaintance. Gao Tian, upon seeing this person, sprawled across the chair, his head tilted as he stared at the unexpected visitor. Oh? ISNT this the esteemed class leader of Class A? What brings you to our humble dining hall? Infuriated by the sarcastic tone, Lin Yuan turned away only to find Gao Tian, and his face paled, his words abruptly halted. You. Upon spotting Gao Tian, Lin Yuan struggled to complete his sentence. After the instant settlement in the Yunlan Bug Valley, this fellow, whom he deemed contemptible, had scored 4 times his own points. In terms of strength, he indeed fell short. Consequently, Lin Yuan's hostility diminished. Yet his pride as a significant heir of the Lin family compelled him to muster the courage to provoke. This has nothing to do with you. I am looking for him, that useless one. Hey, mind your language. Who are you cursing? Gao Tian, enduring the ache in his legs, stood up to confront Joshua, but was halted by Joshua's outstretched hand. It's fine, sit down. Are your legs no longer sore? Joshua rose, gazing down at Lin Yuan, who was shorter than him, and inquired, what business do you have with me? Chapter 79. Hierarchical relationships. Seeing that Gao Tian did not approach to speak, Lin Yuan thought this was a one-on-one showdown, which bolstered his confidence. I advise you to keep your distance from Bai Xianzi. She is not someone of your caliber. Understand? Joshua crossed his arms, looking down at Lin Yuan, who resembled a foolish son of a landlord, and chuckled as he shook his head. I do not understand. These terse words further infuriated Lin Yuan. He detested conversing with such ignorant fools, especially those who failed to recognize their own standing. Immediately, Lin Yuan rolled up his sleeves, placed his hands on his hips, and tilted his head defiantly at Joshua. You, aren't you just a candidate for the Chunyu Pavilion? You haven't truly entered it. What do you think your relationship with Bai Xianzi is? Upon hearing Lin Yuan's inquiry, Joshua pondered briefly before sincerely responding. A hierarchical relationship. Joshua's sincere response seemingly satisfied Lin Yuan, prompting him to cross his arms and wear a pleased expression. It's good to know. No matter how you two try to maintain a facade, you are merely superior and subordinate. The disparity in status is akin to that of clouds and mud. Recognize your own standing. Do not embarrass yourself by constantly stepping forward. At that moment, a cool voice suddenly interrupted Lin Yuan's discourse. Upon hearing it, Lin Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. He turned around with an unpleasant countenance, fixating on Lin Xuahan, and retorted with dissatisfaction. What do you want? Did I not already greet you at father's behest? At this juncture, Lin Xuahan, having finished her meal with Lin Yuru, approached Joshua, casting a disapproving gaze at Lin Yuan as she spoke. Did father not advise you to mind your words when you were released by eldest sister? Upon hearing Lin Xuahan's words, Lin Yuan's temper flared. As if someone had stepped on his tail, he leapt to his feet. Are you ever going to stop? My greeting to you was out of respect for father. Do not assume that Lin Bingyun used some vile means to usurp my father's position, rendering you triumphant. Even if the tiger is not on the mountain, Lin Bingyun cannot claim the throne. The Lin family will forever belong to my father. As he uttered these words, a hint of red glimmered in Lin Yuan's eyes, clearly indicating his discomfort regarding his father's diminishing power. Observing the disapproving stares from those around him, Lin Yuan's mood soured instantly. Do not look at me like that. Do not regard me with disdain. After spitting on the ground in frustration, Lin Yuan stormed out, angrily proclaiming, remember this. There is no place for people like you in the Lin family. The Lin family will always belong to my father. Always. Once Lin Yuan had distanced himself, Lin Yuru hurriedly moved to the restaurant entrance, retrieving a mop to clean the mess on the floor. While apologizing to Joshua, I am truly sorry, Joshua. My third brother has a poor temperament. I apologize on his behalf. Please do not take it to heart. After tidying the floor, Lin Yuru skillfully took the mop to wash it. Once Lin Yuru had left, Lin Xuahan turned to Joshua, slightly nodding in apology. My younger brother is rather foolish. Please do not hold it against him. Joshua gazed at Lin Xuahan with a smile, his tone gentle. It is said that engaging with a dog will never elevate one to great heights. This is something you, second sister, have articulated. Lin Xuahan opened her mouth, wishing to say more, but ultimately chose to remain silent. When Lin Yuru returned, Lin Xuahan spoke again. I apologize for the family matters that have disturbed your meal. Allow me to treat you. Joshua pondered briefly, recalling that during his last visit to the Lin family, they had promised a feast, which he had not partaken in. It seemed this time he might be able to enjoy a complimentary meal. However, at that moment, Gao Tian interjected. No need, Lin teacher. My legs still tremble at the sight of you, and I am hesitant to partake in your meal. I can share with Joshua. It's no trouble at all. As Gao Tian spoke, he cast furtive glances at Joshua. A flicker of doubt arose in Joshua's mind, yet he understood the implication and nodded before gently declining. Indeed, Xiao Tian wouldn't dare to dine with a beauty. So sister too, you may invite me alone. Joshua's intention was clear. He still wished to share a meal with me. Teacher Lin, you and the class monitor may head back first. Before Joshua could finish his sentence, Gao Tian covered his mouth. With a cheerful demeanor, Gao Tian bid farewell to Lin Xuahan and Lin Yuru. Lin Yuru nodded in agreement and, addressing Joshua, who was muted, said, all right. We shall arrange for the next time. It's settled. Joshua nodded in response. MHM, Lin Xuahan. Farewell. Joshua, MHM. Once the two ladies from the Lin family had distanced themselves, Gao Tian finally released her hand. Joshua wiped his mouth with his sleeve, expressing his distaste. Do you have sweaty feet? Gao Tian was taken aback and actually glanced at her feet, mumbling that it was odorless, before realizing, Joshua, with an innocent expression, sat beside Gao Tian, opened the menu interface, and inquired, so, what's on your mind? At that moment, Gao Tian's sweaty foot pressed against Joshua's hand, and with a mischievous grin, she declared, who are we to each other? No need to order. Old Joe, it's on me. Observing Gao Tian's demeanor, Joshua squinted at her. What's this sudden generosity about? What's the catch? Gao Tian chuckled. What catch could there be? After quickly ordering 3 dishes and a soup, she nudged Joshua with her elbow and quietly asked, Old Joe, do you know about the Seven Suns battlefield that Linja mentioned? Joshua raised an eyebrow, looking at Gao Tian. Why do you ask me about that? Upon hearing that Joshua didn't dismiss the question, Gao Tian immediately understood and smiled. Aren't we heading to the Seven Suns battlefield in a few days? Last time, I barely managed to show off but got overshadowed by the class monitor, and I felt a bit dissatisfied. So I wanted to ask you about the Seven Suns battlefield. My father has been preoccupied with matters regarding the mining star lately, and I didn't want to disturb him, so I thought I'd deconsult you, hoping you, as a candidate from the Chuanyu Pavilion, might have some insider information. Seeing Gao Tian's determined expression to flaunt, Joshua resignedly replied, the Seven Suns battlefield can be broadly categorized into 7 attributes representing a technology tree: strength, thunder, agility, wind, intelligence, ice, spirit, water, constitution, fire, vitality, grass, and resilience, rock, each divided into distinct battlefields. If we were to envision the Seven Suns battlefield as a circle, each battlefield could be imagined as a sector formed by equal divisions of the circumference leading to the central point. At this juncture, Gao Tian's meal and soup were ready. Joshua seized an empty bowl, casually balancing 7 chopsticks atop it, with one end resting at the center and the other at the edge, dividing the bowl's surface into 7 portions, and continued to illustrate. In the entirety of the Seven Suns battlefield, the strength of the monsters resembles the curvature of this bowl. The closer they are to the center, the less they are influenced by elemental forces, and consequently, their power diminishes. The innermost position is commonly referred to as the safe zone. Upon hearing Joshua's description, Gao Tian pointed at the rim of the bowl and spoke. If that's the case, then the further we are from the center, the greater the elemental influence on the monsters. Does that mean their strength increases correspondingly? Joshua nodded affirmatively, stating, indeed, however, there is a crucial point that requires our attention first. After retrieving the chopsticks from the bowl, Joshua presented the empty vessel to Gao Tian, saying, I am hungry. Please serve me some rice. Chapter 80. The 7 luminaries battlefield. Once both of them had satiated their hunger, Gao Tian summoned a jumping insect from his spatial device and inquired, pointing at the patterns on its body. After utilizing the jumping insect equipment gene provided by Linda, these faintly appearing patterns emerged. Is our objective in the 7 luminaries battlefield to defeat monsters and acquire materials to enhance these patterns? Correct, Joshua replied, wiping his mouth and gently stroking the jumping insect nestled in Gao Tian's arms. The monsters across various battlefields in the 7 luminaries battlefield are influenced by the terrain's properties, endowing them with corresponding attributes. By vanquishing these creatures, we can obtain materials. Lin Lauscher mentioned granting us a 5-day leave, which, if I am not mistaken, corresponds to the 5 attributes of the 5-piece jumping insect equipment set. The jumping insect seemed to find Joshua's touch comforting, and it nestled into his embrace. Joshua gazed at the creature and continued, in the 7 luminaries battlefield, everyone is devoid of a defensive stronghold. The only reliance we have is upon our companions. Therefore, when we enter the battlefield, ensure that your companions are summoned to their fullest, as this will enhance our safety. Upon hearing this, Gao Tian was taken aback. No stronghold. Does that mean we lack a source of resources? How then shall we expand our forces within the 7 luminaries battlefield? Joshua turned to gaze intently at Gao Tian, uttering a single word, kill. The resources within the 7 luminaries battlefield can only be acquired by defeating foes. At this juncture, Joshua took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. The authenticity of the 7 luminaries battlefield closely resembles that of a genuine battlefield. There are no larvae, no resources, and the population cap does not artificially inflate. The only distinction from a real battlefield lies in one aspect. The death of companions does not affect the quantity of companions in reality. However, reviving a fallen companion still requires a cost of 50 resources. Gulp. The ability to revive is indeed reassuring, lending a semblance of a battlefield, Gao Tian remarked, swallowing hard as he gazed at the jumping insect, which had unknowingly burrowed into Joshua's embrace, rubbing against his chest. Facing a monster of a single attribute each day seems quite formidable, yet with so many people in our class, I wonder if we can secure enough. While absent-mindedly stroking the jumping insect, Joshua reassured him, fear not, We have 5 days at our disposal. Even if we focus on just one attribute each day, our entire class will yield dozens of sets of jumping insect equipment genes, which will undoubtedly suffice. The only concern is that my own jumping insect equipment gene may not be fully utilized. After all, Zhozhua possessed a total of 505 sets of 10-star jumping insect equipment genes, more than enough to arm 515 decay hunting insects. Such demand is on an entirely different scale. Originally, Zhozhua intended to seek opportunities to enter the 7 stars battlefield to gather materials diligently. However, to his surprise, the second daughter of the Lin family had negotiated with the school to open the 7 stars battlefield exclusively for Class F. This development alleviated some of Zhozhua's burdens, as it meant he and Gao Tian could finally team up to explore the realms together with unrestrained joy. Listening to Gao Tian's excited chatter, Zhozhua found himself reminiscing about the words Gao Tian had expressed upon his return from the other world. With a gentle smile, he shook his head and remarked, "The 7 stars battlefield is unlike a conventional instance. Its internal space is chaotic. Without adequate protective measures, even if we enter one after the other, we could find ourselves separated by vast distances." Upon hearing Zhozhua's description, Gao Tian let out a resigned chuckle. "Then we can only wish each other well." After a sigh, a confident smile spread across Gao Tian's face. "I can hardly wait to see the 7 stars battlefield." Zhozhua rose from his seat, responding, "Rest assured, we shall be there soon, in just 5 days." Once they had washed the dishes, with Zhozhua's assistance, they returned to Class F. After a brief respite, they resumed their studies for the afternoon. Time slipped by quietly during these leisurely hours until the arrival of the 5th day. On the 4th day, every student in Class F, even those with the least talent, successfully advanced to level 2, gaining 2 free attribute points to allocate upon entering the instance. Nonetheless, Lin Xuahan remained committed to her role as a teacher, to ensure that no one slacked off during class and missed out on experience points. She dedicated the 5th day to instruction, enlightening the class with a wealth of knowledge. As the bell rang, a portal materialized on the podium of Class F. Upon entering the 7 stars battlefield, you will be randomly teleported to various locations. Let us regroup as soon as possible. After the class bell rang, Lin Xuahan retrieved a white, round spore from her spatial device. Observing the white spore in Lin Xuahan's hand, Zhozhua narrowed his eyes, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. What a grand gesture. Taken aback by Zhozhua's comment, Gao Tian whispered, "What is that object that resembles a small bond?" Zhozhua shook his head, gesturing towards Lin Xuahan, prompting Gao Tian to quiet down and prepare to listen to Lin Xuahan's explanation. Lin Xuahan began, "This is called a parasitic seed, a product of other races from various realms. Once worn, it creates a link between us, allowing us to remain within a distance of 10,000 meters. Afterward, Lin Xuahan affixed the parasitic seed to her chest and retrieved 30 smaller white spores from her spatial device. Class monitor, please distribute these," she instructed. Lin Yuru obediently approached Lin Xuahan to receive the white spores, distributing them among the other students in the class. Upon Lin Yuru adorning the final spore upon herself, Lin Xuahan continued her elucidation. "I am a 5th-tier warrior of the Crimson Bronze rank, the most formidable among our team. Thus, when we are teleported, we shall be positioned near the area befitting my strength. Once we enter the 7 luminaries battlefield, you must swiftly converge and establish an effective defense. I will safeguard your journey to approximately the location designated for a 1st-tier Crimson Bronze warrior, at which point I shall refrain from intervening. Do you understand?" The members of Class F, intrigued, eagerly prepared themselves. Understood. Once she confirmed everyone's readiness, Lin Xuahan commanded the assembled group, "Everyone, let us depart." Subsequently, each member of Class F lined up and proceeded into the teleportation portal. As Zhozhua stepped through the portal into the 7 luminaries battlefield, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. "Ding. Welcome, 2nd-tier human player Ping Liduo, to the instance, 7 luminaries battlefield." Chapter 81. Ready to strike Class A of Lu City No. 2 High School. Xiao Yuan. This is rather inappropriate, isn't it? In a class of merely 10 students, a bespectacled middle-aged man addressed the boy before him. "After all, your 2nd sister and 4th sister are present, despite the tenuous blood ties. They are still your father's lineage. Heed Uncle Zhang's advice. It would be wise to reconsider." Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Lin Yuan's brows furrowed in conflict as he gazed at a device in his hand, an energy launcher, hesitating to issue a command, yet maintaining his obstinacy. "They are not my 2nd and 4th sisters. Principal Zhang, remember, they are merely a mistake of my father. I am the rightful heir." Upon uttering these words, Principal Zhang could not help but reply, "Regardless, the investigation's findings have yet to be revealed. Your father is certainly wronged, and the matters of power division may not genuinely pertain to your sisters. Is this course of action not rather extreme?" Lin Yuan, who had yet to solidify his resolve, became even more resolute upon hearing Principal Zhang invoke his father's name. Even if there is no connection with those two, it must certainly involve Lin Bingyun. Enough of this. Open the portal. I shall show them my prowess. They will learn the might of the swarm and face the consequences. I know what I am doing. Even if they perish in the 7 luminaries battlefield, it will not affect reality. You need not instruct me. Moreover, if they die, must I perish as well? I am willing to exchange my life for theirs. Let us see who outlasts whom. Open it." Unable to dissuade Lin Yuan, Principal Zhang sighed helplessly and then waved his hand, opening a portal identical to that of Class F. After activating the portal, he adjusted his glasses, the uncomfortable expression on his face inexplicably lightening. "Xiao Yuan, remember, as members of the human race, we ought to cherish our kin." Lin Yuan snorted dismissively, gesturing grandly. If Class F dares to enter the 7 Luminaries battlefield trial early, so too shall Class A, and we shall do so with even greater ferocity. Trust me, and follow me into the fray." Upon hearing Lin Yuan's declaration, the 9 classmates behind him resolutely followed in his wake, stepping together into the portal of the 7 Luminaries battlefield. Once Lin Yuan and the other 9 from Class A vanished, Principal Zhang's expression swiftly turned neutral. He then activated the main interface, commencing communication with the person on the other end. "Bing Yun, I have already persuaded Xiao Yuan. He is as stubborn as his father. Rest assured, I have watched you all grow up. I have adjusted the psychic energy transmitter to operate at merely 10 capacity. There should be no issues. However, your method of training your younger siblings seems rather harsh. Haha, I digress. Beep. It has been detected that you possess star, ore, and your population is not at full capacity. Would you like to purchase larvae to supplement your population?" With the familiar prompt echoing, Zhou Zhuo was met with a familiar main interface. Worker B, Energy Replenishing B, price, 70 star or Jump Worm, Decaying Hunter Worm, price, 60 star or King Worm, Surveillance Shadow, price, 100 star or Queen Worm, Healing Spider Queen, price, 150 star or gazing at the interface designed to entice him into spending. Zhou Zhuo could only smile wryly. "I currently possess only 776 star, or expanding my army seems a distant dream. Moreover, entering the 7 Luminaries battlefield was not my intention, and with others present, it would be prudent not to reveal all my resources at once. However, if I had a larger army, I could execute split operations." Resolute in his thoughts, Zhou Zhuo invested all his star or into the various realms. He spent 100 star or to expand 1 king worm larva and 660 star or to expand 11 jump worm larvae. In an instant, he created an army comprising 13 population units. Subsequently, from his spatial device, he summoned 1 healing spider queen, positioning it alongside the decaying hunter worms to safeguard the hatching surveillance shadow. "Let this unit eliminate some enemy forces for me," he thought, closing his eyes slightly to immerse his mind within the map, studying it intently. At present, he found himself at the intersection of the fire and grass battlefields within the 7 Luminaries battlefield, on a plain terrain where the monsters exhibited significant growth in both physical and vitality attributes. This indicated that the monsters were quite resilient. It was fortunate that the elements required for the 5-piece set of the jump worm equipment were present, and the threat was manageable. After confirming his location, Zhou Zhuo gazed at the pitch-black map, where 30 white light points emerged. These 30 light points represented the other 30 individuals, aside from himself. The 29 smaller light points clustered closely together, representing his classmates. Zhou Zhuo was not too far from those light points, merely about 2 kilometers away. However, approximately 8,000 meters behind him, there was a larger light point rapidly approaching his direction. Approximately 20 minutes later, it seems that the second sister of the Lin family is on her way to meet us. Upon reopening his eyes, Zhou Zhuo summoned the remnants of his combat forces, 18 corpse-feeding insects, and 1 Watcher Shadow. After the Watcher Shadow was summoned, it swiftly ascended at Zhou Zhuo's behest, expanding the surrounding field of vision while approaching the 29 luminous points. The moment the area was unveiled, Zhou Zhuo employed his venomous nest, initiating the placement of toxic tumors around him. With a peculiar sound resonating as the tumors took root in the once sturdy gray soil, vibrant green growths emerged. Yet, in a mere 10 seconds, the toxic tumors hatched, and with a soft pop, began to spread a fungal blanket outward. Observing the burgeoning mycelium, Zhou Zhuo assessed the situation. Not bad. The hue of the mycelium blends well with the land, forming a protective camouflage that won't attract immediate attention. He lifted his foot to test the texture of the mycelium beneath him, noting its distinct feel compared to the normal ground, and remarked, however, upon direct contact, one would certainly discern its peculiarity. Fortunately, the intelligence of the aberrant insects is rather low, rendering them oblivious to such details. Of course, Zhou Zhuo did not lay down the toxic tumors merely for the tactile experience. His intent was to broaden his field of vision. After all, if the Watcher Shadow moved, previously illuminated areas would revert to semi-darkness, providing little information beyond the terrain. Thus, establishing the toxic tumors was essential to solidifying his visibility. As long as these tumors remained undisturbed, they would continuously yield insight. Moreover, the toxic tumors would generate a vast expanse of mycelium capable of accelerating healing. With this mycelium in place, Zhou Zhuo's guerrilla unit had effectively established a small stronghold, allowing for swift recovery from injuries. Having made his assessment, Zhou Zhuo directed his remaining 18 corpse-feeding insects toward the gathering of the 29 light points. Meanwhile, the solitary healing spider remained on the land, while the 33 corpse-feeding insects awaited the hatching of the Watcher Shadow. Once it emerged, it would continue to execute Zhou Zhuo's commands to eliminate the enemy forces. Zhou Zhuo then accessed his attribute panel, prepared to allocate points. Chapter 82. The Cockroach of Xiaohuahua. Upon opening his attribute panel, Zhou Zhuo began the fundamental allocation of points. Level 1 experience 100,003 6000. Attributes: Worker B, Jumping Insect, Strength 5, Agility 0, Intelligence 0, Spirit 0, Constitution 0, Vitality 0. Resilience 0. Insect Monarch, Strength 4, Agility 0, Intelligence 0, Spirit 0, Constitution 0, Vitality 0. Resilience 0. King Insect. Due to Zhou Zhuo's current location at the intersection of the fire and grass battlefields, the enemy, influenced by the 7 stars, had only enhanced their health and health recovery efficiency. Therefore, Zhou Zhuo merely increased the strength attributes of the corpse-feeding insects and spider-legged insects. Moreover, The subordinates are influenced by the 7 celestial technology tree. Therefore, even with the division of free attribute points, the combat prowess of Zhou's battle unit subordinates remains remarkably formidable. Jump Bug, a variant of the Decayed Hunter Bug, rank, blue rare attack, 17 defense, 3 health, 45, regenerates in 2 minutes, attack speed, 14 seconds movement speed, 19 seconds Spider Queen, a variant of the Healing Spider Queen, rank, blue rare attack, 11 by 2 defense, 2 health, 210, regenerates in 2 minutes, magic, 201, regenerates in 5 minutes. Attack speed, 13 seconds movement speed, 18 seconds. The attack power of the Decayed Hunter Bug increased from 12 to 17. The Spider Queen's attack power rose from a baseline of 4, enhanced by the free attribute points and the benefits of the 7 celestial technology, directly elevating to 11. When calculating solely from a DPS perspective, the Spider Queen surpasses the Decayed Hunter Bug in potency. However, Zhou does not intend to bring the Spider Queen into battle alongside him. Instead, he plans to let her accompany the guerrilla squad to wreak havoc. Clenching his fists, Zhou's smile gradually transformed into one of confidence. The performance is about to commence. Having ventured only a short distance, under the watchful eye of the surveillance shadow, Zhou discerned a nearby white light. Hiss. As he approached the white light, the familiar hissing of alien insects echoed in his ears. Is someone engaged in battle? That sound resembles a cockroach. Listening to the slightly chaotic sounds in the distance, Zhou quickened his pace and jogged towards the white point. After scaling a low slope, familiar figures and insect shadows emerged before him. A boy with jet black hair, his school uniform tied around his waist, wore an awkward smile as he struggled to command 3 cockroaches defending against a swarm of 12 jump bugs. Above him, the familiar ID Xiaohuahua glowed. Zhou gazed at the jump bugs besieging Xiaohuahua, and the attributes of these jump bugs, enhanced by the 7 celestial battlefield properties, appeared before him. Species, jump bug description. Influenced by the weak properties of the 7 celestial battlefield's red tin, this jump bug has received attribute enhancements. Attack, 7 defense, 1 health, 80, regenerates in 4 minutes, attack speed, 1 second movement speed, 10 seconds. Other minor attribute enhancements may be overlooked for now. However, as the principal alien insect of the fire and grass celestial battlefields, this jump bug has attained substantial fortification in health and health regeneration. Originally, a typical jump bug possessed only 30 health points and a recovery time of 1 minute, but now, its health has surged to 80 points, more than double its previous total. Its regeneration rate has also been enhanced to 4 points per minute, allowing it to fully recover in a mere 20 minutes, bolstered by formidable vitality and vigor. The once diminutive jump bug, previously the size of a small dog and standing at merely 30 centimeters, has now nearly doubled in size, reaching an impressive height of almost 70 centimeters. The jumping insects, robust as young calves, may inflict minimal damage with each attack. Yet even Xiaohuahua's cockroaches cannot withstand such a relentless onslaught. Species, cockroach, the favored minions of Xiaohuahua. Description, requires 75-star minerals and 25 high-energy gas, consuming 6 minutes for cultivation, capable of hatching 1 cockroach. Attack, 16 defense, 2 health, 160, recovery, 2 minutes, attack speed, 0, 9 seconds movement speed, 9 seconds. These cockroaches, adorned in shades of deep black and purple, resemble colossal 4-legged king crabs as they rest upon the ground, their bodies encased in armor, brandishing 2 bone blades for melee combat. Originally, cockroaches were a sniping species that employed bile jets for ranged attacks. However, after being besieged by jumping insects, they instinctively retracted their vulnerable heads to protect themselves, resorting to close combat with their bone blades. Despite the emergence of such an advanced species from Xiaohuahua's eggs, the cockroaches exhibit a conspicuous weakness, a lack of mobility. Their agility and attack speed are markedly deficient. Even when a cockroach manages to inflict significant damage on a jumping insect, pushing it perilously close to defeat, the nimble creature can effortlessly evade the cockroach's reach and swiftly recover its health. Is it mere misfortune that befalls the foolish? Witnessing this dire situation akin to a frog slowly boiling in water, Zhou couldn't help but furrow his brow. After all, the jumping insects were numerous and could easily overwhelm the aging cockroaches. Moreover, the vitality of these insects was exceedingly high. Even if Xiaohuahua's cockroaches boasted formidable damage, they could not swiftly diminish the enemy's ranks. If he continued to observe this unfolding drama, it seemed inevitable that Xiaohuahua would face total annihilation. Thus, Zhou hastily dispatched his detritus hunting insects to assist in alleviating Xiaohuahua's plight. Charge! 18 detritus hunting insects, upon receiving the command, surged forward towards the enemy ranks. Roaring like unleashed wild dogs, Zhou's detritus hunting insects emitted intimidating growls, activating their ambush skill to swiftly close the distance to the enemy. From afar, Xiaohuahua, besieged, heard the roars of Zhou's insects and instantly felt a surge of joy upon realizing reinforcements had arrived. Yet, in an instant, worry clouded his expression as he shouted, "Old Zhou, don't come over. These jumping insects are formidable. Your insects are too fragile and could perish easily. Take a detour." However, before Xiaohuahua could finish his warning, the previously distant detritus hunting insects had, in the blink of an eye, reached his side. Ambush instantly unleashes a burst of 300 movement speed, charging towards the target, inflicting 1 instance of damage and causing 0.1 seconds of stun, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. Upon activating the ambush skill, Zhou's detritus hunting insects could momentarily triple their speed. What would ordinarily take 3 to 5 seconds to reach the battlefield transformed into a mere instant. They surged forth to collide with the enemy jumping insects, bestowing a stunning effect upon the hostile creatures. Under the astonished gaze of Xiao Huahua's humus hunting insects surged forward, swiftly aiding Xiao Huahua's cockroaches in breaking the encirclement. Seizing the opportunity presented by the disarray of the enemy lines, Xiao Huahua quickly regrouped his forces, orchestrating the cockroaches to deliver precise, long-range strikes, ensuring that not a single jumping insect could escape alive. Within a mere half-minute, the squad of 12 jumping insects was utterly annihilated, reduced to mere scattered fragments upon the ground. Having been rescued, Xiao Huahua stared blankly at the remnants on the ground, momentarily lost in the aftermath of his narrow escape. It was only when Zhou Zhuo approached that the astonishment on Xiao Huahua's face began to dissipate. Upon seeing Zhou Zhuo, Xiao Huahua embraced him with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "All sorted. Impressive work, old Zhou. You truly saved the day." However, before Xiao Huahua could finish his sentence, Zhou Zhuo gently interrupted him. "These jumping insects of yours are quite formidable, with damage output that is not to be underestimated," Xiao Huahua remarked, his eyes glimmering with a hint of envy as he gazed at the jumping insects surrounding Zhou Zhuo. "Even when facing those enhanced jumping insects, your squad suffered minimal losses. Remarkable." Zhou Zhuo smiled modestly, shaking his head. "It is merely that my jumping insects are equipped with gear, and I opted for the fission variant, which allows for greater numbers, thus leveraging the advantage of quantity." Upon hearing Zhou Zhuo's explanation, Xiao Huahua couldn't help but express his admiration, exclaiming, "Had I known earlier, I would have hatched a few more fission insects myself. While their combat prowess may be lacking, they could provide frontline support for my cockroaches, making my army considerably more comfortable." Zhou Zhuo nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed. However, do not dwell on it. The reason Teacher Lin allowed our entire class to enter the 7 celestial battlefield was to ensure mutual support, so there is no need to concern yourself." "Thank you, old Zhou," Xiao Huahua replied with a grin, casting aside the perils of the recent encounter. With a clenched fist and a fervent expression, he declared, "However, once I have the opportunity to return to my family and acquire the ignition insect gene fragments, enabling my cockroaches to inflict area damage, my army will be all the more comprehensive. At that point, I shall be able to assist you in return." Having said this, Xiao Huahua turned to Zhou Zhuo, expressing his gratitude. "This life you saved is one I owe you. You have effectively saved me over 100 star minerals. When you find yourself in need of assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. I owe you a favor." Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhuo felt a sense of familiarity with the sentiment. Surely, such a favor would not be required to be repaid so soon. "Old Zhou, you are well read. What are these fragments?" Before Zhou Zhuo could respond, Xiao Huahua's attention was diverted to the colorful shards scattered across the ground. "Your ability to shift topics is remarkably swift. Such audacity is admirable," Zhou Zhuo remarked with a hint of exasperation as he followed Xiao Huahua's gaze to the vibrant specks on the ground. Crimson Fire Essence Powder. Description: used as a material to enhance the 7 celestial source seal. It contains trace amounts of fire elemental power and can strengthen physical attributes. Grade: ordinary white-green jade powder. Introduction: utilized as an enhancement tool for the 7 luminary source seal, it embodies a trace of the grass luminary's power, capable of augmenting physical attributes. Grade: ordinary white. After collecting the luminous particles from the ground, Zhou Zhuo smiled faintly, exclaiming, "Ah, this is indeed a fine treasure. We have come to the 7 luminaries battlefield for this very purpose." He beckoned to one of his corrupted hunter worms, which obediently crawled over. "Your jumping worm is quite obedient," remarked Xiao Huahua, observing Zhou Zhuo's loyal companion. Inspired by this, she turned her gaze to her own recovering cockroaches and waved. "Come here, be good." However, the rapport between Xiao Huahua and her cockroaches was evidently not as harmonious. Upon sensing her demeanor, they merely gathered bile in their mouths. All right, I want to touch you. Swallow it back," she conceded. Upon hearing her softening tone, the 3 cockroaches relaxed, gulping down the bile they had accumulated. Witnessing Zhou Zhuo's companion's compliance while her own remained disobedient left Xiao Huahua with a bemused expression. "It's truly perplexing. They follow my commands so well in battle, yet behave like this otherwise." Zhou Zhuo fixed his gaze upon Xiao Huahua, a gentle smile gracing his face. "Fool, should you allow your mind to wander again while I am about to discuss something important, I shall cease to share with you." As Zhou Zhuo extended his hand to demonstrate the powder to Xiao Huahua, it lingered suspended in the air until her attention returned to him, allowing him to proceed. Following his words, the 3 cockroaches emitted a synchronized threatening hiss, fixating their gaze on Xiao Huahua, who realized that their disdain stemmed from her behavior. Observing the bile once more accumulating in her cockroaches' mouths, Xiao Huahua prudently retreated her head and focused intently on Zhou Zhuo. "All right, Zhou, please continue. I am all ears." With her attention firmly on him, Zhou Zhuo sprinkled the crimson fire powder and green jade powder onto the source patterns on the corrupted hunter worm's body. "Ding. Your jumping worm's genetic equipment has detected suitable 7 luminaries power, commencing enhancement." As this information appeared on Zhou Zhuo's main console, he began his explanation. "Do you see these vividly colored patterns? When these patterns converge, they form an imprint known as the 7 luminaries source seal." As he spoke, Zhou Zhuo also summoned a panel displaying a set of jumping bug equipment genes, revealing it before Xiao Huahua. Jumping bug equipment gene set, grade, 10 stars, set components. Power Thunder CLI, 0-100 grants the wearer an enhancement of 1 point to attack power. Agility Wind CLI, 0-100 provides the wearer with a 0, 1 point increase in attack speed and a 1 point boost in movement speed. Physique Fire CLI, 1100 offers the wearer an increase of 5 points to health. Blood She Grass CLI, 1100 bestows upon the wearer a recovery enhancement of 5 points to health. Resilience Rock CLI, 100 provides the wearer with a defense increase of 1 point. The equipment gene consists of various 7 luminary source seals, which, through diverse combinations, yield a multitude of effects. At this juncture, Zhojua pointed to the Physique Fire seal marked 1100 and continued. The Crimson Fire essence we just obtained earlier is to be infused into this component. Once this value reaches its maximum, the 2 seals can be upgraded from level 1 to level 2. As the equipment gene level ascends, it will also bestow additional attributes upon the wearer. Upon finishing, Zhojua gestured, and the surrounding corrupt hunter bugs received the command to gather the vibrant red and green dots scattered on the ground, collecting them into Zhojua's hands. He presented these luminous particles in his palm before Xiaohuahua, stating, "The 12 jumping bugs we just defeated had a commendable drop rate, yielding 3 Crimson Fire essences and 2 Green Jade essences." Gazing at the powders in Zhojua's hand, Xiaohuahua calculated briefly, and a relaxed smile emerged on his face. It takes 100 essences to level up, which means if we gather 1,000 essences, we can fully upgrade the jumping bug equipment gene? That's not an overwhelming requirement. Once our class assembles, the efficiency of monster farming will surely escalate, allowing us to upgrade swiftly, perhaps even within 5 days. If we enlist Lin Ju's assistance, we might achieve it in just 2 or 3 days. Hearing Xiaohuahua's conjecture, Zhojua shook his head, refuting, "No, the materials required for upgrading the equipment gene increase with each level. Therefore, collecting all the materials for our class within 5 days poses a significant challenge. Furthermore, Teacher Lin is unlikely to assist us when we face the alien insects." Taken aback by Zhojua's words, Xiaohuahua paused momentarily. "What do you mean by not assisting us against the alien insects?" Could it be? Seeing that Xiaohuahua seemed to grasp something, Zhojua nodded affirmatively. "Precisely, in the 7 luminaries battlefield, our enemies as members of the human race are not solely the alien insects, but also other races." Chapter 84. Advancing with caution. The prospect of encountering other races is indeed daunting. Upon receiving Zhojua's warning, Xiaohuahua took a deep breath, his smile wavering, and remarked, "I have never encountered foreign races in my life. It is said that other races are treacherous and bloodthirsty, seizing upon any member of the human race to extract their very essence." Zhojua nodded, placing a reassuring hand on Xiaohuahua's shoulder, affirming, "Indeed, foreign races are invariably like this. Therefore, when confronting them, one must maintain a fundamental vigilance at all times." Xiaohuahua chuckled, thumping his chest confidently, reciting the ancestral wisdom of humanity. "Those who are not of our kind must have different intentions. This much I comprehend. However," he lamented, "to engage in battle, we still require a considerable army." With a sigh of resignation, he continued, "I recall Teacher Lin mentioning that within the 7 Suns battlefield, we can only acquire resources and replenish our forces by defeating monsters." Yet, gazing into his empty backpack, Xiaohuahua's smile turned bitter. "My luck is truly abysmal. After slaying a dozen jumping insects, not a single resource has dropped." Zhojua's sturdy frame trembled slightly, quickly masking his embarrassment with a nonchalant smile. "Life seldom unfolds as we desire. It is perfectly normal." Xiaohuahua, oblivious to Zhojua's insincerity, soon gathered his courage, clenched his fists, and his smile regained its confidence. "It must be that I did not slay enough monsters this time. If I defeat more next time, I am certain I will acquire more resources." Subsequently, Xiaohuahua opened his map, observing the other white dots, suggesting, "Shall we proceed to meet up with the other students?" In response, Zhojua nodded in agreement. "Let us go. The sooner we unite with our classmates, the sooner we can familiarize ourselves with team combat." Thus, the two set off towards the nearest white dot. Clearly, that very dot also noted the approach of Zhojua and Xiaohuahua, beginning to converge in their direction. At that moment, Zhojua's mainframe emitted a familiar notification. "Ding. Your surveillance shadow has successfully hatched." At this juncture, 5 minutes had elapsed since Zhojua had entered the 7 Suns battlefield, and the surveillance shadow he had positioned at the landing site had successfully hatched. Observing a newly illuminated section on the map, Zhojua commenced issuing orders to the distant troop. The newly hatched surveillance shadow swiftly ascended, activating its extended vision skill to scan for wandering enemies within its range. Indeed, within the 7 Suns battlefield, the hostile alien insects, lacking a designated encampment, migrate and roam in teams along erratic paths. Wherever they go, they wreak havoc. Wherever they tread, they consume. Thus, while these alien insects may have been in one location 10 minutes prior, when one returns to reap rewards, they often find them absent. Such a misguided approach, akin to seeking a lost sword by carving a mark on a boat, took humanity a considerable duration to comprehend as they endeavored to understand the nature of the 7 Suns battlefield. In response to the prevailing circumstances, Zhojua devised his own method of handling the situation. Once the surveillance of the Shadow of Magic discerned the density of enemy forces within its field of vision, it relayed this information to Zhojua. He then employed the skill of the Toxic Nest to initiate the deployment of toxic tumors, with the assurance of maintaining visual range. Zhojua dispatched his 33 decaying hunter bugs and 1 Spiderfoot Mother to launch a sweeping assault on the enemy's position. Notably, the Spiderfoot Mother, upon possessing a mere 25 points of mana, would utilize the Mycelium Tumor skill to further expand the mycelium coverage, thereby providing Zhojua's troops with an increased area for health regeneration. Ultimately, he commanded the Spiderfoot Mother and the decaying hunter bugs to execute suppression and confiscate items, This strategy, which involved solidifying terrain while simultaneously annihilating hostile aberrations, was referred to by the ancestors of humanity as advancing step by step. However, due to the rarity of skills like the toxic nest, the forebears of humanity predominantly constructed defensive encampments using the mycelium spawning abilities of royal bugs, complemented by the mycelium tumor skill of the queen bug. A select few affluent individuals would invest heavily to unlock the construction capabilities of worker bees, erecting defensive structures like spore crawlers or spine needle crawlers within their encampments. Yet, within the 7 luminaries battlefield, the core structure known as the hatchery remains unconstructible, allowing only for the establishment of defensive edifices. This tactic, dubbed advancing step by step, was conceptualized by the formidable Green Jade Serpent clan under the Zerg hierarchy only after centuries of cultivation. In contrast, humanity, upon acquiring the genetic fragments of the royal bug endowed with the mycelium spawning skill, promptly disseminated this method across their kin. This exemplifies the ingenuity of humanity, an attribute not recorded in history nor acknowledged by the Zerg's central consciousness as a racial talent. Humanity invested countless resources and devoted immense efforts from their ancestors to forge a unique encampment within the 7 luminaries battlefield. Alas, I possess neither blueprints for construction nor financial means, rendering my aspirations of establishing a camp unattainable. Regaining my scattered thoughts, Joshua turned his gaze towards the map, surveying the darkened regions shrouded in the fog of war. Most human encampments were erected in relatively safe zones akin to the Red 10 first-class area. Such depths could only accommodate the top 5 ranked races. Shaking his head gently, Joshua continued to observe the first adversarial aberration his guerrilla forces were about to confront. 2 mutants and 12 jumpers, forming an 8-population roving army. Under the influence of the Fire Sun, the already resilient mutants had their health points inflated to an impressive 350. Their quality rivaled that of the mutant he had previously encountered in the Lin estate, Lin Bingyun. At this moment, the wandering aberration army, devoid of visual awareness, remained oblivious to Zhuo's troop deployment, continuing their slow advance. Meanwhile, benefiting from the advantage of superior visibility, Zhuo's forces had maneuvered to the direct front of the enemy camp, unfurling into a flanking pocket formation. After the formation was properly arranged, Zhou commanded his troops to charge towards the enemy forces, stationed not far from the guerrilla unit. In a low voice, he urged, "Onward." "What?" asked Xiaohua, tilting his head in confusion. "Nothing. I was merely talking to myself." "Oh, then it's nothing." Chapter 85, The Fastest Man in Lu City Roaring. The already formidable Humus hunters, now arranged in formation, clashed against the hostile aberrant insects, with the lead squad of jumping insects employing a surprise attack. Utilizing the swarm tactic, the Humus hunters shattered the enemy ranks. The tardy spiderfoot insects, meanwhile, unleashed their spines to inflict ranged damage while pushing into the fray. Using their massive bodies to carve a path through the swarm, they drew a significant amount of fire, causing 2 aberrant entities to target the more vulnerable spiderfoot insects. However, just as these aberrant entities attempted their assault, 2 Humus hunters would spring from the shadows, employing their surprise attack skill to interrupt the oncoming strikes. After all, Joshua had a wealth of control at his disposal. Seizing the opportunity, Joshua's Humus hunters commenced their familiar execution work. Opening their large jaws to engage in merciless tearing, 12 Humus hunters were dispatched to confront the enemy's 12 jumping insects, while the remaining Humus hunters concentrated their efforts on systematically diminishing the enemy's numbers. Once the 12 jumping insects fell, Joshua's Humus hunters encircled the 2 aberrant entities. Thick blood, my army revels in slaying the robust. In mere moments, Joshua's forces successfully eradicated this small 8-member rogue squad. After vanquishing the enemy, the Humus hunters began to scavenge the remnants of their fallen foes. 5 crimson fire essence powders, 2 green emerald powders, and 13 fragments of star ore. These spoils automatically coalesced into Zhuo's spatial device, once collected by his troops. As Zhou and Xiao Huahua advanced towards their allies, they tallied the resources within Zhuo's spatial device. Those powders earlier, the fool didn't take any. He gave them all to me. Now I possess 8 crimson fire essence powders and 4 green emerald powders. The efficiency of collecting these items remains dreadfully slow. Regarding star ore, combined with the 7 fragments acquired in the previous battle, I now have 20 fragments in total. Just a bit more, and I'll have enough to acquire a jumping insect's egg. Upon surveying the resources amassed within his spatial device, Zhou sighed, lamenting the arduousness of gathering such items. Fortunately, he had additional guerrilla units, which, under the watchful eye of the Shadow Demoness surveillance, swiftly identified the next target, guiding Zhou's army towards a new direction. In the distance, the guerrilla units continued their monster hunting, while an anomaly appeared on the map at a nearby light point. The luminous point, which had been approaching us just moments ago, suddenly ceased its advance, commencing to revolve in place. Gazing at the dot on the map, which began to orbit around a central point, Xiao Huahua scratched his head, unable to fathom the situation. Zhou narrowed his eyes, discreetly disabling the distant vision skill of his monitoring shadow, restoring his movement speed to normal as he swiftly ventured forward. Simultaneously, Zhou quickened his pace, suspecting that the individual might be entangled with the alien insects. Upon hearing Zhou's words, Xiao Huahua paused in confusion, inquiring, "Does entangled mean to rotate in circles?" Zhou frowned, unwilling to elaborate further, and continued his forward sprint. Xiao Huahua hastened his steps, trailing behind Zhou towards the distant white point. "Come chase me. Ha! Though I cannot strike you, you shall never catch up to me." As Zhou crested a small hill, he beheld a gleaming bald head, laughing heartily while circling around. Akin to walking a dog, with 4 cockroaches trailing behind. From the godlike perspective provided by Zhou was monitoring Shadow, they were running in a circle, with the bald figure on the outer track and the cockroaches on the inner. The bald head consistently maintained a distance that prevented the cockroaches from straying from the inner circle. The cockroaches attempted to spit bile towards the bald figure, yet their sluggish speed rendered them unable to keep pace, unable to retaliate. During their pursuit, sharp spines occasionally erupted from the ground, piercing the cockroaches and eliciting painful cries. However, after the sting, the cockroaches surveyed their surroundings, unable to discern the source of the attack, and continued to chase the elusive bald figure. Shanzhong. How is he still running? Where are his troops? Xiao Huahua observed this scene, momentarily stunned, expressing his bewilderment. I know he has good stamina. But can he run like this? Stop gawking. No matter how fast he runs, he cannot surpass the alien insects that do not tire, Zhou remarked. Noting that Tang Shanzhong was beginning to pant, he gestured for his decay hunting insects to charge at the 4 cockroaches, encircling the enemy. I'm joining too. Seeing this, Xiao Huahua commanded his 3 cockroaches to swiftly engage in the battle, with Zhou's decay hunting insects forming the front line. Xiao Huahua's cockroaches were now able to safely deliver their attacks. Once reinforcements had arrived to intercept the 4 cockroaches, the bald figure named Tang Shanzhong gradually slowed his pace, finally coming to a halt as he gasped for breath. When Zhou and Xiao Huahua approached, they found Tang Shanzhong bent over, panting, a slight sheen of sweat on his face accompanied by a victorious grin. Finally, you all made it. If you had arrived any later, I truly would have been unable to continue. Zhou raised an eyebrow, observing Tang Shanzhong's legs, steadfastly rooted to the ground like an ancient tree, without the slightest tremor, and naturally disbelieved his words. Based on Zhou's extensive experience, the individual with the finest physical prowess he had ever encountered in the entirety of Lu City was none other than Tang Shanzhong. Just moments ago, he had been running on the outer track to distract the cockroaches, in a remarkable display of endurance, for cockroaches scuttled away, managing to evade capture for no less than 5 minutes. Astonishingly, he is merely 18 years old and has yet to undergo any genetic enhancement. This is far from his true potential. If one were to cast a vote for the swiftest man in Luqing, Zhou would not hesitate to cast his lot for Tang Shanzhong. With a slight smile, Zhou patted Tang Shanzhong on the back and remarked, even you, who seldom utters profanities, have let one slip. The taste of survival is indeed gratifying. Wiping the thin sheen of perspiration from his brow with his arm, Tang Shanzhong took a deep breath to compose himself, grinning as he replied, absolutely. If this had dragged on any longer, I feared I would be the first to exit our class. Thankfully, you all arrived just in time. Xiao Huahua retrieved a bottle of water from his spatial device and handed it to Tang Shanzhong, exclaiming, Shanzhong, you're impressive. I had no idea you were such a runner. After taking a few sips, Tang Shanzhong, hands on his hips, exhaled a long sigh of relief, his face beaming with pride. Of course, I am the fastest man in Luqing number 2 high school. Chapter 86. The lurker of the Tang family. Zhou smiled, observing the two of them in courteous silence. Once Tang Shanzhong regained his composure, he gazed at the distant battle, which was nearing its conclusion, and released a refreshing breath. After all, the lurkers passed down in my family possess low damage and slow attack speed before they mature. Aside from their ability to burrow underground, they have no extraordinary traits. In the absence of a front line, when damage is insufficient, I can only rely on my 2 legs to draw the enemy's attention. Upon hearing this, Xiao Huahua appeared perplexed, but Zhou nodded in understanding. The physical prowess of your Tang family aligns perfectly with the unique abilities of the lurkers. That's quite advantageous. Feeling flattered by the compliment, Tang Shanzhong chuckled, rubbing his bald head as he turned his gaze back to the distant conflict. At that moment, the battle concluded. With the combined efforts of the 3 armies, these mere 4 cockroaches were little more than crabs with thick shells. After the skirmish, Tang Shanzhong cupped his hands around his mouth, inhaling deeply in preparation to produce a resounding whistle. PFF, 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 PFF. The sound, reminiscent of flatulence, caused the ground a short distance away to fracture, revealing a 1-meter-long crevice. From this fissure emerged 2 peculiar insects, adorned with yellow-brown exoskeletons and spiny backs, their 6 short legs scuttling forth. These sizable aberrations were the lurkers, a special breed capable of burrowing underground and only able to attack while in a concealed state. Prior to Zhou's arrival, he had observed these creatures through the surveillance shadow. As the lurkers crawled out from the depths, they regarded Tang Shanzhong with disdain, reluctantly approaching him. Following his failed attempt at whistling, Tang Shanzhong felt embarrassed, scratching his bald head and chuckling. My apologies, I shall practice more. Xiao Huahua, captivated by the lurker's unique spiny appearance, exclaimed, what striking insects. They are far more attractive than my cockroaches. The 3 cockroaches interjected. Hey. You are the most handsome. You are the best. The 3 cockroaches chimed in. Gurgle. Zhou disregarded the group of individuals who seemed to be engaging in a comedic exchange and approached. Observing the attributes of the infiltrator displayed before him, species, infiltrator description, requires 7 5-star ore and 125 high-energy gas, taking 10 minutes to cultivate. Yielding 1 infiltrator that occupies 3 population supply. Attack, 12, not activated, defense, 1 health, 200, regenerates in 1 minute, attack speed, 1 second movement speed, 10 seconds skill, burrow, upon burrowing underground. It enters an invisible and protected state, activating its attack mode to perform singular spine attacks on enemies within range. In the 7 celestial battlefields, nearly all enemy units possess the burrow skill, which is one of the reasons Zhou Zhuo is particularly intrigued by the gene fragments of Lady Han Yan's compound eye insects. Should an ally inadvertently fall prey to the ambush of an enemy insect in a burrowed, invisible state, there would be little time for deployment, potentially leading to casualties. However, many insects, despite their ability to burrow, cannot launch attacks. The infiltrator is the exception. It is the sole type of insect that can attack solely while in a burrowed state, provided the enemy lacks counter-stealth capabilities. An infiltrator utilizing the burrow skill to become invisible and strike is, in essence, invincible. Yet, the infiltrator belonging to Tang Shanzhong has yet to develop fully, exhibiting low damage and a sluggish attack speed. Tang Shanzhong, well acquainted with the infiltrator, clenched his fist confidently and declared, when the monthly examination or winter assessment arrives, I must accumulate more points to purchase some infiltrator equipment genes. My father mentioned that with the 10-star infiltrator equipment gene, after a few attacks, the subsequent strike can inflict area damage. I plan to acquire quite a few. Upon hearing Tang Shanzhong's words, Xiao Huohuo brimmed with anticipation for the future. The winter examination is a significant test. I also wish to buy some cockroach equipment genes. The group laughed heartily before turning their gaze toward the nearby, fallen enemy insects. After the cockroach's demise, only a few specks of light appeared on the ground. Observing the 4 glowing points, Tang Shanzhong rubbed his bald head, astonished. Why are the drops from this cockroach so meager? After all, aren't cockroaches considered rare units? Xiao Huohuo's face paled slightly, awkwardly suggesting, could it be that my luck is just terrible again? Zhou Zhuo raised an eyebrow and raised his hand, prompting the decomposition hunters to receive his command, swiftly gathering the glowing points from the ground. After collecting the 4 specks of light, Zhou Zhuo's eyes sparkled with interest. Among the 3 white points, one larger point emitted a glow that was not white, but rather green. Crimson Fire Fragment Description, an item used to enhance the 7 Celestial Source Seal. It contains a small amount of fiery power, capable of strengthening physical attributes. Rank: Green. Excellent. As he presented this panel to the 2, Zhou Zhuo smiled gently. Looking at Xiao Huohuo, it is not that your luck is poor. Rather, it is remarkably fortunate, as you have obtained something even better. Subsequently, Zhou Zhuo placed a fragment of Crimson Fire Essence delicately in the palm of his hand, revealing a new button. Ding. Would you like to decompose and synthesize? Notice, 1 fragment of Crimson Fire Essence can be decomposed into 5 Crimson Fire Powders. Notice, 5 Crimson Fire Powders can be synthesized into 1 shard of Crimson Fire Essence. Hiss. Upon seeing this notification from the mainframe, Xiao Huohuo inhaled sharply. So, this fragment of Crimson Fire Essence is equivalent to 5 Crimson Fire Powders? Tang Shanzhong nodded, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Truly a remarkable item. I told you. If we don't acquire more treasures from slaying a cockroach, wouldn't that be a loss? Zhou Zhuo smiled faintly and explained. Monsters possessing the 7 luminaries attribute drop materials of varying rarity, depending on their strength, but overall, the drop rate is quite high. At this point, Zhou Zhuo paused briefly before continuing. Once we fully upgrade our jumping bug equipment genes to level 10, we can use higher level resources for further advancements. Therefore, if you intend to purchase equipment genes, ensure they are of 10 stars. Upon hearing Zhou Zhuo's explanation, both Xiao Huohuo and Tang Shanzhong were taken aback. Apart from leveling up, can equipment genes also be advanced? Zhou Zhuo affirmed with a nod. Indeed. Equipment genes can absorb these resources for leveling up, and can also be advanced by absorbing higher level materials. Gulp. Hearing this, Xiao Huohuo's mind immediately conjured a vast array of materials, exclaiming, they can be enhanced and advanced. If we need to farm materials, we should pay more attention to rare high-level resources. Tang Shanzhong's eyes lit up as he exclaimed. Then what are we waiting for? Let us set off. Charge. We shall meet the next person. Let us go. Just as they confirmed their direction, Zhou Zhuo's surveillance shadow suddenly issued a warning. A multitude of red dots was approaching the distant allies' light. Moreover, these red dots were of a pale hue, indicating the presence of stealth units. This meant that the white light had no awareness of the impending danger. Chapter 87. Has the crisis been averted? The red dots representing the enemy were visible to everyone on the map. However, the pale red hue, signifying stealth enemy units, was visible only to Zhou Zhuo. Instantly, Zhou Zhuo furrowed his brow and urged, we must move quickly. There may be trouble ahead. Sensing the urgency in Zhou Zhuo's tone, Xiao and Tang exchanged glances and nodded, understanding that danger was imminent, thus quickening their pace. They were willing to trust Zhou Zhuo's words, after all. His position as vice squad leader was not solely due to his academic prowess. Tang Shanzhong took the lead, patting his lurking companion on the back, declaring, I'll run ahead with my stealth companion to hold them off. You can catch up shortly. Seeing Tang Shanzhong's unwavering confidence in his words, he surged forward at lightning speed, yet Zhou Zhuo remained troubled. There's no way to catch up. The crimson dots had drawn alarmingly close to the allied white dot. Zhou Zhuo promptly activated the shared vision of the surveillance shadow and meticulously counted the number of red dots on the map. 22 faint red dots. The sheer quantity and uniform speed suggested they belonged to a standardized military force, devoid of any rare aberrant insects. At that moment, the surveillance shadow adeptly activated its extended vision skill, swiftly ascending to amplify its field of view several-fold, gathering comprehensive intelligence on both the distant enemy and allied forces, which was then relayed with precision to Zhou Zhuo. The enemy comprised a total of 22 jumping insects, a quintessential display of swarm tactics. They were maneuvering rapidly underground, soon to reach the location of a specific light point. Under the observation of the surveillance shadow, this white light point transmitted personnel information. Zhou focused intently and recognized it as Li Xiaotong, the only girl in the class who had been confirmed to have a fiancé, characterized by her delicate long hair. She was also the girl whose family genetics were known for explosive insects. The thought of explosive insect genes triggered a violent tactical scheme in Zhou's mind. Currently, in the battlefield of the Seven Luminaries, the area occupied by the group was that of fire and grass. The enemy's health points were substantial. Even if the explosive insects self-destructed, the effect would be inadequate. However, if they reached the Thunder battlefield, where the enemy's attack power was formidable, yet their health points relatively fragile, the explosive insects could prove invaluable. No, she must be protected. She cannot be eliminated so soon. At that moment, Li Xiaotong sensed the approach of her companions and began to quicken her pace towards them. Yet, being a girl, her speed was sluggish, and it was highly likely that she would be ambushed before she could fully reunite with them. Making a quick judgment, Zhou hastily opened the message panel and sent a warning to Li Xiaotong. Xiaotong, run forward, accelerate. Don't look back, summon your explosive insects to follow you. Under the watchful gaze of Zhou's surveillance shadow, Li Xiaotong, who had been jogging to conserve energy, was startled upon receiving the message, and immediately broke into a full sprint. In her panic, tears streaming down her face, she hastily summoned 6 explosive insects to accompany her, not forgetting to send a message back to Zhou. Zhou, is there something behind me? This can't be a prank, right? Trust me. You'll be fine, Zhou replied before halting his own steps. Under Xiao Huahua's puzzled gaze, he took a deep breath and began to strategize in his mind. Subsequently, Zhou calculated the enemy's marching route and the location they would reach in 10 seconds, using it as a starting point to lay down a series of toxic tumors leading towards his direction. At that moment, Zhou had only 6 toxic tumors remaining. Upon activation, each toxic nest would inflict 40 points of damage to the surrounding area. The enemy jumping insects possessed 80 health points. If he could successfully detonate 2 toxic tumors, he would be able to eliminate a cluster of these insects. To alleviate Li Xiaotong's crisis, he would need to eliminate at least 15 or 16 jumping insects to instill fear in the opposing aberrant creatures. At that moment, with Li Xiaotong's own explosive insects serving as protection, the remaining hostile jumping insects posed little threat. However, eliminating them entirely would also be a commendable strategy. Lao Zhou, what is the matter with you? Xiao Huahua, who had been running, paused at the sight of Zhou's sudden halt and inquired with concern, does it hurt? Zhou raised his hand to halt Xiao Huahua's continued questioning, quieting him with a single statement. I'm fine. You go ahead. The lurkers at Shanzhong cannot engage the enemy directly to divert their attention, assist them first. Following this, Xiao Huahua nodded in acknowledgement and hurriedly sprinted towards Tang Shanzhong, who was racing ahead. Instantly, Zhou disabled the automatic triggering mechanism of the toxic nest, switching it to manual activation. If the toxic nest were to trigger automatically, the first enemy jumping insect would detonate, causing collateral damage within the vicinity, effectively wasting half of the explosion's potential range. Only by detonating the toxic nest at the heart of the enemy forces could the optimal explosion effect be achieved. Taking a deep breath, 10 seconds elapsed, and Zhou's toxic nest was fully hatched. It had been a while since he had engaged in such precise maneuvers, and he felt a surge of excitement at the impending challenge, his heart racing in anticipation. At that moment, the jumping insects trailing behind Li Xiaotong had accurately reached the location of the first toxic tumor Zhou had set. Yet, he chose not to detonate it just yet. Once the leading jumping insect passed the toxic tumor's explosive radius, Zhou began to mentally count. 1, 2, 3, explode. At the instant the foremost jumping insect's body partially crossed into the explosion zone, Zhou triggered the first toxic tumor. Boom. As Li Xiaotong was sprinting, she was startled by the sound of an explosion behind her. She turned her head in alarm, witnessing a greenish hole resembling a detonated mine. A radius of 1 meter carved into the ground. Terrified, her voice quivered with distress. Who is so cruel? I just want to escape. Why do I have to encounter mines on my escape route? What have I done wrong? The fright had caused Li Xiaotong to muster all her strength. Quickening her pace once more. Boom. Shortly thereafter, another explosion erupted even closer behind her. The fact that mines were exploding along the very path she had just traversed made Li Xiaotong feel as though someone was conspiring against her. What the heck? I haven't done anything wrong. I merely got engaged. I'm still single, right? What is happening? What Li Xiaotong failed to notice was that the ground where the previous mine had detonated now lay strewn with the lifeless bodies of several jumping insects, along with a few glowing white orbs. Boom. Should I not have been distracted in class? I admit my mistake. I will study diligently. Boom. I confess I felt envy towards Lin Ju, but I merely glanced. I had no ulterior motives. Boom. With each subsequent explosion, the detonated mines drew increasingly nearer to Li Xiaotong. As Li Xiaotong listened to the explosive sounds growing ever closer behind her, she was engulfed by a sense of panic, unsure of what errors she could still acknowledge. Suddenly, the ground beside her began to tremble, and 4 grotesque insects, corroded by bile, materialized around her. Were they ambushers? Simultaneously, a flash of green light flickered beneath her feet, revealing that she had unwittingly triggered a landmine. Oh no, she exclaimed, instinctively covering her eyes and crouching down, adopting a protective posture as the deafening blast loomed near. She clenched her teeth, bracing for the impending pain. Yet, to her astonishment, the anticipated agony never arrived. Instead, an eerie silence enveloped her. After a prolonged moment, Li Xiaotong slowly opened her eyes, only to find herself unharmed, the detonated landmine having spared her life. The once menacing insects had vanished, leaving behind only 2 patches of crimson powder on the ground. Collapsed and bewildered, Li Xiaotong gasped for breath. tinged with the metallic scent of rust, her chest heaving. Why am I not in class? Has the crisis passed? Chapter 88. Sand dune winged worms. As Li Xiaotong grappled with her confusion, a sudden flash of light caught her attention from a nearby low hill, causing her to squint. It was none other than the bald-headed Tang Shanzhong. Baldy, my dear friend. Tears welled in her eyes at the sight of her classmate amidst the aftermath of peril. What could be more comforting than encountering a familiar face after such a harrowing experience? However, Tang Shanzhong, oblivious to the fact that the threat had dissipated, shouted urgently from the hill, Xiaotong, run, move quickly. Upon hearing his words, Li Xiaotong imagined the ambushers still lurking behind her, along with the imminent danger of another landmine explosion. No, not again. With a half-crying expression, she mustered the strength to rise from the ground, attempting to crawl towards Tang Shanzhong. But the fear had drained her energy. She could barely stand, resorting to lying on the soft bodies of the nearby explosive insects, allowing them to carry her forward. After all, even if she encountered enemy forces again, the self-destructive nature of the explosive insects would only harm the foes, sparing her an ally from danger. In that moment, a realization struck her. There was something she had overlooked. With newfound vigor, as if awakened from a stupor, she rose from the squishy surface of the explosive insects and turned to survey her path. A linear trail stretched before her, marked by the triggering points of landmines, with remnants of fallen enemy creatures scattered along the way. With the assurance of ally immunity to damage, no injuries from the landmines, and no enemies emerging from the shadows, she beheld a pathway littered with the corpses of defeated foes. Pondering this, Li Xiaotong patted the moving waterbed beneath her, signaling it to halt. A flicker of doubt rising within her. Could it be that the landmines were not meant to harm her? Were those the jumping insects that had been following me? Yet, upon witnessing the corpses of the jumping insects scattered along the path, Li Xiaotong shook her head, dismissing the thought that had just surfaced. How could it be possible? Who could calculate the movement speed of the jumping insects and the detonation time of the landmines with such precision? 6 landmines had claimed the lives of 22 jumping insects. Whose minds were so effective? Setting aside the question of how the mines detonated, Li Xiaotong couldn't even fathom how they had been buried. In the distance, Tang Shanzhong observed that Li Xiaotong had ceased her movements and, sensing no imminent danger, gradually slowed his pace and approached her. Why aren't you running? Is everything all right? Li Xiaotong clambered up from atop the soft, toxic sack of an exploded insect, nodding in confusion. It should be fine now. Once Tang Shanzhong arrived, he commanded his subordinates to burrow underground, entering a state of alert, before turning his gaze to the remnants of destruction. Gazing at the orderly craters and the 22 corpses of the jumping insects, Tang Shanzhong patted Li Xiaotong on the back, exclaiming in admiration, "Impressive, Xiaotong. Were all these corpses the result of your explosive insects? Quite the feat." Li Xiaotong, already feeling somewhat unsteady, lost her balance from his hearty slap and fell to the ground. "Be gentle. Do you want me to blow you up?" Infuriated, she sprang up, her face ablaze with anger, her right hand tensed, muscles bulging and veins protruding, as she seized Tang Shanzhong by the collar, lifting him off the ground. "I'm a girl, a delicate and fragile maiden. Are you trying to send me back to class with that kind of strength?" "I am sorry, it was truly unintentional." Tang Shanzhong's eyes widened as he glanced at the ground, barely able to find footing on his toes, and he began to deeply doubt the notion of her delicateness. "Shanzhong, Xiaotong, are you both unharmed?" A cheerful voice rang out from afar, and the two turned to see Xiao Huahua running towards them. "Humph, I forgive you." Upon seeing another person arrive, Li Xiaotong withdrew her hand, covering her mouth and nose with her sleeve, reverting to her image of a delicate maiden. As Xiao Huahua approached, the cockroaches behind her, albeit tardily, activated their defensive mode. Observing the look of someone who had survived a calamity on Tang Shanzhong's face, Xiao Huahua could not help but surmise that the battle must have been exceedingly perilous, silently lamenting her late arrival. "Apologies for my tardiness. How are you both? Any losses?" Tang Shanzhong swallowed hard, placing his hands on Xiao Huahua's shoulders, his expression serious. "Thank you, you fool. It's fortunate you arrived. If you had come any later, I might have truly been in trouble. Thank goodness you're here." Seeing Tang Shanzhong so visibly shaken, Xiao Huahua felt an even greater sense of guilt. However, fearing that further questions might evoke unpleasant memories for him, she refrained from probing further. "Don't worry. I'm here now, and old Zhou will be joining us shortly. Once we are all together, there will be nothing to fear." Upon hearing the name Old Zhou uttered by Xiao Huahua, the delicate long-haired girl Li Xiaotong tilted her head, displaying an endearing expression as she inquired, "Old Zhou, Zhou, is the vice class with you?" In response, both Xiao Huahua and Tang Shanzhong nodded. While speaking, Li Xiaotong lowered her gaze, slightly squinting her eyes, her mind swirling with thoughts. How does the vice class know where I am? At this moment, her eyes fell upon the flat school badge on her chest, noticing the white spore, and suddenly, clarity washed over her. She had been momentarily stunned. Did she not have the white spore locator gifted by Linju? How could she have forgotten? Surviving the ordeal, Li Xiaotong, having resolved one of her confusions, completely overlooked the fact of how she had just escaped danger. With Tang Shanzhong's assertion that the explosion of the bomb worms resulted in the demise of the jump worms, and Xiao Huahua's instinctive avoidance of the topic, combined with Li Xiaotong's recent mental resolution, her mind was devoid of doubts. This interplay created a distinct psychological montage within her. Under the influence of this montage, Li Xiaotong unconsciously ceased to ponder how she had narrowly escaped moments ago. Observing Li Xiaotong deep in thought, Xiao Huahua assumed she was still shaken by the terrifying events that had just transpired, and hastily diverted the conversation. Glancing at the distant ground littered with glimmering specks, it seems many items have fallen due to the jump worm's demise. With that, Xiao Huahua dashed forward to collect the shimmering fragments. Seizing the opportunity to distance himself from Li Xiaotong, Tang Shanjiang quickly followed suit, joining Xiao Huahua in gathering the powder from the ground. In the distance, Zhou Zhua, having successfully utilized 6 toxic nests to precisely obliterate 22 jump worms in subterranean motion, rose anew from the ground. Accompanied by his humus hunter insects, he approached the trio of Tang, Xiao, and Li, simultaneously. A flicker of doubt arose in Zhou Zhua's mind. Typically, jump worms, even with their burrowing skills, should not be capable of rapid movement underground. His extensive battle experience led him to contemplate 2 possibilities. Either these jump worms had evolved a special gene known as the digging claw due to environmental influences, enabling them to maintain high speeds while underground, or there existed a sand dune feathered insect of predator caliber in the vicinity. If indeed he encountered an elite anomalous insect unit of predator status, the situation could become quite precarious. Zhou Zhua's forte lay in meticulous preparation. He aimed to establish all defensive measures before a crisis emerged. In this manner, when the crisis truly struck, he would possess a calm demeanor and an ample arsenal of strategies to address the impending threats. To eliminate a sand dune feathered insect, without the aid of additional allies, his current combat capability would necessitate a minimum of 60 humus hunters, ensuring that the adversary lacked resistance to dizziness. If allied forces were present, the endeavor might be less arduous. However, should the enemy's numbers swell, a greater contingent would be required. After all, the dune leech is no ordinary creature among the alien insect units. The dune leech represents an elite class of alien insect, having ascended to the realm of the predator, and is among the superior forms of jumpers. Each alien insect, upon vanquishing a significant number of foes while ensuring its own survival and acquiring substantial combat experience, may ascend to the rank of predator. Upon successfully achieving this elevation, these creatures gain rudimentary intelligence, thus attaining a semblance of wisdom. Once wild alien insects reach the status of predator, they assume a role akin to that of a captain, endowed with abilities that transcend those of ordinary monsters. Under the influence of this aura, the members of their squad benefit from enhanced combat capabilities. The greater the number of squad members who can harness this aura, the more formidable the captain's powers become. When the number of squad members benefiting from the predator's aura reaches a certain threshold, further ascension becomes possible. After such ascension, the capacity of the aura to envelop squad members can expand once more. The limits are as follows. Predators may command up to 100, slayers up to 10,000, destroyers up to 1 million, killers up to 100 million, and insect lords up to 10 billion. This hierarchy vividly illustrates the intense competition within the ranks of the alien insects. I recall that the sovereign of the Zerg, Niadra, is a creature of the insect lord caliber, commanding numerous kin with formidable prowess. With a narrowed gaze, Zhou Zhua turned his attention to his humus hunting insects. One particular humus hunter, adorned in a striking shade of pinkish purple, seemed to sense Zhou Zhua's scrutiny, lifting its head to return a friendly glance, accompanied by a gentle sound. Zhou Zhua smiled softly, bending down to stroke its head before continuing on his path. Creatures akin to the predators, when bestowed upon players as their vassals, become heroic units. However, for these heroic vassals to ascend, an additional requirement must be met. A profound bond with their master must be established to a certain degree. This enigmatic connection remains elusive and lacks clear evaluation. When vassals endure countless battles and survive, reaching such levels, they too may acquire special abilities. I recall in my previous life possessing several hundred jumpers of the Insect Lord tier, each awakening unique skills that aided me in overcoming numerous challenging campaigns. Reflecting on my past greatness, Zhou Zhua felt a surge of determination, his fist tightening and his eyes gleaming with renewed vigor. For now, my growth surpasses that of my former self, allowing me to set even loftier aspirations. Ding. Congratulations, you have gained experience points X5024, Crimson Fire Powder X3, Green Emerald Powder X2, Star Fragment, or X12. As the prompt from the mainframe resonated at an opportune moment, Zhou Zhua halted his advance and smiled slightly, remarking, "It seems my guerrilla squad has once again eradicated a wandering swarm of insects." Since all the hostile creatures had been eliminated by Zhou Zhua himself, there was no need to share the spoils with anyone else. Thus, his experience points surged by over 5,000, bringing him tantalizingly close to leveling up to level 2. If I can vanquish one more swarm, I shall attain that level. Feeling the exhilaration of impending promotion, Zhou Zhua activated his spatial device to take stock. Crimson Fire Essence Powder X18, Crimson Fire Fragments X1, Emerald Powder X8, Emerald Fragments X1, Star Fragment or X61 with a quantity of Star Fragment or exceeding 60. It signified the hatching of the humus hunter larvae. Zhou Zhua swiftly opened the panel of his spatial device and commanded the larval genes. Before long, a luminescent green egg appeared before him. 3 seconds later, the egg shattered, revealing 3 robust humus hunters. Upon hatching, the 3 humus hunters nuzzled against Zhou Zhua's pant leg, after which he issued orders for them to join the guerrilla squad. After all, his current forces were already ample. Moreover, since he was operating as part of a team, the sudden arrival of additional troops could raise suspicions about his acquisition of the Star Fragment or in his intentions to bolster his army. The 3 humus hunters, upon receiving their orders, scurried towards the guerrilla squad as directed by Zhou Zhua, though they might encounter other swarms along the way. Given the impressive movement speed of the humus hunters at 19s, those swarms would be unable to catch up to Zhou Zhua's forces. Watching the departing humus hunters, Zhou Zhua resumed his stride toward Tang, Xiao, and Li, who were successfully gathered ahead. As he crossed the low ridge, he saw the 3 of them congregated. "Old Zhou, You're quite slow. Upon the successful convergence of the four, they opened the map to examine the white light points representing allied forces. Where should we head next? Xiao Huahua inquired, gazing at the map with a sense of confusion. Apart from their group of four, the other white light points on the map had already formed clusters, creating variously shaped orbs. Notably, at the center of one prominent orb, 6 dots formed a perfect circle. Upon seeing this circle appear, an idea sparked in Zhou's mind, and he nodded thoughtfully. This method is rather clever. Hearing Zhou's sudden remark, Xiao, Tang, and Li were momentarily perplexed. Just then, a message alert was simultaneously received by all from the mainframe. Now, let us all move towards the circular area on the map. I await your arrival. As Lin Yuru received the message, Li Xiaotong lifted her head to gaze at Zhou Zhua, who was already preparing to head towards the circle. A sudden chill coursed through her heart. Did the device monitor immediately contemplate this method upon seeing the circle? Although Li Xiaotong experienced a moment of astonishment, she refrained from voicing it. After all, Zhou Zhua had already demonstrated his remarkable intellect during the past 2 years of interactions with everyone, making his actions entirely expected. As the three of them followed Zhou Zhua towards the white circle, Li Xiaotong scratched her head. Did I forget something? Just as she pondered this, the voice of Xiao Huahua echoed from a distance. Xiaotong, what's wrong? It's nothing, silly. Let us go. Chapter 90. Not Lin Xuan. Who is she? 5 minutes later, the four of them had arrived at the white circle depicted on the map. Zhou Zhua surveyed the area and spotted Lin Yuru among the 6 individuals. Hooray, I am the first to arrive. Finally reunited with everyone. There is nothing left to fear now. Xiao, Tang, and Li, upon reuniting with the main group, also let out sighs of relief, finally at ease. Zhou, you've made it. Lin Yuru, the class monitor, greeted them with a smile. Turning to the exuberant Xiao Huahua and remarked, you weren't the first to arrive, it was Gao Tian. What? Upon hearing Lin Yuru's words, Xiao Huahua naturally believed her and immediately felt disheartened. However, she quickly inquired, then where is Gao Wangba? Where did he go? Lin Yuru opened the map, pointing to a moving light point heading towards a distant glow, and smiled. He just couldn't sit still and went to help guide the other classmates. Hearing Lin Yuru's words, Zhou Zhua nodded in agreement, secretly thinking, he is indeed helping the others find their way. That is characteristic of him. Then I will go too. At this moment, Tang Shanzhong raised his hand, and upon receiving Lin Yuru's approval, he took the reluctant Xiao Huahua and opened the map, heading towards a certain glow to assist. Zhou Zhua also lifted his hand, joining the ranks of those guiding their classmates. Under Zhou Zhua's guidance, the other students quickly converged towards the center of the map where Lin Yuru was located. Old Zhou, you've arrived. Yes, I just brought over a batch of classmates. With this brief exchange, Zhou Zhua and Gao Tian successfully reunited. Another 20 minutes passed, yet Lin Xuan had still not arrived, while the students from Class F had already gathered. At this moment, Xiao Huahua glanced at the map and noticed that Lin Xuan was still quite far from them. Feeling puzzled, she remarked, where's Lin Zhu? Why hasn't she come yet? Didn't she start off quite quickly? Logically, she should have arrived by now. How could she get lost while looking at the navigation? She is not foolish. Hey, why are you calling me out? Hearing the conversation, Zhou Zhua felt a flicker of confusion arise within him. Just then, a message came from the toxic nest deployed at his landing point, along with the mycelium that spread from it. The immense white light seemed to circumvent its fungal carpet, rushing toward its own direction. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Zhua could only smile helplessly, reflecting on how vigilant Sister Lin truly was, deliberately avoiding the carpet's line of sight in uncertainty regarding whether it was friend or foe. After his brief amusement, Zhou Zhua awkwardly scratched his head. Along his journey, he had left behind numerous toxic tumors to expand his field of vision. If Sister Lin were to navigate around each one to meet up with him, it would certainly take her a considerable amount of time. As 5 minutes passed, Zhou Zhua gazed at the map, observing the erratic movements of the colossal white light. His smile gradually faded, sensing something amiss. The pace of this enormous white light had notably slowed. It appeared to be intentionally moving in circles, giving Zhou Zhua the impression that it was either stalling for time or attempting to confuse him. This thought sparked a flicker of vigilance within him. Lin Yuru, deeply concerned for her sister, suggested to her classmates, everyone, please hold on. I'll send a message to my sister to inquire if she has encountered any issues. Upon hearing Lin Yuru's voice, the students fell silent, patiently awaiting her news. However, after the message was sent, the white light momentarily paused before launching forward with a speed even more ferocious than before, charging toward the group. Look, Teacher Lin has received the message and is on her way to meet us. Soon, we shall engage the monsters. I can hardly wait to jump into the fray. While everyone else breathed a sigh of relief, Zhou Zhua furrowed his brows, sensing an underlying unease. Gao Tian approached and stood beside Zhou Zhua on the platform, nudging him with his arm, and whispered, Old Zhou, didn't the Lin family's creature move this swiftly at the outset? Its speed must have exceeded 20 seconds by now. Zhou Zhua nodded in agreement, responding quietly, stay alert. Things may not be as straightforward as they seem. At that moment, Zhou Zhua received an unusual report from the guerrilla team tasked with monster hunting, relaying critical intelligence. Diverting his focus, he observed the images from the distant humus-hunting insects. Indeed, the guerrilla teams had encountered aberrant creatures, jumpers, mutants, and needle snakes, to name a few, showcasing a vast array of species. However, the state of this massive swarm was far from optimal. Each insect bore alarming wounds from being gnawed upon. Faced with such a formidable army of aberrant creatures, Zhou Zhua understood why his guerrilla team had deemed it necessary to report this situation for his assessment. Given their sheer numbers, even if injured, they might prove challenging to defeat, at least for the moment. Yet soon, Zhou Zhuo discerned an anomaly within the images of this strange swarm. The swarm of bizarre insects exhibited no hostility, and atop their heads glimmered an unexpected ID. Lin Jurue, Shuang Nian S jumping insect. Lin Jurue Shuang Nian S aberration, sand camel healer, and Lin Jurue Shuang Nian S stinging serpent. This particular swarm belonged to the Lin family. Furthermore, the ID of the swarm's master bore the character for snow, suggesting that this insect horde might be under the protection of Lin Xuahan. At that moment, the surveillance shadow of the guerrilla team, utilizing its cloaking ability, discerned something within the translucent green sack of the leading sand camel healer. Upon closer inspection, Zhou Zhuo discovered that the sack contained a figure, eyes tightly shut, ensnared in slumber. It was none other than Lin Xuahan. Wait, if the person within this swarm was Lin Xuahan, then who was the brilliant white light barreling towards them? Zhou Zhuo, acting swiftly, deployed the toxic nest skill, placing a toxic tumor at the guerrilla team's location, allowing it to sprout a fungal blanket to aid Lin Xuahan in her rapid recovery from injury. Subsequently, Zhou Zhuo turned to his classmates and exclaimed loudly, "Everyone, quickly remove the white spores from your chests." The students, who had previously been eager to join forces and slay monsters, were momentarily taken aback by Zhou Zhuo's command. Huh? Why should we? If we remove them, Lin Zhu won't be able to find us. No way. This spore was given to me by Lin Zhu. I can still smell a hint of milk. This spore is that of the milk-flavored mushroom. What nonsense are you spouting, vice class leader? Only Gao Tian remained silent, quickly grasping the situation. Seizing the opportunity while Zhou Zhuo had captured everyone's attention, Gao Tian leaped down from the platform and signaled to his stinging serpent subordinates. The serpent accurately shot a spine towards the white spore on Gao Tian's chest. Under the serpent's control, the spine did not harm Gao Tian. At that moment, Gao Tian suddenly cried out, "Ah, that hurts. This spore is wrong. It has grown a spine." Chapter 91. Zhou Zhuo's stealthy escape. Upon hearing Gao Tian's exclamation, the crowd turned their gazes to him, discovering that a spine had indeed sprouted from the white spore he had just plucked from his chest, measuring a full 20 centimeters in length. Even Lin Zhu's chest, beneath the white spore, could not be that thick. Instantly, a chill ran through everyone, prompting them to hastily remove the white spores from their chests and toss them to the ground. Observing that everyone had discarded their spores, Gao Tian quickly bounded back onto the platform and asked Zhou Zhuo, "Old Zhou, what is our next move?" Zhou Zhuo, warmed by Gao Tian's unwavering trust, smiled as he looked at everyone below the platform. "Run?" Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Zhou Zhuo was already sprinting in a chosen direction, intent on reuniting with his guerrilla team. While it is indeed crucial for the guerrillas to amass resources and wealth, it is prudent to exercise caution in the face of unforeseen circumstances. First, one must gather forces before making further decisions. Upon observing the situation, Gao Tian said nothing further and followed closely behind Zhou Zhuo, sprinting away from the scene. Despite their confusion, the rest of the students, encouraged by Zhou Zhuo's lead and Gao Tian's companionship, began to move, each one trailing behind Zhou Zhuo with a sense of uncertainty. Although the reasons were unclear, the mere reaction of one individual, devoid of any harmful intent, prompted the others to follow suit. Gao Tian cleverly exploited this herd mentality, setting the pace for the entire class. Once they were on their way, Zhou Zhuo utilized the last remaining venomous tumor from his backpack, which had not yet cooled down, and planted it along their path. In a short while, the toxic tumor hatched, transforming into a mycelial blanket that concealed their tracks. Subsequently, Zhou Zhuo detonated the tumor once more, rendering the mycelium into nothingness, leaving no trace behind. As they traveled, Gao Tian opened the map and gazed at the stationary large white light, a vague answer beginning to form in his mind. He then discreetly avoided Lin Yuru and quietly inquired of Zhou Zhuo, "Old Zhou, could it be that this massive white light isn't Lin Zhu?" Zhou Zhuo nodded, casting a glance at Lin Yuru, whose expression displayed a hint of concern, and softly replied to Gao Tian, "Indeed, and it is likely pursuing us. It could very well be the enemy. While we cannot ascertain their identity just yet, the presence that could severely injure Lin Erji and thwart her swarm is certainly formidable." Gao Tian was momentarily taken aback by Zhou Zhuo's words, struggling to process the information. Setting aside how Zhou Zhuo came to know this, the mere thought of Lin Erji being gravely hurt, and her swarm, despite her being a 5th-tier Qixi level, being thwarted, raised questions about whether they could confront such adversaries. Nonetheless, Gao Tian harbored no doubts about Zhou Zhuo's assertions. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself and began to analyze Zhou Zhuo's words. Suddenly reminded of the word arrivals, Gao Tian presumed Zhou Zhuo was referring to the indigenous alien insects of the Seven Suns battlefield, and thus cautiously interjected, "Aren't we also the arrivals?" This remark caused a sudden realization to dawn upon Zhou Zhuo, shedding light on the enemy's identity. "You are correct. We might indeed be the arrivals. In the Seven Suns battlefield, humanity's foes include not only the alien insects, but also other extraterrestrial races. Thus, it is plausible that the enemy could be a different alien race altogether. Those who would dare to establish a camp in such a remote region would only be the top 5 alien races. Perhaps, this time, Class F has inadvertently stumbled into a hornet's nest, encroaching upon another's territory." In an instant, the scope of potential enemies was significantly narrowed. Zhou Zhuo focused on the top 5 affiliated races of the Zerg insect clan, NO1 Green Glimmer Serpent clan, NO2 Spirit Flame Fox clan, NO3 Iron Tooth Crocodile clan, NO4 Marsh Spirit Scorpion clan, NO5 Azure Summer Frog clan, beyond the army of alien insects. These 5 races constituted the remaining potential adversaries. The combat talents of these 5 races were deeply ingrained in Zhou Zhuo's mind. the talent of the Verdant Serpent clan, which entangles its foes, can impose a binding effect upon attack. The charming Flame Fox clan possesses a talent that enhances the affection of its allies. The Iron Tooth Crocodile clan boasts a talent that augments their offensive power. The Swamp Spirit Scorpion clan has a talent that provides additional benefits to their water-based equipment. And the Aqua Summer Frog clan's talent allows its members to traverse water terrain without hindrance, with certain exceptions for special water sources. In his previous life, Zhozhua had memorized the strengths and weaknesses of the other 17 clans in his quest for unity, knowledge he vowed never to forget. Was this what the Eightfold Shard Fox referred to as the conflict with humanity? Contemplating this, Zhozhua felt a frown crease his brow. Yet, without evidence, it was unwise to jump to conclusions. Zhozhua, wait a moment, where are we headed? At that moment, Lin Yuru approached Zhozhua, her voice laced with confusion. Isn't my second sister behind us? The direction we are running seems incorrect. Meanwhile, the classmates behind Lin Yuru slowed their pace, casting puzzled glances at Zhozhua and Lin Yuru. Even if we manage to gather the spores and ensure our safety, what about Teacher Lin? Indeed, look at the map. Teacher Lin has remained stationary, unable to locate us. Should we turn back and search for her? Zhozhua, noticing Lin Yuru's worried expression, smiled radiantly and gestured as if perusing messages on his main interface. Though my second sister hasn't replied to you, she did send me a message. She lost the spores while rushing here and can't find our location, so she provided me with a coordinate. Let us proceed towards it. Gao Tian quickly interjected. Thus, the bright dot on the map cannot possibly be Teacher Lin. It is likely that another creature has found it. If we linger here, we may attract the attention of any approaching swarms, which would be perilous. Let us follow Zhozhua to find Teacher Lin. You need not worry. When has Zhozhua ever deceived us? Hearing Zhozhua and Gao Tian's reassurances, the class's collective anxiety was somewhat alleviated. However, they soon detected a flaw in Zhozhua's statement. Wait, Vice Class Leader, did Teacher Lin message you? When did you acquire her contact information? Oh no, Zhozhua, you aren't seeking post-class tutoring from Lin Ji, are you? Speak up, Zhozhua. You traitor, have you secretly run off? As the mood in the class lifted, Lin Yuru's worries dissipated somewhat. Yes, just as before, she could trust Zhozhua. Nodding, she pondered her words before addressing her classmates with a smile. There's no need to dwell on that. When Zhozhua visited my home during the holidays, he met my second sister. It must have been then that he obtained her contact information. Let us focus on following Zhozhua to find my sister. Upon hearing Lin Yuru's words, the atmosphere in the classroom fell into a brief silence before erupting with excitement once more. Does this not intensify our curiosity? You truly made an early escape. Old Zhou, you've even met the parents. How infuriating. Why did I not seize this opportunity? Zhozhua, I declare eternal enmity against you. Prepare to face the wrath of my FFF regiment once we exit the dungeon. Observing the expressions of those around him softening, Zhozhua felt relieved and was able to press onward. While maneuvering the surveillance shadow hovering above him to retrace his steps and investigate the enemy's movements behind, Zhozhua simultaneously commanded the Guerrilla Squad's shadow to draw closer, expanding his field of vision. Under Zhozhua's orders, the swarm belonging to Lin Xuehan stepped onto Zhozhua's mycelium carpet, swiftly recovering from their injuries. Leading his companions, Zhozhua made a timely retreat from this perilous location. Chapter 92. Let us set off after a satisfying meal 5 minutes after the departure of Class F. A group of crocodile men with human bodies and crocodile heads appeared in this location. At the forefront was a robust crocodile man, draped in simple burlap as clothing, with the right half of his face and eye corroded into scars, gazing at the empty basin devoid of any human presence. The scarred-eyed crocodile man plucked a white spore from his chest, crushed it in his mouth, and spat it out along with phlegm, angrily exclaiming, "Where did everyone go? Are the humans this slippery?" Letting one female escape, and then allowing a whole group of fledglings to slip away. After cursing, the scarred-eyed crocodile man scanned the area, finding no trace of humans, which only intensified his fury as he shouted, "Search. Go find them for me. If you find them tonight, you shall feast on lamb. If not, you will graze." Yes. Upon hearing the promise of meat, the crocodile creatures became excited, each summoning their respective minions from the summoning space to commence their search. The crocodiles split into 8 teams, extending outward in all directions to seek the whereabouts of humans. Their faces were filled with ease, evidently considering this task a trivial matter. It had been a long time since they had hunted. I wonder if my jump bug's nose is still sharp enough. Once caught, will it be seasoned with salt and pepper, or made into soup? It seems there is some honey mustard sauce left in the camp. Perhaps I should fry it. Fried chicken is delightful. Before long, the only one remaining in this area was the scarred-eyed crocodile, perched atop a high platform in the small basin. He inhaled the lingering scent of humans, his mouth watering as he reminisced. It has been some time since I last savored lamb. It has also been ages since I drank goat's milk. Just as the scarred-eyed crocodile was lost in memories of the delectable lamb, a smaller crocodile creature rushed over from a distance. "Captain, my hounds have found traces of the humans." Hearing the report from the diminutive crocodile, the scarred-eyed crocodile's eyes lit up as he hastily stood from the platform, seizing the other's collar, and excitedly inquired, "Is it the trail of those 30 two-legged sheep?" The diminutive crocodilian creature, upon hearing the numbers, hesitated momentarily. After counting its claws, it shook its head in bewilderment. "No. The trails of humans discovered by my dogs seem to amount to only 10. 10. That is hardly sufficient for a meal." The scarred-eyed crocodile scratched its head, pondering whether the group of bipedal sheep had scattered. However, it quickly abandoned its musings and, with a grand gesture, commanded, "Let it be 10 for now. Capture those 10. Use them as bait and disseminate the information. I refuse to believe the remaining ones will not come." Yes, The small crocodilian creature departed to send out messages, while the scarred-eyed crocodile began to consolidate its team, instructing the remaining 7 squads to continue dispersing and set ambushes. All of this was meticulously observed by a multi-eyed aberration hovering above. 10 individuals, Zhou, leading his classmates, concealed themselves atop a broad, flat-topped hill, a frown creasing his brow. Based on the surveillance images transmitted by the shadowy specter, Zhou deciphered the lip movements and turned to his panting 29 classmates, musing aloud. Everyone from our class is here. Where did those 10 people come from? Could it be that besides us, others have come to this 7 stars battlefield for training? Exhaling deeply, Zhou could only hope. Let us pray those 10 individuals do not get captured. Having committed this matter to memory, he raised his gaze toward the distant approaching shadow specter. At this moment, the guerrilla team's shadow specter flew forth, clearly revealing their forthcoming route. Zhou's current strategy was to first reunite with his guerrilla team, thereby expanding their numbers to establish a fundamental self-defense capability. Coupled with Lin Xuehan's aberration army, their defensive strength would be significantly bolstered. Should their combat prowess prove inadequate, Zhou would judiciously opt to avoid confrontation, prioritize development, and focus on enduring these 5 days while gathering his equipment and genetic materials. However, at present, as Zhou surveyed the distant dispersal of the iron-toothed crocodile clan, a sanguine smile began to emerge at the corners of his mouth. If our combat strength is sufficient, we can eliminate them outright and seize their encampment. That seems far more convenient. Alas, it was imperative that they not be allowed to perish. In his previous life, the plundering of human encampments was a frequent occurrence, with the culprits being these voracious iron-toothed crocodiles that relish the taste of bipedal lamb flesh. Once we have rested sufficiently, we shall press onward. After formulating a tactical plan in his mind, Zhou assessed the physical condition of his classmates, then rose from the flat summit, leading them towards the direction of the guerrilla team. Before departing, Zhou did not forget to employ the venomous tumor to spawn a blanket of fungi, erasing all traces of their presence. As Zhou and his classmates departed from the location, a pair of notifications suddenly emerged from the shadow specter. The first message came from Lin Xuehan's unit within the guerrilla team. The lead aberrant variant of the sand camel had begun to wilt, and the woman behind it had opened her eyes, indicating that the healing provided by the sand camel had ceased. This signified but one thing: Lin Xuehan had recovered. Since the second sister of the Lin family has already recovered, she should not rashly initiate an attack upon encountering my non-hostile swarm of insects. Otherwise, should a conflict arise, I would find myself in a precarious situation. With these thoughts resonating in his mind, Zhou came to a halt, his expression calm as he gazed ahead. The classmates trailing behind him likewise paused, their faces grave as they regarded the distant figures that were part human, part crocodile. Gao Tian furrowed his brow, stepping forward instinctively to partially shield Zhou. Old Zhou, those must be the otherworldly beings, right? Zhou offered a faint smile, nodding in affirmation. The second prompt regarding the surveillance of the shadowy creatures revealed 3 iron-toothed crocodilians ahead. The 3 crocodilian figures, upon spotting the humans, grinned savagely. We've found our prey. So much meat, it will be difficult to transport. Let us take them down. 10 for you, 10 for you, and I shall handle the remaining 10. The 3 crocodilians, upon encountering the human race, exhibited no regard for Zhou and his companions, not even contemplating summoning reinforcements. Instead, they summoned their alien insects, 160 jumping insects, 6 insect generals, 6 aberrant forms, 8 cockroaches, and 5 stinging serpents. Observing the bloodthirsty crocodilians as they summoned their alien insects, Zhou responded with a matching smile. You seem quite fond of meat. I wonder if you can consume all of ours. Summon. With Zhou's command, all 30 individuals present extended their hands simultaneously, and in an instant, hundreds of lights illuminated the surroundings. The summoned insect army emitted a cacophony of roars, encircling and protecting the group. Throughout their journey, Zhou engaged with his classmates in discussions regarding troop strength and command, for without proper preparation for battle, even a well-equipped army would struggle to demonstrate its combat prowess. Ultimately, with unanimous agreement from his peers, Zhou was granted full authority to command their collective forces, including Zhou's own necrotic hunting insects. The total count amounted to 102 jumping insects, 12 worker bees, for stinging serpents, 2 aberrant forms, 3 insect generals, 6 explosive insects, 3 cockroaches, and 2 infiltrators. Upon witnessing the alien insect army summoned by Zhou and his companions, the 3 crocodilians could hardly contain their laughter. Ha! So many insects! How terrifying! You even question if we can consume this? This is hardly sufficient for us. Is this all? We have dozens more in our camp. Send more food our way. In the face of the towering, robust crocodilians' provocation, Zhou's cohort of newly matured classmates, though occasionally stricken with fear, steadfastly maintained their ground, refusing to retreat even an inch. This was a clash between tribes. To retreat would signify defeat. Zhou, at the forefront, smiled at the crocodilians' taunts and, with a courteous gesture, replied amicably, "Since you esteemed ones have spoken thus, let us feast, and then proceed." Chapter 93. The Balance of Victory. As Zhou's voice fell, the swarm surrounding everyone surged forth as if guided by divine connection. The infiltrators swiftly vanished underground, while the aberrations let out a piercing roar and advanced. The queen positioned herself, firmly entrenched in the rear. The spiked serpents completed their formation and launched their spines. The cockroaches moved forward, bracing against the onslaught. The jumping insects erupted in chaos, obscuring the vision. The explosive bugs seized the moment, targeting the weaknesses. The worker bees formed a protective barrier, becoming the ultimate line of defense. This intricate choreography of the minions unfolded in mere seconds, unleashing their primal combat instincts upon the 3 crocodilian minions. The source of these commands originated solely from one place, Zhozhua. Zhozhua, was this your command? Lin Yuru's eyes widened as she surveyed the surrounding minions, who were now in perfect synchrony, their orderly actions leaving her more astounded than when she discovered her elder sister had become the new guardian of Lin City. Not only Lin Yuru, but also the entire class who had entrusted their operational authority to Zhozhua, were rendered speechless by the spectacle before them, each silently praying that Zhozhua might indeed perform a miracle. If this continued, they might actually win. Go, Vice Class Leader. Gao Tian, witnessing Zhozhua's maneuvers, felt a shiver run down his spine. He slowly exhaled, murmuring softly, "Is this the legendary Han Exine deploying troops? The more the merrier? Impressive, old Zhou." He barely heard his own words, fearful that a louder voice might disrupt Zhozhua's operations. Zhozhua smiled faintly, offering no response. Yet a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes. After leaving 2 enigmatic toxic tumors in the enemy's midst, he mused to himself. How long has it been since I practiced multitasking? The feel is quite good. Even the 3 crocodilians across the battlefield were momentarily taken aback, forgetting to issue commands. Initially, they had believed that their minions' combat prowess would suffice to secure victory against the F2A. However, under Zhozhua's control, the human swarm's measured offensive left the crocodilians astounded, prompting them to hastily attempt to relay orders. Yet, this brief reaction time had already tilted the battle irreversibly. Whenever the crocodilians' aberrations and cockroaches, both capable of inflicting the highest single-target damage, attempted to strike the jumping insects, aiming to inflict casualties, a human aberration or a robust cockroach would invariably absorb the blows. Just as they managed to significantly deplete the life force of their targets, the queen, positioned in the human rear, suddenly released a rapid-acting nourishing fluid, rejuvenating the damaged insects. In terms of numbers, the human jumping insects could not match those of the crocodilians, but they were equally fierce in combat prowess. Furthermore, whenever one of the jumping insects' health dropped below 10, Zhozhua would command its retreat to the backline. However, the crocodilians were incapable of executing such meticulous maneuvers. Upon witnessing the rapid demise of their kin, the crocodilian warriors seethed with fury, yearning to plunge into the battlefield and obliterate the smug visage of the human foe. Damn it, why won't you perish? Strike! Strike over there! How come more monsters have emerged? My dog has perished. How dare you slay my dog? That was my investment. Charge! Charge! Useless fools! Bite them! How did it escape again? As mere seconds ticked by, Zhozhua capitalized on the chaos of the battlefield, allowing his toxic tumors to fully hatch and transform into a pervasive fungal carpet, rendering him invisible. In this brief interlude, although the vitality of his jumping worms had diminished significantly, their numbers remained steady at 102, while the opposing crocodilians' jumping worms plummeted from 160 to a mere 90. Such a feat was undeniably remarkable. It is essential to note that the Iron-Tooth Crocodile Clan's minions boasted inherent sharp teeth abilities, resulting in naturally high damage output. Furthermore, the heritage of their minions was considerably more profound than that of the humans. Despite this disparity in attributes, Zhozhua managed to achieve such results through sheer skill, evidently maximizing his damage output to its fullest potential. Nevertheless, even with the crocodilians' dwindling numbers, their remaining jumping worms, boasting relatively high vitality, still held a discernible advantage over the human counterparts. Across the entire battlefield, the human minions remained in a state of suppression. The advantages observed on the battlefield were a testament to the crocodilians' rich lineage. The scales of victory, which had initially tilted in favor of the humans, seemed to be gradually pulled back by the crocodilian forces. The defensive perimeter of the humans continued to shrink, while the enemy's encirclement tightened relentlessly. When the humans' defensive range dwindled to nothingness, the outcome of the battle would become unmistakably clear. Witnessing this scene, the students of Class F felt their hearts race, a sense of foreboding creeping into their minds. This is untenable. The disparity in strength is far too great. After all, they faced the formidable Iron-Tooth Crocodile clan, whose foundation was profoundly entrenched. Please, let us prevail. Even Gao Tian, observing Zhozhua's strenuous defense, felt a twinge of concern. However, upon seeing the confident smile adorning Zhozhua's face, his worries began to dissipate, granting him a semblance of reassurance. Old Zhou is cunning. He must have a trick up his sleeve. Surely, the 3 crocodilians, seemingly foreseeing their impending victory, erupted into even more boisterous laughter, eager to reclaim the bravado from earlier. So what if you have skill? In the face of absolute power, what good is your finesse? F2A annihilates all flamboyance. You think it's amusing? I'll be sure to take your head first, just to stifle your laughter. As the crocodilian forces pressed forward, tightening their encirclement, their rear ranks of stingers and defensive serpents converged upon a newly birthed fungal carpet. Zhozhua's eyes lit up at this moment. Now is the time. He felt a surge of determination as he detonated the 2 toxic tumors he had strategically placed. 40. 2 highly toxic tumors detonated in the rear of the enemy forces, instantly obliterating 8 jumping insects and leaving 5 venomous snakes reduced to mere halves of their former selves. Witnessing this spectacle, the morale of Zhozhua's classmates soared, igniting a renewed sense of hope as they erupted in jubilant cheers. Hooray! Well done! Let their backs explode. However, the enemy's venomous snakes appeared surprisingly resilient, still standing despite the onslaught. Zhozhua mused that their firepower was still somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, the explosion of the 2 toxic tumors had sent 3 crocodilians into a state of panic, disrupting their formations. Seizing this opportunity, Zhou commanded his 18 decay hunting insects to swiftly maneuver, drawing the enemy's fire and attention, thereby sowing further chaos among the hostile insect ranks. At this critical juncture, Zhou's mind sparked with inspiration. The 6 explosive insects, led by Li Xiaotong, transformed into green wheels and surged through the breach created by Zhou's cockroaches, directly infiltrating the enemy's rear. The leader of the crocodilians felt his heart skip a beat upon witnessing this development. He glanced at the wounded snakes and hastily commanded, "Quick, dive underground. They won't be able to find us if we go invisible." However, the crocodilian failed to delineate his command effectively, resulting in all his insect troops ceasing their assault to dig underground in preparation for concealment. No. All units except the venomous snakes resumed combat. Realizing his grave error, the crocodilian hurriedly rescinded his order, attempting to re-engage his forces. Yet, the underground maneuver possessed a 3-second cooldown, effectively granting Zhou a full 6 seconds to regroup his troops. With this window of opportunity, the 6 explosive insects charged straight into the enemy's rear without hesitation. As for the hidden venomous snakes, they were rather foolish, assuming that invisibility would spare them from manual detonation. Zhou had been tracking their positions from the very beginning. Despite the presence of the surveillance shadow, Zhou could discern the locations of the invisible snakes. The explosive insects, akin to Zhou's toxic tumors, could be detonated at will. For these immobilized units, even if they were invisible, their positions remained as conspicuous as live targets in Zhou's mind, rendering the shadow's anti-invisibility capability unnecessary. Then came a series of resounding explosions. Bang, 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 bang. 20, 20, 20. 6 consecutive thunderous blasts erupted in the crocodilian's rear. Amidst the barrage, 5 venomous snakes were annihilated, for out of 8 cockroaches perished, and 5 of the 6 insect reinforcements were lost. What had once been 82 wounded jumping insects dwindled to 53, their vitality further diminished. At this moment, the enemy forces were still caught in the 6-second interval of their underground operation. Though only 4 seconds remained, this brief window of vulnerability became a catalyst, accelerating the conclusion of the battle. As the crocodilians sought to tilt the scales of victory in their favor, Zhou extended a finger, firmly pressing the balance towards the human side. Moreover, the catalysts were not limited to this alone. Ding. Congratulations on your level up, current level 2. Ding. Detected your talent as SSS level. You have obtained 9 free attribute points. Please allocate them as you see fit. With a grand flourish, Zhou distributed the attributes. The power of the decaying hunter bugs was maxed out. Their attack power surged from 17 to an astounding 26, resulting in even more terrifying output. The law of victory had been established. The probability of my triumph in this battle was unequivocally 1,000. In a mere 4 seconds of the enemy's output downtime, Zhou's decaying hunter bugs, with their remarkable speed rated at 19s, swiftly maneuvered to the rear of the enemy's severely wounded ranks, unleashing a torrential barrage of damage. Roar. Due to the overwhelming numbers of the enemy, the decaying hunter bugs needed only to strike 5 times. Influenced by the equipment gene set, their next attack would inflict a double strike, resulting in an additional 50 damage, culminating in an instantaneous damage total of 39 points. This was sufficient to annihilate a fully healthy enemy jumper. Meanwhile, the wounded characters in the enemy's rear were executing underground commands, rendering them immobile and defenseless, thereby absorbing all the damage. For seconds elapsed. 4 cockroaches fell, 1 bug queen perished, the jumpers were completely exterminated, and 4 aberrants were slain. Only 2 severely wounded aberrants remained, having just emerged from the ground, gazing bewilderedly at the encircling swarm. In an instant, these 2 aberrants crumpled to the ground, lifeless, devoid of further motion. The 3 crocodilians in the distance, witnessing this spectacle, widened their eyes in shock. Could it be that I have been defeated? My swarm, entirely obliterated. How much would it cost to recover from this? How could this be possible? Our kindred have all perished. That individual has not lost a single one. Upon hearing this, Zhou smiled slightly and corrected them. That is not entirely accurate. I did lose 6 explosive bugs. At this correction, the expressions of the 3 crocodilians darkened, their hearts heavy with humiliation. Defeated by the humans. How disgraceful. This is utterly humiliating. It's all your fault. Why did you issue the underground command? I should never have entrusted my swarm command to you. If you had the ability, you wouldn't have handed it over to me. You had the audacity to blame me when you couldn't manage the army yourself? Amidst the mutual accusations of the 3 crocodilians, Zhou dispatched his swarm to encircle them. Li Xiaodong, witnessing this, hastily covered her eyes with her sleeve. What is the vice captain planning? Surely, he doesn't intend to let the aberrant insects devour all 3 of them? Tang Shanzhong, hearing Li Xiaodong's murmurs, felt his previously resolute expression waver, yet he gritted his teeth and declared fiercely, to repay evil with evil. The iron-toothed crocodilians have devoured so many of our kin. Even if we do not resort to such barbaric acts, we cannot allow them to escape unscathed. If you are hesitant to witness this, it would be prudent to retreat. Such matters must be gradually accepted. Xiao Huahua also nodded, steeling himself. It must be done. Although Zhou had yet to speak, the hushed whispers of the classmates behind him had already instilled a palpable sense of dread in the 3 crocodilians, making their claws and hoofs grow icy. The trio of crocodilians, gripped by fear, quickly turned their attention to the cold-eyed Zhou, who bore a singular smile, and exclaimed in alarm, "What do you intend to do? Do you dare to lay a hand upon us? I shall suffice without your intervention. Do you wish to send your hounds after us? Do not approach. I warn you, even if you kill me, I shall not perish." I will ensure that my kin launch an assault upon your human encampment. Do not be ungrateful. The monk may escape, but the temple remains. Should you dare to slay us, we will report back to our camp and send crocodilians to obliterate everything you hold dear. Consider your choices wisely. As the three crocodilians spoke with fierce voices, Lin Yuru stepped up beside Zhou Zhuo, revealing an unsent message panel before him. We cannot afford to kill them. My sister has informed me that the iron-toothed crocodilians are formidable. Even if we manage to flee, what of our human encampment? It is a fragile fortress we have painstakingly constructed and cannot withstand an assault from the iron-toothed crocodilians. After presenting this message to Zhou Zhuo, Lin Yuru proceeded to send it to every individual in their class. Upon receiving the message, the murderous intent that had filled the minds of the classmates began to dissipate. With their thoughts cooling slightly, they realized how extreme their previous sentiments had been. They were all adults now. There was no need to jeopardize the future of the human race for a fleeting moment of bravado. Gao Tian, having read Lin Yuru's message, nodded in agreement and quietly remarked to Zhou Zhuo, until we possess the means to utterly dismantle the iron-toothed crocodilians' encampment, we must deliberate on such matters more carefully. Before Gao Tian could finish his statement, he noticed Zhou Zhuo's demeanor shift as a broader smile graced his lips. An unexpected visitor had arrived from the guerrilla front. What if I do possess such means? Zhou Zhuo murmured, stepping forward, manipulating the swarm of insects to create a gap behind the crocodilians, and grinning as he spoke. Gentlemen, relinquish your belongings and depart in peace. Do not forget to convey my regards to your kin. Upon perceiving this unexpected avenue of escape, the three crocodilians' eyes lit up, and they hastily extracted resources from their spatial devices, scrambling out of the encirclement. The bold proclamations they had just made were mere bravado. When it came to the prospect of death, who would not tremble? These possessions, if not surrendered now, would inevitably be lost upon death. Better to secure their safety. Once the three crocodilians had fled the encirclement, they regained their composure, their backs straightening, and their voices regained strength. Now this is more like it. Youngsters should not be so impetuous. Off you go, back to your homes and suckle. We knew you wouldn't dare to kill us. Today, you shall await your compensation. As the silhouettes of the three crocodilian figures receded, their harsh exclamations echoed in the air. The expressions of Class F gradually darkened. Are we not, in essence, releasing a tiger back into the mountains? After all, within the confines of this realm, their demise does not equate to true death. They can still carry tidings back to their kin. Our human encampment's combat prowess is insufficient to withstand the ferocity of the iron-toothed crocodiles. How I long for a genuine battlefield. Nevertheless, we are fortunate to have our auxiliary class. Indeed, we are fortunate to have old Zhou. Without him, we would surely face the loss of our kin and even endure the agony of death ourselves. Gao Tian approached, patting Zhou Zhuo's shoulder with a relaxed demeanor, saying, Old Zhou, why do you remain silent? Fear not. This does not constitute releasing a tiger back into the mountains. At least we have not invited new troubles upon our human encampment. Zhou Zhuo lifted his gaze towards the fiery sun on the horizon, narrowing his eyes slightly, a broader smile gracing his face. Of course, it is not. I am not releasing a tiger back into the mountains, but rather casting bait. Upon hearing Zhou Zhuo's words, Gao Tian was momentarily taken aback. Do you truly possess the capability to obliterate the iron-toothed crocodile encampment? Zhou Zhuo leveled his gaze, stepping forward to collect the spoils from the three crocodilians, a serene smile upon his lips. Who knows? Chapter 95. Indeed. 8 have perished after collecting the gifts from the three crocodilians. Zhou Zhuo meticulously assessed the valuable treasures. Star Metal X 632, Diluted Gas X 218, Crimson Fire Essence Powder X 359, Crimson Fire Fragments X 37, Crimson Fire Shards X 2, Green Emerald Powder X 282, Green Emerald Fragments X 16, Green Emerald Shards X 1, Yellow Amber Powder X 36, Yellow Amber Fragments X 2. Beyond the fundamental resources such as star metal and diluted gas, the three crocodilians yielded a plethora of materials. Among them were resources to enhance physical attributes, represented by Crimson Fire Essence, and those to augment vitality, exemplified by Green Emerald. There were even Yellow Amber materials to bolster resilience. Seeing these, Zhou Zhuo inhaled deeply, his smile widening. What a windfall! The efficiency of acquiring these materials far surpasses the tedious hunting of wild insect swarms. Moreover, we emerged unscathed, with no losses. These over 300 units of Crimson Fire Essence are sufficient to elevate a jumping bug's fire source imprint to level 3. In that moment, a greedy desire stirred within Zhou Zhuo, for the materials he required were indeed numerous. Setting aside the matter of advancing a 10-star equipment gene to level 10, simply raising a complete set of 10-star equipment genes to level 10 necessitates an immense quantity of resources. To illustrate using the jumping bug's physical fire imprint, elevating from level 1 to level 2 requires 100 units of Crimson Fire Essence powder. From level 2 to level 3 requires 200 units. From level 3 to level 4 requires 300 units, and so forth. To elevate a single attribute from level 1 to level 10, the total quantity of materials required is a staggering 5,500. The equipment gene for the jump worm, or the complete set of 5 pieces, requires a staggering total of 27,500 low-level materials. The demand for these materials is immense, which is why Lin Shuahan contemplated leading the members of Class F into the 7 Luminaries battlefield. Here, they could familiarize themselves with real combat, while simultaneously gathering these essential materials. However, the quantity remains far from sufficient. After retracting the harvest interface, Zhou Zhuo addressed his classmates. After you retrieve your familiars, let us take a moment to rest here. I will collect the materials for everyone and hand them over to Teacher Lin for distribution later. Joshua felt that the current state of the group was not conducive to marching, so it was best to pause and allow the familiars to recover their strength. Upon hearing Joshua's words, his classmates waved their hands dismissively, indicating their refusal to heed his suggestion. Just keep them, old Joe. We have no objections if you take them. Indeed, if it weren't for your leadership, we wouldn't even be able to collect any materials. We might have been ambushed and sent back to class right at the gathering point. With only 3 crocodilians, how many resources could they possibly yield? Would it even suffice for a few dozen pieces of powder? Just take it. You can gather for us once you've collected enough for yourself. Upon hearing his classmates, Joshua smiled slightly. Indeed, there aren't many. I will keep them for now. If I wait until I gather enough to assist everyone, it might take at least half a month, and then we miss the monthly exam. As long as he could satisfy the requirement of 500 pieces of powder for one person, that would suffice. If he could achieve his goal, he might even acquire more. Once everyone had retrieved their familiars, they clung to them affectionately, and their emotions began to stabilize. Although none of the familiars had perished, they were all in a critical state, which was indeed somewhat alarming. Fortunately, class leader Lin Yuru had fed a blood chi pearl to the mutated cloud healing worm queen before entering, which enhanced the recovery efficiency of the nearby familiars, allowing their injuries to heal more rapidly. However, Li Xiaotong was in a different situation. All her explosive worms had perished, leaving her with nothing to embrace. As she surveyed her classmates joyfully interacting with their familiars, a thought arose in her mind, and she approached Zhou Zhuo with a radiant, sunny smile. Blinking as she spoke, Deputy Class Leader, my familiars are all gone, and I don't have any resources left to resurrect the explosive worms. I've become a burden. Perhaps I should return to class. The explosive worm, unlike other aberrant creatures, was born to perish. Thus, even in the 7 Luminaries battlefield and real combat scenarios, players with the explosive worm gene sequence could spend a small amount of resources to resurrect and hatch them. Upon hearing Li Xiaotong's words, Zhou Zhuo raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile appearing on his face. Her words did not reflect a desire to be a burden. Rather, they were an invitation to partake in the spoils. The other members of the class felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing Li Xiaotong's remark. As others mourn the loss of their beloved pets, it is difficult for them to witness someone else indulging in affectionate moments with their own. After all, the reason their companions have emerged unscathed lies not just in the chaos of the battlefield, but also significantly due to Zhou Zhuo's adept command. Yet, one must not overlook the pivotal role played by Li Xiaotong's explosive creatures. Had it not been for the timely detonation of her 2 hidden explosive bugs, the chaos among the crocodilians' aberrations would not have ensued. Furthermore, the subsequent self-detonations of Xiaotong's explosive bugs swiftly diminished the enemy's rear-line firepower, attributing considerable merit to her in this battle. Upon hearing the remarks of her classmates, Li Xiaotong paused, musing to herself. Wait, those explosions weren't caused by my bugs, were they? Zhou Zhuo nodded, gesturing with his hand to retrieve part of the shattered star ore and diluted gas confiscated from the spatial device, which he then handed to Li Xiaotong. Keep it, we need you. You can always respawn. Li Xiaotong glanced down to find 165 shards of star ore and 55 units of diluted gas. The figure seemed off. The simplified genes of explosive and jumping bugs are akin, with each egg capable of hatching 2. Thus, her original 6 explosive bugs represented 3 eggs. In the instance of revival within the dungeon, only 40 of the resources are required for successful resurrection. Moreover, it is possible to utilize these inexpensive resources found in the dungeon without resorting to the rare star ore and energy gas prevalent in reality. This implies that the original cost of 225 star ore and 75 units of high-energy gas for 3 explosive eggs could now be reduced to merely 90 shards of star ore and 30 units of diluted gas for revival. Of course, such resurrection is confined to the dungeon. Returning to reality necessitates the consumption of rare resources like star ore and high-energy gas to revive the explosive bugs. However, the amount Zhou Zhuo provided not only covers the revival of those 3 eggs, but is also sufficient to hatch yet another explosive egg. After observing this figure, Li Xiaotong raised her head to meet Zhou Zhuo's gaze, a conjecture blossoming in her mind. Deputy Class Leader, did you perhaps give me too much? Zhou Zhuo responded with a faint smile. Are you certain? Count again. I utilized your 8 explosive bugs. Staring at Zhou Zhuo's grin, Li Xiaotong found herself momentarily stunned, reflecting on the mines and perils she initially encountered. Suddenly, the fragmented clues in her mind coalesced into a coherent thread, illuminated by Zhou Zhuo's smile and hints. Indeed, it was you, Deputy Class Leader. Covering her smile with her sleeve, Li Xiaotong's eyes sparkled like crescent moons as she accepted the compensation Zhou Zhuo offered, responding with a gentle smile. Yes, I indeed miscalculated. I lost 8 explosive bugs. Chapter 96, Sacrificing a Husband and Losing Soldiers with a Sense of Relief. Li Xiaotong accepted the hush money from Zhou Zhuo, reaching into her spatial device to invest all the funds into the genetic sequences of her explosive bugs, resulting in the acquisition of 4 new explosive eggs. As she reached out to caress the nearby spawn of the explosive insect, Li Xiaotong discreetly covered her mouth and nose with her sleeve and smiled subtly at Zhou Zhuo, saying, with your remarkable prowess, Deputy Class Leader, should you earnestly pursue me, I might just abandon my fiancée and elope with you. Zhou Zhuo shook his head and raised his hands in a gesture of dismissal, stating, I am not one to covet what belongs to others. However, I must admit I find your fiancé intriguing. After all, he shares the same awakened genetic sequence as Bai Mengyu. Li Xiaotong's fiancé, bearing the surname Qin, inherited the bloodline affinity of the infected from his mother, the Qin clan. Although their surnames differ, one could argue that Zhou Zhua, Li Xiaotong, and this gentleman named Qin are distant relatives. In his past life, Zhou Zhua had fought alongside this Qin individual on several occasions and held a favorable impression of him. Thus, if fate permits in this life, Zhou Zhua would indeed like to meet this old friend from his past. However, for reasons unknown, Li Xiaotong's expression shifted oddly upon hearing Zhou Zhua's words. The faint blush that had been concealed by her sleeve slowly faded, and her gaze drifted towards the back of Zhou Zhua, where a playful garlic turtle frolicked with a stinger snake. After a moment of realization, she turned to Zhou Zhua, saying with a peculiar tone, "I will keep this matter to myself. I kindly ask the deputy class leader not to covet what belongs to others, for I would prefer not to lose both my husband and my soldiers." With those words, Li Xiaotong stowed the insect spawn into her spatial device, retaining only a soft, plush egg, and walked off into the distance. Zhou Zhua, watching her retreating figure, paused in confusion. Shouldn't it be losing both the lady and the soldier? After a wry smile, he summoned one of his humus hunters, a lavender-hued jumping insect, having licked its wounds. Since Zhou Zhua's call and hurried over despite limping on one leg, always there when needed, Zhou Zhua chuckled, stroking the humus hunter while extracting several hundred grains of crimson fire essence powder from his spatial device, which he integrated into the creature's physical fire patterns. Ding! The physical fire patterns absorbed crimson fire essence powder reaching 100-100, level increased to 2, health points 5. Ding! The physical fire patterns absorbed crimson fire essence powder reaching 200-200, level increased to 3, health points 5. With consecutive system notifications echoing in his mind, Zhou Zhua distinctly noted that the humus hunter before him, along with the other two that had hatched from the same spawn, had increased in size. Their health points had risen to 55, rendering them considerably robust. Regrettably, even after decomposing the remaining fragments of crimson fire essence, it was insufficient to elevate them to the next level. Otherwise, he would have ensured their health points reached a neat 60. After all, the equipment gene item linked to the spawn, thus enhancing the attributes of the three humus hunters that emerged from the egg. The vitality grass patterns were also elevated to level 3, augmenting health recovery to 3 minutes. This means they could recover 1 health point every 20 seconds. If one were to stand once more upon the fungal blanket of Zhou Zhua, and in proximity to the cloud-sucking mother of the Yunyao worm that had devoured the blood-chi pearl, his 3 decay hunting insects could achieve a remarkable constitution of 5 minutes. Their peak potential would allow for the restoration of 1 life point every 12 seconds. Truly terrifying. After enhancing all possible attributes, Zhou Zhua closed the equipment gene enhancement interface and resumed his vigilant observation of the surroundings, while simultaneously directing his focus towards the shadowy sentry accompanying the iron-toothed crocodile clan. As the minutes elapsed, the 3 crocodilians returned to the basin previously designated as a gathering point for Class F. Presently, other crocodilians, having received the signal to assemble, converged around that very site once more. From the vantage point of the monitoring shadow, it was evident that there were no fewer than 30 or 40 of them. Now, this was the real catch. Observing the throng of gathered crocodilians, a faint smile crept upon Zhou Zhua's lips. Upon their return, the 3 crocodilians were met with a swift reprimand from the scarred-eyed elder, who struck them down with a heavy hand, rendering them motionless on the ground. Subsequently, the elder gestured and dispatched 7 more robust and seasoned crocodilians towards Zhou Zhua's direction. After keenly deciphering their intentions through lip reading, Zhou Zhua's smile broadened. A fish had taken the bait. In mere minutes, these 7 crocodilians would arrive at this location. Rising from the ground and brushing off the dust from his attire, Zhou Zhua turned to his classmates. The companions of Class F had long since regained their vitality, and upon noticing Zhou Zhua's upright posture, they too rose in unison, inquiring, "What is the matter? Is there a situation? Are we preparing to depart, Vice Leader?" Zhou Zhua nodded and proceeded to open the public map, marking the current position of their guerrilla squad with a smile, stating, "Teacher Lin is just ahead. The distance is minimal. We shall encounter her in approximately an hour." Upon hearing Zhou Zhua mention her sister, Lin Yuru's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really? Then let us hasten our steps." Indeed, Zhou Zhua simply replied to Lin Yuru, leading the group onward towards their destination. The class members buzzed with anticipation at the prospect of meeting Lin Xuahan in her dark garb. "We shall soon meet Teacher Lin. Hooray. If Lin Zhu were to learn of our battles against the alien races and our journey here, do you think he might smile?" It's hard to say. I feel as though Lin Zhu has never smiled. Besides, wouldn't it be better to witness Lin Di's laughter? It's quite similar, after all. Class leader, how about you give us a smile? My apologies, I was mistaken. After their departure, Zhou Zhua, adhering to his usual practice, employed toxic tumors to eliminate traces of their presence, instructing the monitoring shadow overhead to keep an eye on the nearby insect swarms. He then sought out a winding path that would lead them through numerous insect encounters. Originally, the direct distance would have taken merely half an hour. However, under Zhou Zhua's meticulous orchestration, the journey was extended to a full hour. During this hour, with a small swarm of insects, Zhou Zhua would encourage his classmates to unite and hone their practical combat skills. For those who employed subterranean abilities, Zhou Zhua would issue timely warnings, urging his peers to remain vigilant against potential ambushes. After all, for this group of students, who had yet to undergo much actual combat, the invaluable experience of surviving an unexpected attack was crucial. When faced with larger swarms, Zhou Zhua would take command directly, ensuring that their casualties remained at 0. His remarkable maneuvers left his classmates in awe, their admiration palpable. Consequently, throughout this journey, their skills and proficiency surged dramatically. Moreover, Zhou would periodically utilize toxic tumors to erase traces of their battles and movements, hindering the pursuit of the 7 pursuing crocodile men, thus buying ample time for his classmates. As they neared their destination, the group finally opened their maps to review their progress. However, upon examining the map, their expressions darkened considerably. Class Vice Leader, what kind of route have you led us on? We've taken a significantly longer path. Indeed, my jump insects nearly perished multiple times. Old Zhou, you can't possibly be as directionally challenged as that fool, can you? Who just called me out? Step forward. As they approached the finish line, a sense of urgency enveloped the group. After all, reuniting with Lin Xuahan would signify greater safety. Although following Zhou Zhuo was relatively secure, the comfort of being with peers was still far inferior to that of being alongside their elders. Upon cresting a small hill, their previously excited expressions froze in disbelief. Goodness! Another swarm. Why are there so many? Chapter 97. The pink-furred fox. As the group gazed upon the vast expanse of alien insects, just as they were about to command their swarms to charge forward, they heard Lin Banzhong's sudden halt. Wait. Hearing Lin Yuro's voice, the F-class students paused in their orders, turning to her. Lin Yuro stepped out from the ranks, her gaze fixed on a mutated variant of the sand camel healing beast in the distance. This was a gift sent by her elder sister, Lin Bingyun, meant to be activated only in dire situations. Upon seeing this sand camel healing beast, Lin Yuro's unease was further confirmed. Her sister Lin Xuahan was in trouble. Without hesitation, Lin Yuro dashed away from the team towards the sand camel healing beast. Upon noticing her approach, the beast amiably approached and turned its back, revealing its healing sac to Lin Yuro. It was at this moment that Lin Xuahan emerged from the sac. With an adorable sound, Lin Xuahan squeezed out from the crevice of the sac. Although she was still coated in a fair amount of translucent green viscous liquid, the moment it met the air, it transformed into steam, dissipating into the atmosphere. Sister, Lin Yuru, seeing the somewhat pale Lin Xuahan, suddenly dashed forward, burrowing into Lin Xuahan's embrace, her voice trembling with emotion. Sister, what are you doing here? Wasn't it agreed that you would find us using the spores? What happened? Lin Xuahan held Lin Yuru in her arms, her face as cold as ice, yet a rare flicker of warmth appeared as she explained, I encountered some foreign entities on the way, lost the mother spore, and had no time to send you a message. Immediately, Lin Xuahan seemed to recall something. She quickly glanced at the others, relieved to ascertain that none of them were carrying the locating milk-scented spore. It's good that you discarded the spore. You were wise to do so, preventing that group of crocodilians from pursuing you. Seeing Lin Xuahan in this light, Zhou Zhuo understood everything. Indeed, just as he had suspected. After exhaling a sigh of relief, Lin Xuahan turned to Lin Yuru and inquired, but how did you all arrive here? Upon hearing her second sister's question, Lin Yuru turned to Zhou Zhuo and replied, it was Zhou Zhuo who brought us here. He said you sent him a location, instructing us to meet up with you and dispose of the spores we carried. Listening to Lin Yuru's explanation, Lin Xuahan raised her gaze towards Zhou Zhuo, who raised his finger in a shushing gesture, and Lin Xuahan immediately understood. Just as her elder sister had stated, this Zhou Zhuo was indeed a benefactor of the Lin family, exceptionally astute. If she was not mistaken, the team of insects restoring their strength to protect them belonged to Zhou Zhuo. Lin Xuahan nodded slightly and remarked, indeed, Zhou Zhuo, you have demonstrated great intelligence and successfully accomplished the task assigned to you. Zhou Zhuo nodded with a gentle smile